Think I'm asking you because I don't know what these things are? Huh, I'm asking why there's so much food. Just bring some beef jerky and water. Hyuk sweated and quickly explained, I don't know anything. I didn't pack them. Before he could finish his sentence, Jin Taekyung angrily threw 2 shopping bags out and roared, If not you, then who? Seeing the bag being thrown away, a scream rang out from afar. Ah no, my sliced 5-spice steamed pork. As soon as these words finished, a figure quickly jumped up, picked up the bags, and hugged them. This person quickly lowered himself to the ground to stabilize his body. Jin Taekyung saw this scene and stopped on the spot. The person who just arrived was Chong Pong. He was holding a few bags in one hand, waving at Jin Taekyung with a smile and saying, Benefactor, good morning. Clearly seeing who was coming, Jin Taekyung immediately turned around, asked Hyuk, Why is he here? Hyuk sweated and tremblingly replied, I met him along the way. How could I stop him when he said he wanted to follow you? As soon as these words ended, Chong Pong on the opposite side immediately clasped his hands, eyes sparkling, and begged, Benefactor, please let me follow you. I also want to go out and play. Jin Taekyung frowned and exclaimed, This is not going out. I'm on my way to meet the blacksmith. This is a very important thing. As soon as these words finished, Jin Taekyung realized he had said something wrong and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. But Chong Pong heard it. His eyes were bright as stars, and he exclaimed, Wow, blacksmith. It seems I haven't seen the blacksmith yet. Chong Pong stopped for a moment and continued to beg. So, let me come with you. Jin Taekyung thought helplessly, Of course, I don't mind took you along, agreed to let Chong Pong follow. Jin Taekyung sighed softly. Ah, being a celebrity is so miserable. I feel exhausted. It was late afternoon. Sunset was falling on the mountainside. A solemn voice rang out, The moment has come. A person sat on horseback with a large army, holding weapons in front of him. The man on the horse said, Oh, brothers of the Azure Wind sect, let's go forward together to massacre and destroy all of them. When the others heard that, they burst out laughing excitedly. The person sitting on the horse, who seemed to be the leader of the Azure Wind sect, grinned and thought to himself, Just you wait, Jin family of Taekyung. I'll crush you. I'll show you that my Azure Wind clan is on a completely different level than those pitiful bastards at the Crimson Wind clan. Thinking so, he immediately raised his sword and shouted loudly, If you see people, kill them. If you see houses, burn them down. Kill them all and rob them all for me. This person was commanding the army with a fiery spirit when a faint voice suddenly rang out from not far away. What are you planning to burn? As soon as these words fell, the group of people from the Azure Wind clan suddenly stopped on the spot. Their eyes opened wide and glared. They saw in the distance an old man slowly walking forward, a red flame burning on his right palm. This old man was the same old man who appeared in the demon sect before. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a cold voice, A bunch of arrogant people. At this time, in a faraway village, after hearing the question, a man in the village immediately exclaimed, Old Jang. Because this is the village of the Jang sect, there must be more than 20 elders here with the last name Jang. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung said, a bit depressed, he is about 80 years old. Receiving this information, another man standing next to him crossed his arms and said, Since birth, the people of this village have lived a miserable life, so everyone looks the same. Old Jang next to our house is only 50 years old, but he looks like he is 150 years old. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung continued to speak. He only lived alone. His name was... Before he could finish his sentence, a few people here immediately interrupted. Oh well, no one remembers what the name is. If you're old, then just call him Old Jang. After that, they all dispersed and left. Jin Taekyung stood frozen in place, looking at their backs, and groaned. Hyuk saw this and asked, What should we do, young master? Jin Taekyung said, with his hands on his hips, I probably have to go find it myself. This village is small. It probably won't take much time. Then he let out a long breath, seeing Chong Pong next to him engrossed in eating and drinking without paying attention to anyone. Jin Taekyung immediately turned around and asked, Is that good? Chong Pong, while chewing his food and squinting his eyes, said, Isn't it delicious? When he lived with his ancestors in the mountains, he only ate grass and medicinal pills. Hearing him say that, Jin Taekyung suddenly rose. He thought to himself, How pitiful. Never mind, if you want to eat, then eat. Don't get in my way. While thinking, a sound suddenly rang out. Guys, the old man living next door to me also has the last name Jang. A little girl approached the three of them. Jin Taekyung slightly bowed his head to look at the girl, then leisurely said, Is that so? That's terrible. A child in a cradle where the adults are talking. The girl didn't pay much attention to Jin Taekyung's attitude. She raised her big, round eyes and continued, He doesn't have any family. He only lives alone, so I often go to his house to visit. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung nodded and replied, Oh yeah? You're a good girl. At this point, he suddenly stopped. His eyes widened. He immediately squatted down and quickly asked, "Wait, you just said he doesn't have a family?" Huh? The girl nodded and replied, "Yes, my mother said that since he came to this village, he has only lived alone." Receiving this information, Jin Taekyung raised his head slightly and whined at Hyuk. Then he asked, "Is that so? He is not from this village, right?" The little girl heard that and said, "Father told me that grandpa was from outside the village, so he didn't have any relatives." At this moment, Jin Taekyung felt like he was in a panic. He said softly, "Do you know anything else? Like his name, for example?" The girl nodded but said a little hesitantly, "I know, but why are you guys looking for old Jang? You guys are bad people, right?" Hearing that, Jin Taekyung quickly shook his head and said, "No, look at my sincere eyes. I didn't lie to you. We have something to ask him for help." The little girl raised her eyes and looked at him, immediately uttered 3 words, "As evil as a devil." Hearing that, Jin Taekyung angrily thought to himself, "I wonder if she will answer me if I hit her on the head." At this moment, Chong Peng suddenly sat down, opened the bag of food in front of her, gave it to the girl, then smiled and said, "Tell us, then we will give you this." Looking at the fragrant things wrapped in white bags, the little girl's eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "Wow, so you guys are good people." Looking at this scene, Jin Taekyung's face darkened. He thought to himself, did he just use the Violet Dawn Divine art to heat up the buns? The little girl received the bag of buns, picked up one to eat, and said, "I don't know all the names, but he said his name starts with Jang and ends with Bo. Jang Tae-bo." Hearing this, Jin Taekyung immediately narrowed his eyes and said, "Little sister, you said earlier where his house is?" The girl quickly went to old Jang's house. In the yard, he was bending down to pick up a piece of wood. The little girl rushed into Jang Tae-bo's arms from outside the gate and called out, "Grandpa." The old man kindly said, "Hey, Hanga, you come to play with me again?" The girl named Hanga raised her head. Her eyes sparkled. She looked at Jang Tae-bo and said, "There's some kind guys looking for you, so I'll lead them here." As soon as these words finished, Jin Taekyung clasped his hands and led the way in. He smiled and said, "Pleased to meet Elder Jang. Please forgive me for coming so suddenly at night." Jang Tae-bo looked at the person who had just arrived, remembering the previous events. He immediately said, "Are you the sleeping dragon of Shangxi?" Jin Taekyung's eyes lit up and exclaimed, "Do you know me?" "Yes, I am the sleeping dragon of Shangxi." After saying that, he happily thought to himself, "Great. At this rate, it's a sure bet." Thinking so, he continued, "Since you know who I am, and it's late at night, can we just get straight to the point? I have a favor to ask of you." But before he could finish his sentence, Jang Tae-bo spoke up and interrupted, "Stop talking." Jin Taekyung was stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" Jang Tae-bo said, "Are you deaf? I said don't talk." He crossed his arms in front of his chest and continued coldly, "I wouldn't accept it." Hearing that, Jin Taekyung quickly waved his hand and said, "Yes, but you should at least listen to what I have to say first." As soon as these words ended, Jang Tae-bo seemed extremely angry and roared, "No, no, no, don't say much." Seeing this situation happen, both Jin Taekyung, as well as Hyuk and Chong Peng, were stunned on the spot. Jin Taekyung thought to himself, "This won't be that easy, huh?" But at this time, in another house, a man was talking to his wife. He said, "I don't know if he's not a woodcutter like me. Why would an old man be walking alone in the mountains at this hour?" This man stopped for a moment, turned his head to look at an old man sitting in a hut in the yard, and then continued talking. "I also found it strange, so I tried to ask him. He said that an hour ago he had left the village Hong. But Hongshuan village is 3 days away from here, so he's probably not normal. I was afraid that if he kept wandering in the mountains he would get into trouble, and that looking at him would make him miss his father. So I invited him home to treat him to a meal." Hearing that, the wife nodded kindly and replied, "You're a good man, so kind." At this time, in the hut, the old man had finished eating and immediately put his chopsticks aside. He's the old man who just dealt with the Azure Wind Clan people on the mountain. Also the old man who appeared in the demon tribe looking for Joe Pill. He drank water and thought, "I am old. Living like a normal old age is not that bad." When a man saw that the old man had finished eating, he walked over and spoke softly, "I hope the food was to your taste, senior. I apologize that the meal was a bit sketchy." Hearing that, the old man stroked his beard and shook his head. "It's okay. I don't eat because I'm hungry. I eat just to enjoy it." Hearing that, the man laughed a few times. "It's already late, senior. Just stay here for one night. I will go prepare the bed." Hearing that, the old man immediately stood up. "It's okay. One meal is enough." The man immediately said, "Yes, but..." The old man waved his hand to interrupt him. "I'm looking for someone, and since it's been delayed a lot, please excuse me." After saying that, he immediately lifted his feet and left. As he walked, the old man muttered, "Please forgive me. I just asked him to forgive me. As expected, I am already old." At this moment, there was a loud noise outside the gate. Hanga pushed the door and rushed straight into the yard. The little girl ran to hug her mother, crying and saying, "Mom, Grandpa just cursed. The mother heard that and quickly comforted her. My good daughter, who are you talking about? The man saw his daughter come home and immediately called out, Hanga, you went to that old man's house to play again? Hanga nodded and replied, there were a few guys who came here to look for him, so I brought them there. Some guys? The man asked suspiciously. The young men in this village have left a long time ago. Hearing that, the mother was also nervous and asked her daughter, Hanga, what do they look like? Why did they come to find him? Hanga raised her hand to scratch her cheek, confused. I don't know. They just said they wanted to come find him. He was so cool. He even had an iron rod on his waist. Iron stick on her waist? The mother immediately cried out and turned to ask her husband, is it a sword? The man sweat and said, is he a martial artist? Having said that, he turned around and grabbed the axe next to him to chop wood. He quickly ran away, only giving one sentence. I have to go. Maybe he is in danger. You stay and look after the baby. The woman quickly picked up the girl, worried, and called after him, be careful. At this moment, the old man behind him suddenly called out. The man paused slightly and asked, Senior? The old man slowly walked out, then said seriously, I had a delicious meal, so I will go over there and take a look as a way to repay the favor. Hearing that, the man quickly stopped him. It can't be done. It's too dangerous. The old man clasped his hands behind his back and protested. You're the one who can't do it. If they're a bunch of thieves, do you think you will still be able to return alive? Can your child grow up without a father? The man looked at the old man in front of him. He saw his eyes flashing red fire. Then, he thought to himself in horror, is he a member of the martial arts community? The old man let out a long breath. Where are those bastards now? He asked. Jin Taekyung lowered his head and tried to appease the old man. Elder, please calm down and listen to what I have to say first. But he didn't listen and angrily shouted straight at him. If there's anything interesting to hear, you'll just ask me to make a weapon. Jin Taekyung scratched his head. Yes, that's true, but he blamed them. You guys came all the way here at this hour to ask an old man who has been retired for more than 10 years to forge something for killing. He saw his senior's tense attitude, confused and not knowing what to do. Damn it, I was supposed to leave cold iron here and go back by tomorrow, but now I'm in trouble. Chong Pong stood next to him, still looking like always, holding dumplings in his hand, his mouth chewing and talking. He interjected, Benefactor, it seems like he doesn't want to do anything. His personality is as slangy as ice cream. In the end, Taekyung clapped his hands and bowed his head to pray. Only a master could help me, so I ventured to come here to find him. But in response, the old man said, find someone else. In the west, about an hour away, there will be a town. Just go and find a smithy there. The boss there is also very skilled. He asked again, if he was skilled enough to be able to forge 10,000 years of cold iron. Taekyung's question has a purpose. It is said that 10,000 years old iron is an extremely precious and rare material, to the point that countless highly skilled blacksmiths have never seen it once in their lives. At this point, he will definitely change his mind. Sure enough, after hearing that, he also had to scratch his head and think, is it cold for 10,000 years? But surprisingly, he just yawned and told them, yes, just go there, give it to the blacksmith shop owner, let him worry about the rest. In the past, he watched me do it, so he also learned quite a bit. Taekyung was even more surprised. Oh, so 10,000 years of cold iron isn't that rare. He quickly begged earnestly, using all his vocabulary to persuade him. Senior, don't be like, what can I do for you to help me? He rubbed his nostrils and uttered 3 words, elixir of life. Taekyung seemed to have struck and asked in surprise, what? He smiled mischievously and said, brought me the elixir of life. If you can do it, I will consider your request. The system notifies and initiates the quest to find the elixir of life. This is a herb that only appears in myths. Many people wanting to find it spent a lot of money, spent a lot of wealth and effort, but it was still in vain. The difficulty of this task was even worse. The system still doesn't know and can't determine the difficulty level. This is crazy. The screen displays a message, asking Taekyung if he wants to accept the mission. He got mad and pressed the refuse button. It's crazy. He found it provocative. I'm not doing it. Taekyung knew that this mission was like finding a needle in a haystack, so he immediately dismissed it. In this world, there is no elixir of life. Why waste all that effort? The old man, still very calmly, said, wow, it's been a long time since I met a martial arts guy with brains. If there is such a thing in this world as 10,000 years of cold iron, then why can't there be the elixir of life? Taekyung still tries to persuade him. It sounds reasonable, but if you need something else, my family is ready to give it to you. But the elixir of life is impossible. He stroked his beard. Okay, I heard that recently, the Jin family of Shangxi is also very powerful. He suggested, since I'm thirsty, you guys bring me a bottle of meteorite extract. This suggestion is even more outrageous. Just 1 drop of meteorite extract can heal all wounds or increase more than 100 years of internal energy. Chong Pong suddenly excitedly raised his hand. I too. I also want to find that thing. The old blacksmith asked in surprise. Who is this idiot? He introduced himself. I am the grandson of my grandfather. He was surprised. Which grandfather? Chong Peng replied. My grandfather. The old man is speechless. Is he crazy? Taekyung said excitedly. Do you know the Sword Saint, Mei Hawk? This friend is the disciple of the Sword Saint. He personally raised him. The old man said, oh really? Taekyung was full of hope. The Sword Saint was a famous figure in the martial arts world. If his grandson were here, maybe we can. The old man asked, so what? I have nothing to do with the Mount Hung Sword Sect. He boasted himself. I'm 80 years old this year, but I'm still healthy. I have money saved up. I've been forging iron all my life and am proud to be one of the 3 best blacksmiths in the world. Taekyung said, by the way, that's why I took the liberty to come here to ask you. The old man also continued, and that's why I refused. He stood up to leave. I have already forged too many swords. I don't need anything more now. We have completed our life's mission. Taekyung still persisted in persuading him, but I intended to ask you to forge spears. The elder replied, forging spears is more tiring. It would be better to make swords. Taekyung was discouraged. His face was sad with disappointment. He stopped. He thought he would be able to use the weapon he liked for the first time in his life. However, from his pocket, old man took out a small notebook and said, but I will write you a letter of introduction. Although the guy's not as good as me, but still very skilled. The town used to being harassed by bandits. I heard that you personally took action to deal with them, so I will make an exception this time. Hearing that, Taekyung's eyes suddenly lit up. His sparkling eyes looked towards him. The old man asked him for some information. Okay, you want a spear, right? Have you thought about its shape, weight, size? Taekyung quickly replied. Yes, he said. Describe it to me. The old man wrote down that information in his notebook, writing it down and saying, just one more thing, and that's it. Which part are you planning to use 10,000 years of cold iron to forge? It's the blade part, right? Hearing that, he stared, puzzled, at his senior's face. The old man asked angrily, what kind of look is that? You said you have thousands of years of cold iron. Don't you plan to use it? Taekyung scratched his head and scratched his ears. Of course, I will use it, but he asked carefully, besides, is your cold iron too small? According to my calculations, 400 grams of cold iron is enough to forge a new spear. You can just keep the rest as a family heirloom. Taekyung was confused. 400 grams? How much is 400 grams? The old man was grumpy. How much cold iron do you have? Taekyung trembled. He waited for a second, then quickly took out the cold iron he had. I had this much amount of cold iron, actually. This made the old man feel so excited that he dropped the pen he was holding in his hand. Taekyung sees the old man trembling. The old man said, leave it to me. He was so excited that he shed the letter he was writing. This was enough to create a lifetime masterpiece. I will forge for you the most unique weapon in the world. Taekyung was stunned. Yes, the system informed him that he had completed the quest to find a master blacksmith, setting up a chain quest. He was angry. He thought, if I knew this would happen, I would have shown him this first. Hyuk and Chong Peng had to cross their eyes when they saw that piece of cold iron. Wow, that piece of cold iron has been here for thousands of years. This is the first time I've seen it. This is also the first time I've seen it. Young master, where did you find it? So, thanks to that precious mineral, the old man also changed his attitude. He immediately knelt down at Taekyung's feet. Don't tell me you dug an iron mine underground? Show me the place. His arrogance has increased to the point where his face is parallel to the sky. He just said that a weapon only needs 5 to 10% to be made from thousands of years of cold iron. If I had known in advance, it wouldn't have been a problem messy like this. They were arguing with each other in chaos. I didn't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. You just said this is enough for your life, but this is different. Don't do it. You're tearing my pants. At that moment, someone's voice rang out from outside the door. This is Mr. Jang's house, right? Everyone turned around, surprised to see this man. The elder blacksmith stood up, but his hand still didn't leave Taekyung's shirt. Yes, my last name is Jang. Who are you? He didn't give his name, but just spoke, a passerby. I stopped by that girl's house. They are very worried about you. Everyone was bewildered as to who this old man was. Chong Peng asked him, my benefactor, that person looks so strange. Taekyung replied, you are strange. Where did those buns come from? He is still chewing on that bun. There is something very strange. Taekyung was surprised. What's that? Chong Peng couldn't determine it clearly. For now, I'm not sure. That's all I feel. Taekyung, not understanding anything, suddenly thought, wait, he is something strange that only Chong Peng, the strongest person here, can feel. From the outside, he seems to be just an ordinary old man, but it's better to be careful. In martial arts, vigilance is never too much. Taekyung uses his chi sense. As expected, it turned out that man was Jeek Cheongang. He was pleased. Oh, it's only level 3, but his name is Jeek Cheongang. Taekyung turned to Chongpeng. Strange? What's strange about him? It's unbelievable that even though he's gone quite a distance, he still hears. Jik Cheongang turned around. Meanwhile, Taekyung still hasn't realized it and is still blabbing to Chongpeng. Maybe he's worried too much. The old man asked him, "Who the hell are you?" The moment he left Mr. Jung's house, old man Jik Cheongang could still hear the conversation of Jin Taekyung and his companions. In fact, old man Jang did not have anything to worry about, so Jik Cheongang quickly grasped the situation. On the contrary, right after arriving, the young man's martial prowess attracted his attention. Look at them. It's true that you don't know what the sky is. There's an ordinary guy, but that kid is munching on that bun. That kid has reached a completely different realm from the other two kids. That kid's martial arts skills must be similar to the elders of the 9 sections. Looking at Jin Taekyung, he thought, even though he's slightly weaker, that condescending bastard is probably also one of the strongest among his peers. He have 10,000 years of profound iron. Clearly, he's a brat that belongs to some famous sect. At that time, Jin Taekyung was scolding. He said he didn't need anything else in this life. Jik Cheongang's interest only went there before leaving. He told the teenagers, "I'll stop by the kid's house after work. I'm worried about that little one. There's no reason for him to have anything to do with these brats. He doesn't want his identity exposed." After saying that, he turned around and left. "I think this is enough to pay for the meal just now. My plan to go to Taiyuan today has been delayed. I think I will leave this road." The moment he turned to walk away, he suddenly felt something coming from behind him. His eyes suddenly changed completely. Before that strange power turning my head to look at those brats. Murderous aura? No, something different. I've lived nearly 100 years, but this is the first time I felt this real thing. Old Jik Cheongang approached Taekyung, who was still laughing loudly. "You must have worried too much, wild boy." The old man angrily faced him directly. "Who the hell are you?" Chongpeng's eyes were also stunned, not understanding why he asked about his friend. The old man looked intently, sweat flowing down his cheeks. Hyuk also felt this was strange. Sweat dripped down his cheeks. Jin Taekyung's neck suddenly turned red. What is this? The two of them were a bit shy, facing each other directly. Jin Taekyung thought, how could it be? He was only level 3. Jik Cheongang asked again, "Who are you? What was that thing just now?" He hesitated, not knowing how to answer. That thing just now? Damn it, can he feel the chi sense? Is he capable of doing that? Jik Cheongang kept asking. "Why are you not answering? It was you who did it." Taekyung thought to himself. He's a transcendent level martial master that can limit his energy to level 3. Then he said, "It wasn't me." The old man's eyes frowned, showing dissatisfaction. "It wasn't you? Then how do you know what I'm talking about?" Jin Taekyung, scared, thought, shit, it's dangerous. Why do people like this keep appearing so often? The old man said, "Maybe I'll break it somewhere on your body and ask again." Taekyung heard it and immediately accepted. "It was me, I did it. I just felt that you were not an ordinary person, so you must be someone from the martial arts world." Old man asked again, "How?" "I'm asking, how did you do that?" Jin Taekyung replied, "How?" "Yes," he tried to explain. "I released a bit of my own chi, then used it to probe your chi," something like that. "So that's it, it's really simple." Suddenly, Jik Cheongang got angry again. "You chose the wrong person to deceive. The old man doesn't look like someone who can't distinguish that thing. What I felt just now is completely different." The old man thought, "It's like sorcery." Jin Taekyung thought, "Sorcery? It's crazy. How can I explain this?" Jik Cheongang's eyes became even more fierce. "You brat, before I break your legs, tell the truth." Taekyung frantically apologized and shielded himself in fear. "In fact, I was using a system, but this was a simple method to sense information about others, but it was causing trouble for you. I'm really sorry." Hearing his answer made everyone glued on the spot. The old man turned around and asked him, "What are you talking about?" Jin Taekyung said, "I told you the truth. I thought you wouldn't be able to understand." Jik Cheongang put down his hand and continued asking, "I have no interest in disturbing you." He pointed at Taekyung's chest and asked, "What you said about a system just now was all confusing words." Unexpectedly, it was a sudden attack from him. He hit him directly in the chest with a painful blow. "You have to taste the heat once to be able to tell, huh?" Taekyung cried out in pain, ignoring the old man who was still happy with his achievement. "How is it? It's like there's a fire inside, right? I've adjusted my strength. If you tell me, you can avoid injury damage inside." He's determined to find out the truth. "Now stop babbling and tell the truth." On the other side, Hyuk used his sword to pass through the Fire King's body and cut a few strands of the old man's hair. Chongpeng, it was successful. Chongpeng also helped from the front in a frontal attack. Transforming as he returned to his feet, he said, it seemed like he had made a mistake. The old man's voice echoed, "You have good eyes." Old Jik Cheongang quickly ran away, leaving the two men still bewildered for pointing the sword at him. "Can you handle it?" Chong Peng apologized to the senior. I am sorry, but I owe that person a favor because my benefactor was being threatened, so I couldn't just stand by and watch. The old man wanted to pick up the stone and run away, so he fell quickly, but before he could leave, Jik Cheon-gang used a secret technique to lift him off the ground. Jik Cheon-gang continued to threaten. As for you, that old man was dragged away like that. Tell me, it's crazy. Hyuk thought. I've only seen this in novels. Jik Cheon-gang turned to ask Chong Peng. It seemed like a big debt, so much so that he is even risking his life. Although Chong Peng and Hyuk were a bit scared, they still bravely faced it. They had to try to know if they lived or died. One by one, the two of them stepped forward. Come here, I'll teach you a few moves. Chong Peng and Hyuk rushed forward, filled with determination. Chong Peng used his sword to make several passes. The moves seemed to be at a good level. Each sword stroke was extremely sharp, but as soon as Chong Peng stepped forward, he grabbed his sword and made it difficult to do anything further. His eyes were full of anger. Just one move of his could melt that sharp sword. One more punch can break the sword. Hyuk was still confused by his broken and melted sword. What is this? The sword is melting. The next move pushed Hyuk away. Go lie down and rest a bit. Hyuk was measured and Chong Peng shouted in panic. Young hero Hyuk, don't worry. He only suffered a little internal injury. Jik Cheon-gang said, Oh, Violet, Dawn Divine Art, you come from Manhwa sect. Chong Peng was afraid of such a strong opponent. He was very strong, very, very strong. This feeling was exactly like the feeling of confronting his grandfather. Chong Peng's eyes looked scared, but he thought, I won't give up. He continued to come up with the next moves, no matter how many he played. This is the 24th Plum Blossom Art. Jik Cheon-gang seemed happy with this move. The Manhwa sect has many great moves, right? Plum petals rain in the wind are beautiful and poetic, but just a few seconds later, it turned into hundreds of powerful sword attacks. He made a move, apricot flowers and flowers. A series of flower petals turned into hundreds of swords and attacked Jik Cheon-gang, but he still seemed quite indifferent. Jik Cheon-gang just gently asked, What is your relation with Mei Jong-hak? Making his face cold. Suddenly, Chong Peng could not control the force in his arm and was controlled by that power. The other flower-shaped Kita passed by him without being harmed. Tons of apricot blossoms counterattacked, destroying the entire house behind the Fire King. Chong Peng asked him, Do you know my grandfather? He and I had met before. It was a long time ago. Jik Cheon-gang continued to say, When the war between good and evil broke out, the disciples of the Mount Hua sect came to find me. Chong Peng was quite surprised. A disciple of the Hua sect? So could it be that this old man is Fire King? As expected, Chong Peng has finally wised up a bit. Jik Cheon-gang asked, Did your grandfather tell you about me? Sometimes, Chong Peng replied. He stroked his beard and exclaimed, Oh, so he never forgot me. What did he say? His answer shocked Jik Cheon-gang. Grandfather said, He said that you are strong in martial arts, but that you have a nasty personality. During the Orthodox Demonic War, you beat the rising stars of the top 10 sects at least once. Who said that? I didn't do anything. Chong Peng smiled and recounted. But no matter how he said it, his uncle was a good person. His grandfather told him that if his juniors were lucky enough to meet him, they must respect their uncle the same as they respected their grandfather. Mei Jong-hak is not bad. He also knows how to teach you. But Jik Cheon-gang suddenly thought for a moment. Oh wait, when did he get married? This kid doesn't look much like his nephew. But it has nothing to do with me. So the Fire King laughed again. Well, so today I have another grandchild. He immediately sat down on the ground and asked him to perform the bow. Chong Peng said, What for? Jik Cheon-gang pointed at him and said, What the heck? Mei Jong-hak told you to treat me the same way you treated him. He replied, Yes, that's true. As a descendant, isn't it right to meet your ancestors with a bow or something? Fire King asked. Suddenly, Chong Peng explained, My grandfather doesn't care about that, though. He said that only stuck-up old people are obsessed with formalities. Stuck-up old people. The Fire King trembled listening to this. What the hell are you talking about? Have I lived in mountains for too long? This set was definitely learned from that old man. It looks so itchy. The Fire Lord asked him again, Are all of you kids like that these days? Chong Peng replied, I doesn't know. I has only recently been enlightened. Fire King asked again, Who said it? Suddenly, the two turned to look at Taekyung. He was now so hot that he was almost dead and couldn't breathe. Jik Cheon-gang told Taekyung, Hey, come here quickly so he could be treated. The old man waved his hand and told him to come. If you're smart, don't oppose me while I'm still talking nicely. But Taekyung was so scared that he was foaming at the mouth. He seemed angry. That guy, I'm counting to 3. But his eyes were white, and he couldn't do anything. Sure enough, on the count of 3, he was immediately present. Yes, he was present. Jik Cheon-gang laughed loudly. Look at that. His eyes still looked angry. Your chi should have stagnated. Why do you still look so good? Taekyung's eyes looked down again, not knowing how to answer. He thought, is he the Fire King? Why is he here? Ji Cheon-gang pointed at Taekyung's chest. Suddenly, a stream of hot air appeared in his body. But there is something extremely strange. Notification system. Your yang energy is reacting violently. You are absorbing the airflow into your body. Your internal energy is increasing significantly. He seemed to still be calm, thinking he was about to be roasted by the old man, but who knew he could still absorb yang energy. His internal energy was increasing. Taekyung touched his chest to feel it. Why would his yang energy react like this? Wait, could it be, he thought to himself. My yang energy is identical to that old man's yang energy. If a person has yang energy similar to that old man's, then that person must have eaten the fire pill and is a good person of the Scorching Sect. As far as I know, generations of the Scorching Sect have only taught martial arts to one person. He briefly thought, is he the Fire King? I didn't expect it to be like that. He's been missing for nearly 40 years. Why did he suddenly appear here? What if he knew that I killed Joe Pill and eaten his fire pill? Then my head would fly immediately. He might burn me to a crisp without leaving a trace. Just thinking about it made him sweat. He couldn't let the old man find out. It wasn't possible in this situation. You have to pretend to be sick and then leave, one of the 36 strategies to escape. But Fire King became even more suspicious. The more I looked at you, the more strange I find you. Where did you say you came from? Taekyung answered, yes, from the Jin family in Taiyuan. The Jin family of Taiyuan? I think I've heard it somewhere before. Ji Cheon-gang remembered. It was the fire demon sword. That's right, that Jin Baekhyun guy was a member of the Jin family. Jin Taekyung replied, yes, that's right, and thought, why does everyone remember the great elder again and again? Ji Cheon-gang recounted, I met him a few times. He was very personable, although I saw that he also had a dark side, but it didn't matter at that time. Everyone didn't. After all, he was also an elegant person. The Fire Lord started asking questions. Looking at your martial arts, it seems like you are a descendant of the Jin family. What is your relationship with him? You are my junior's ancestor? Really? How old are you? 20, Taekyung answered. Ji Cheon-gang laughed loudly. Being able to do that at this age is quite good. The fire demon sword wasn't like that when he was your age, no matter how he is now. Taekyung thought, he'll probably be well while he is in the grave. The Fire King laughed again. His martial arts must have improved a lot by now. I have to go meet him for a drink. It's been a long time since I last saw him. I'm sure he won't be able to treat me badly. To be honest, after listening, Ji Cheon-gang suddenly lowered his head, and Taekyung's eyes lowered. The great elder had passed away a few months ago, Taekyung stated. The Fire Lord immediately exclaimed, oh my god, only at that age? Taekyung thought, Grandpa, he's over 80 years old. Fire King asked, how did he die? Taekyung replied, in battle. After hearing this, Ji Cheon-gang was surprised. What? He died in battle? It was because of those damn demon factions that did it, right? He asked. Taekyung raised his hand to his forehead and replied, no, but the matter is very complicated. It's hard for me to explain it all clearly. Fire King sadly comforted him. You must be suffering a lot. Do you know who did it? And have you taken revenge yet? Tears fell on Taekyung's cheeks. The atmosphere suddenly became colder and more empty with grief. But this heartbreak is just an act for you. It's very good, isn't it? He thought to himself. Hyuk is unconscious. How lucky. If he was still awake, his face would show an attitude like, the murderer is you. You're lying. You're the one who killed the great elder, Taekyung thought. Taekyung is happy. He just needs to hold on until he leaves this place, and he just needs to press one button to log out. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Oh, the fire demon sword, Jin Baekhyun. Taekyung thought, damn it. It turned out that Chong Peng smiled and said, it was his benefactor who killed him. Taekyung panicked and thought, but I forgot about this guy. After hearing this, the Fire King turned pale and shouted, what did you say? Chong Peng was still innocent. Just talking from beginning to end, it was a legend. The benefactor and the fire demon sword had a battle to the death. The benefactor pierced his heart. Blood flowed out like a waterfall. He spoke excitedly while pointing his fingers everywhere. I even heard a dull scream. You bastard, let me go. Taekyung knelt on the ground. His face turned gray. You son of a shit. Shut up. I should have put a muzzle on this guy from the start. But what's scarier is Cheon-gang's eyes that are close to his face. Taekyung hurriedly reassured him, but his wandering eyes kept moving, making his words become unreliable at all. Yes, everything was just a misunderstanding. Ji Cheon-gang frowned. Misunderstanding? You killed the fire demon sword yourself. He hesitated. Yes, it was true that I skewed him, but before Taekyung could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. Stop rambling again. I felt very disappointed in you. I did not expect that you could go against morality and kill your own ancestor. Immediately after saying that, Cheongang gave him a palm that almost made Taekyung fall backwards. It was a holy fire palm. He said, "Wait, it's not like that." But the Fire King doesn't care about what he says anymore. How does a person like you have the right to live in this world? Taekyung still tries to convince him. Listen to what people say first. But it's too late. Damn, if I receive that blow, I will die. The last thing he wanted happened. He was forced to disrespectfully fight against his senior. But the person he was most angry at was his close teammate, Chong Peng, that horrible bastard. And so the two of them threw blow after blow at each other. The scene changes to the swordsmith from before, who is witnessing the scene of his house burning fiercely. Hastily backing away, the old man was startled and horrified by what was filling the sea of fire. "What the hell was this?" he exclaimed in surprise. His martial arts had truly reached its peak. Suddenly, a group of people approached, panicking and giving aid to a young man. Seeing that, the old man immediately picked up his things and ran quickly. "Is he dead?" Chong Peng looked up and explained. No, his benefactor was only slightly injured and then fainted. Then he turned to Jeek Cheongang. The junior was right, but seeing the old man didn't care much and just staring at Taekyung. How could this happen? He was quite surprised to learn his identity. This kid, he was Jin Taekyung of the Jin family. He wondered if he also practiced yang energy like me. At that time, Cheongang also thought to himself, for hundreds of years, generations of the Scorching sect have always taught martial arts to only one person. There's no way he could learn the Scorching Fire divine art, but I feel the traces of the sect in him. Then there was only one reason, he thought, a precious thing, the fire pill. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and thought of a tall, muscular young man with bangs covering his face. So that was it. Chong Peng was surprised to see his senior's face wandering absent-mindedly. Old Uncle Jack, as if he knew what he was thinking, immediately reassured him. "Don't worry, I didn't intend to kill him." But immediately, Chun Gang said something terrifying. "Up until now." Chong Peng stood up. "Why?" Fire King calmly stroked his beard. "Don't worry, after listening to his explanation, I will decide." The old swordsmith shouted, "Calm down." Cheon Gang spoke his mind. "I have a lot of things I want to ask him." Suddenly, Taekyung's body trembled. His limbs shook continuously and emitted a strange sound, kimochi, which means he feels good. Seeing his madness, he raised his hand. What a strange guy. And the old blacksmith was equally surprised. Taekyung just kept moaning like that. "Yami, it means stop it." Cheon Gang is about to vomit. "Even though I don't understand anything, I still feel disgusted." Chong Peng is sweating. Is his benefactor chanting a spell? The story moves to the room where Jin Taekyung is resting. The sky is still dark right now. He just woke up, rubbed his hand, and breathed a sigh of relief. He was still breathing, so lucky. Taekyung sat up, his head was still dizzy. He thought, that old man probably didn't really want to kill me. That old man was so impatient. He didn't even hear the end of what was said and asked to be stabbed. Thinking back to the bullet-shaped eyes that Cheongang had aimed straight at him, he still felt chills down his spine. Taekyung thought he had already shown mercy, but his power was still so scary. How could Joe Pill's holy fire palm be compared to him? Seeing him wake up, Hyuk also timidly asked, "Young master, are you awake?" That unexpected voice startled Taekyung so much that he almost fell over. "Startled? Are you trying to scare me to death?" He waved his hand to reassure himself. Why was the young master so startled? "I'm not an outsider." Taekyung was angry. "Take a look at your face. Do you think I could get used to that?" Hyuk is both hurt and proud. "What about my face?" Everyone praises him for being handsome and manly. Then he informed Taekyung, "You were serious?" Hyuk then informed him, "The young master has to go now." He was surprised. "What? Where?" Hyuk explained to him. Lord Jeek told him that if the young master wakes up, he should take him downstairs. When Taekyung, he heard that name, Lord Jeek. It makes him so irritated. What is that old man doing now? Hyuk tells him that Cheongang is drinking with Chong Peng to the fullest, forgetting heaven and earth. Taekyung wondered, they had been drinking how much? Hyuk hesitated. "I just woke up, so I'm not sure. I asked the waiter and he said that they've been at it for more than 6 hours." Just hearing that, he quickly changed his clothes, put on his shoes, put on his shirt as quickly as possible, and tried to run out the window. Hyuk quickly grabbed his leg and stopped him. "Wait, why did the young master run away like that?" Taekyung got angry. That old geezer might suddenly get angry and try to burn me to death. Would you just go down and meet with him if you were me? Taekyung kicked Hyuk in the face, but he still wouldn't let go. The young master doesn't have to worry about the great elder's affairs, and his subordinates have already explained everything to him. Taekyung still refused to give up. "Okay." After explaining all the misunderstandings, they disappeared. "It's so magical, but I am not stupid." Hyuk didn't understand. "What's the problem then? There's no reason to run away, right?" Taekyung explained. "Hyuk, do you remember that I killed Joe Pill?" He sat down and pointed his finger straight at Hyuk. "Do you think there is a relationship between Fire Lord Jeek Cheongang, the leader of the Fire Sect, and Joe Pill, The only one who inherited the secret techniques of the fire sect? Hearing that, his eyes widened. Taekyung continued. Have you understood yet? I'll bet all my limbs and my assets that they're master and disciple. What do you want to bet? Hyuk still tried to convince him. But even if Joe Pill is a disciple of Master Jeek, we were just fulfilling our duty. It was Joe Pill who targeted us first. Seeing that the situation seemed unfamiliar, Taekyung was about to run away. I'm sure you and Chongpeng would be safe, so you can tell that to him for me. I'm getting out of here now. But Hyuk was also very quick. Young master. He angrily pinched his hand. Taekyung said, although there's no chance this happened, but let's say that bad-tempered old geezer acknowledges that his disciple is wrong and overlooks everything. In that case, we'll have to give back everything we took from Joe Pill, right? Hyuk stammered that that's correct. Taekyung replied immediately after swallowing. Hyuk asked in surprise, what? Taekyung said, fire medicine, it's in my stomach. Hyuk was bewildered for a moment, then got angry and scolded him in the face. What? What, you crazy, suddenly swallowing that thing? Taekyung couldn't bear it either. At that time, even Ji Moo Kyung was stabbed by Cheol Moo Baek. You told me, what am I supposed to do? Wait, so at that time? That's right, genuine. Things are different. Taekyung stood up, still not intending to stay. So don't stop me anymore. Taekyung leaned out the window. I'm going to be free of all the restraints and shackles of this world and find a way to survive. But Hyuk also followed suit, rushing straight down the road in front of the motel and running all the way, making Taekyung panic. Hyuk Moojin, you bastard! You dare to run away before me? Wait, if I catch you, you will die. Suddenly, he collapsed on the street, foam coming out of his mouth, making Taekyung surprised. What? He got hit by a chicken bone. At that moment, Cheon Gang also walked out of the motel, looked up, and saw his shadow looming there. He said in a threatening voice, enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. Were you trying to go somewhere? Taekyung trembled and pointed randomly. I'm just going to the toilet. Cheon Gang still shouted loudly. Do you want to ship blood? Nope. Come down from there. Yes, sir. Downstairs, the table is filled with bottles of wine. The atmosphere was extremely quiet. Cheon Gang was drinking, and Jin Taekyung was obediently waiting opposite him, not daring to say a word. There were only 3 people left in the bar. Cheon Gang was quietly drinking. Chongpeng was so drunk that he collapsed on the table. Jin Taekyung looked around and thought to himself, there are no more customers. He looked at Chongpeng, who was drunk and sleeping, with his saliva flowing like a river next to him, silently evaluating him in his heart, adding, why did this kid get knocked out now of all times? Under the table, Jin Taekyung moved his legs, intending to wake up Chongpeng. As long as Chongpeng was awake, he was lucky to keep his life. But before he could touch him, Cheon Gang's voice rang out, let him sleep. Hearing this sentence, his legs suddenly stopped, not daring to move any further. Cheon Gang took the bottle of wine and said, just leave him be. Don't disturb a sleeping kid. Jin Taekyung's whole body stiffened. He thought, how come he knows everything? Cheon Gang poured wine into the bowl and said, I have something to ask you. Jin Taekyung hastily replied, the head elder, no. I'll tell you in great detail about what happened to Granduncle. Jeek Cheon Gang, while drinking, replied, I already know. That old man, he did wrong. He deserved to die. He used to be a wise man, but time changes people so much. He put away the bowl of wine, looked straight at Jin Taekyung, and said, just like that child, how did you meet him? Jin Taekyung immediately froze. Sure enough, he knew everything. He recalled what happened before, when he first met Jeek Cheon Gang, thinking to himself, the moment he realized he was the Fire King, perhaps he also knew he could perform the martial arts of the sect. At that moment, he thought death was near, so he accidentally used a few moves. Jeek Cheon Gang has a murderous intent, threatening you. If you still intend to lie to me, then just wait. I will force you to confess anyway. Jin Taekyung sweat silently, crying in his heart, nothing else but cry with sadness. He held the bowl of wine out in front of him and stammered, please give me some wine too. Jeek Cheon Gang's face turned black, and he remained silent, without responding. Jin Taekyung still maintained that position. He picked up the bottle of wine next to him and scolded him, not knowing the height of the sky and the thickness of the earth. The night is getting darker and darker. The bowl of wine on the table was gone. At this time, Jin Taekyung wiped his mouth and slowly said, it's been 2 months since I met Joe Pill. Jeek Cheon Gang asked in surprise, Joe Pill? Jin Taekyung nodded, yes, one word, one strike, Joe Pill, a very famous wanderer. Jeek Cheon Gang searched through his shirt. He said, based on his nickname, I doubt he was famous in a good way. Jin Taekyung cleared his throat. Yes, he said, but his mouth was one way, and his heart was another. He was infamous for killing people like that. Suddenly, Jeek Cheon Gang asked, is it this face you know? Jin Taekyung looked at the photo Jeek Cheon Gang was holding in front of him, startled and surprised. He replied, Yes, that's right, he is Joe Pill. Jik Cheon Gang suddenly fell silent. A moment later, he asked again with difficulty, is he dead? Jin Taekyung observed the face of the person sitting opposite, silently nodding. Jik Cheon Gang exclaimed, is that so? So he ended up like that. The atmosphere fell silent with only the sound of the pot boiling on the stove. After a while, Jik Cheon Gang slowly poured wine. He told him that many years ago, Anhui province fell into an epidemic. His silhouette was reflected in the wine bowl. He sadly continued. Countless farmers had died, leaving many children orphaned. He was among them. His eyes were full of confidence as he looked into the bowl of wine. At that time, he was just a child struggling to survive in this harsh life. The image in the wine bowl seemed to reflect the image of Joe Pill when he was a child, trampled on by people, having to fight for food to survive. Even though he was surrounded by more than 10 people and trampled on, he still tried to chew the food that were covered in dirt and rocks. I really liked those wild eyes, and at the same time, I felt sorry for him. He took the bowl of wine in his hand. He slowly said, and then, I named him Jang Cheon. Hearing this, Jin Taekyung was slightly surprised. At this time, at the Jin family's mansion, it was the New Year holiday, January 1st. Jin Taekyung looked at the fresh air and warm light outside, happily saying, the atmosphere is great. There was a voice coming from behind him. Are you that happy? He laughed loudly, approached the table where that person was sitting, and answered, isn't it fun? The new year has begun, and communication is also very smooth, haha. The person exclaimed, wow, no wonder he's so happy. We never thought this day would come. It turned out to be Woowa. She continued to say, but aren't you worried about the Thousand Wind Clan? Jin Taekyung asked again, Thousand Wind Clan? He touched his chin thoughtfully, then told her that they were said to have been cleared away by a mysterious master within one night. Woowa continued, the number of bandits at that time was up to hundreds of people, arrows including the ultimate experts. Destroying them so easily can only be done by a superior expert. She continued to talk excitedly. I wonder if that person was a heroic figure who no longer cared about worldly affairs, or just someone with an appearance so strange that we could not imagine it. Should we prepare for the worst-case scenario? Jin Taekyung scratched his face. Well, he thought to himself, if that person is that strong, then it is very likely that person is the sword sage Mei Jonghawk. But now, revealing to the lower sect the whereabouts of the sword sage is too early. He laughed loudly in response. Ho ho ho. If that person can destroy all those cruel people from the Thousand Wind Clan, then it is very likely that he is an expert from an evil sect. Isn't that right? You don't have to worry about that person too much. We're keeping tabs on this matter as well. Woowa was observant and noticed something unusual. She sneered and said, the problem is so serious, yet the head of the family seems so carefree. She had no choice but to compromise. Okay, it seems like he also had a plan, but I realize someone hasn't been talking since earlier. Jin Taekyung immediately covered his face and whispered, just leave him be. He's someone who's been grumpy since the day he was born. Weepong suddenly appeared. He was extremely angry. His veins were showing on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, are you talking about me? Should I tell you why I am like that? Weepong shouted loudly. What day is today? The day when many farmers, experts, and important guests from the 10 great sects gathered here. Yet neither of the young masters are present. This made me angry. Jin Taekyung, who was next to him, scratching his face and speaking shyly, the news came quickly. Weepong continued to scream. The second young master stopped talking. He doesn't like excitement, so of course he'll find a quiet place to practice as a martial arts student. His subordinates can also be expected to understand. He screamed so fiercely that Jin Taekyung had to cover his ears with both hands. Woowa also laughed helplessly. Weepong still couldn't get over his anger and continued to shout. The third young master was unacceptable. Not only did he choose an important moment like this to go make a weapon, but after leaving, he left without a trace. Can't contact. Jin Taekyung turned his head away and said nonchalantly, he'll probably be back, making Weepong next to him so angry that he burst into flames, spit flying everywhere. How could you know? The young master also said last year, I'll be back soon. Jin Taekyung reassured, oh my, relax. But Weepong still shouted loudly, what is your attitude? Did I say something wrong? Meanwhile, someone was walking up the stairs. The subordinate looked at the scene in front of him and stammered, Chief, please forgive me. The three of them immediately became silent, turned around, and looked at the subordinate. He continued to speak. Everything is ready, Jin. Wei Kyung immediately said softly to Wei Pang. It was the same. Wei Pang held his forehead helplessly. Jin Wei Kyung patted his shoulder to comfort him. Come on, things will happen as they go, let's go. Jin Wei Kyung hugged Wei Pang's shoulder and walked. Walking beside him, he happily said, it's time to announce to the world that our Jin family has become the ruler of the Murim in Shaanxi. Wei Pang had to compromise. Okay, but but remember to scold the third young master. Jin Wei-kyung replied excitedly. Okay, I know. The scene changes to another place. Someone was flipping through the book and saying, okay then. An old hand placed the book on the table with a dangerous tone. Were you defeated by a nameless little pawn? The people standing in fear replied, that's not true, elder. The so-called elder sat solemnly on the chair and asked again, what is it? According to people's rumors, the reputation of the Southern Edge sect has been ruined in your hands. The three men standing there said in fear, he is not an unknown little pawn. According to him, he is a disciple of the Sword Saint. When the elder heard that, he was startled and surprised and asked, does the Sword Saint have disciples? Those three guys replied, yes, at first we didn't believe it, but it seems like it was true. Looking at the reaction of Li Peng, an outer disciple of the Manhwa sect currently holding the position official in the Imperial Army, it seems right. At just 20 years old, this kid has already reached the pinnacle of the Manhwa sect martial arts. He also performs martial arts that are only reserved for Manhwa sect disciples. The elder stroked his beard deep in thought. The Sword Saint had long since washed his hands of his sword, and until now no one knew whether he was alive or dead, but his disciples suddenly appeared. Maybe I have to go and confirm again. One of them continued, we are still immature and have already tarnished the reputation of the Southern Edge sect. Gong Il Hyuk chimed in, isn't this elder one who values the Southern Edge sect more than anyone else? I heard that he also had something to do, so he came here. The elder immediately threatened him to shut up again. His eyes looked right through the other three guys, thinking, do you think I didn't know what you were planning? Gong Il Hyuk was immediately scared, silently cursing, damn. The elder pointed at them and spoke again, but listening to what you guys said, that Jin Taekyung was quite arrogant. Those three guys quickly responded, that's right, someone needs to teach him a lesson. Hey, it seems like the Jin family is having a party right now. The elder asked again, a banquet. Gong Il Hyuk gritted his teeth and said yes. Perhaps they invited all the sects in the province to show off their power. The elder heard this and was extremely angry. He gritted his teeth and said, how dare they look down on our sect and then blatantly organize a banquet? He slammed the table and stood up, shouting loudly, I couldn't hear any more of this. Quickly, lead me to the Jin family. The other three clasped their hands and responded respectfully, obeying the elder's orders. Having finished speaking, the elder went first. Those three men followed behind. Gong Il Hyuk, walking behind, achieved his goal. He smiled sinisterly, thinking of Jin Taekyung and Chong Pong. He got angry and said to himself, you bastards, just wait. Jik Cheongang's eyes darkened. His face began to show an indescribable pensive expression. He continued to tell Jin Taekyung about Jang Cheon's past. He was once a child struggling to survive every day. No matter how much people stepped on him, he continued to eat dirty things to get by. I liked the tenacity in his eyes and felt sorry for him at that time. Speaking of this, images of the unfortunate boy from before kept appearing in Jik Cheongang's mind, making him sigh and look at the glass of wine in front of him. Jang Cheon, at first, he didn't know anything about me. After living together for a year, he learned that I was a martial artist, so he begged me to teach him martial arts. Hearing this, Jin Taekyung's eyes opened wide. He stared at him in surprise. The story of Jang Cheon's past gradually revealed itself through Cheongang's words. At that time, Jang Cheon knelt down on his knees and begged him stubbornly and earnestly, wanting Cheongang to accept him as his disciple. Faced with the boy's plea in front of him, he only coldly and firmly responded, Master? Who is your master? You don't even have the aptitude or the physical strength. Why would you want to learn martial arts from my sect? This refusal could not shake Jang Cheon's will at all. He replied even more stubbornly, I will definitely learn. I will do everything you say. Please accept me. Helpless and tired to face his plea, he immediately threatened, it's not possible. If you're going to continue to act this stubbornly, I'll have to ask you to leave. Is that what you want? He thought saying that would make the other person scared and retreat, but in response to Jik Cheongang's threat, this young boy's answer made him extremely shocked. So just do it. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Jang Cheon was now banging his head until it was bleeding. He was filled with tears of determination and trembled as he said, if you don't accept me as a disciple, then just kill me, because anyway I have nowhere else to go, so sooner or later I will die. Jik Cheongang was startled by the boy he was raising, a boy so strong in that young mind. He took a step back and choked on his words. Cheongang told Jin Taekyung that he wanted to change his life by becoming a martial artist. He also seemed to feel lonely when he was alone, because I had been with him for a year and we had many bonds. At that time, I had many thoughts in my mind. Sure, even though he didn't have the natural talent or physical condition of a martial artist, he definitely could become a martial arts master in his sect, because his eyes were filled with determination. And at that moment, It was that thought that motivated him to reach out to Jang Cheon to accept his teachings. And now, he had to admit to Taekyung that that was the beginning of the worst mistake of my life. The first few years, everything went smoothly. He really practiced very well. My initial worries when accepting him as a disciple were no longer there. Listening to my instructions and practicing diligently. Even when learning the basics, he learned them perfectly, just like famous masters in martial arts. Day after day, he immersed himself in learning exercise to increase physical strength. I also helped it regenerate by purifying its body, and further this can help it develop in the future. Like other martial arts families, it also soon encountered a bottleneck. But that was only the surface of the problem. A sudden rain came. Jeek Cheon Gang took a sip of wine and continued. I still remember clearly, and on the night, I couldn't sleep. I sat on the rock. That brat hadn't been by my side for several days because he said he wanted to go into seclusion training, so I went down the mountain. Hearing this, Jin Taekyung tilted his head in confusion and asked, "Go down the mountain? What do you mean?" He gently put down the wine bottle and explained that he meant it went to the village at the foot of the mountain. The air there was filled with the fragrance of the wineries and the monastery. Jin Taekyung heard that and said, "Ah, you mean that guy went to the brothel?" Cheon Gang thoughtfully put his hand on his chin, and still with that thoughtful look he said, "As a man, I can understand those things." And at that time, I couldn't help anything because I was also in trouble. Busy opening the acupuncture point located in the upper position, and he has also studied martial arts for more than 10 years without ever leaving the mountain. After that, it also came down a few times and had many different scents on its body. But I ignored it, as if I didn't know anything. I believe it will soon become enlightened in its own way, because he always worked hard. Suddenly, his eyes wavered a bit. But one day, an unexpected guest appeared. "Guest?" Taekyung asked, confused. Cheon Gang replied, "The Namgung clan's Grand Patriarch, one of the 10 kings, the Heavenly Sword King." Although I'd never met him before, I recognized him immediately. He looked exactly as the rumors said. At that time, the head of the Namgung clan stood in front of him and spoke. Does the old man know that his disciple has been causing trouble everywhere lately? He has caused trouble in Anhui province, and there's no way to stop him. So I came here to discuss this with you. Jeek Cheon Gang was surprised and asked, even if the Sword King couldn't stop him, that person must be a martial arts saint or some expert. His words made the other person pause for a moment and then laugh in reply. If he was a martial saint, he should not have killed innocent people, from women to the elderly. I witnessed it once, but decided to let him go. This news was like a thunderbolt, shocking Jeek Cheon Gang to the point of not being able to stand. What? Before leaving, the head of the Namgung clan also left a message. If the disciple makes a mistake, the teacher must correct him, right? His heart felt like it was being squeezed. A series of thoughts kept flowing through his mind. Why don't I know about this? Because I trusted him, or because I was indifferent to it. That day, he staggered up the mountain. His body definitely smelled of blood. Cheon Gang had been standing there waiting for him for a long time. He asked, "Where have you gone, Jang Cheon?" Jang Cheon was startled and quickly argued, "Master, I just went down to the village to play for a bit. Because I couldn't concentrate, I drank a little." His eyes were filled with suspicion as he questioned, was he drinking? Was that all? Obviously, Jeek Cheon Gang clearly saw Jang Cheon's unpleasant frown, as if he had been told something black at the heart of that time. But in just a moment, his expression suddenly changed. He smiled and said stupidly, scratching his head and pretending to be foolish, "Haha, I really can't lie to my master. I also went to the brothel, too. Do a few more haha." His hands, which were clasped behind his back, were shaking uncontrollably. He did not inquire further, but just said, "Why are you staying home so late? Is your training progressing? I've been waiting for you because I haven't seen you for a long time." Understand. I feel happy to have met you. In the end, instead of clarifying everything, Jeek Cheon Gang smiled happily at him and said, "It's late, go inside and rest." Perhaps right then, he realized everything. And now Cheon Gang can only recount and regret. My disciple was determined to conceal his crime. His killing of innocent people deserved. At that time, I should have severed his head, which is what a teacher like me should do. Jin Taekyung was a little curious. She asked, "Joe Pill, no, I mean Jang Cheon, did you forgive him even though you knew he was lying?" He replied, "At that time I thought a lot. Maybe what I heard was not true. Maybe the Namgung clan made a mistake in who they saw." Hearing that, Taekyung felt helpless. He thought to himself, he is the one who made the mistake. Cheon Gang held the wine bottle in his hand and was so angry that he was shaking. "I'm the only person he can trust," he said. "Even if the whole world targets him, I will still trust him until I witness with my own eyes the wrong actions of my disciples." Taekyung was curious when he heard that. "So then, did you check on him?" His eyes looked up at the rain dripping from the ceiling. The scene from before kept appearing in his mind. Right at that moment, when all his beliefs were ruined by the sea of blood. His own disciple always believed in causing innocent people harm. He was so hurt and angry that he shouted loudly, "You bastard, stop! Do you know what you're doing?" What? He was so angry that he choked up and couldn't utter a complete sentence. Hearing the familiar voice, Jang Cheon's bloody hand stopped. He looked towards him. "Oh, master, what do you mean? Is what I'm doing wrong?" Cheon Gang shouted. "You should reconsider what you just said." His eyes have now completely changed. It is a look full of murderous intent. Those cruel eyes look at him and say, "Survival of the fittest. Didn't you teach me that? That the Murim, no, the world, is a place like that. It's natural that the weak die by the hands of the strong." The words coming from the mouth of the disciple he always loved and trusted the most made him extremely shocked. Cheon Gang tried to ask with difficulty, "For that absurd and stupid reason, but you killed innocent people? Is that the weak being killed by the strong?" At this point, his anger had reached its peak, and he shouted indignantly, "Have you forgotten how you tried to survive each day before? Why do you forget that you were also a weak person? What made you become like this?" Responding to that anger was a calm answer from Jang Cheon. "Wang Pao, Hong So Chiel, So Wu Paiong." Hearing this, he was stunned to the point of speechlessness. He continued to say, "Those are the remaining 3 names of the 15 people who tortured me 10 years ago. Unfortunately, the rest have all gone to see my grandparents." Jang Cheon flashed a savage grin with the devil's bloodthirsty eyes. "Even if they don't remember me, even if I die, I won't forget their faces. At first, everyone begged me to spare their lives, crying in despair because they were afraid I would kill them. It felt so good. Finally, without any hesitation, Jang Cheon immediately cut off the head of the weak man under his hand. To tell the truth, since I met Master until now, I never changed." A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. I was wrong. He had no way to turn back anymore. At this rate, he would become a cold-blooded devil. Unexpectedly, he looked up at him and asked jokingly, "Master, don't tell me you hate me after witnessing these things?" Full of indignation, Jeek Cheon Gang walked towards him and said, "I will beat you to death and destroy your dantian. Use the rest of your life to atone for the sins you committed." Without any fear, he blatantly replied, "Living like that is no different from dying. Why do you have to think so negatively? Why don't you kill me quickly? Just follow the rules of our sect." He replied, "This is the last kindness of a teacher for you." Jang Cheon suddenly burst out laughing at his teacher. "Ha! I feel so lucky. Even though I don't know where you are, I know that you've been observing me for 4 months. What do you think? Even though you know you're watching, you still attack these bastards? That's because I know that you won't kill me, even if my crime is worth dying 100 times over. Before I leave here, I just want to confirm this one more time." He shouted, "Leave? Who gave you permission to do that?" He still calmly continued to speak. Even if his child made a mistake, no parent would kill their child. Once again, Jang Cheon bowed to him respectfully, but this time it was not a request, but a thank you. "Thank you, Master, for raising me not as a disciple, but a son who will also let you go in the end. Thanks to that, I was able to kill all of Namgung clan's bastards and find a way for me to continue living. I plan to leave here and never return to this place again." Cheon Gang's eyes widened and threatened. "You bastard! Do you think I will let you go in peace like that?" Perhaps because he had already targeted his weakness, he already had a poison pill in him. At this point, he pulled it out, put it between his teeth, and looked at him. "This is a deadly poison. If you want your only student to take this pill, please try to stop me." Jeek Cheon Gang was so helpless that he trembled and exclaimed, "You Jang Cheon, you son of a bitch." Jang Cheon's story seemed to repeat itself in Chung Gang's mind, so painful that it caused bitter tears to fall onto the table from this strong man. Jin Taekyung looked at him in surprise and was speechless. Perhaps this was the rare time he saw Jeek Cheon Gang's weak appearance. He covered his tear-stained face with his hand and said, "The roof of this motel seems too old, allowing rainwater to seep through the roof like this." It was nighttime. The space was quiet under the thatched roof of a small shop. The inside was empty. All the guests had left. Jeek Cheon Gang sat alone, pouring wine for himself. The surroundings were gloomy and messy. The sound of wine flowed into the glass. He muttered, "What a pitiful guy." Looking at how many jars of wine were lying around on the table, one could tell how much Jeek Cheon Gang had drunk. But this Fire Lord had no intention of stopping. He continued to drink. Then he told himself, "The weak will die under the strong hand. You're no different from anyone else. You will eventually die at the hands of someone stronger than you." He silently remembered his student. He looked at him with indignant eyes. He has never changed from the day he met his master until now. Jeek Cheon Gang continued to mutter, "No one is tainted from the start. It's because I never watched over him properly, despite being so close to him." He lowered his head to the table and called out, "Cheon." Opposite him, the old man suddenly appeared, a strong, male figure, Jang Cheon. He sat up straight, looking towards him. He smiled, looking at his master. The old man also looked towards him, his eyes gentle. It was raining outside. Right now, the voice from inside the shop rang out in the quiet night sky. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. The next morning, the sky was clear, and the sun shined soft light on the capital. Jin Taekyung woke up. He yawned. Waking up. He pushed the blanket aside and got out of bed. Jin Taekyung said to himself, maybe it was because I was too stressed yesterday. Being restless all the time makes it difficult to sleep well. He remembered the image of his Fire King crying helplessly. Then he thought to himself, Fire Lord Jik Cheon-gang. I thought that grumpy old man had no relatives. Jin Taekyung raised his face, thinking nervously. Again, a question echoed in his memory. Cheon-gang and Taekyung sat facing each other. He looked at him and asked, didn't you hear? Hearing the question, he stammered, oh no. I heard it's just. Before he could finish his sentence, Cheon-gang interrupted. I said I owe you a favor. Looking at the stupid face of the person sitting opposite him, he explained, because he helped me stop Jang Cheon. You did something that I should have done myself 10 years ago. Besides, Jack Cheon-gang bowed his head. He said, please forgive me for the hasty actions I did to you guys before. Suddenly receiving an apology, Jin Taekyung was confused. Cheon-gang did not see a response from the other party. He immediately raised his face to observe. I saw that you were still stupid and didn't understand what was going on. The fire god was angry. A murderous aura suddenly appeared. What was that reaction? Jin Taekyung stepped back in fear and spoke up to explain, no, because he was too surprised. He unconsciously stopped. He raised his hand to stroke his long white beard. Oh my god, what does it surprise you that I'm sorry? Jin Taekyung scratched his head, thinking, of course I was surprised. I thought he was going to say I was the one who killed his disciple. Who would have suddenly apologized like that? Even he himself felt embarrassed. However, he reluctantly replied, what I mean is, I can't believe that the world-famous Fire King, Jik Cheon-gang, actually apologized to someone like me who's so much younger. I was simply surprised by how inspiring and humble you were. That's all. From inside the shop, there were continuous sounds of conversation, as if they had been friends for a long time. The fire god said, okay, you go rest. I don't understand why I'm angry just hearing that. Jin Taekyung quickly replied, yes, Cheon-gang is still angry. What an unpredictable guy. Take the guy lying here now. Yes, back to the present. He was still sitting on the bed. He cast the spell. Suddenly, a yellow object appeared on the bed. Jin Taekyung muttered, now, my remaining problem with him will be resolved as soon as I return this. He glanced at the things. Then he scratched his chin, thinking, but it seemed like he had forgotten something important. While thinking, outside the door came the urgent call of the servant. Young master, it's not okay. It's not okay, young master. Then, Mujin and Chongpeng walked in. Jin Taekyung angrily scolded. It was early in the morning, and he was already screaming loudly. Now what's going on? Hyuk answered, morning. The sun has already reached its peak, young master. Have you forgotten what day it is? Hearing that, he stood up and asked, today, what day is it? Chongpeng happily asked back. Don't you know that? He ignored Hyuk, whose face was dark next to him. Jin Taekyung put on his coat and said, stop spouting things like that. Hearing those words from you hurts me 10 times more. Unable to bear it anymore, Hyuk shouted loudly. Today is the first day of the new year. It's the Lunar New Year, young master. Ignoring those two people making noise in front of him, Jin Taekyung still calmly put on his shirt. Suddenly, he felt cold down his spine. Remembering Waipeng, he once said, because this is an important matter, so I believe you will know how to behave properly. Now, Jin Taekyung realized, that's right, it's Lunar New Year. The room became noisy. Hyuk asked, what are you doing now, young master? He was upset. What the hell? He didn't hurry up and pack his things and leave immediately. Hearing the scolding, Hyuk's face darkened. The sect master will kill me, Jin Taekyung signaled, his face confident. It's okay. He won't kill me. Hearing that, Chongpeng laughed loudly, and so did I. Only Hyuk panicked. The three people walked out of the inn. Outside, everyone was busy. There was a voice asking, are you guys waking up now? Two old men sat in front of the inn, judging. Why do young men sleep so much? Then those old men continued their conversation. Yes, when we were young, we didn't even have an hour to sleep. Just then, Chongpeng came to join the group. Are you two eating dumplings? Jin Taekyung saw this and thought to himself, what kind of combination is this? When did that old man Jang Taebo come here? Hyuk approached and whispered to him, young master, the atmosphere here is too chaotic. Can we just stay quiet and escape? Jin Taekyung also silently replied, talking nonsense. Weren't you the one who fainted yesterday from being hit with a chicken bone? Chongpeng, still engrossed in conversation, said, there's a lot of meat, just eat. Suddenly, a voice asked, What do you guys plan to do now? The words caught the two people's attention. Hyuk was scared and stuttered. That was chicken bone. Taekyung walked towards the old man in front of him and replied, because I have something to do, I will return home immediately. The old man spoke up. You mean the meeting of the Jin family in your hometown, right? Then go ahead. As for the matter you entrusted to me. Jang Taebo glanced at it and said, I'm not sure how much time it will take to refine it, but I will definitely make something that will make people admire it. So you can rest assured and go. I just want to ask you a favor. Practice hard, and by then, you must have enough strength to use the spear I forged. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung couldn't hide his smile and clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, sir. I will try my best. He continued, I want one more thing. Taekyung retracted his smile. He raised his face to look. It seemed like he already knew in his heart. Oh, that's it. He smiled. I don't have much experience in this matter, so no matter how much it costs, my senior brother will pay for it. The old man's face was indifferent. Build me a house. Taekyung suddenly asked again, yes, what? The old man repeated, a house. Make a house for me to live there. He stood there looking dumbfounded. The old man saw this and immediately explained, my house is all burned down. Where will I sleep? Cheongang pondered. Sparks emitted from his eyes. What are you looking at? Jin Taekyung felt uneasy and turned away. No problem, sir. The fire god sighed. Just say anything. This old man is not the narrow-minded type. If that's all, Jin Taekyung quickly said, then I will tell the truth. He replied, say it. He confessed. To be honest, I did keep a few of your things. Cheongang pondered. He did not speak. Then he said, do you intend to return it to me? He quickly replied, of course, sir. Keeping it would put my life in danger. The sword and a small notebook wrapped in a yellow envelope appeared. Jin Taekyung spoke up, Senior Jack. There was also a fiery pill. Cheongang moved his lips. You swallowed it, right? He fearfully replied, yes, senior. His hand was tapping the table. The old man leaned his arms on the table, leaned forward, and asked, where is the jade? Jin Taekyung was startled and stepped back. What jade? I only received this much. The blacksmith sat next to him and commented, this sword was also 10 million years old. On the opposite side, Chongpeng was still engrossed in eating food. The fire god, with a puzzled expression, asked again, received? Didn't you take these things? Jin Taekyung scratched his face and replied, yes, I have my own reasons, but when I woke up, I only received that much. Hearing that, he immediately asked, was there anyone suspicious among them? A group of 4 people appeared in Taekyung's memory. He thought, the delivery of Jo Pill's items to me was the 2 of them, Gong Yichong and Seo Cheon. Both of them are not people who secretly hide their belongings. This is similar to the people of the reconnaissance team. They were also present at the place where Jo Pill died. Taekyung explains, absolutely, they are not the ones who did it. Cheongang's face darkened. He said, there could only be one of 2 cases. One was that someone had tricked you. The other was that the brat had lost it. His cold eyes looked at him. Really annoying, really annoying. Jin Taekyung was scared when he saw that. I haven't even seen that damn jade at all. Then Cheongang crossed his arms and glanced away. There was no other way, just keep these things for now. No one spoke. The space suddenly became quiet. Jin Taekyung asked confusedly, why? The Fire King got angry. He pointed, could it be that you forced an old man like me to carry these bulky things? Hearing that, he didn't immediately understand the reason. But these things are important. Why did you tell me to keep these 2 things? He interrupted. It's 3 items, the old man said annoyedly. Have you forgotten what's in your stomach? The things that belong to my sect. You must return at any cost. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung imagined in his mind the image of himself being disemboweled by this old man to get his internal medicine. He was dizzy. His face turned pale. I apologize, but in the future, sure, I will find a way to return the fire pill to you. So these things are here. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted again. If you don't accept it, give it back to me right here. All 3 things. Hearing the old man insist like that, Jin Taekyung felt dumbfounded. The 2 of you argued back and forth in front of the dinner table. So what if I keep it and someone steals it? Then you will die with me. What if someone sneaks around and steals it? Then you will die even more miserably. Knowing he couldn't argue, Taekyung knelt on the ground. Damn it. What the hell was going on? Cheongang showed no signs of movement. Suddenly, Chongpeng asked, are you coming with us too? The old man turned to look. He was chewing food with his mouth open. The fire god spoke, this kid eats slowly. Then he disappeared with the words, we will meet again soon. Chongpeng suddenly stood up. Behind him was Jin Taekyung, kneeling on the ground, losing his vitality. Why are you treating me like that? Hyuk shook him. Young master, wake up. The sky is still bright. In Taiyuan, people were busy on the street, bustling. They took each other out to play and experience. The children happily explored everywhere. There was an annoyed voice. Here? Everywhere is full of people passing by. A man with a muscular body passed by and bumped into a pedestrian. How can I find that person here now? He looked around, not noticing that he had bumped into someone else. The person who was bumped was angry, gritting his teeth. This bastard. That person angrily turned around, pointed, and stood there. That bull-headed guy. Hearing the call, the man with a muscular body had a black face and was muttering at this moment, looked back uncomfortably. Are you talking about me? Inside the capital, the bustling atmosphere seemed like a festival was taking place. Confetti and fireworks flew brightly in the sky. A strong punch into the wall, followed by a curse. Damn it! A man knelt on the street. He was shaking with anger. He did not agree to meet me, no matter how great his reputation was. How would he treat others like that? The person sitting next to him reassured, "You calm down. If you want, we will go back there again." Woho Wang Ti angrily threw away the hand that was comforting him. "If you're the master of the two sects, could you calm down? My son was beaten like a dog on the street by him. I must make him apologize." He lost his temper and spoke loudly. "And if I keep ignoring this matter, what will the Jin family think? Do I still need to tell you this?" His arm was painfully thrown away. The man thought to himself, was it only that guy who was beaten? Taekyung Jin family didn't pay attention, so he took his anger out on me. Everyone around tried to reassure him. "Hey, it's not that we don't understand your feelings. It's not that we also feel wronged." But he didn't pay any attention to their words. He turned away, seeing that the man with black hair was annoying. "This guy is real." Then, my fellow students opened the box containing rare items. It radiated a light that was hard to refuse. "This is the pill I got from a famous medicine village. No matter how angry I feel inside, just taking it can make you feel much better. One pill for each person." He glanced at those pills, eyes evaluating. "I'll let this go this time, for the sake of Manor Master Tae." Then, he picked up a yellow pill and brought it to his mouth. Before the pill could reach his mouth, someone accidentally touched it, causing Huang Tae to suddenly drop the pill to the ground. How could he find his senior brother here? The golden pill fell to the ground and rolled back and forth. A man with a muscular body passed by, looked around, and didn't notice that he had bumped into him. Huang Ti was angry. "You!" He gritted his teeth and turned around, pointing at the man who bumped into him. "No eyes, that bull-headed guy." Hearing his voice calling out to him, the muscular man glanced behind him. He asked again, "Are you talking about me?" Huang Ti, not being the average person, was not afraid. He raised his hand to criticize. "You bonehead. Isn't it basic manners to apologize after bumping into someone else? You damn cowhead." Chul scratched his head and replied confusedly, "That is one of the sentences I hate the most." The more he listened, the angrier he became, cursing and hating him. "What can you do now? You're not even as good as a cow." Hearing this, Chul got angry, raised his fist, and approached, wanting to fight. Huang Ti pulled out the sword hanging on his body. "Okay, today will be your death anniversary." With his muscular body, he slammed his fist straight down. Suddenly, there was a loud scream, and he stopped. Another person's footsteps were coming. "It seems like there is some misunderstanding between the two of you, so let's be generous and forgive each other." Chul heard the sound and immediately stopped, turned back to look, stuttering, "Monk, senior brother." Huang Ti angrily pointed an accusing finger. "What misunderstanding? Who are you to dare to advise me?" Hearing that, Chul turned to look at him with an angry expression. The man, who was his senior brother, politely spoke up. "I didn't mean that." Then, Baek Muzang clasped his hands in apology. "If you feel hurt, please forgive me." A girl with him saw this and said indignantly, "Why you had to do that to that guy?" Huang Ti's fellow students also spoke up to stop him. He went into the water, and that was it. But the sect master is right after all. We are at Taekyung Jin family, so we shouldn't make too much noise. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth again. Again, Taekyung Jin family, again. They still continue to persuade. "I understand that you are angry, but think from our position. It is better to live together in harmony." Huang Ti also thought about that when he heard that. He raised his hand to stroke his beard. On the other side, Chul whispered, "Can I hit him just once?" Baek Musong stood next to Chul and said, "That sounds like you're intending to kill him with that one hit. Have you forgotten our master's strict orders to not attract unnecessary attention? Don't cause chaos in this Taiyuan." At this moment, Huang Ti had sheathed his sword. He gritted his teeth, Then he raised his head and said, "Although I still feel very uncomfortable in my heart, I will consider everything to be because of you, country bumpkin, so I will let it go. Go before I change my mind." Baek Musong smiled slowly. The situation was clear. "Thank you." Chul, next to him, saw that and gritted his teeth to suppress his anger. "I will remember you well. I will just let it go this time." Then they turned on their heels and walked away. He said, He's lucky." Baek Musong complimented, "You did well holding back. This is also a type of training." Chul thought, what kind of training is this? I couldn't even use the martial arts that I trained so hard in. The three of them walked along the busy street. The two brothers continued to exchange words and thoughts. Martial arts are something that must be practiced over a long period of time, not something you can use to kill someone, he replied uncomfortably. Killing someone? Guys like that should be beaten to death on the spot. Baek Musong cleared his throat. Aham, pay attention to what I said. Then he noticed something in front. A person with a high position was coming. The people around were whispering. Why did he appear here? Isn't that the family head of the Taekyung Jin family? Hello, family head. The footsteps continued to walk straight towards the three of them. The three people did not move. They stood still. Jin Weekyung looked forward, smiling. Baek Musong looked straight at him, his face showing no smile. He and the courtiers next to him bowed to say hello. I am Jin Weekyung of the Jin family. Baek Musong on the other side also raised his hands solemnly. This is Baek Musong of Manhwa sect. At this moment, Wang Ti heard everything. He suddenly gasped. Who did he say he was? Beautiful images of mountains and forest appear, with the mist still not dissipating. The long yellow item shook continuously. Taekyung was holding it while riding. He was annoyed, oh, so annoying. His face showed hatred because everyone was looking at him. He couldn't put it in his inventory. Noticing that, Hyuk asked, what's with the expression? They rode horses through the deserted forest, talking as they passed. Hyuk, why does that old man insist on handing this thing over to me? Don't you feel uneasy? He heard him complaining like that. So Hyuk replied, ah, that's right, let's rest for a while. It's been a long time since I've seen my parents. He refused the offer. Bastard, you're trying to escape and survive by yourself. Hyuk rode his horse and rushed forward, saying, just hide it carefully so no one can see it. Who knows, maybe the Fire Lord has something to teach you. Taekyung frowned and replied uncomfortably, what does he teach? Don't you know what passing to only one person and never teaching to outsiders means? The two of them still rushed forward. And what makes it worse is that I'm the one who killed his disciple. We need to be careful. Well, after hearing it, I realized it's true. Suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting their conversation. Didn't he intend to accept his benefactor as a disciple? The two turned to look behind them. Chongpeng was chasing after them, smiling. He said cheerfully, it seemed like he paid a lot of attention to the benefactor. Suddenly realizing something, the two masters and servants looked into each other's eyes. Then suddenly they pursed their mouths tightly. They couldn't help but laugh and spit. Then the two of them burst out laughing, causing Chongpeng to look at them with puzzled eyes. Then the three of them continued on their way. Taekyung and Mujin still couldn't help but laugh and exclaimed, that's great. Huh. Then we have to congratulate you. Huh. Oh yes, thank you. Chongpeng, you thought a bit too much this time. Chongpeng scratched his head in confusion. Yes, what's wrong? Isn't that right? Then their voices happily spoke to each other. Hey, slow down. We're almost there. So for now on, we can slow down. The people around were curious. They pointed and talked. Manhwa first crane Baek Musong. There were people who didn't understand anything and immediately turned to ask others about this identity. Oh my god, why did Manhwa first crane appear here? Has the reputation of the Taekyung Jin family grown to this level? Chul felt shy when he heard the compliments. Wait a minute, if that's the case, then is this person firefighting? He is indeed as big as what I heard. He scratched his head, stammered, and said, what? Me? So famous. Yin Hyong, next to her, was also admired by everyone. Is this a flower sword in Phoenix? Oh my god, she is so beautiful. She wondered and asked the person next to her, have you ever heard of me? Do you say I'm beautiful? All three of them were surrounded by compliments. Oh, Plum Blossom Trio is also here. Chul turned back to comfort her. It was because they heard it wrong, so don't pay attention. Yun Hyong crossed her arms in annoyance. Really? Frustration. Weekyung was overwhelmed by the cheers around him. He spoke up anyway. I think this doesn't seem like the right place to talk. Let's go to my palace. Baek Musong smiled and replied, I think it's best. Let's go quickly. Suddenly, there was a call that made him suddenly glance at him. Senior brother. Chul hugged his stomach. I suddenly have a stomach ache. I might have to stop over there for a bit. The two people looked at him, their faces dark. Was it really that bad? Song asked, second brother, do you have any other intentions? But Chul farted. Song had to agree. Okay then, we'll solve it quickly and come to the Jin family of Taeyuan's house right away. He replied, yes, don't worry, just go ahead. Yun Hong covered his nose. Oh god, the smell. What exactly did you eat, you big brother? Let's go. People around also started talking. Oh, what's that smell? Wow, cough. Chul stood in the middle of the street, holding his stomach. The smell made everyone around him cover their noses. Oh god, vomit. Let's go vomit. As for Yun Song, she also had to run away from there. Gradually, almost everyone evacuated. Only he stood there, holding his stomach. When everyone had left, he suddenly stood up straight, then suddenly turned around. Chul spoke up, come on then. He angrily clicked his knuckles and walked towards the hiding person. You taught me how to do it just now. Huang Ti was scared and trembled. He didn't expect that he was one of Manhwa Sect's Plum Blossom Trio. Jin Taekyung was riding his horse and listening. Who is coming? Manhwa last crane and plum blossom broken wrist, he mumbled. What kind of enmity would the plum blossom broken wrist have with the Manhwa sect to come up with such a nickname? Hyuk quickly corrected. That's not a dash. Manhwa, first crane, ultimate plum blossom fist. He nodded politely. Manhwa sect leader, Sage Chun Geometry's disciple. Manhwa sect's future. Hyuk seemed worried. If they were people in the martial arts world, no one would know them. Vin Taekyung retorted. So what? They must be very famous. He heard him say such a careless sentence like that, speechless. After a while, he spoke up. No, it's strange why the young master didn't react at all. Taekyung looked at him, confused. What? Should I have to react like a surprise? After that, he turned to Chongpeng and said, Hey, what's your grandfather's nickname? I forgot. He innocently replied, Sword Saint. Hyuk was scared to death after hearing it. Really, if he was such a famous hero, there would be no need to ask. He turned pale and waved his arms and legs. Manhwa First Crane is a martial master. That's no longer just a rising star. There are already talks that he could be the next sect leader. He's the envy of the two other young martial artists in the ultimate Plum Blossom trio. Jin Taekyung replied in a grumpy voice. Yeah, no one said anything. It's terrible, they're the best. Then he suddenly pouted strangely. This young master was not interested at all after hearing this. Hyuk immediately put his hand on his chest. It's not like my heart's racing and all excited. But Manhwa First Crane was someone I used to look up to. Suddenly, Chong Peng happily said, Isn't it because of my ancestors? He raised his hand to describe, Because my assistant is a very strong person. After knowing that a person is too strong, when he looks at a less strong person, that person is less interesting than before. After listening, the two of them immediately nodded. It sounds reasonable. It's true, he continued. Besides, in the past, benefactors have also become much stronger, so it feels like they are normal. Jin Taekyung paused. Only now did he notice his own change. That's right, in just a few months, he went from a third-rate warrior who didn't know martial arts to a top-level master. Then he smiled as he remembered his progress. If he was an expert, the Fire King is one thing, but I might be able to catch up to Manhwa First Crane's level soon. I've really started to think like that unconsciously too. I was already invincible. I believe that I can overcome him. He is not a wall that I cannot overcome. It is more like a hook, so I don't feel anything special from that guy. After thinking it through, Jin Taekyung was grateful. Young Master Chong, thank you for saying such nice words. He happily laughed. Hee, it's nothing. Then he winked and said, My grandfather once told me to always pay attention to those subordinates who have unstable will. He was in a happy mood, but after listening, immediately stiffened. This bastard, this is called consolation. Jin Taekyung calculated. Wait, sooner or later, I will surpass you. As they approached the citadel, two figures stepped out. One was hastily following the footsteps of the person in front. Wait a minute, Warrior Chalu. Chul said, Warrior my that. He still seems to be very flirtatious. Just now he called me a bull-headed bastard. Hung T is in a hurry. It's because I don't know, so I'm a bit rude to you. Chul pushed him away. Rude? What a jerk. He is a cow's head. He just called me a cow's head. The owner wound is worried. Isn't this too much? Jin Taekyung's group kept going, but kept looking to see what's wrong. Hung T still begged, I'm not that old now. Chul slightly said, That's right. Mr. Your age, you should know the difference between right and wrong. Jin Taekyung and the other two were still attentively watching the play. Chul also noticed that they were looking and immediately turned black and threatened. What are you looking at? Then he waved his hand. The matter here has nothing to do with you guys. Just continue walking. Jin Taekyung squinted his eyes thoughtfully. It was strange, looking at his way of speaking. He was no different from a third-rate thug. Yet he is a master. Hyuk saw that he refused to go and immediately wondered, What's wrong, young master? Jin Taekyung's sweat dropped, looking at the name tag above his head. Level 95, Chulwoo. Chul seemed irritated. Did you hear me? Are you deaf or mute? Are you still pondering? This guy is not an ordinary person. I don't know where he came from, but he is definitely not a person of Taiyuan. He speculated, maybe this guy is Manhwa's First Crane. When Hyuk, next to him, heard Chul say that, he got angry. Look at that arrogant guy. Should I show him my hand? Jin Taekyung looked at him thoughtfully. Probably not. Hyuk admires Manhwa's First Crane. There's no way he wouldn't know his face. Then he turned his eyes down to the old man, who was pale and pleading. This guy's information appeared above his head. Level 60, Wu Huangtae. He repeated in surprise, Wu Huangtae? I think I've heard that name somewhere before. Hyuk, next to him, was still restless. Young master, should I go there and give him a fight? Taekyung said, He is stronger than you. Chul saw that the two of them refused to leave and got angry. You look like martial artists. If you just keep going, it will be better. He lifted Wu Huangtae up. This guy committed a crime, a serious mistake. Wu Huangtae, scared, said, Don't be like that. Let's talk. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung also took a deep breath and decided to ignore it. I don't know anymore. I was curious about their background. but I didn't like being dragged into a useless argument like this. After thinking about it, he immediately led his horse into the city. Chul saw that and immediately grabbed the back of his neck and said, "Let's talk, okay? Find a quiet place to talk." He struggled. "Hey." Jin Taekyung was hesitant as he led the horse into the citadel, suddenly craving a bowl of hangover soup. "I wanted to eat something." Wu Huangtae's muffled voice rang out. "I received an invitation from the Jin family of Taiyuan. I promise from now on, I will not curse anyone for being cattle or eating beef anymore." Jin Taekyung was still preoccupied with thoughts. "Let's go eat quickly." Chong Peng yawned. "I want to eat buns." Next to the wall, Chul's voice echoed. "I also received a card recently, but because I'm an uneducated person, I don't know what's written on it, and I don't care about that young master of the Jin family." He heard two people talking about him and stopped to look on the other side. Wu Huangtae had Chul squeezing the back of his head until it turned red. His face was pale. "Oh, please forgive me." Chul was still angry. "What bet do you want me to win for me to forgive you?" He raised his hand. "Wow, this damn guy." So right from the beginning. Suddenly, there was a voice calling over there. Jin Taekyung approached. "I'm sorry for poking my nose into this, but wouldn't it be better for everyone to just let this matter go peacefully on a nice day like this?" When he was stopped, he became gloomy and warned. "Do you know what it means to meddle in personal grudges? Interfering will only cause you more trouble." After listening, he immediately rested his head. He was already tired and had no other choice. Chul was so angry that his face turned red. "How old are you?" Chul asked. He replied, "I am 20. Chul said, "You're 20? Oh, so young, so very young." Jin Taekyung asked back, "Do you want to teach me about life or what? How old are you?" He waved his fist angrily. "I'm 25 years old, brat." He was startled when he heard that. "What? 25 years old?" He pointed at him in surprise. "Stop joking. But he's 25 years old? What disease do you have?" "It's because your physiology is reversed compared to normal people. Your name is Benjamin, right?" For your guys' knowledge, Benjamin is a movie about a boy whose biological cycle is opposite to normal. Chul was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said, "What the hell is this bastard?" "Benjamin," he shouted, "shut up." Everyone around me said I look very young. Jin Taekyung challenged, "So take off your pants and see if you've grown hair yet." He screamed, "This son of a shit." Jin Taekyung continued to tease, Hey. Benjamin is angry. Chul is mad. "Shut your mouth. I don't care who the hell you are. I have had enough." After saying that, he quickly ran to attack. Jin Taekyung was surprised. The atmosphere was great, but he gently swerved to avoid it. As long as he could dodge him, it was okay. Chul saw that and swung another punch. He quickly bent down to avoid it. Chul's fist was so strong that the internal force blew away the tree behind him. Chul saw that he was like a mouse that was always dodging, so he lost his temper and threw a series of punches. "Damn it, catch your mouse." Jin Taekyung dodged and laughed. "It's really interesting. Just take a deep breath and relax your body. You won't be able to touch even a strand of my hair." He blushed loudly. "You bastard." Jin Taekyung calmly dodged the attacks. Hey, take it easy." He lost control. Poor tree branches behind him were beaten to pieces by Chul's punches and kicks, immediately followed by another tree trunk with a large hole. The tree shook for a while and could no longer bear it, and fell down. At this point, the two of them were surrounded by a battlefield, with dust flying everywhere. Jin Taekyung breathed and thought, "This guy's level is high, and he's a top expert. If the level is the same, the advantage will be based on the stats. If I play properly, maybe I will win. No joke." Chul, on the other side, was also tired. He seemed calmer. "This bastard, who are you? Your voice sounds like someone from Taiyuan." Suddenly his face wrinkled. "Could it be that you are the Jin Heavenly Sword?" After hearing that, he held back his laughter and said, "It also has something to do with that person. Can we consider them to be in the same boat?" He immediately guessed. "So you're a sleeping dragon of Shangxi." He smiled. Bingo. Both of them were silent, their hands clenched tightly. Suddenly, Chul let out a breath, clearly displeased. Jin Taekyung was preparing to continue another round of insults when he was also surprised by Chul's actions. Chul closed one eye and said, "So, you're trying to show off your talent? Granted, even if you're not a dragon, you're at least a python. You don't want to be touched, my dear." Taekyung said, "Oh my, that sounds salty to me." Chul gritted his teeth. "Please, close your mouth for me." Then, he seriously pointed a finger at himself and asked, "Why do you have to judge me? Let's see if you can still say that after taking a beating from me." Chul pointed his finger and said, "Don't make the mistake of thinking I just don't want to use all the martial arts of the sect just to fight a nameless pawn like you." After hearing this, Jin Taekyung immediately frowned. What is your sect?" He dripped a drop of saliva and did not tell anyone, even though it seemed like they were reconciled. Chul was still angry in his heart. Damn it, it had to be the sleeping dragon of Shangxi of all people. Since we're here to ask the Jin family for help, we'd be in trouble if I actually beat him up. Senior brother will definitely not let me go. Jin Taekyung, on the other side, was also upset. Clearly he mentioned earlier that he was invited here. If there were any rumors related to the missing party attendees, it would be dangerous. Then, the two of them turned away and said at the same time, the words were a little different, but the meaning was still quite the same. For senior brother's sake, I will endure it. For senior brother's sake, I will let it go this time. After listening, the two of them continued to argue. What let it go? Who should a brat like you let go? Chul was also angry. A brat? A child like you dares to show his face to adults. Jin Taekyung refused to give up and argued, with veins in his neck. Older than me, my foot. I won't waste my breath on you. Either way, the stronger one is also the elder in the Murim. Chul also screamed. What? You mean to say I'm weaker than you, right? He immediately replied. Clearly, didn't you realize the distance between me and you just now? Chul gritted his teeth. That damn guy, if you're so good, try hitting me. Do you think I don't dare you, brat? While the two of them were still arguing fiercely, a pair of feet appeared and flew towards them. That person coldly spoke. Can you two stop here? They both looked back in surprise. After seeing the appearance of that mysterious person, Jin Taekyung's face immediately turned pale. Wee Peng slowly walked over and said, Destruction Bloom Fist and Third Young Master. His face was on fire, and he looked like a demon from hell. He growled. Both of them are determined to embarrass the family, right? The two were scared when they saw Warrior Y. It's not like that. That's right, it's just... He said in a low voice. Silent. Both of you, be quiet and follow me quickly. After listening, the two of them did not dare to cause trouble anymore and obediently went inside. The scene changed to stop in front of the stables. Suddenly, there were whispers and arguments that broke this peaceful scene. I'll let you know, you didn't even touch a strand of my hair. Nonsense. When I was fighting with you, I still used less than half strength. Jin Taekyung and Chul were fighting while walking. So, do you know that I only used 1/3 of my strength just now? I was wrong. I only used 1/10 of my strength. Jin Taekyung glared angrily, refusing to lose, and argued back. Oh hell, I also said the wrong thing. To be more precise, I only used 1/100th of my strength when fighting you. Chul was not inferior at all, glanced sharply, gritted his teeth, and said, thinking back, this is the same for me too. As soon as they finished speaking, the two immediately raised their fists, as if they were about to fight. Everyone's faces were so angry that their veins appeared. Jin Taekyung shouted loudly, Hey, are you crazy? Chul also shouted again. So who started first? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Third Young Master, Destruction Bloom Fist. Startled, both of them, they covered their mouths tightly, not daring to say another word. It turned out that Wee Peng was filled with murderous intent. He said, Be quiet. The family head is waiting. The two remained silent and pretended to ignore him. Jin Taekyung glanced at Chow Wu silently, evaluating in his heart. Is this guy really the second person in the three-circle plum blossom trio? I heard that these people are very famous, but they don't look like anything special. He looked up at Chong Peng, who was walking in front, silently comparing. As for Manhwa's martial arts, he didn't taste much. No matter what martial arts, as long as that guy is not as strong as Chong Peng, then it's certain not your opponent. But imagining the status of the shimmering Mount Hua sect, towering like a skyscraper, while the actual value of Taiyuan was just a low, old building, he suddenly felt discouraged. That he's better than me because of his Mount Hua sect background? No, I'm losing to that guy. As he walked, he cursed a long-standing organization. Damn big organizations. Then suddenly, Chong Peng, who was walking in front, turned around, hugged his stomach, and powdered, and said to him, Benefactor, I am so hungry. Do you have any dumplings left? Taekyung coldly replied, No, it's all gone. Chul suddenly shouted loudly, making Taekyung, who was next to him, startled. Has anyone ever died because they couldn't eat dumplings? So, please stop talking about it, he continued to grumble. You keep going on and on about dumplings. Suddenly, he realized something was unusual. The three people in front of him all turned to stare at him, so surprised that their eyes were wide open and their mouths were agape. Chong Peng sadly and tearfully said, Sorry. The scary atmosphere made Chul Wu startled. He said, Oh, what the hell? Why are you guys looking at me like that? Taekyung said, Hey, Wei Peng looked at him with gloomy eyes and asked without hesitation, Do you really not know anything? Hyuk didn't believe it and asked again, How could that be? You're one of the ultimate plum blossom trio. There's no way you wouldn't know. Chul Wu didn't understand anything. He angrily asked back, What is this you guys said I didn't know? What does that mean? Chong Peng was holding his stomach and sobbing next to them, and the other three people were huddled together talking. Wei Peng said, Maybe they didn't know. Actually, even famous people in Mount Hua sect. Taekyung said, So, that is the meaning of the phrase, darkness under the starlight. Hyuk said, He can't recognize an elder of his own sect. At this time, someone came and spoke. You don't know who he is? Two people came, surprising everyone there. Those two people walked in front of Chong Peng and stopped. It turned out to be Baek Musong and Yun Hyong. The two of them clasped their hands in respect and bowed their heads to pay their respects to Chong Peng, a disciple of the sword sage of the Manhwa sect, and to pay their respects to his uncle. After listening, Chong Peng and Chul both froze, their heads full of question marks. Chul seemed to hear a joke. He laughed loudly. Ha! Senior brother, what do you mean by that? What are you seeing here? Ha ha! Baek Musong heard his harsh laughter and replied with a dark face. Second junior brother, the person in front of you is Master Chong Peng. Chul didn't believe it, still laughing loudly. That's enough, huh? Is it true that you're teasing me? The people here in Taiyuan are really fun. There's so many jokes. Everyone is planning to trick me. The atmosphere gradually darkened. No one said a word. Everyone had black faces, looking at Chul like he was an idiot. Realizing that the atmosphere was wrong, Chul Wu's laughter gradually stopped. He was extremely shocked and shouted loudly, "Is this true?" Baek Musong could only sigh helplessly. Chul Wu was scared and quickly bowed his head in apology. He hastily said, "I have offended Master Chong Peng. I hope Master will forgive me. I have blind eyes because I did not recognize Master Chong Peng earlier." Chong Peng generously replied, "Haha, it's okay, it's nothing." Having said that, he turned to ask Baek Musong next to him, "But who are you all?" Meanwhile, Chul, next to him, kept slapping his face apologetically, saying, "Oh my, I caused this. It's a big crime." Yin Hyong widened her eyes in surprise and replied, "We, like Master Chong Peng, are all disciples of the Manhwa sect." Hearing that, Chong Peng was extremely surprised. He asked again, "Why? I'm not a member of the Manhwa sect. That person is my grandfather." Baek Musong politely replied, "Our master is Heavenly Sword Sage. If we count by generation, we could be considered a brother and a disciple with our uncle." Chong Peng asked again, "A brother and a disciple?" Baek Musong still patiently answered, "Yes, Master Chong Peng's master's master. No, it should be said that Master Uncle's grandfather had 3 disciples before. Master Uncle had never heard of this." When Chong Peng replied, "Honestly, I don't know. I think I heard my grandfather say it once." Baek Musong continued, 10 years ago, my disciple's master visited my residence. The Sword Saint's root. Ah, is that scary, very old man? Is he a fellow student of mine?" "Yes." "Ah, that's how it is, but I thought he was a bad person at that time. It felt like he wanted to chase me away. My grandfather and I went. Maybe my uncle was still young and didn't understand the situation at that time. You can learn about it later when you have a chance." Baek Musong spoke wholeheartedly and would later tell the listeners in detail. Chong Peng was listening happily next to him. Jin Taekyung looked at the two people talking loudly in front of him coldly, thinking to himself, "Is that person Manhwa, First Crane? This guy is really worthy of respect." While talking, just pour into the other person's ear sweet words. He could be considered innocent in the first trial. It was true that the word Crane was in his nickname. At this time, Chong Peng happily danced, turned back to look at Taekyung, pointed at the people next to him, smiled, and said, "Thank you. These people are my juniors." Taekyung replied lightly, Yes, congratulations to you." Suddenly, Chong Peng excitedly said, "Do you want me to be my junior too?" Causing the 3 people from the Manhwa sect next to him to startle and turn around to look at him. Wei Peng and Hyuk were next to him, so shocked that they were speechless. While Taekyung coldly said, "No, thanks." Chong Peng innocently asked again, "What's wrong? If you don't like it, then I will let you be my uncle." Taekyung imagined the relationship diagram, wondering to himself, "Uncle? If he were uncle, wouldn't he be above all 3 people?" He immediately responded excitedly, "Ho, that sounded good," but Wei Peng's prompt stopped him. Haha, young Master Chong Peng's jokes were really fun. Baek Musong also immediately stood up, clasped his hands, and said, "While we probably can't have you join our sect, we'll be able to treat you as a very important guest of ours. We welcome young Master Jin to visit at any time." Chong Peng, next to him, curiously asked Chul Wu, "Can't he decide that?" It left him speechless. Baek Musong continued, "Moreover, you could become a good talking companion for our master uncle as he returns to our sect." Chong Peng, who was next to him, heard that and was suddenly startled. He trembled and asked again, "Return?" Baek Musong replied, "Yes, Master Chong Peng. It's a long story. On the way back to Manhwa, I will tell my uncle, so I hope my uncle will return." Hearing those words, Chong Peng's face turned pale and sweat poured like rain. After a while, there were only 3 disciples of the Manhwa sect left. Chul still didn't believe what had just happened, so he asked again, "I can't believe such a brat. I mean, Master Uncle actually exists." Yun Hang continued, "Yeah, he actually rejected Master's orders right off the bat. Even though I know that my uncle is very special, but this is beyond my thoughts. Senior brother, what should we do now?" Baek Musong sighed and replied, I didn't expect Master Chongpeng to refuse so resolutely. Chulwu immediately rushed forward and said that disobeying a master's orders is considered a serious crime. If so, then we, the people in the sect, can handle it, right? Baek Musong slowly spoke up. Strictly speaking, Master Uncle is no different from outsiders. Those rules cannot be applied to Master Uncle. It is because the Sword Saint teaches martial arts first, but did not conduct the initiation ceremony for his uncle. He continued, however, because of that, we must bring our Uncle Chongpeng returned. Even though his uncle was not from our sect, he was mastering the martial arts of Manhwa and also went to meet many people outside, which was too risky for our sect. Yun Hyong shyly asked again, but senior brother, what method must we use to bring uncle back? Chul confusedly scratched his head, then gave his opinion. Could we use force? Well, they remembered that Chongpeng was clearly in the middle of the three people and immediately ran after Jin Taekyung. He hugged Taekyung tightly from behind and happily said, I want to be by your side. The three people walked. Baek Musong said to the two people next to him, first, we need to attract the sleeping dragon of Shangxi to our side. Over here, Weipeng was so angry his veins were popping out. He gritted his teeth and said, what are you doing, young master? Taekyung acted innocent and asked, what? Weipeng angrily pointed at Chongpeng, who was eating greedily next to him. Warrior Chong, I'm talking about him, he said loudly. Jin Taekyung made an innocent face, picked his nose, and said, I didn't do anything. Weipeng was furious that Hero Chung went against the Mount Hua sect's orders just to stay next to them. Young Master Jin Taekyung asked indifferently, Then what? Then what, young master? Don't you know that if we do something wrong, the relationship between the Jin family and the Mount Hua sect will become awkward? Chongpeng, next to him, looked at him with a face full of question marks. Jin Taekyung awkwardly blew the snot stuck to his fingertips and replied, Why? It's because he doesn't want to leave me. If he's so worried, then let me try to convince him. Weipeng was so angry his face was tense, and he couldn't say a word. He shouted loudly, Family head, please say something this time. The young master didn't even listen to me. The family head slammed his hand on the table. Seeing that, Jin Taekyung immediately sat up straight. Jin Wekyung stood up and called, You, my junior brother. Then he walked up to Jin Taekyung, making him tremble and laugh awkwardly. Haha, brother, I'm joking. It's just a joke. Weipeng seemed to have found an ally, pointing at Jin Taekyung. Did you see the young master's attitude just now? Jin Wekyung, filled with murderous intent, approached Jin Taekyung, then raised his hand, calling. Jin Taekyung was still shaking like a leaf, continuously saying, I will take responsibility and try not to affect our family's reputation. But unexpectedly, Jin Wekyung sat down, rubbed his younger brother's cheek, his eyes filled with tears, and said, You look so pale. Were there any inconveniences on the way home? Do you know that this brother was worried? Don't worry about me. This made Weipeng explode on the spot. It's crazy. Weipeng screamed like fire. Didn't you promise to scold him before? Jin Wekyung cleared his throat, trying to regain his image. I know. I just wanted to check the situation. That's just a little bit of his condition. He immediately became serious, glanced at Taekyung, and said, This kid, no matter what he does. Taekyung anxiously waited for the next words, but still, like before, Jin Wekyung picked up the sword sheath with an infatuated expression, without any image of the family head, happily told his younger brother, Did you ask them to forge this thing when you got there? Let me see. Let's try this. This will make the... Weipeng exploded again. I give up. Jin Wekyung unwrapped the sword. The sword inside emitted a sparkling light. Oh, he exclaimed in surprise. The scabbard is black. But before he could finish speaking, the sword in his hand was stolen. Jin Wekyung was so surprised that he froze, dropping the sword cloth in his hand. The sword fell into Weipeng's hand. He looked murderously at the sword and said, So, from the beginning, the young master and young Master Chongpeng were absent from the party because of this? As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword, intending to smash it with all his strength. Suddenly, Jin Taekyung raised his voice and said, That is the Fire King's sword. Hearing this, both Weipeng and Jin Wekyung turned their heads back in surprise. Jin Wekyung immediately asked, Why did it belong to the Fire Lord? Didn't you ask someone to forge it? Weipeng's sweat dropped. Third young master, what nonsense are you talking about now? Jin Taekyung reached into his shirt to find something. He said, It's the Fire Lord's belongings. That old man gave me that sword to keep. He took out a book, held it in front of Jin Wekyung, and said, And also a secret martial art manual. Big brother, you knew about this, didn't you? What is this? I didn't know he entrusted something else to you other than the manual. I thought you knew everything. Did warrior Weipeng still not tell you? Jin Wekyung replied, It's not that he didn't tell me. Weipeng tried to arrange a day to talk to me about this, but while the two brothers talked, Weipeng was still holding the sword. He trembled and said, The Fire Kings, not the Fire Kings. The Fire Kings. scaring the two brothers to death. Jin Wee-kyung shouted, "Hey, elder, why is your arm twisted back like that?" The inside immediately became chaotic. Screams echoed outside. "Is there anyone outside? Call the doctor here quickly. It's dangerous. Please calm down." Jin Taekyung and Chongpeng laughed and left. Jin Wee-kyung stood upstairs thoughtfully, looking at the silhouettes of the two people. Weepong spoke up next to him. After all that bullshit he's done, now he's trying to get this family exterminated. He actually messed with the Fire King. Jin Wee-kyung came closer, smiled, and said, "Haha, anyway, the water has already overflowed. We have to turn the danger into an opportunity." Then he kindly asked, "How is your shoulder?" Weepong replied, "It's fine." Suddenly, he became serious. Then he used his thoughts to secretly talk to Weepong. "How did it go?" Weepong was a bit surprised, but he quickly responded, "It wasn't as easy as I thought." He thought of the man being tortured in his chest and continued. During the interrogation process, most of them died. Only 3 remained. Jin Wee-kyung asked again, "What?" "Only 3 left." He went to the table, pulled out the chair, and commanded in his mind, "Stop the interrogation. Tie them up tightly and keep those guys alive, because now they are the only remaining witnesses." Weepong replied, "Yes, my lord." He sat down at the table, thinking quietly. After that, he put his hand on his chin, thoughtfully thinking. The elder has been patiently waiting for many years. This is a golden opportunity to take over the family. It's just that, until now, dark heaven has not yet appeared. He remembered a guy's despicable smile. Is that was enough for him? What exactly did he want? Weepong from the side reminded, "Family head, tonight's party is about to start." Outside, dusk was gradually falling. Jin Wee-kyung slowly replied, "I know. Let's go." A subordinate used force to hit the gong. Rows of people holding spears stood majestically. Jin Wee-kyung appeared. He stood high in front of everyone. Then he let out a mighty scream. The people below quietly listened. Everyone is looking towards Jin Wee-kyung. His powerful scream traveled hundreds of miles away. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared at the door. A group of people entered. Jin Wee-kyung looked intently at that group of people. Lee Seo-wool led the group of people, respectfully clasping their hands in greeting. She looked at Jin Wee-kyung intently. He also happily looked back at her. Suddenly, the group knelt down on one knee and chanted. The people around were also continuously cheering. An extremely bustling scene. The palace maids took turns bringing out delicious food and drinks. On the other side, Chul breathed heavily and excitedly said, "It's so great. Just looking at it makes my heart want to jump out of my chest." Jin Taekyung next to him thought he was praising the party, touching his chin and boasting arrogantly, Is it that impressive to you? I don't want to brag, but at this level is nothing for the Jin family of Shangxi." But without waiting for him to finish, Chul spoke loudly with infatuation. "How could they be so beautiful?" Hearing that, Jin Taekyung was disgusted. He said, "What is this? Are you talking about my senior brother?" Chul retorted with a black face, "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm talking about the lady there, the lady from Mount Hung Sword Sect." Jin Taekyung replied, "Ah, you mean Miss Lee Seo-wool?" Chul was startled and surprised. He asked again, "Do you know her?" "Well, to a certain extent." "How would you know her?" Jin Taekyung recalled old memories. He thought to himself, "My relationship with that lady started with me harassing her when I was kicked out of the house, and in the end, it ended with a proposal." As he remembered, he picked up the glass of wine to drink it. Then he told Chul, "It is a very long and stormy story, but..." Jin Taekyung stopped, looked at Chul Woo, his voice teasing. "Are you interested in that lady?" Chul Woo was so embarrassed that he was angry. He said, "Do I look like someone interested in her?" Jin Taekyung continued pouring wine into the glass, smiling and saying, "Guess not, huh? Well, you're talking about your heart racing and all now." Chul stood up and shouted loudly, "That's love." This sentence made Jin Taekyung freeze to the point that the wine glass was full and overflowed without even realizing it. Chul looked at Lee Seo-wool, his eyes sparkling, his expression extremely infatuated. He said, "The first time I saw that lady, I felt it. My cold heart felt like it was being warmed again." Jin Taekyung turned black and said contemptuously, "Could it be that in the past 25 years you haven't lived a single day?" Chul ignored his disdain, so absorbed that his eyes became 2 heart-shaped smileys, stupidly. He said, "That's right, before meeting that lady, I lived like a corpse." Jin Taekyung hated it even more. "So why don't you just die?" Chul was still immersed in the atmosphere of love, smiling. He replied, "No, now I can't decide whether to live or die on my own. I need to get her permission." Yin Hung, sitting next to him, shivered when she heard those cheesy words. Yin Hung turned black, turned to ask Baek Musong, senior brother, "Didn't he say similar things to a third-generation female disciple last year?" Baek Musong helplessly replied, Yes, last year he also said the same thing when he saw a female disciple during a visit to the sect. Jin Taekyung heard that and immediately laughed. What the hell? Chul, trying to justify himself. Senior brother, when have I been like this? Baek Musong replied. Do I need to tell you about the previous year? While everyone was making noise, someone called, Mr. Jin. He turned back in surprise. The person who came was Lee Seo-wol. She smiled gently and greeted Jin Kyung. It was a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Jin. Are you doing well these days? When Chul saw her, his eyes were as bright as stars, and Jin Taekyung looked a bit surprised. Night falls, everyone gathered together to drink and talk. Jin Kyung asked, what do you think? Jin Taekyung looked at the scene where everyone was happily drinking alcohol. He said, very cool, but why are you here? The two brothers stood next to each other, looking at the bustling scene below. Then Jin Kyung said, I see there are many people lining up to meet you. Everyone has gifts in their hands. Haha. If they want to have more of something, they have to spend more of something that is commensurate with their desires. Then he turned to smile at him. It's only the first day, and you're already looking forward to the last day, right? Jin Taekyung gave him a thumbs up in praise. Wow, you're starting to look like a big politician. Suddenly, Jin Kyung pointed somewhere and asked him, Brother, what's wrong with your friend, Destructive Bloomfist? He looked at Chul Woo, who was sadly sitting in a corner, drinking alone. He said, why does he look so sad? Is he sick? Jin Taekyung scratched his face, not knowing what to say. Well, it turned out that when Miss Lucio Wool arrived, Chul quickly approached and hugged Jin Taekyung's neck, his face as bright as a flower. He pointed at himself and introduced, Hello, lady. I am Chul of the Manhwa sect. I'm a closest friend to this guy. Jin Taekyung frowned, gritted his teeth in anger, and said, Let go of your hand quickly. Chul quickly took out a chair for her to sit on, enthusiastically saying, Well, this can also be called fate that we meet. Please sit next to me. Jin Taekyung looked at her, and, hating it, he said, He's doing all that nonsense because you're pretty. Don't fall for it. Everything has already been spilled. Lucio will blush shyly and asked again, really? Jin Taekyung didn't care about the flowers or the pearls at all. He replied, Yes, you know right away when you see it. Lucio will quickly said, No, that's not what she meant. Lucio will shyly asked, Young Master Jin also finds me beautiful, right? Jin Taekyung was so surprised that he widened his eyes at her. He stammered back, Wait, why is this? No, that's not what he meant. It's not that she's not beautiful, it's just that. Chul Woo, in the middle, was extremely painful hearing that, tears streaming down his face. At the end of the flashback, Jin Taekyung told his big brother, That's the story. That guy's mood is not very good now. Suddenly, someone walked up the stairs calling, Young Master Jin. That person clasped his hands and said, I am Chu Du Huan of the Iron Blood Sect in Hunan. Jin Kyung also clasped his hands in greeting. Is it Iron Fist Chu Du Huan? I've heard rumors about you. But why did a disciple of the Iron Fist come here? He said arrogantly, I want to request a martial arts match. Jin Kyung asked in surprise, Martial arts match? Now, he was full of spirit. He turned toward Chul Woo and said, Yes, although I feel very ashamed, I want to compete with young hero Chul Woo. Chul Woo was sadly sitting, hugging his legs and crying in a corner. He was also surprised, pointing at himself and wondering, me? Everyone was interested in watching this competition. Everyone was talking loudly to see whose boxing was stronger, Iron Fist Chu Du Huan. There were people who, even though they were drunk, were still talking about competing in martial arts with a person of the Plum Blossoms trio. Chul Woo immediately regained his composure. He enthusiastically said loudly, Do you want to compete with Plum Blossoms 3? Okay, I accept to compete with you. Jin Kyung was still a bit scared. There were so many people looking. Is it okay? Baek Musong stood up to reassure him it was okay. He stood up and walked this way, telling him that I was very grateful to be able to participate in the banquet on a beautiful day like this. There would be nothing better than a martial arts match to stir up the atmosphere. Jin Kyung stroked his chin and happily said, If the Manhwa sect has no problem, then I will accept the Iron Fist request. Chu Du Huan clasped his hands in gratitude. Jin Kyung added, That's it. He made an announcement to everyone. From now on, anyone here can participate in the martial arts competition. The final winner will receive 100 taels of silver and a weapon suitable for that person. Everyone cheered happily in response. But Jin Taekyung next to him was pensive, seemingly thinking about something. He looked at Chu Du Huan, thinking Chu Du Huan's Iron Fist. His eyes are very confident. In Jin Kyung's eyes, his stats appeared. Chu Du Huan, level 65. He thought to himself, This guy's not joking, right? After the signal sounded, Chu Du Huan and Chul Woo immediately rushed into battle, each performing their best techniques to defeat the other. Each shot is carefully calculated to achieve the highest efficiency. Suddenly, Chul unleashed a powerful move that caused Chu Du-hwan to lose momentum and fall hard backwards. He arrogantly mocked his opponent. Is it really an iron fist? Why is the punch so soft? I just used normal boxing. Chul told him to surrender. But Chu Du-hwan, as long as he can still use his fists, he will not give up. He scorned him and immediately rushed in and gave him a huge hook blow. He was so stubborn. This match was inherently uneven from the beginning, and Chu Du-hwan's strong efforts to hold back could not change the situation. He was beaten to the point where blood flowed in all directions and his neck tendons were bulging out. The final result was that he was completely defeated by Chul, unable to even cause any significant damage to his opponent. The audience below the ring witnessed the match ending quickly. Extremely excited, they cheered for him. I thought things might be different since the Iron Fist is pretty famous. But I guess he's still no match for one of the ultimate Plum Blossom trio. Jin Taekyung stood on the throne, announcing, "The winner is Manhwa Sex Destruction Bloom Fist. The winner will continue to accept challenges from others. If there is no one left to challenge, then that person will become the overall winner." He excitedly invited warriors from different sects who want to challenge the Manhwa Sex Destruction Bloom Fist. Meanwhile, at the banquet table, a girl happily turned to Jin Taekyung. "Do you think anyone else will challenge?" He excitedly raised his fist, massaging his arm after defeating that iron fist. "Do you think anyone else will come forward to challenge him? I'll bet this whole hand that no one will step up." But the truth is always harsh. Contrary to his expectations, a martial arts master boldly stood up for a duel. He introduced himself. "I'm Huang family's Huang Jin-soo. I'd like to challenge the Destruction Bloom Fist." Immediately, Taekyung stiffened and glanced at the lady sitting next to him. He stepped up, preparing to start the challenge with Chulwa. While the Destruction Bloom Fist is always fought without weapons, Jin-soo entered the battle with a sharp sword in his hand. But his fate was no different from Chu Du-hwan's. He was beaten to a pulp by Chulwa and spun around the ring several times, causing everyone around him to worry. Then they asked each other, "Now what?" Taekyung saw his superiority and proudly boasted, "You see, the guy was defeated even faster than the Iron Fist guy from before. This time, I bet on my remaining hand that surely no one will dare to stand up and challenge." However, once again, a martial artist stood up to fight. I asked for permission to challenge him. That person is indeed a strange guy. His appearance looks exactly like a beggar, wearing a hat, wearing a ragged shirt, holding a long stick in his hand, and walking onto the competition floor while some low-ranking guys are carrying him defeated. Even though I am an unknown person with no name, I still want to test my strength. He didn't bother to say his name, just coldly turned the stick outward to signal to start. That guy raised the stick high in front of him, his aggressive eyes looking towards Chulwa. He raised his crude weapon to challenge his burning desire to win. Come and go. He was also defeated in one fell swoop by a punch straight to his jaw. The lady sitting next to him excitedly asked Taekyung, "So what now?" He answered indiscriminately, without even thinking, I bet my left leg." The challenge rang out again. "This one is Cheon Wonchon. I would like to challenge you, Destruction Bloom Fist." The betting story between the two continued like that, until no more warriors dared to step forward. Then what now? "My right leg. I will bet on my right leg now. Who wants to challenge?" And just like that, one person after another had to use stretchers to get off the battlefield. Even though Taekyung didn't fight, he felt scared because of the bets. That bastard. Did he have honey on his fist? Why do they keep challenging him like that? What if she asked for the things I bet on? Shouldn't he cut them into pieces and wrap them up to give to her? He worriedly looked at the person sitting next to him. She almost burst out laughing. "Sir, don't worry. This young lady won't take what you bet on." Taekyung happily turned to ask again, "Really?" She shyly suggested. Just the young master did one thing for this young lady. He was in a hurry. What was it? She glanced at him slightly, hesitated for a long time before saying a few words. "That is..." But just as she was about to tell Taekyung, Chul Woo's loud voice rang out, cutting off that request. Sleeping Dragon of Shangxi. He suddenly walked from the middle of the ring towards Jin Taekyung's table. Chul pointed his fingers at him, making a challenge. System notification. Level 95, Chul Woo has designated you as the challenger. He provokes young Master Jin. "Come here." The request was displayed in front of him. The man was emotionally needy. Mission initiated. "Do you want to accept this mission? If you refuse the mission, you will receive the title of weakling." Taekyung's face became distorted. Every minute he fell into a dilemma. It was difficult to accept, but also impossible to refuse. Taekyung was angry, but in the end, for his own honor, for his majesty, he decided to stand up and get himself a weapon and step onto the battle floor. Someone approached and feared to stop Jin Wee-kyung, hoping he would stop this battle. "We have to stop the fight." Wee-kyung smiled calmly and replied, "I don't know what the reason is, but it seems like the two of them have some grudge against each other. Should we take this opportunity to let the two of them settle it?" He held his head in worry. "I don't mean to look down on Sleeping Dragon of Shangxi. It's just that once my second brother gets crazy, it's hard to stop. That guy is worried about Taekyung. If it continues like that, the young man will definitely get hurt. Shouldn't we prevent such things? He turned in surprise and asked, who said that? He scratched his head, said, pardon. Taekyung still wanted the competition to take place. The match hadn't started yet, and the winner and loser hadn't been decided yet. I always believe my brother will win, just as he always does. Baek Musong looks like that on the outside, but in his heart, he had other thoughts. He's wrong. While it's true that the sleeping dragon of Shangxi is an astounding and talented martial artist, Chul Wu has greater experience, martial arts, and internal energy. The chief, looking at the crowd below, celebrating and cheering, thought to himself, if either of them withdrew now, that side's reputation would be affected. Then he made his choice. I will choose the right time to appear. Suddenly, a hand gently reached onto the banquet table and quickly took away a dumpling. The person who just took the dumpling and sat down to eat, it was Champong. At this time, in the ring, Jin Taekyung was turning down and waving to everyone. He turned around and said to Chul Wu, hey, you should wave too. Without fans, you can't become a celebrity. Chul Wu replied that he didn't care, busy adjusting his armor. Just wave and go. The next 3 months you will spend in the infirmary. Taekyung turned around and started waving the stick in his hand. Oh my god, I want to know the reason why you are so mad. Chul Wu replied, are you pretending not to know? Taekyung covered his mouth and laughed to annoy him. Don't tell me about the incident where you were dumped before confessing your love. Chul Wu, hurt by being touched, got mad at Taekyung, who kicked him. Here, I used to dream of a house and children. If it weren't for you, bastard, I would have lived peacefully with 3 children. Taekyung objected. Hey, your imagination is going a bit far. Isn't that too fast? Chul Wu stomped forward so hard that the tile floor crumbled. He had turned his aggressive mode on to the highest level. The small talk for now is enough. He showed off his sharp armor. I promise you, I will help you get out of here using a 4-legged human carrier. In response, Taekyung also raised his spear. So, let me help you get out of here with that 4-legged platform. Chul Wu boldly stepped forward, shouting, I will punch your damn mouth. Having said that, the 2 people rushed towards each other and decided to fight to the death, each encountering each other repeatedly. Everyone tried their best to win. Night had begun to fall. Chul Wu's armor was still working quite effectively to fight against the spear that Jin Taekyung was holding in his hand. The match is still in balance. Sometimes Chul Wu, sometimes Taekyung has the upper hand, but the more the competition went on, the more clearly his superiority in weapons became apparent, to the point where he began to worry about himself. Damn, this guy took advantage of the length of his spear. Taekyung's spear almost hit Chul Wu's head, and immediately he counterattacked. You're right. He was also almost hit by that kick. Somewhat excited and worried after Taekyung dodged the attack, he raised his voice provocatively. It's fun, he said, a bit surprised. But that's still not enough to touch this person. Suddenly, he flashed a mischievous smile at him. Chul used his hand to grab the tip of the spear. Let's see if that's true. Taekyung tried to grab his weapon back. His face turned blue. What's this? Don't you already have a weapon? Playing like that is cheating. You scammer, he replied slightly. You can say whatever you want, but from now on, you will live with your mouth locked. Taekyung gritted his teeth, trying to regain control, his face worried. Damn it, now you let go or not? I count to 3. Chul suddenly yanked the spear back towards him. What'd he do? But Taekyung gave him a bigger surprise. So I'll let it go. Sure enough, Chul grabbed the spear too tightly to get it to his side. So he lost momentum and fell backwards. Just having that chance, he rushed forward and used his knee to hit him straight in the face, disfiguring his face to the point of being unrecognizable. Chul, that warrior with a large body, fell at the hands of Taekyung. He threw a decisive punch into his stomach. Give me back this spear. The decisive battle ended. Chul collapsed to the ground, defeated by the sleeping dragon of Shangxi, Taekyung. He took back his spear, standing bravely. He watched his opponent kneel at his feet. Unexpectedly, he still had the strength to curse. You bastard! Why did you hit my face? This made him surprised. Is he still awake like that? Is it because he is strong, or my punch is weak? Taekyung comforted with a sarcastic voice. It's okay, because the person is already ugly. No one will look. Chul was startled and argued. The problem here is not because I'm ugly, but because I'm being more ugly. Hitting me in the face like this will make me even worse. Taekyung rubbed his chin, speechless. This crazy guy. I didn't expect that he also knew that he was ugly. He stood up even though he was beaten to a pulp. He still refused to give up. Chul said, because of your family's appearance, I planned to end the match easily, but it seems that's not possible, boy. Waving the stick, good. Let's hit it properly. That's also the reason why I stepped up here and there. Chul raised his arms to show off his shining metal armor. Taking a step forward, he challenged again. I will use all my strength to fight you. Taekyung noticed something unusual in that blow, the punch. Having said that, Chul rushed into punching and kicking again. This time, his strength was many times stronger. It even split his spear into hundreds of different small pieces. He rushed forward, intending to smash Taekyung flat, but luckily he escaped in time, causing Chao Wu's hand to punch the cold tile floor below. He landed gently on the ground, his flexible legs moving everywhere. Taekyung sighed, looking at his broken spear. Damn, I just got used to that spear. But Chul said, don't even think about admitting defeat. The match has only just begun. Taekyung was so angry that he wanted to throw a wooden stick at his face. Admit defeat? Who lost to whom? Chul replied, don't even think about my brother or your big brother coming to the rescue. It is a big mistake. He gave a mischievous smile, moving his feet around him provocatively. I don't know what will happen in the end, so stop talking and give up the match. Otherwise, just think about a draw. No winner or loser. Everyone below started to talk. What's wrong with him? Without a weapon, it would be very dangerous. Wee Kyung stood to the side attentively, watching the entire development of the war, but from beginning to end, did not make any comments at all. Chul stood with his hands clasped on his hips, continuing to raise his voice to challenge. I don't know if you're brave or something, or if you have some trick up your sleeve, so you keep acting like that. You're not trying to do something cowardly like playing dirty tricks, are you? Listening to the cowardly part of hitting a real man's genitals, Taekyung calmly bowed his head. Play dirty? It could be considered that way. After all, he was the only one who can saw it. Taekyung started performing a special technique, opening the status window. This made Chul confused. He kept raising his hand and scratching his head endlessly. Now he really looks like a fat guy who doesn't know how to think. Are you crazy? If that's the case, then don't blame me. Chul stepped forward, shouted loudly at him. Northern Tiger Fist, 82th form. The system began to display Jin Taekyung's specific parameters. Thanks to the title effect, all his stats increased by 30. Some stats were increased thanks to special effects. As a player, divided all remaining points. Taekyung wondered if his movements were faster and lighter than before. He stood still, holding the wooden stick that had been part of the spear at the beginning of the battle behind his back, waiting for him to attack. But as soon as Chul Wu rushed forward, an invisible force held his hands motionless in one place. Taekyung spoke up. Hey, that level 95 guy, then quickly sneaked behind him, placed the sharp end of the stick against his neck, and threatened him. Taekyung looked at Chul Wu with disdain and contempt. I think I'm much stronger than before. The battle between Jin Taekyung and Chao Wu had been going on for quite a long time, making the soldiers outside think everything inside was over. One guy asked his teammate, it seems like the young master match inside is over. Who do you think won? The other guy answered, why bother asking? Of course it's our young master. Although he has a lot of faith in his master, he is also quite afraid of the formidable power of the Cholwa. Hey, the way you say it, it sounds like our young master will definitely win no matter what. His opponent is one of the 3 disciples of the Manhwa sect. That guy yawned. I've seen all sorts of things happen as I followed him around. Only someone who's able to defeat the Destruction Bloom Fist is worthy of being my lord. He was surprised at the closeness between the two of them. So, are you already so close to the young master? That guy started arrogantly boasting. What kind of closeness? Just on a beautiful day, the young master told me that. He started acting out. Hey, Hyuk, from now on you will become my right hand. Without you. Those words were so outrageous that his friend had to interrupt. Wait a minute. The guy asked suspiciously. Was the person who spoke to you the 3rd young master? Seeing that the way he spoke was not at all similar, that question made him freeze. Even though he was bragging enthusiastically, the two of them started arguing loudly outside the palace gate. Is it true that you are intentionally interrupting what I'm saying? No, it's not. It's just the way the 3rd young master talks. That's enough. Are you close to the 3rd young master? Do you understand the 3rd young master better than me? No. They argued so loudly that everyone could hear. What do you know? I'm the one who lived with the young master in life and death, always eating together. Okay, I understand. Let's continue the story. The arguing was so loud that the leader of the group, trying to enter the palace to receive an audience, had to ask his subordinates, why are the guards outside the city gate talking so loudly? The group replied, we don't know. It's probably because there's a banquet, so they're in a good mood. Maybe only a few anonymous pawns were invited. Suddenly, the sound of arguing stopped, giving way to the sound of a horse-drawn carriage approaching the palace gate. Stop there. I'm a captain of the guard team, Hyuk Mujin of the Jin family of Taiyuan. Who are you? Quickly declare your identity and the purpose of coming here. The old man with white hair and beard led the group and introduced himself as a tiger swordsman belonging to the Zhongnan sect. Then he mentioned 2 names he wanted to meet, Jin Taekyung and Changpeng. I came here to meet these 2 people. As soon as Hyuk heard it, he stood still in shock. Zhongnan sect sent him? The scene moved to the inside of the palace. Everyone was wondering to each other what's going on. Wool was shouted, what is this? What just happened? Lee Seo-woo covered his mouth. What happened? The girl looked up at Chul-woo's older brother and said, "Senior brother." He was slouching, a dejected look on his face. Recalling the blow he had just received, "I don't see anything." Chong-pong appeared from nowhere, his words startling everyone. That was fast. Hearing that, he quickly asked, could Master Chong-pong say more clearly exactly what kind of martial arts he used? He raised 2 fingers and pointed to explain. The benefactor only practiced one set of spear techniques and foot techniques. Although the martial arts were crude, they were practical. Just now, there was nothing called superior at all. Chong-pong suddenly smiled brightly. It was simply that the attack was too fast, much faster than Cholwa. Having said that, he sat down laughing and ate a bunch of meat dumplings with both hands. Chel was senior brother, thought to himself. Even though he didn't practice martial arts or any special moves, he was able to break through his body's limits. How could he do that? That's impossible. Chong-pong still calmly enjoyed the delicious food and said, yet he was able to do it. Chong-pong explained how he knew that. Not long ago, I trained with him once, and he was able to read and counterattack against the Northern Tiger Fist in 2 days. If Chulwa had known about this, he would have fought differently. He heard that and was surprised by Taekyung's formidable strength. Even if he was a Manhwa disciple who was recognized by everyone as talented, it would still take a year to get used to the Northern Tiger Fist technique, but he saw through it in only 2 days. He turned to look at Chong-pong. The girl asked, is young Master Jin that strong? Chong-pong bragged without saying anything. That's true, but I'm even stronger than him. Baek Muso nodded and thought, now I understand the reason why my uncle wants to be with young Master Jin. Having said that, that guy silently looked toward the arena. There was another monster, and the advantage in the battle was now tilted towards Taekyung. He is riding on top of Chul, was neck and insulting him. Haven't surrendered yet? How about this admit defeat? The other senior brother walked towards Wee-kyung, respectfully clasped his hands, and said to him, Sir Jin, I apologize for my previous rude words. Wee-kyung answered lightly, it's okay. He said in a very sincere voice, I and my juniors have learned a lot. Since it looks like the winner has been decided, I think we can just end the fight here. Wee-kyung, with his hands behind his back, calmly said, I know. Let's get going. That guy hesitated then and thought. Sure enough, the match ruined the atmosphere. He sighed, that's right. I heard that the family head highly values his 2 younger brothers, but in front of Master Jin, I underestimated young Master. I always told my younger brothers to always be humble, but I can't do that. Seeing Chul-woo's senior brother so sad, Jin Wee-kyung couldn't hide his joy in his heart. Victorious. Wow, that was unexpected. Jin Wee-kyung did not expect his junior brother to win. As expected, the winner was different. At this moment, Taekyung was very pleased and knocked on Chul-woo's head. Destructiveness is only useful if it hits your opponent with fast and precise movements. But he can only helplessly refute. How dare you, bastard, teach me? The more Chul-woo provoked, the more blows he received. How dare I teach you? Really still don't grasp the situation, huh? Finally, Jin Wee-kyung spoke up to announce the results of the battle. Victory belonged to Jin Taekyung of the Jin family. Both of them did very well. Chul-woo was angry. If you go down, then you will die. He continued to invite participants. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge Jin Taekyung? Taekyung said, well, since this fight is over, I guess you'll have to wait for your chance next time. Having said that, Taekyung jumped down and tried to run away, but after only 3 steps, he was stopped by Chul-woo's hand. I'm not done yet. He raised his fist to give him a punch in the face and asked, are those your last words? But the result is still the same as before. Chul-woo is still defeated at the hands of Taekyung with just 1 hit on his temple. Chul-woo is out hugging the ground. Jin Taekyung, nope, those are my wise words. Notification system appears. Quest. There's a man who loves you a lot has been completed. The quest reward is a large amount of experience and reputation. The crowd below cheered warmly. The match was over. The winner was Sleeping Dragon of Shanxi. Wee-kyung asked again, does anyone else want to challenge Jin Taekyung from the Jin family? The system signaled that he had been promoted. He announced that since no one wanted to challenge him, the winner is Jin Taekyung amid that scene of cheering and celebrating victory. Suddenly, the rude group of people from before came inside. From that moment on, everyone was dizzy. All the people start to feel uncomfortable. Everyone is holding their heads. The old man with white hair and beard spoke. Much better now. All eyes were on them. Wu-hua, feeling dizzy, was quickly approached by the young girl sitting next to her. It was due to her weak internal energy that she suffered from it. Everyone is watching the old man moving. That old man walked up to the ring alone without saying a word, just staring at Taekyung. He thought, where did this old man come from? I can't think he came here to spar. His eyes glanced sideways, and he looked around. Then, he slowly spoke. Are you Chong-pong, or Jin Taekyung? Suddenly, he answered, neither. He thought, even though he didn't know what it was, he could just deny it. The old man was a little surprised and asked again. You are neither? Taekyung replied. I don't know if you were mistaken or not, but you found the wrong person. This is the first time I've heard that name. Oh, really? Having said that, he snapped his fingers and called a few people from the yard to come up. Come up here. They scrambled up to follow their master's orders. Taekyung looked at their faces and saw something familiar. What is this? It seems like these people are from the Jongnan sect. His men pointed at him and confirmed, that's the guy. He's Jin Taekyung. Hyuk, the gatekeeper who was beaten to a pulp earlier, also rushed in to ask for help from his master. The young master, save your subordinates. Having his identity revealed, he scratched his head. Oh, he's been discovered. The old man was so angry that all the blood rushed to his brain. I didn't know this guy was that crazy. Jin Taekyung looked over and asked, why do you always get beaten up? Hyuk turned around with his swollen eyes and replied, what am I supposed to do when I'm outnumbered? If I fight one-on-one, I will probably win, except for that old guy. Jin Taekyung angrily kicked his butt. So why don't you rush forward if that's the case? Let your subordinates hug and push a guy. Then, he forced him to leave. Jin Taekyung said, hello, this is Jin Taekyung, the head of the Jin family. He tried to be as polite as possible. May I ask your names? Are you the head of a Jin family? He replied. Yes, you are. I am Gong Il Hyuk, one of the Jongnan trio swordsmen. I'm a second-class disciple of the great Jongnan sect and the nephew of the Storm Sword Supreme, who's the Jongnan sect leader. Everyone was stunned after hearing this name. They were both surprised and lost. Jin Taekyung thought to himself, these names are so good. When they opened their mouths, the words were so long that they wanted to punch them in the mouth. Gong Il Hyuk also introduced the old man next to him. And this one is the great hero Song Il, the elder of our sect. Song Il, the tiger swordsman. They immediately bowed their heads in fear and apologized. Junior Baek Musung asks to pay respects to senior Song Il. Song Il asked Baek Musung, the person whose nickname is Manhwa, First Crane? That name is only rumored by people. The junior does not dare to accept it. I also see it. You are not as good as your master. I will try to practice hard. He immediately praised. You know how to talk. If the heavenly sword, your master, sent you here, then that guy is also here, the descendant of the sword saint. Just hearing that was enough to make Chong Peng happy. You know my grandfather. I know it well. How could I not know? Jin Taekyung said. It seems like that relationship is not very good. Jin Wekyung interrupted. So, what's the purpose of senior visiting my Jin house? Song Il got straight to the point. I'm here to collect a debt. He stroked his beard as he made a request. That debt for daring to ridicule the great Jongnan sect's disciple. You must have seen that. Gong Il Hyuk suddenly angrily recounted his injury. This is the injury that you guys caused me at a banquet with the city lord not long ago. I'll let the doctor treat me, and learned that full recovery takes half a year. Chong Peng scratched his head in fear. I did it lightly, but it hurt you a lot, unexpectedly. His words were full of provocation, making Gong Il Hyuk blush with anger, his mouth as if he wanted to curse. He shouted loudly, how dare you say that, when you did a sneak attack on me? Taekyung thought to himself, sneak attack, my foot. You grabbed on him first and got yourself that injury. He started talking louder, silence. If we think of how the two of you ridiculed our sect, it wouldn't appease us even if we ripped you apart. Wekyung was startled and panicked. How dare you use those words to speak to my younger brother? Baek Musong said, Sir Gong, please mind your words. Even if we're of different sects, we ought to submit to the hierarchy within the Murim. How could you say that? At this time, Song Il spoke up in response. Hierarchy? Well, I'm a senior brother of our sect leader, the Storm Sword Supreme. In terms of status, he is probably not inferior to the Mount Hua sect leader, right? His eyes were full of malice. Is there anything wrong? Baek Musong angrily thought to himself. Like this, we can't use our position to talk. Jin Wekyung's face was also angry, sweating, and unable to say a word. As for the naive Chong Peng, he still tried to justify. I gave him a light blow. Taekyung thought to himself. Does he want to force everyone here? Song Il continued. I'm making an official complaint against the Mount Hua sect for what happened this time. Don't you dare think of getting out of it. Suddenly, at this time, Gong Il Hyuk, elder, the government, and Murim don't interfere with each other's affairs. Moreover, the government officials that were there were friendly towards them. So I am worried they may lie. The old guy replied, you're right. I already have a way to deal with the Jin family. But these lip-smacking words make Taekyung sick. What kind of tricks do these people want to play? It seems as planned in advance. Song Il continues. Lock down your family until our sect sends someone here. Jin Taekyung was angry after hearing about the lockdown. What the hell? This is not fair at all. Jin Wekyung's eyes were full of anger. He replied, how could you request that when we haven't looked into what exactly happened? Is this how one of the 10 great sects acts? I cannot accept it. Song Il, with that heartless look, still asked, what do you do if you don't accept it? Song Il acted immediately, using internal leg movements. Jin Wee-kyung briefly noticed this movement. He was angry and exploded with power to threaten. If you don't accept it, what shall we do then? Taekyung had endless thoughts in his head. It was true that it was a bit embarrassing, but why would it go to this extent? He felt that this was completely unreasonable. Who was that old man who dared to go to another family's gate? Yes, that old man seemed really strong, but there was no way everyone here together couldn't beat an old man like him. It seems like no one here is planning to do that. Even Manhwa sect can't do anything about it. Is the hierarchy so important? He briefly glanced at Jin Wee-kyung and saw that he was still angry, holding his fists very tightly, or just sitting still and taking the fight. He suddenly remembered the past. Was it the same here? If you don't have money, you'll be looked down upon. If you don't have a sponsor, you'll be looked down upon. If you don't have talent, you'll be criticized as incompetent. Those who have power and money have their voice carry weight. Even if it is a lie, it will become the truth. The weak are always oppressed and criticized. They take it for granted. In reality, I already hate scenes like this from the beginning. This happened because of me. I was frustrated. I felt very uncomfortable, but I couldn't do anything else. There was no way. Someone once said, "That's the way this world works." He angrily cursed at those scum. They looked like they had lost a damn dog. Unexpectedly, he dared to curse them directly in front of everyone. Jin Wee-kyung was confused, not daring to believe the scolding he had just said. Chong Peng and Baek Mu-sung, however, did not dare to believe this from the words that came out of Taekyung's mouth. Everyone around also gasped at his straightforward scolding. Song Il asked again, "What did you say just now? Are you deaf?" Taekyung frankly cursed. "Those damn dogs. Those damn dogs. Those fatheads. You have to know when to stop. No matter what you do, you can't take it anymore, even if you are said to be thoughtless." If he gets scolded, this guy doesn't care anymore. After his emotional outburst, he sighed and thought to himself, "I've gone through too many humiliating things like this. In reality, I don't want this to happen again in this Murim world." At that moment, he turned to Jin Wee-kyung and saw his face like a frog, not knowing what to say. He quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I know I should have been patient, but these bastards were encroaching on us, so I couldn't control myself, so I let out all my inhibitions." Jin Wee-kyung said, "In such a situation." His face seemed to have been holding back for too long. After a moment of calming down, Jin Wee-kyung breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he even patted Taekyung's head. "Actually, I also had the same thoughts as you." After that, the two of them laughed happily together, ignoring the people around them who were still confused and didn't understand what was going on. At that time, Song Il stood and watched the two scoundrels laughing and joking. It was really extremely uncomfortable. These guys, he immediately pulled out his sword. "If you want to die that much." His face was like a balloon about to explode. "Then this old man will satisfy you." At this time, the two brothers also discovered what was about to happen. Taekyung turned his head to see what he was going to do. Song Il now pointed his sword straight at him. "Jin Taekyung, I will kill you first." He was now panicking, thinking about his own body. Jin Wee-kyung strongly stood up to block. "Brother, quickly move away." He was suddenly threatened by a voice behind him. "If you kill that kid, I will also take your life." Unexpectedly, he immediately stopped. This was a sound transmission. Song Il angrily asked the voice, "Show yourself." Everyone is still confused and doesn't understand what's going on. Only Taekyung could guess a certain part. He smiled slightly. Then he loudly announced, "He is here." The old man angrily asked that mysterious person, "I am Song Il, Tiger Swordsman, elder of the Zhongnan sect. Show yourself immediately." The voice responded with a loud laugh. "Elder, this is so ridiculous." Song Il thought to himself, it is impossible to predict the direction and distance of the voice. The six-step sound transmission can only be performed by martial arts experts. This cannot be taken lightly in situations like this. The old man now discovered Taekyung's unusual moves. But why was it related to that brat? Song Il lowered his sword to consider. Perhaps not. The old man is fighting a snake in the grass right now, pointing his sword at Taekyung. "If you don't show up quickly, this kid will die." After threatening them, they had to wait for an answer from the mysterious person. Suddenly, the voice responded and stopped the old man. He indeed discovered it. As expected, just like before, this person wanted to save this Jin Taekyung. He had to make good use of this advantage. Song Il started giving orders. "I will count to 3. That voice spoke again. "Your nature seems more arrogant than when we last met." Song Il was scared. "We haven't seen each other for a while. What? How does this person know me?" He then remembered, wait, that voice couldn't be. That couldn't be. There's no way that monster could still be alive. He started counting to 2. The voice suddenly rang, a roar from the faraway mountain. The other person shouted loudly, "I will go there right now, so wait a moment." The other man's fierce eyes commanded in return, "If you dare to touch a single hair of that boy, then prepare yourself mentally." This person immediately jumped off the cliff. Song Il heard that voice and panicked. He thought to himself, is it so far away? So far away that I didn't expect. Does that person have such terrible power? He shouted loudly, standing 50 yards away. If you come closer than 50 yards, I will take this kid's life. Unexpectedly, a loud 3 rang out before he could speak. His eyes widened. Taekyung stood up and responded. What a surprise. I was just counting for you, old man. Song Il cursed back in bewilderment. You want to die so much that you're going crazy, right? Taekyung replied. Try and kill me if you can. Song Il in anger said, what did you just say? Jin Taekyung said, you know, if you don't kill me with that attack, you'll be the next to die. He opened his arms wide to see who would die first. After hearing his provocative words, the old man was stunned. His face had begun to sweat, and he was pale. Song Il was so angry that he started making moves. How dare you? The old man began to rush towards Taekyung brutally, saying, I am Song Il, Tiger Swordsman. I will kill you. His eyes looked scared, sweat flowed profusely. He took a deep breath. Song Il's first knife wounds cut into his flesh. The old man suddenly discovered something unusual. He fell down, surrounded by hundreds of bright lights. This is impossible. Suddenly, a kick appeared from nowhere and hit old Song Il. He didn't even have time before he could figure out what happened. He fell down. The person who appeared before his eyes made him stunned, causing him to lie down on the ground. He warned Song Il, didn't I warn you not to touch a single hair of the boy? That mysterious person is the Fire Lord, Jik Cheon Gang. Everyone below was chatting about the recent action. Taekyung was scared and almost died. Jik Cheon Gang scolded him. If I hadn't come soon, you would have died for sure. I know. Thank you, old man. I won't forget this favor. I haven't seen you for half a day, and you don't know what to fear anymore. He looked at the old man with worried eyes. It's only been half a day, but it feels like a month. If you want me to die, why don't you come a little later? Maybe come a little later, and I'll really die there. Jik Cheon Gang scolded. I will think about it, but I'll need to take care of that pathetic man over there first. Song Il is still groaning on the ground. Jik Cheon Gang started to confide. It's been a while, right? Did the broken bone heal at that time? You look so old. Song Il asked, how could he still be alive? Suddenly, an unexpected kick appeared. A tooth fell out and fell to the ground. Old Song Il lost a tooth. What? Jik Cheon Gang slapped him. You dare speak in that tone? You think you're a big shot now, huh? I first met you when you were a child who only knew how to rely on authority. The Fire Lord continuously attacks his personality. On top of being rude and arrogant, you were just a brat that went around causing trouble because your sect was powerful. To think you're the Zhongnan sect's elder now. That day, thanks to me saving your life, you were able to live until now. You should have felt grateful. Why did you act so wretchedly at someone else's house? Jik Cheon Gang still wants to scold. You bastard, if it wasn't for your master help you, I would have broken your neck, not just your legs. The older you get, the more confused you become, right? As an elder of the Zhongnan sect, he used his authority and strength to oppress others and even lock down sect. He continued to explain the truth to Song Il. If your master saw you like this, he would probably be speechless. Who was the head of Zhongnan's sect now? My junior brother, Storm Sword Supreme. Who? Storm Sword Supreme? I have never heard that name once in my life. That's why a worm like you can climb to the position of elder, right? Your beak is just for decoration. Why don't you say anything? Taekyung saw this scene and suddenly felt moved. I'm starting to like this old man. Song Il was beaten until his face turned red. He lost all his teeth and had to beg. Fire Lord, sir, I was just... Jik Cheon Gang angrily scolded. Can't you shut your mouth? The Manhwa sect trio suddenly felt reassured in their hearts. The Fire King was very good. After struggling for a while, Song Il was able to stand up. Wait, listen to me. This is a private matter between the Zhongnan sect and the Jin family of Taiyuan. Fire King, it's not your place to get involved in. The Fire Lord approached him. He seemed angry and asked back, it's not my place? Jik Cheon Gang prepared to swing his hand out to continue fighting. Song Il clutched his head in fear. How should he avoid it? Are you asking me to get lost since it's not related to me? Just look at you and that damn mouth of yours. How do you know it's not related? He pointed straight at Taekyung. He was still sitting on the ground. You see that kid? He firmly affirmed that I've entrusted the divine object of the Scorching Clan to him. Even though your mind is full of shit, I am sure you understand the meaning of that, right? Song Il was scared. No way. Then that's Jin Taekyung. He couldn't believe it. He was your disciple. Taekyung listened and was stunned. He suddenly remembered what happened yesterday. Do those items have that kind of meaning? The moon rose high, casting long shadows as darkness covered the land. Outside, Song Il was forced to kneel, his fists clenched in silent anger. Brat, he seethed internally. You are very lucky. Our protagonist, Jin Taekyung, approached with a calm, almost gentle smile. You must have the wrong person, he said smoothly. But, since this guy isn't so lucky anyway, let me apologize for what happened earlier. You see, Sometimes I just don't know how to control myself. He leaned in a little, his eyes glinting. Please, just consider it a junior's mistake, sir. Hearing this backhanded apology, the old man, Song Il, trembled with rage, completely lost for words. You dare to laugh at me? He finally sputtered. Taekyung's smile widened. No, sir. This is just my face. It's always smiling like this. And honestly, with a comeback like that, he's basically the final boss of passive aggression. Song Il completely lost it. Shut your damn mouth. But before he could do anything else, thwack, the legendary Fire Lord, Jeek Cheongang, kicked him right in the leg. Shut up, brat. The Fire Lord growled, his voice low and dangerous. How dare you raise your voice in front of me? Then, he turned his cold gaze to Taekyung. And you must not use such vulgar words in front of your elders. Have you lost your mind? The Fire Lord continued, lecturing them both like children. He might not be acting his age, but he's still nearly 60. He could have a grandson your age. He stared Taekyung down. He may be trash. He may be dirty and petty, but in the world of the Murim, he is still an elder. He has far more seniority than you, and you will be polite to him. Taekyung, ever the actor, bowed his head. Sir, I sincerely hope you will forgive me. The Fire Lord then addressed everyone present. Today's incident is to be forgotten. We will all pretend we never saw a thing. His gaze fell back on the kneeling Song Il. Do you understand what I mean? And don't even think about revenge in the future. He paused, waiting. Why don't you answer me? Say it. I want to hear your answer. Trembling, Song Il finally spoke. I understand. I swear upon my name. But the Fire Lord cut him off with a roar. Someone like you dares to swear upon your own name. The sheer disrespect was palpable. Swear upon the name of the Zhongnan sect. Defeated Song Il whispered. Understood. Only then did the Fire Lord nod, satisfied. But you could see the burning grudge in Song Il's eyes. Why am I being humiliated like this, he thought. As long as I live, I will never forgive Jin Taekyung and the entire Jin family. He hadn't even finished the thought when the Fire Lord's voice sliced through the air again. Brat, where did you learn to grind your teeth like that? I'll pull every single one of them out. He leaned down, his face a mask of cold fury. Do you really think this old man doesn't know what you're thinking? His eyes were dark with an unspoken promise of violence. Remember this one thing. If anything happens to the kid, Taekyung, or to the Jin family in Taiyuan, I will personally come to your Zhongnan sect. You let the threat hang in the air for a moment. I will smash your sect sign. I will burn your sacred mountain to the ground. And if you and your disciples try to run, I will chase you to the ends of the earth and kill every last one of you. That day, next year, will be your death anniversary. The Fire Lord stood up straight, his authority absolute. Whether this old man takes action or not depends entirely on you. His voice dropped to a dismissive tone. Now, those who weren't invited can leave. If you're hungry, grab a bowl of rice on your way out. Gong Il Hyuk and the others didn't dare even breathe. Song Il, his face a mixture of shame and fury, could only look at his men. Let's go back. They bowed deeply to the Fire Lord. Please allow us to leave immediately. With a final, hurried glance, they scrambled away into the night. With the Zhongnan sect finally gone, Taekyung breathes a huge sigh of relief. The tension is finally broken. On the other side, Jin Waikyung approaches the legendary Fire King, Jeek Cheongang, with a deep bow. Great Fire Lord, he begins. I am Jin Waikyung. I've heard tales of your greatness for so long, and now, I finally have the honor of meeting you in person. He thanks him profusely for saving the Jin family from that disaster. But Jeek Cheongang just scowls at him, pointing a finger at Taekyung. You're this kid's father, right? You need to raise your children properly. This brat causes trouble everywhere he goes, and he can barely even speak politely. Jin Waikyung looks stunned for a second before correcting him. I'm just his big brother. The Fire King isn't having it. Hey, stop joking around, he scolds. I get that you want to seem younger, but if you're too greedy, the heavens will punish you. But Waikyung insists, I'm telling you the truth. I'm the head of the Jin family of Taiyuan. Jeek Cheongang squints at him. How old are you? I'm only 36. The Fire King scoffs. You look at least 46. But hey, it's fine. You're a man with courage. You must have a beautiful wife and good kids. What more could you want? And this is where it gets awkward. I'm still single, Waikyung admits. Even at 36, the old man is baffled. After a moment of stunned silence, Jeek Cheongang just grunts. Suddenly, I have a craving for alcohol. Just a moment later, a massive, sumptuous feast is laid out before them. The food smelling absolutely delicious. But the Fire King just stares at the table with a serious expression. Taekyung, ever the host, asks, is something inconvenient for you? Jeek Cheongang gestures with his chin. Look at them, he grumbles. Would you feel convenient? And when Taekyung looks, oh boy, it turns out their private feast is anything but. They're completely surrounded by a massive crowd of people, all staring, observing their every move. It's like being an animal in a zoo, or maybe that one table at the Met Gala everyone's secretly filming. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Wow, I never thought I'd live to see the Fire Lord in person. Is that old man really the famous Jeek Cheongang? I could die happy now. The atmosphere is beyond awkward. So, Taekyung tries to salvage the situation. I prepared a more comfortable and private room for you. Should we go there? But the Fire King just waves a dismissive hand. Forget it. Taekyung is confused. But you said it was inconvenient here. I said it's okay. Jeek Cheongang snaps. Why are you so talkative, kid? Taekyung is just baffled. What is this old man's deal? He thinks to himself. He hates noisy places and attracting attention. So what's he doing now? And then it all clicks. One by one, people from the crowd start to approach. First, a man bows low. Sir, I'm Yang Munho, in charge of Yangchen trading. Out of my deep admiration, I've prepared a small gift for you. Jeet Cheon-gang smoothly cuts in. Thank you. Is your business going well? Well, the man replies, we've been trying to do business with the Pang family recently, but it's not going so well. Before he can finish, another person rushes up from the other side. Sir Jeek, it's an honor. I just have a small something for you. Jeet Cheon-gang simply raises his cup. Okay, let's have a drink. Soon, a whole parade of people starts lining up, each one carrying extravagant gifts for the legendary Fire King. One by one, they bow, offering their treasures. Sir Jeek, please accept this small token of my sincerity. Another chimes in. Great Fire King, if you have the time, please grace my humble mansion with your presence. The endless stream of flattery makes Taekyung cringe. He watches the old man accept everything with a straight face and thinks to himself, look at the greed of this old man. Is it true what they say? The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Before he knows it, the Fire King has amassed a mountain of treasure. Seriously, this Murim legend is securing the bag harder than a TikTok influencer with a new sponsorship deal. Jeet Cheon-gang scans the room and asks, is there anyone else? Taekyung replies, it seems everyone who came has already given their gifts. The Fire King almost seems disappointed. There should have been more than this, he mutters under his breath. Gosh, this is so tiring. And Taekyung can't help but think, so the Great Fire King is just like everyone else, a bit of a hoarder. The Fire King catches Taekyung staring. Why are you looking at me with those eyes? He asks. Taekyung quickly schools his expression. Oh, nothing. I'm just in awe of you, sir. But Cheon-gang isn't buying it. That doesn't seem to be the case. Now, does it? He presses. Cornered, Taekyung admits, frankly, having all this wealth isn't a bad thing. And then, the Fire King drops a bombshell. Good, he says with a grin, because you can have it all. Taekyung, who was in the middle of taking a sip of water, does a full-on spit take. Wait, what? Jeek Cheon-gang calmly pours him a cup of wine and explains, for an old man like me, these things are useless. But for you, it's a different story. Don't worry about it. Just take it all. Taekyung is completely stunned. He looks over at his senior brother, Chong-pung, for help, but he's just busy stuffing his face, equally confused. Taekyung's mind is racing. What is happening? Why is he suddenly giving all this to me? He tries to connect the dots. I've already received so much help from him. Why does he have such goodwill towards me and my family? Then a wild thought hits him. Don't tell me. He wants to take me as his disciple? Could this be the ultimate test from one of the strongest martial arts masters in the Murim? What do you guys think is going on here? Drop your theories in the comments. And hey, if you're enjoying this recap, hitting that subscribe button would be awesome. Taekyung decides to just ask him directly. But as he opens his mouth, the Fire King suddenly slams his bowl on the table. He stands up, swaying a bit. I'm already drunk. I need to rest. See you tomorrow. Taekyung quickly offers. Oh yes, of course. Let me guide you to your room. But just like that, the moment is gone. Taekyung is left sitting there, surrounded by a mountain of treasure, with a million unanswered questions swirling in his mind. Later that night, under the pale moonlight, Taekyung finds he just can't rest. He sighs, walking through the quiet mansion until he's standing right in front of the Fire King's bedroom. A light is still on inside. He takes a deep breath and knocks. Sir Jeek, are you in there? From inside the room, a grumpy voice answers, I'm sleeping. Taekyung doesn't give up. I came because I really need to ask you something important. The voice from inside just gets louder. I said I'm sleeping. Taekyung gets frustrated. How can you be sleeping if you're replying to me? He mutters, ugh. The more I think about it, the more curious I get. The old man shouts back, well, I'm not here to answer your questions. Taekyung takes a step closer to the door, but a deadly serious voice stops him cold. If you take one more step, you won't be seeing tomorrow's sunrise. Oof, that's a classic threat from a powerful OP character if I've ever heard one. But does our boy back down? Nope. He just whines, don't be like that. Can I please come in? It's winter, and it's really cold out here. The Fire King said, want me to use the divine palm of fire to warm you up? The chilling offer sent a shiver down Taekyung's spine. Defeated, he can only turn and walk away. But just as he takes a few steps, the Fire King's voice cuts through the silence. I went to Jingyang City. That one sentence stops Taekyung dead in his tracks. It reminds him of someone. Joe Pill. The old master continues, his voice low and heavy. I was there for a while. Some random people asked what I was doing at the foot of the mountain. I told them a family member of mine died there. That I was there to pick up whatever remains I could find. Outside, Taekyung listens, his face a mask of stone. Jeet Cheon-gang confides, almost to himself. At that moment, I realized, even if I had met Joe Pill before you did, I still wouldn't have been able to kill him. The Fire Lord's heart is heavy with regret, and I will probably regret forgiving him again and again. Finally, Taekyung asks the question that's been hanging in the air. Did you find his body? Jeet Cheon-gang picks up his wine bowl, taking a long, slow drink before answering. There was nothing left. He sighs, the sound filled with the weight of years. He walked the path of blood for so long, and his loyal subordinates died right alongside him. Either the weather buried them, or starved animals consumed their remains. I was hoping for too much. It was pathetic. His voice drops to a whisper, filled with self-loathing. All of them dead, and it's all because of this old man's useless, terrible ambition. After a moment of heavy silence, the Fire King changes the subject entirely. From now on, that heavenly fire sword is yours. Taekyung is completely thrown. The what now? The heavenly fire sword. Jeet Cheon-gang repeats. That sword I entrusted to you. Taekyung's eyes go wide. What? But isn't that the ultimate treasure of the fire sect? A legendary weapon? The Fire King just scoffs. Oh, that was just bullshit. Stroking his beard, he explains, it seems about 100 years ago, the master passed it down to the next generation. And since it was passed down for so long, everyone just started assuming it was some divine weapon. Taekyung's mind is reeling. Wait, what is this nonsense? He lied about the whole thing. This old man basically just said, "It's not that deep, bro." He whirls around, pointing an accusing finger. "Are you joking with me?" The Fire King looks bored. "What will be the point of joking with you? You said it in front of everyone." Taekyung yells, his voice cracking with disbelief. "You said you were entrusting the divine object of the fire sect to me." "That's right," the old man says calmly, right in front of all of them. And then he delivers the final blow. "Did you really think I'd entrust my clan's most sacred object to a brat like you? Look, our sect only ever has one disciple at a time, so nobody actually knows what the treasure even is. They'll believe it's a divine object as long as I say it is." He leans back, a cunning glint in his eye. "So you can hold on to that sword. With that, those cowards from Jeongnan sect won't dare to mess with you again." Taekyung was completely baffled. "I was so worried about how to turn him down if he really wanted me as a disciple. But why is he being so nice to me?" And just as his mind was racing, a familiar blue screen popped up. The system announced that his nameless sword had just received a massive upgrade. It was now the Heavenly Fire Sword. The Fire King's next words just added to the confusion. He casually waved his hand and said, "Let's just say I'm lending it to you for a long, long time. If this old man forgets about it or, kicks the bucket, then it's all yours. Who knows if it's a treasure or just a piece of trash anyway." But then his tone shifted. "All right, give me the Divine Palm of Fire manual now." Without even thinking, the words "you old geezer" popped into Taekyung's head, and then, to his absolute horror, they slipped right out of his mouth. He slapped a hand over his mouth, his eyes wide with panic. "Whoa, I said that without thinking." The Fire King's friendly demeanor vanished in an instant. With a roar, he smashed the door clean off its hinges. "Damn boy, what did you just say?" Ji Cheong-gang's face was pure fury as he lunged, forcing Taekyung to bolt for his life. This is what happens when you skip your Duolingo lesson on respecting your elders, folks. It went from 0 to 100 real quick. It was just a slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue, Taekyung pleaded. But the old man wasn't having it. "A slip of the tongue, you say? Well, I guess my hands will be slipping too." He unleashed the Fire Divine Palm. The sheer power of the attack was terrifying. Screaming, "Someone help me!" Taekyung made a split-second decision and threw the Divine Palm of Fire manual into the air. Thankfully, the Fire King was quick enough to snatch the precious book from the air. He bellowed after the fleeing figure. "You little rascal, stop right there." But Taekyung didn't even slow down, just screaming back, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," before disappearing in a flash. Ji Cheong-gang sighed, watching him go. "No need to be sorry," he mumbled to himself, a hint of regret in his voice. "On the contrary, I'm the one who should be apologizing." He looked down at the martial arts manual, which was now on fire in his hand. "I'm really an old bastard," he thought, a small smile playing on his lips. "It's been a long time since anyone dared to curse me like that." Suddenly, his eyes widened in panic as he looked at the smoldering book. The Divine Palm of Fire manual. "That damn kid. Jin, Taekyung, I'll kill you." 2 days later, on the third day of the party, the atmosphere was as lively as ever. But our boy, Jin Taekyung, he was not having a good time. We find him being tended to by his subordinate, Hyuk Mujin, covered in more bruises than a dropped peach. As Hyuk wiped him down, Taekyung yelped in pain and cursed, "That damn old geezer." Hyuk nearly jumped out of his skin, looking around frantically. "Young master, are you crazy? If he hears you, you'll definitely die." Taekyung, however, just scowled. "If he wants to kill me, let him try. I'm not afraid." He winced again. "Anyway, what did you tell the people outside?" Hyuk Mujin lowered his voice. "Well, we announced that you've entered secluded training and won't be meeting anyone." He leaned in closer. "After all, we can't let the rumor get out that the great sleeping dragon of Shangshi got his, but handed to him by the Fire King, can we? Honestly, if you think Taekyung deserved that beatdown for his smart mouth, hit that like button and let us know in the comments who you were rooting for." Lying there, aching all over, Jin Taekyung couldn't stop replaying the Fire King's words. "It's because of you that the Divine Palm of Fire manual was burned." He winced, thinking to himself, "Damn it, what the hell is with those fists? How am I not fully recovered after going into energy circulation for 2 whole days? Do these Supreme Peak Martial Masters have spikes on their knuckles or something?" Just then, Taekyung turned to his servant. "Hyuk, what about my brother?" Hyuk quickly explained that the family head, Jin Kyung, did not just sit still after hearing what happened. Oh no, as soon as he heard the news, he was furious and went to see the Fire Lord himself. Hyuk recalled his words. "He is the Fire Lord. This isn't right. This is a bit too much." "And then what?" Taekyung asked, his voice filled with hope. But what came next was disappointing. Hyuk explained that after his brother saw the burnt Divine Palm of Fire manual, he completely changed his tune. He actually told the Fire King, Taekyung is the one at fault this time, and after apologizing a few times, he just left. Taekyung was livid, shouting, "Why did he apologize? I wasn't even the one who set on fire. The Fire King did that. How could he beat someone up so harshly just because that thing's a little burnt?" Hyuk, trying to be helpful, added, "At first glance, it didn't seem like there was much of a burn, but then he proceeded to pour a gallon of fuel on the fire. But because his fire attack was so strong, the outside is almost half burnt. Only the words Divine Palm were left of the Divine Palm of Fire." Taekyung shot him a look that could kill, making Hyuk tremble. In any case, Hyuk stammered, Let's stop talking about this. You might not be scared, but I'm shaking to my core. What if he really hears us? Wouldn't we be dead?" Taekyung, remembering the pain, reluctantly agreed. "That's true." But just as he said that, the doors suddenly swung open, and there he was, the Fire King, popping in unannounced. Hyuk let out a piercing scream. Taekyung, not to be outdone, turned a lovely shade of purple and shrieked right along with him. A moment later, the entire room fell dead silent. The Fire King walked in, looking completely unbothered. Why? He asked slowly. Are you two reacting like that? They both awkwardly replied, nothing. Jin Taekyung, still lying in bed, added a terrified, nothing at all. The Fire King looked at them with searching eyes. Then he smiled. Very well. No matter what plans you two have, or what bad things you say about me. As long as I don't hear it, it will be considered nothing. The sheer intimidation in that line is just wow. If you guys are feeling the tension, let me know in the comments below. Then, the Fire King's gaze landed on Hyuk. You, leave the room. You are a nuisance. Hyuk obediently bowed his head. Yes, sir, thank you. And with that, he ran away as fast as if a ghost were chasing him. Seeing his only backup disappear, Taekyung immediately started to panic. Oh my god, he thought, his heart hammering against his ribs. What are you planning to do now? Don't leave me alone with him. When Taekyung was alone with the Fire King, he was like a completely different person, quiet and almost shy. The Fire King looked at him and said, you've worked hard, but on the inside? Oh, Taekyung was fuming, thinking to himself, you old bastard. Jin Taekyung shot a suspicious glance at the Fire King, who just stared right back at him. Finally, Taekyung sat up and broke the silence. What? And then, the Fire King dropped an absolute bombshell. He ordered, take off your pants. Hearing that, Taekyung practically jumped out of his skin shouting, what in the world do you mean by that? But the Fire King didn't explain a single thing. Instead, he just started rolling up his sleeves, his expression dead serious as he repeated, hurry up, take it all off. And then, poor Taekyung was completely terrified. This is giving major, is this the real life? Energy, isn't it? He awkwardly stammered, but I already have someone I like, before cowering in the corner. The Fire King looked completely bewildered. For a moment, he was patient, just waiting, but that patience quickly ran out. Suddenly, he stormed over to Taekyung, absolutely losing it, and roared, I'm going to perform body purification on you, you idiot. Just take it all off already. And just like that, everything clicked for Taekyung. He thought to himself, oh, well, you should have just said that from the start. So, what exactly is this body purification he was talking about? Well, it's a crucial step for anyone on the path of reincarnation and martial arts. Think of it like a full body system reboot. The method uses immense energy to artificially tune up your body, purging all the junk and impurities from within. It's designed to completely change your body's constitution, making it perfect for learning powerful martial arts. Now, this body purification isn't a one-and-done deal. It has to be done multiple times, and the whole process is ridiculously demanding. There are 3 essential conditions you absolutely have to meet. First, you need a master-level expert to help, someone with at least 60 years of cultivated energy. Second, you need a mountain of resources. The person undergoing the purification has to consume tons of expensive elixirs to manage the powerful energy flowing through their body. We're talking at least 1,000 gold coins, which is an absolute fortune. That's why, unless you're from one of the legendary 10 great sects or 5 great families, you can pretty much forget about it. And the third, and maybe most important condition, pure, unadulterated endurance. Because this process literally changes you from the inside out. Your bones and muscles are basically being reforged. The pain is, well, it's beyond tremendous. Taekyung nervously asked just how much it would hurt. The Fire King's answer was chilling. It hurts so much you'll wish you were dead. He even mentioned that some people have actually died from the pain because they just couldn't take it. Taekyung, understandably, was horrified, just stammering, what? To really drive the point home, the Fire King gave him an example. The Tang sect, he said, they throw you in a giant jar filled with 1,000 different types of poison. I don't know about you, but that sounds like a truly brutal training method. If you've seen a crazier one, definitely drop it in the comments below and hit that subscribe button for more. Taekyung asked nervously, that's just how the Tang sect does it, right? He was clearly hoping his own experience wouldn't be that extreme. The Fire King just nodded, explaining, of course, every sect has its own unique method. Taekyung, however, wasn't so sure. He glanced down at his own hands, a little disturbed, and thought to himself, is his job just tying people up and using fire torches? Suddenly, the Fire King went dead silent, just staring at him. After a long moment, he let out a deep sigh. Just what is going on inside that head of yours? But seeing the old man's calm demeanor, Taekyung realized he'd probably misjudged him. Probably not. My apologies. Please excuse me. The Fire King then explained, this kind of preparation isn't something that can be finished in a single morning. Today, I will use my internal energy to correct your tendons and bones. As for the elixir you'll need for this body purification, you can go and get that yourself later. Taekyung, ever the eager student, immediately replied, oh, yes, sir. Then, he pointed downwards and asked the most logical question he could think of. So, should I take off my pants now? The Fire Lord's eye twitched in annoyance. He growled, ask me that one more time, and I'll peel your skin off myself. And what does our boy do? He whips his pants off in the blink of an eye. If you're done, lie down, the Fire King ordered, exasperated. But as the old master observed him, his expression shifted from serious to puzzled. A second later, his eyes widened in genuine surprise. He stammered, this is Taekyung, completely clueless, just let out a confused, huh, what's wrong? Is there a problem? The Fire Lord just stared, completely baffled. How? He thought, how can this kid's body be so perfectly balanced? He knew that normally, a person's posture, their daily habits, even the environment they grow up in, all of it should create slight imbalances. So, how is this possible? But the old man just turned away and replied, no, it's nothing. Taekyung wasn't buying it for a second. What was that, he thought? That was definitely not nothing. He glanced down at his own body, wondering, what exactly was he looking at? Seeing the Fire King still staring so intently, Taekyung got the completely wrong idea. He puffed out his chest a little and said, everyone's built the same, right? But then, With a conspiratorial grin, he leaned in close to the Fire Lord's ear. Well, actually, he whispered, not everyone can have this size. Even I was surprised at first. You know the Amazon jungle? They have those black anacondas there, and it's this huge. He then lets out a proud chuckle. I understand why you're so surprised, but hey, no touching, okay? Bro completely misunderstood the assignment. The Fire King is trying to analyze his meridians for this legendary martial arts training. Before he could say another word, bam, the Fire Lord sent a fist flying, and Taekyung screamed as the pain knocked him out cold. The next thing he knew, Taekyung woke up, naked and sore, lying on a bed. He sat up, groaning. My everything hurts. I just said he couldn't touch it. Did he really have to punch me that hard? Ow. But as he was complaining, a familiar blue window popped up right in front of him. A notification read, Body purification has been completed successfully. Jin Taekyung looks around, a grin spreading across his face. Is that it? He wonders, quickly pulling up his notifications. He scans the screen, and his face falls. His body and circulatory system increased by 5, but his strength, stamina, and agility only went up by 1. A second later, confusion sets in. What? That's all? He mutters, completely underwhelmed. There has to be something more drastic, right? I mean, come on. In all the best martial arts manhwa, this kind of power-up is basically a cheat code. This old man, he scoffs. He's all talk and no action. Probably just doing it for show. Meanwhile, back in the main hall, we see Jin Waikyung pouring wine for the powerful Fire King. They exchange pleasantries, but Waikyung is totally bewildered. Why did he come to see me? He thinks to himself. And honestly, the Fire King is just as confused. He takes a sip of wine, thinking, did I get possessed by a ghost or something? Why on earth did I come here, of all places? The moon is high in the sky, and the Fire King finally puts down his cup. I just met that kid, he says. Waikyung immediately replies, you mean Taekyung? His mind instantly jumps to one thing. Is this about that secret martial arts manual? But the Fire King shakes his head. I forgot, he says with a straight face. While that manual was very precious, people are more important. Isn't that right? Hearing this, Waikyung puts on a bright smile and agrees, yes, of course, while internally screaming, then why did you beat him so badly? He's giving off some serious, this is fine. The Fire King catches his weird expression and asks, what was that look? Waikyung just laughs it off nervously. It was nothing. The Fire King clears his throat. In any case, it seems I was a little too harsh. So, I went to find him to perform a body purification for him. At this, Waikyung's eyes go wide. Body purification? Do you mean the body purification I know about? The Fire King just looks at him dryly. Is there some other kind? In the blink of an eye, Waikyung is bowing deeply. And no, there isn't. To think a great master like you would perform a body purification for Taekyung. This is a great blessing for our entire family. But the Fire King suddenly looks worried. It seems you don't know your brother very well. The effectiveness of the body purification wasn't very high. Waikyung's face practically turns purple with fear. He shouts, what? What do you mean it wasn't effective? Is there something wrong with Taekyung? The Fire King quickly holds up a hand. That's not it. Calm down and sit down. As Waikyung slowly sits, the Fire King explains. Based on how little effect the purification had, it's more accurate to say he didn't need one. He pauses, letting the words sink in. It's still too early to draw conclusions, but perhaps, I think he has a natural martial body. As soon as those words leave his lips, Jin Waikyung is terrified. He's screaming internally. The atmosphere in the room suddenly goes dead silent. You guys, this is a huge reveal. If you think this changes everything for Taekyung, smash that like button. The Fire King, a bit curious himself, looked at Jin Waikyung and said, you don't seem too surprised, Brad. Did you already know? Jin Waikyung shook his head. I didn't, but now it all makes sense. He explained that his brother's insane growth, his rapid improvement in martial arts, it could only be possible with something legendary like the natural martial body. The Fire King sighed. Unbelievably fast, you say? He then began to explain the legend of the natural martial body. It's a gift from the heavens, a once-in-a-century, maybe even once-in-a-millennium miracle. It's basically like a god decided to bless a mere mortal's body on a whim. Compared to his peers, sure, the Fire King continued. He's accomplished a lot. But is it enough to match the legends? That's why I can't be certain yet. He gestured vaguely. The world is way bigger than just the 10 great sects or the 5 great clans. It's overflowing with hidden talent. There are young geniuses out there whose names we haven't even heard yet. I bet some of them have already reached the peak level, or maybe even the supreme peak. So, is a legend just a legend? Maybe your brother is simply a once-in-a-generation martial arts prodigy, nothing more. But Jin Waikyung just smiled. That's a very interesting take. This vague answer just confused the Fire King. What are you getting at, Brad? Without missing a beat, Jin Waikyung replied, I have a different opinion. He held up 3 fingers, a simple gesture that somehow sent a chill down the Fire King's spine. Then he said it. 3 months. That's how long he's been training in martial arts. He let that sink in for a moment before continuing. 3 months to go from a third-rate, brothel-visiting nobody to a peak martial master. And folks, that bombshell hit the Fire King like a literal thunderbolt. Jin Waikyung clenched his fists, his eyes burning with conviction. That so-called useless younger brother of mine. He's going to become the #1 expert in the world. No, he'll be the greatest in all of history. The Fire King was so stunned, he started physically shaking. He stammered, his voice filled with disbelief. How? How could a third-rate bum reach the peak master level in just 3 months? That's impossible. But then, a memory flashed in his mind. The body purification. The way his disciple's body had transformed. He thought to himself, the length of the bones, the angle of the muscles, it all creates a perfect harmonious balance. How can a body like this even exist? A chilling realization washed over him. Is this truly the natural martial body? His mind started racing. If this is real, what would happen if he learned even more powerful martial arts? What if he consumed legendary elixirs? The Fire King's heart began to pound with excitement, and a dangerous thought formed. What if I teach him? At this moment, the Fire King's brain is working faster than a crypto bro explaining NFTs. You can practically see the gears turning. If you're as hyped as he is to see what happens next, make sure to hit that subscribe button and let us know in the comments what you think he'll do. He trembled, not from fear, but from pure, unadulterated ambition. The Fire Lord, Taekyung Jin, reached for a wine bottle, but his hand paused. Why? He thought. Why did I accept a disciple? Since when did I have such strange thoughts? Taekyung Jin, you fool, calm down. Jin Waikyung noticed his master's sudden shift in mood and quickly asked, Senior, are you okay? The Fire Lord just sighed. A few seconds passed, and then he realized the bottle was empty. Looks like I need more wine, he grumbled. Later that night, the city was alive and bustling. In a nearby pub, the tables were full, everyone eating, drinking, and laughing together. But not everyone was having a good time. Over by the stairs, while a small group chatted happily, our protagonist Jin Taekyung and his loyal subordinate Hyuk sat in gloomy silence. Suddenly, Jin Waikyung spotted them and shouted with pure joy, My dear brother, my beloved brother is here. But the Fire Lord, Taekyung Jin, was less than thrilled. He scowled at Taekyung. We asked you to come ages ago. Why are you so late? Seeing their already flushed faces, Taekyung immediately thought to himself, these two must have gotten drunk on purpose. He quickly pulled up a chair, trying to keep the peace. I came right away, he said calmly. But the Fire Lord wasn't buying it. He pointed a finger at Taekyung, his voice dripping with accusation. You must have been dawdling. You probably decided not to come until you heard I was here. Taekyung was stunned. Is this guy a mind reader or what? How could he possibly know? The Fire Lord, meanwhile, was smirking internally. No matter how hard you try, little disciple, you'll still be dancing in the palm of my hand. Seeing the tension rise, Hyuk quickly gave a signal, asking his own subordinates to take their leave. With the room cleared, the Fire Lord slammed a massive bowl of wine on the table. Come on, let's have a bowl. Taekyung reluctantly agreed, and down the hatch. He drank the entire thing in one gulp. But the moment he set the bowl down, the Fire Lord filled it right back up. Another bowl. Taekyung hesitated, glancing at his new master's face, but he knew he couldn't refuse. He drank again. The Fire Lord just kept pouring, a menacing grin on his face, simply saying, more. Taekyung was getting terrified. Seeing the fear in his eyes, the Fire Lord taunted him. You just said something? Not daring to argue. Taekyung just choked out an awkward reply. Oh, this wine is really delicious. Good, the Fire Lord boomed. Let's have another bowl. At this point, poor Taekyung is getting hazed harder than a pledge during rush week. This is some next-level hazing, for sure. Helpless, he just kept drinking and drinking until an entire, massive urn of wine was completely empty. All by himself. The Fire Lord looked on, finally satisfied. That's right, he declared. A real man has to be able to drink this much. With that, he stood up and started to walk away. I have to relieve myself a bit. Oh, and bring more wine here. As he left, he had one secret thought. This kid drinks well. But Taekyung? He was fuming, his face practically purple with rage. Is this a welcome party for a new disciple? Or some kind of torture? As soon as the Fire Lord was out of sight, Taekyung finally let out a long sigh of relief. He thought to himself, okay, I survived. The most difficult part is over. Just then, someone approached their table. Will it be okay for me to offer a drink to the sleeping dragon of Shangxi? Jin Taekyung looked up, confused. Standing before him was a confident, middle-aged man. The man introduced himself. I'm Yu Bol-gun, from the Yu family of Shandong. I'm an instructor teaching spearmanship at the Heavenly Martial Academy. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung's ears perked up. The Heavenly Martial Academy? Ah, my second brother is. But before he could finish, Yu Bol-gun cut him off. I understand. He's currently in seclusion, isn't he? That brings me to my question. Did Mu Kyung say anything before he went into his isolated training? Yu Bol-gun smoothly poured a drink for Taekyung as he continued. He told us he was just visiting his family for a short while, but we haven't been able to contact him since. The academy tasked me with bringing him back. Taekyung chose his words carefully. He's the kind of person who won't stop until he's completely satisfied with his training. So, Yu Bol-gun sighed. That puts me in a tough spot. Well then, let me ask you this. He leaned in, lowering his voice. Why don't you take this opportunity to become a student of the Heavenly Martial Academy? Even though the enrollment period has passed, I can make some arrangements. The offer hit Taekyung like a bolt of lightning. He was so stunned, he couldn't even speak. Seeing his reaction, Yu Bol-gun added with a smirk, of course, if the rumor that you're a disciple of the legendary Fire Lord is true, then just pretend I never said anything. But the idea had already taken root in Taekyung's mind. The Heavenly Martial Academy. Why didn't I think of it, he thought. If I were there, I wouldn't have to worry about being ambushed and beaten to death. It's a gathering place for the most talented and well-trained martial artists in the world. I could finally focus on my cultivation and improve my abilities without looking over my shoulder. He continued to mull it over, the possibilities swirling. Plus, if I meet the right conditions, I could learn secret martial arts, just like Jin Mu-kyung. That fight with the Tiger Swordsman, it taught me a brutal lesson. Without strength, I can't do anything. I can't protect anyone. If I stay here at the Jin family, my growth will be limited forever. Just as his resolve was hardening, Yu Bol-gun patted his shoulder again. So, do you want to become a disciple? If you are an outstanding talent, the doors to our Heavenly Martial Academy are always open. He smiled, his eyes narrowing slightly, and thought to himself, It doesn't matter if he's really the Fire Lord's disciple or not. Right now, for a boy like him, the academy is the best and only choice. Taekyung opened his mouth, the decision on his lips. But at that very moment, a wave of scorching heat washed over the entire building, and a voice, amplified by fire magic, boomed through the air. Get your hands off him. The Fire Lord had returned. And folks, he pulled up with more heat than a Kendrick Lamar diss track. The heat was so intense that both of them recoiled. Yu Bol-gun cried out in discomfort. It's too hot. As the two struggled against the intense heat of the Fire King's attack, Jin Taekyung cried out, it's getting way too warm in here. Seeing the Fire King's furious face, Yu Bol-gun awkwardly asked, my lord, why are you suddenly acting this way? But the Fire King didn't care one bit. He just snarled, I said get your hands off what belongs to me. This left Jin Taekyung completely stunned, thinking to himself, what about me? The Fire King then strode towards them, his voice dripping with menace. Where did you learn this habit of casually touching other people's things? Yu Bol-gun immediately begged for forgiveness. My lord, please forgive me. I simply wish to offer Taekyung here an opportunity. Meanwhile, Jin Taekyung was having a moment of his own. I can't believe it, he thought. This old man usually draws a clear line with everyone else's business, so why is he suddenly treating me so well? The Fire King scoffed, clearly guessing his true intention. An opportunity? Opportunity, my foot. That might sound nice, but you're just trying to steal him, aren't you? Do you think this old man doesn't know your real game? Yu Bol-gun frantically tried to explain. That's not what I meant. I'm here as a teacher from the Heavenly Martial Academy, not as a member of the Yu family. I'm simply passing on the words of the head of the academy. I have no personal feelings in this matter. The Fire King narrowed his eyes. So, the head of the academy didn't know about the relationship between me and this brat, and he still ordered you to do this? Yu Bol-gun answered quickly and frankly. I was the one who delivered the gift from the Lotus Moon to young Master Jin, so we knew each other from before. However, I never realized there was a master-disciple relationship between you, the great hero, and young Master Jin. That's why I came to pass on a message. Hearing this, both the Fire King and Jin Taekyung were completely surprised. The crowd, who had been told to be quiet, couldn't help but start whispering. Chill, be quiet. One person hissed. Another murmured. Did you hear that? I've never seen our master address someone else with such respect before. Someone else added. The way he treats him, it feels like more than just a disciple. The whispers grew louder. Is that so? What could it mean? But before they could speculate any further, Yu Bol-gun cut in, his eyes fixed on the Fire King. If he were truly your disciple, he declared, he would have rejected my offer flat out. The moment those words left his mouth, a cold sweat broke out on Taekyung's brow. But inwardly, he had to admit, this guy's seriously sharp. Finally, Yu Bol-gun took a deep breath and firmly asked the million-dollar question. Please forgive my rudeness, but I must ask, what exactly is the relationship between you two? The question hung in the air, and the Fire King fell silent, lost in thought. Jin Taekyung's mind, however, was racing. Okay, everyone's already realized something's up. This is the perfect chance to clarify things. The truth is, I'm not really the Fire King's disciple. As long as this incredible martial arts master is alive, no one would dare touch my Taekyung Jin family. But what happens after that? That's the real problem. To become so strong that nobody would even think about touching my family. That's going to be incredibly difficult on my own. And in that moment of calculation, a decision formed in his mind. Okay, let's go to the Heavenly Martial Academy. Taekyung finally opens his mouth, ready to reveal the truth. The truth is, he starts to say, but he's cut off. Suddenly, the Fire King booms. He is my disciple. It takes a second for the words to sink in. And when they do, our boy Jin Taekyung just panics, shouting, wait, what? The Fire King, however, just plays it cool, acting like this was his master plan all along. I intended to wait to announce it, until the preparations were complete. He says to the crowd, but I guess this can't wait anymore. Since everyone seems to have so much to say about this matter, I'll make it clear to all of you. Taekyung, bless his heart, scrambles over trying to stop this train wreck. No, wait, he pleads, but his efforts are completely meaningless. Because right after that, the Fire King shouts for the world to hear, I declare to you all, I, the 18th clan leader of the Great Fire Clan, Jeek Chun Gang, have taken Jin Taekyung as my one and only disciple to succeed and continue the legacy of the Fire Clan. And folks, if you think this moment is wild, you have no idea what's coming. The crowd absolutely erupts into cheers, while our protagonist, Jin Taekyung, just stands there completely dumbfounded. His brain has officially left the chat. And Yu Bol-gun, the guy who started all this, he realizes he's made a huge mistake. He immediately bows, stammering, Sir Jeek, I've been rude. Young Master Jin, please forgive me. He then quickly finds an excuse to dip. I'll report this to the Heavenly Martial Academy right away, he says. No one would dare mess with the disciple of Sir Jeek. We're friends, right? Taekyung is so horrified. His face is practically turning purple. Yu Bol-gun asks why he looks so upset on such a happy day. Taekyung can't even answer. He's just screaming internally. I have no words. I'm speechless. The Fire King, an absolute master of PR, strolls over and claps a heavy hand on Taekyung's shoulder. Oh, this kid, he chuckles to the crowd. He's just embarrassed in front of so many people. And as the crowd cheers again, he leans in close, pretending to be all fatherly. Give your master a hug, disciple, he says warmly before gritting his teeth and whispering, come on, smile. Put your arms around my shoulders and lift the corners of your mouth. Now, in that horrifying moment, as he's forced into a hug, Taekyung's future flashes before his eyes. He imagines himself as nothing more than the Fire King's pet, chained up, forbidden from learning the Fire Clan's martial arts, and treated worse than a servant. He sees himself being beaten, forced to do chores. He can practically hear the Fire King yelling, "Hurry up and bring me some wine," as a bowl is thrown at his head. His thoughts spiral. If I want to live, I have to please the Fire King. The last anyone heard, our protagonist Jin Taekyung was dragged back to the Fire Clan's home on Mount Jiahua. But here's the thing, no one actually saw it happen. And since that day, no one has seen him again. After a while, the Fire King takes another swig of his wine and just says, "Okay." But Jin Taekyung is not having it. He absolutely explodes, screaming, "It's not okay. Why would you do that? I have to survive too, you know?" Well, that was the wrong thing to say. The Fire King's temper flares, and he smashes the wine bottle to pieces. "You dare raise your voice against me?" he roars. "Do you want to die? What? Is there something wrong with me being your master? What's the problem? I could be your master, can't I? Am I right or wrong?" This dude has absolutely zero chill, I swear. Taekyung, completely terrified, immediately starts backpedaling. "I mean, it's not that you can't," he stammers. "It's just, didn't you say you had no intention of taking a disciple? If you're not going to teach me any martial arts, then why do you want me as your disciple? It would be 100 times better for me to join the Heavenly Martial Academy. But I can't even do that now because of you." The Fire King just scoffs at this. A place like the Heavenly Martial Academy? Sure, you might learn a few more flashy techniques there, but you'd never reach a truly high level. And then, the Fire King drops a bombshell. "It's because you have a natural martial body." Taekyung is completely lost. "Oh, what now? A natural what body?" The Fire King explains, "The natural martial body is a gift from the heavens, seen only once every 100 years. I heard from your brother. You learned all those martial arts in just 3 months. Do you really think that's possible with effort alone? It's because of that body. It lets you learn any type of martial art much, much faster than anyone else." He leans in, his voice dripping with disdain. "And you want to waste that heavenly gift learning third-rate martial arts at some academy? If you guys had a cheat code body like that, what kind of power would you ask for? Drop a comment and let me know." Hearing this, Taekyung thinks to himself, "Well, it wasn't exactly a gift from the heavens. It was more like a gift from my system's items. The old man, Jik Cheon Gang, must have observed my body and confused my perfect stats with a natural martial body. But hey, he's not wrong. My body is now perfectly built for martial arts training." And with that realization, a new plan begins to form in his mind. Meanwhile, the Fire King changes the subject slightly. "Look, this old man still owes you a debt. Before I leave this place, I will repay it. So, if you want anything, just name it." Taekyung is a bit taken aback. That's right, he thinks, "I've never seriously considered what I want from him." He says to the Fire King, "Let me think about it for a bit. We still have a few days before you leave, right?" But the Fire King is not a patient man. No, he snaps. "Decide, right now." Before Taekyung can even process that, the Fire King's infamous temper explodes again. He slams his fist on the table, making everything jump. "You're so bloody frustrating," he yells. "What is there to even think about? Ask to learn my martial arts. Ask for my advice on new techniques. It's not rocket science, kid." Taekyung was absolutely terrified, but then, in a shocking twist, the Fire King completely changed his mind. He let out an awkward cough and said, "Ahem, those were just my suggestions. Don't pay too much attention. Oh, the secondhand embarrassment is real, you guys." The Fire King was so flustered he started mumbling to himself. "Ahem, my throat is too dry." Anything to avoid looking at the kid. Seeing his chance, Taekyung played along. "Ah, so you didn't want me to be your disciple." This just made it worse. The Fire King was so embarrassed he couldn't even look Taekyung in the face. He just kept denying it, shouting, "Nonsense. Do you really think I want to do that? The sole disciple of my clan is a treasure tradition. Do you think it could be decided so easily?" But Taekyung, with a little smirk, shot back, "You seem to be doing it pretty easily just now, though." The Fire King firmly denied it again. "There's no reason for me to want to accept you as my disciple." And that's when Taekyung dropped the ultimate trump card. He just calmly said 2 words, "Natural martial body." And just like that, complete silence. The Fire King had absolutely no comeback. Seeing his opening, Jin Taekyung pushed his advantage, saying smugly, "If I learn the Scorching Clan's advanced mystic arts with this body, then, wow, just imagine how awesome that would be." You could practically see the gears turning in the Fire King's head. He was completely lost in the possibilities, thinking to himself, "That's it. Since meeting this kid, I have zero self-esteem left." After a long, defeated sigh, the Fire King tried to change the subject. He turned away and said, "Ah, after we're done here, we still have to go to the Manhwa sect." Taekyung immediately pounced on this. "All right, when we go there, I'll explain the situation to the great warrior, Mei Hak. I guess I'll just become a disciple there then." Before he could even finish the sentence, the Fire King roared, "No." Realizing he'd just shown his whole hand, he quickly lowered his voice, trying to sound casual. "I mean, if you want, you can stay by my side and watch me practice my martial arts. I need to repay my debt, of course." And yep, you guessed it. The Fire King's cheeks were bright red. The man was actually blushing. Jin Taekyung couldn't hide his grin. He had him. He bowed slightly and said, "For now, that's enough. Please take care of me in the future, Sir Jeek." But the Fire King wasn't done squirming. He added another condition about what Taekyung should call him. Taekyung looked surprised. "How should I address you?" Jeek Cheon coughed again. "Well, ahem, we don't really have a teacher-student relationship, but if someone else is around, we should, address each other properly. Right?" Taekyung just nodded. "That's fine. So what would be good then?" The Fire King hesitated, and Taekyung, bless his heart, just cut straight to the chase. "You want me to call you master, right?" The word master just hung in the air, making the Fire King visibly uncomfortable. Before he could protest, though, Taekyung just went for it and called him master. And the Fire King, trapped in his own web of excuses, reluctantly agreed. Okay, that sounds good. But Taekyung had one more request. Then, when it's just the two of us, I'll call you grandfather. The Fire King, probably just wanting this whole awkward conversation to finally be over, mumbled, that'll be fine. And without missing a beat, Taekyung smiled and replied, understood, grandfather. Jin Taekyung pressed the Fire King again, asking, but didn't you say you'd be leaving in a few days? The Fire King just shrugs and replies, honestly, I can just delay that. I'm planning to leave after you've become stronger, to a certain extent. I'm a type who has to see things through to the end. But Taekyung, ever the persistent one, pushes back. Even if it takes a few years. The Fire King immediately gets annoyed, snapping, you brat, didn't I just tell you about my personality? Still, Taekyung isn't letting it go. He continues, but wouldn't that make it real master-disciple relationship then? The Fire King practically shouts, I am just repaying a debt. But a moment later, as he pours himself some wine, his harsh demeanor melts away. Master, he mutters to himself. It's been 10 years since someone called me that. He takes a sip, a small, almost unnoticeable smile on his face. It doesn't feel bad at all. Later that night, alone on the roof, he pictures the image of his old disciple, Joe Pill, and thinks to himself, not bad, right? The next day, things are all business. As soon as Jin Waikyung spots Waipeng, he calls out, Waipeng, it's really hard to see you these days. Waipeng greets him with a tired, unpleasant look on his face. You know the reason. Lately, I can't tell if I'm the elder manager or just a bodyguard. Waikyung laughs it off. Haha, try your best. Just work hard for a few more days. So, how is the situation now? Waipeng reports, it's progressing smoothly. All the people we took in from the Murim side are being very obedient, probably thanks to Sir Jeek. Even on the government side, the king of Changshan, who is part of the imperial family, isn't complaining, so there's no way the others would dare to. And the merchants? They're only here for the money, so they're all doing their best to cooperate. While looking over some documents, Waikyung quickly asks, great, what about the budget? How much are we left with? And this is where it gets interesting. Waipeng immediately replies with a dead serious face, not enough, sir. Waikyung is stunned, his voice filled with alarm. What? Why? Waipeng's frown deepens as he explains. I'm saying, our current warehouse doesn't have enough space to store all the treasure. We filled 2 storages to full capacity 2 days ago, and now we're just piling the rest in the finance manner instead. After Waikyung breathes a huge sigh of relief, Waipeng continues. Sir Jeek's announcement yesterday made the biggest difference. It helped convince everyone who was still uncertain about the Jin family's rise to power. Waikyung nods, following his train of thought. And that's why the Suk family, who've been silent this whole time, suddenly asked for a meeting. I guess everyone is finally certain of our potential now, right? But Waipeng, ever the realist, replies incredulously. Well, that's just how people who are on the fence act. In return for sending their gifts late, they just sent more of it. Waikyung just grins. That's right, he says. Let them send everything. Waipeng bows his head. Yes, sir. So, Jin Taekyung and the Fire King, Jeek Cheongang, leave the house and head deep into a nearby forest. After a short walk, the Fire King stops abruptly in front of a cliff. He casually tosses his bag to the ground and declares, this place will do. Taekyung, who's been lugging around a whole armful of spears this entire time, finally gets a break. He eyes the bag curiously and asks, so, what's in the bag? The Fire King smirks, this? His expression suddenly turns dead serious, almost mischievous. He leans in and says, something that will make you struggle. With joy. Ha ha ha. And, well, you can imagine where Taekyung's mind went. He immediately pictures, let's just say, things you can't show on YouTube, and mutters in absolute horror. Not those kinds of things. The Fire King just waves it off. We'll need this stuff later. For now, just ignore it. Taekyung, trying to play it cool, just nods. Okay, so what should I do now? Jeek Cheonggang's reply is simple and completely insane. Attack me. Taekyung is so stunned, he can't believe what he just heard. What? The Fire King repeats, his voice firm. Attack me. Use every last ounce of strength you have right now. You have 30 minutes. If you can make me take even a single step back in that time, you win. Taekyung is just standing there, completely baffled. And right on cue, as if the situation wasn't wild enough, the system chimes in with a brand new quest. A window pops up, forcing one step back, initiated. The objective is clear. The Fire Lord, Jeek Cheongang, wants to witness your true strength. Repel him within the time limit to earn his recognition. The Fire King just grins. Well then, let's get started. A massive countdown timer appears in Taekyung's vision. 30:00. It ticks down. 29:59. Without a moment's hesitation, Taekyung levels his spear and launches a furious assault on the Fire Lord. But it's like attacking a brick wall. His attacks do absolutely nothing. However, even as he effortlessly blocks every strike, the Fire King is seriously impressed. He thinks to himself, what is this kid? He's only 21, and he's only been learning martial arts for 3 months. How is he already so skilled with a spear? His proficiency is on par with seasoned spear masters. His form is flawless, with zero hesitation. It's like he's a veteran of countless real battles. What a complete mystery. And just as the Fire King is lost in thought, bam! Taekyung feints high and strikes low, tagging him right in the leg. It's not a step back, but it makes the old man hop in surprise. Taekyung grins, gotcha. The Fire Lord just chuckles, his eyes glowing. He thinks they say there are no truly talented people left in the world, but maybe that old saying is wrong after all. A moment later, with a flick of his energy, flames erupt and completely burn away the tip of Taekyung's spear. Taekyung stares at his now useless weapon and yells out in pure frustration. Oh, come on. Isn't this old man playing a little dirty? But the Fire King is completely unfazed. A dangerous smile spreads across his face as he says, "The real training starts now." And with that, he lifts one leg, and in the blink of an eye, he stomps down on the ground. The earth itself cracks and shatters, sending a violent shockwave right under Jin Taekyung's feet. The battle rages on, and as small pieces of rock fly up, the Fire Lord effortlessly uses his internal energy to bat them away from Jin Taekyung. But seeing this, Taekyung is actually offended. He counters, shouting, "I can handle this myself." With a roar, he unleashes his own power, striking the incoming rocks. The stones, which were just moments from hitting him, instantly turn into dust particles. The Fire Lord, however, remains completely calm. "Look at you," he says, almost mockingly. Then, he conjures another devastating fire attack. "How will you block this one?" Seeing the incoming inferno, Jin Taekyung just sighs, and in the next second, boom, a massive explosion engulfs the entire area. Smoke and dust rise into the air, and debris flies into the nearby river. The Fire Lord feels pretty satisfied with himself, a wide grin spreading across his face. He can't help but mock the boy. "Don't you think you're a little stupid? How could you possibly counter that?" But from within the smoke, Taekyung's voice comes out, firm and unafraid. "It was worth a try." When the smoke clears, we see Taekyung, completely burned black from the attack. The Fire Lord teases him. "So, what are you planning to do with that look?" Jin Taekyung replies in frustration. "I don't know. I didn't expect things to turn out like this." But even as he's mocking him, the Fire Lord gives a surprising compliment. "I have to praise you, though, for not being sent flying and for actually blocking that attack." At this, Taekyung's disappointment grows. "Funny, is that all? Isn't it enough to just block it? Who said it was?" The Fire Lord retorts sharply. Jin Taekyung, completely frustrated, can only bite his tongue. He finally snaps. The great Fire Lord, famous throughout the world, using his full strength to attack a kid old enough to be his grandson. Hearing that, the old man replies nonchalantly, "And is it okay for a child to hold a spear and rush towards an old man old enough to be his grandfather?" He then asks, with a hint of accusation, "Can you really call yourself the sleeping dragon of Shangxi?" This moment sends Taekyung over the edge. He starts angrily pointing at the Fire Lord. You're a martial master." The Fire Lord just points right back at him. "And you have a natural martial body. So what?" Jin Taekyung is completely thrown off. "What? Why are you suddenly bringing that up?" After a bit more arguing, Taekyung finally bows his head, giving in. The Fire Lord proudly thinks to himself, "Don't joke with me, kid." But after just a moment, Jin Taekyung is back on the offensive. "But what if I made you take a step back?" The Fire Lord, whose name is Taekyung, just scoffs arrogantly. "Right now, you only have enough time to drink a cup of water. You think you can make me take a single step back in that time? There's no way that could happen." And the mention of time makes Taekyung's heart stop. He quickly looks at the clock, and his blood runs cold. There are only 3 minutes and 15 seconds left. The Fire Lord pointed at the bag on the stone slab and said, "Honestly, from the very beginning, I just want to test your strength. As long as you work hard, you'll definitely have prospects." However, Jin Taekyung just calmly replied, "What a pity." Inside his head, though, he had a completely different attitude. He thought, as long as I didn't get burned by that attack and actually managed to block it, I might have succeeded. After all, he never made those conditions. Then, Taekyung puts on a real show. He acts like he let something slip, repeatedly slapping his own mouth. "Oops, this stupid mouth of mine. Don't say that. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. If your reputation gets ruined because of me, what would I do?" As for the Fire Lord, he was so annoyed he could barely stand it, clenching his fists tightly. "Look at this little brat," he seethed. Immediately after, he clasped his hands behind his back, pretending to be calm and collected. "I know your intentions like the back of my hand. Fine, let's give it a try." Jin Taekyung's eyes lit up. Really, this just made the Fire Lord angrier, and he shouted, "Have you never heard that the word of the Fire Lord weighs 1,000 gold? I am someone who will definitely keep my word." Taekyung immediately replied, "Okay." Very quickly, the two got into their fighting positions again. But before taking action, the Fire Lord asked him, "Don't tell me you're planning on using poison or something." But Taekyung objected, acting all offended. "Oh my goodness, why would I do something like that?" A second later, he pointed the spear right at him and said with a grin, "A true man simply goes for one huge hit." At this, the Fire Lord fell silent again, just observing him. Jin Taekyung pursed his lips tightly. Then, he gritted his teeth. Finally, he roared one, "Strike!" The Fire Lord was shocked, his eyes flying wide as he stared at him. The scene shifts to a peaceful morning in the forest. Birds are chirping in the trees, and by a stream, a deer is drinking water. A moment later, the deer raises its head to enjoy the peaceful space, but just a second later, it looks utterly confused. The nearby cliff is starting to shake. In a blink of an eye, the cliff explodes, sending smoke and dust flying everywhere. And the reason for this? Jin Taekyung is fighting the Fire Lord. The Fire Lord, Taekyung, is using powerful fire attacks to counter him, but even he is being pushed back. He can't believe his eyes, shouting, "You!" Meanwhile, Taekyung is giving it everything he's got, gritting his teeth, his face pale with the effort as he forces him back. After a while, we see the result. He's created a massive cave on the cliff with a single attack, right behind the Fire Lord, causing him to ask in total confusion, "What exactly did you do?" Jin Taekyung looked down at his spear, which had lost its tip, and was just as surprised. He thought to himself, "This is the first time I've used all my strength since reaching the ultimate realm. I didn't expect the destructive power would be so strong." Then, playing dumb, Taekyung just tells him, "I don't know. I didn't expect it to be that strong either." The Fire Lord was absolutely stunned by Jin Taekyung's answer. But at the same time, Taekyung's strength was completely spent. He started to feel dizzy and then began to fall backward. Fortunately, Ji Cheongang was right there to catch him. As he slipped into unconsciousness, our hero hesitantly muttered, "Grandfather." The Fire Lord quickly leaned in, advising him, Okay, save it for later. Just rest for now." While channeling a healing technique into Taekyung, the boy tried to speak again. He was trying to tell the old master that he had won the challenge, but the words were faint. The Fire Lord couldn't hear him clearly, so he asked again, "What did you say, kid?" And then, a little clearer this time, Taekyung repeated, "I won." Hearing this, the old man's eyes went wide. For a moment, there was silence. Then, he accepted his defeat, and a booming laugh echoed through the training ground. "Huh, that's right. You beat me. Huh, and you know what that means, right?" The system immediately lit up with a notification. Quest complete. Force one step back. A little while later, after regaining consciousness and some of his health, Jin Taekyung let out a surprised yelp as he stared at his own system window. Talk about a massive reward. The notices were scrolling like crazy. You have completed the task of Force one step back. You have received a reward from the task. You have received a large amount of experience. Leveled up, leveled up, leveled up, leveled up. You have received an additional 20 points for stat distribution. Taekyung thought to himself, wow, completing a single quest just shot me up 4 levels. That's seriously generous. A reward that gives you 4 levels is just insane. Right after that, he turned to the old master and called out, "Hey, old man." The Fire Lord looked over, surprised. "Huh, you're awake already." He was rummaging through a large bag, muttering to himself, "I don't know if it caused this kid is young or what, but he recovers really fast." Well, let's move on to the next step. Taekyung had walked over just in time to hear this. His eyes lit up. Next step? Sounds interesting. So before we start, but oh boy, Jin Taekyung had absolutely no idea what was coming. The next thing he knows, he's tied to a massive stone pillar. He panicked, shouting, "Hey, can you release me first? I can't move my body. You blocked my acupoints, didn't you? I'm sure you did this for my own good, though, right? Ha! Wait, why am I not wearing any clothes? This has to be the wildest wellness retreat I've ever seen. My man went from hero to a human sacrifice in 5 seconds flat." The Fire Lord, however, completely ignored his protests, focused only on finding what he was looking for in his bag. And when he found it, he cheered, "I found them." He turned to the very naked, very tied-up Taekyung and said, "Don't be afraid." A second later, he held up 3 different types of medicinal herbs. Taekyung just looked at them, completely confused. Ji Cheongang stepped in to explain. "Those are spiritual medicines. They help increase your pure positive energy." Finding these specific things took the old man quite a while. He had to dig through the entire warehouse. He continued, holding up the herbs. "This is fire spirit grass, and this is a red flower herb. Normally, they're like common weeds and don't have much effect on your internal energy. A 100-year-old ginseng would be 100 times better for just raw power. But do you know why we didn't bring those? It's because only these specific herbs can help you cultivate the purest positive energy possible. This is good food for your body, so you should eat it all. I don't know if it'll increase your raw strength right away, but with your unique constitution, normal food would actually make you weaker." Taekyung looked completely stunned. He thought to himself, wait a minute, this old man, he personally prepared this spirit medicine for me, even though I'm not his official disciple. I'm actually touched. While he was lost in thought, the Fire Lord, Ji Cheongang, explained that if he absorbed this powerful elixir, he could increase his internal energy by a full 30 years. Hearing this, Taekyung's heart swelled. He really is a man with a warm heart. The Fire Lord, however, felt incredibly uncomfortable with Taekyung staring at him with those big, grateful eyes. A second later, he just snaps, "What the hell? What's with that look?" But Taekyung just smiled happily and said, "It's nothing. I just think you're a really good person." Oh, the Fire Lord did not like that. He got all red in the face and shouted, "What are you talking about? I already ate the good stuff. That's just the trash I left for you." Even so, Jin Taekyung knows he's lying through his teeth. He just laughs and replies, "Ah, yes, of course." Seeing him smiling only made things worse. "What are you laughing at?" the Fire Lord roared. Taekyung just replied, "Nothing, ha ha ha." And that was the last straw. He couldn't stand it anymore. With a quick, precise jab, he pressed an acupuncture point on Jin Taekyung's neck, and suddenly, there was silence. Taekyung was completely baffled, thinking, why can't I speak? The Fire Lord grunted, "From now on, I'm going to use these elixirs to open your meridians." And as soon as he finished speaking, he pried Jin Taekyung's mouth open, causing him to mumble and struggle in pain. Taekyung panicked. "Wait a minute, didn't you say this helps increase internal energy? Then why are you doing this?" The Fire Lord explained, "I've observed that your body is perfectly suited for martial arts training, but it's filled with impurities. I heard you were into womanizing and booze not too long ago." He continued, "Even an artisan's sword will become dull if it's neglected. You may have a natural martial body, but with all this impure energy, it's inevitable that you'll hit a wall." Without another word, he shoved the entire elixir into Taekyung's mouth, making him scream in frustration. While stuffing it in, he added, "With the help of this elixir, this old man will burn the impurities inside your body and push them out for you. This is 10 times more effective than any normal body purification." Taekyung had no choice but to swallow, and instantly, the familiar blue windows of the system popped up. "You have used fire spirit. You have used red flower herb. You have used crimson fire herb." Then, the Fire Lord said ominously, "You will have to endure a little pain." As soon as the words left his lips, the elixir inside Taekyung's body ignited. An intense, searing heat spread through him. He was secretly shocked. "It's hot. Why is it so hot?" Meanwhile, the Fire Lord just calmly rolled up his sleeves and said, "The pain is just getting started." Just a second later, the system chimes in again. A new mission has been created, and get this, it's a mandatory one. Jin Taekyung cannot refuse and is forced to perform it. Meanwhile, the Fire King unleashes a fiery attack on himself, screaming in agony. He yells, "The pain only lasts a moment, but the martial arts skills you gain will be forever." Talk about a high-stakes power-up. Jin Taekyung, understandably, is terrified watching this old man perform actual fire magic. But before he can even process it, the Fire King is on him, clearing all the acupuncture points on his body, right up to his neck. This ancient cultivation method is no joke, you guys. The old master watches intently as Jin Taekyung's body begins to change. A disgusting black liquid starts seeping from his pores, first from his arms, then from his stomach. It's a full-body detox, and it is not pretty. But the Fire King? He looks pleased. It's going smoothly. He thinks to himself, no, it's progressing even faster than I expected. The energy from those elixirs is transferring at an incredible speed. He continues his thought. Controlling 30 years of power will come later. First, we need to let the energy rampage through his body and open all the meridians. But just a second later, his satisfaction turns to pure shock. What is this? He internally screams. The reason for his panic? That black gunk seeping out of Jin Taekyung is rapidly turning clear. I thought this process had to be repeated at least 3 times to remove all the impurities. The king muses completely stunned, but he did it in a single go. A natural martial body. It truly is on another level. He's already absorbed 30 years of energy. The Fire King goes silent for a moment, a dangerous plan forming in his mind. What if? He wonders, what if I push him even further? With my support, and that incredible body, just how powerful could he become? He makes his decision and says out loud, I will help you clear your veins. Whatever the Fire King is planning, Jin Taekyung seems to have a terrifyingly good idea of what it is. His face goes pale, and beads of sweat start trickling down his forehead. The old master then warns him. However, this comes with immense risk. You are about to suffer the most excruciating pain imaginable. One small mistake, and you will die. If you trust this old man with your life, blink twice. He stares intently at Jin Taekyung, who blinks once. Just once. But the Fire King completely misreads the room. Without any hesitation, he thinks with admiration, the kid trusts me this much. And with that monumental misunderstanding, the Fire King unleashes his fire transformation, declaring, then let me try. Right on cue, the system dings with an update. The mission to clear the meridian points has been triggered, but the difficulty has been changed, and the rewards have also been adjusted. Seeing this new, high-difficulty mission pop up, Jin Taekyung starts to panic for real. All he can think is, please, just leave me alone. Just then, the Fire King places his hands on Taekyung's shoulders, preparing to clear his energy veins. Jin Taekyung's face instantly turns pale. He knows what's coming. He blinks once, still thinking clearly, and then it begins. A powerful stream of energy floods into his body, starting from his chest and surging all the way down. He can feel it hitting his acupuncture points, and a single, panicked thought flashes through his mind. Oh, this is not good. He's forcing it. The Fire King unleashes his full power, and Taekyung feels a white-hot explosion of energy released inside him. The pain is blinding. He screams internally, oh my god. And just like that, the agony is too much. He blacks out. Suddenly, Jin Taekyung finds himself in a strange, empty space, his own mental world. Or where am I? He wonders. And then he sees it. A small, naked child crying. Taekyung is completely baffled. Who is that kid? And why is he crying so hard? A moment later, the child turns around, looks right at him, and asks, Dad, am I not coming out? Wait, did he just say, Dad? Before he can process it, a voice booms through his consciousness. Wake up. Wake up quickly. If you can't endure this pain, you will die. Taekyung snaps back to the feeling of his body, letting out a silent scream. Back in reality, the Fire King is still channeling this incredible cultivation technique into him. Taekyung is terrified, thinking, damn it, am I really going to die like this? It's so pathetic. I've been through life and death battles. How can I die from just this? No matter what, I refuse to die like this. The Fire King's energy continues to flow, and the pain in Taekyung's muscles is unbearable. But remember that elixir he took? Well, it's kicking in now, working overtime to support his body. The elixir's potent energy merges with the Fire King's power, creating one massive, unified force. It fuses together and attacks his blocked circuits. This new power envelopes his energy veins, reinforcing them, clearing them, and finally begins to release the suppressed energy trapped inside. And when it finds an acupuncture point that hasn't been cleared, a dark, blocked area, it attacks with full force. Jin Taekyung feels another wave of agony, but this time, it's followed by an incredible feeling of refreshment. And then the system notification pops up. Circulation has been cleared. Your body will be lighter and more free. Absorption speed and the ability to adjust potency will increase dramatically. But that's not all. Achievement unlocked. Clear the circuit. Even as he's screaming, Taekyung is ecstatic in his mind. What a beautiful world this is, he shouts internally. That's 3 achievements so far. Hey, for a reward like this? He thinks the pain was completely worth it. Finally, the Fire King pats Jin Taekyung on the shoulder. He smiles warmly and says, it's good that you got over it. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Taekyung thinks to himself, Grandfather, you've exhausted all your strength just to help me. For this kindness, how can I ever repay you? But just as he's getting emotional, the Fire King drops another bombshell. All right, the old man says, with that done, we have to open your governor vessel as well. Instantly, Jin Taekyung's face turns ghost white. He panics internally. No, don't do it again. No way. Please, old man, have mercy. Thinking this, he starts blinking his eyes repeatedly, trying desperately to signal that he does not agree. But the Fire King completely misreads the room. He lets out a hearty laugh. Ha ha, this kid is fine. I was gonna rest a little before continuing, but you just gotta keep going? Huh? He gets all fired up. All right then, I'll use all my strength to clear your veins. Let's do it. All Taekyung can do is scream silently. Oh my gosh, ah! And so, the agonizing process begins all over again. When it's finally over, the Fire King himself collapses onto the ground, crying out, I am so tired. Jin Taekyung, on the other hand, is so exhausted that he just lies there, completely motionless. He's basically gone full on baby mode right now. But just as he's about to pass out, a familiar blue window appears. Ding! The system sends out a notification, and it's a big one. The governor vessel has been cleared. The task of clearing the conception points has been completed. You have achieved a rare success. Our wise elder, Jik Cheon-gang, his white hair and beard shimmering, took a deep, weary breath. He'd spent so much energy, sitting cross-legged, sweat beading on his face. He gazed at Jin Taekyung. At first, he thought, I curse the heavens. Why give this kid a natural martial body? But then, he gradually started to feel for the boy. The more he interacted with him, the more he realized this wasn't just any kid. Taekyung was a wonderful person, going through a brutal, near-death experience, not once but twice. Cheon-gang kneaded his knuckles, his gaze fixed on Taekyung. This kid, he possessed an incredible will, a powerful spirit, and of course that coveted natural martial body. But even with all that cultivation, the elder knew Taekyung's path to becoming a true martial artist was still fraught with peril. Just a few more years of enduring, that's all he needed. And just like that, our focus shifts back to the palace, where Jin Taekyung is finally stirring from his long, deep sleep. He opens his eyes, looking up. What he sees is surprising. Wait, why is the sky so bright, he wonders. And is that the moon? How can the moon be out when the sky is still so luminous? He glances out the window, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. It's a scene he knows, yet it feels more alien than ever before. But most importantly, Taekyung feels it. His body is absolutely brimming with energy. He raises his hands, clenching his fingers. He'd only been unconscious for a bit, right? Yet his body had felt so numb before. What gives? Suddenly, a voice rings out from across the room. Did you finally wake up? It's Cheon-gang. Taekyung is understandably bewildered. This old man, he thinks, seems way too calm about all this. Meanwhile, Cheon-gang is just casually sipping his tea. Always one to tease. Taekyung can't help himself. What's wrong, old man? You look even older now. Cheon-gang explodes. This brat, he shouts before immediately switching gears. But seriously, you're stronger than anyone I know. He puts down his cup. All right, don't say a word. He adds, though he clearly just said a few. How does your body feel, genuinely? Taekyung pushes himself up, sliding his feet into slippers, ready to stand. Great, he replies simply. Cheon-gang strokes his thick, bushy beard, beaming. Of course, he boasts. You know how much effort this old man poured into handling your acupuncture points. Not everyone possesses such mastery, you know. He points a finger directly at Taekyung's face, his voice rising in mock anger. I'm serious. Taekyung quickly waves a hand. I didn't say anything. But Cheon-gang isn't having it. But you got that smug look on your face. Taekyung just chuckles inwardly. Compared to his formidable martial arts skills, he thinks this old man's thoughts are hilariously easy to read. He assures Cheon-gang it was just a misunderstanding. But Cheon-gang isn't done. He launches into a full-blown rant. Why does everyone here have that look, huh? Your older brother kept ignoring his duties as the young patriarch to check on you. And don't even get me started on your physicians. They were all like, we're not sure if he'll survive, sounding like total quacks. Seriously, if I'd known this would be the fuss for the last 7 days, I would have just kept you under a boulder until you woke up. Our martial arts elder was not amused. People giving us peak grandpa angry about the Wi-Fi energy. Can you believe it? Our boy Taekyung was absolutely flabbergasted when he finally learned his true condition. He's like, what? I've been unconscious for 7 days. And Cheon-gang, ever the optimist, just shrugged him off, saying, you should be glad it's only 7 days. I honestly thought you'd be out for at least a month. The Fire Lord, with that signature sneer of his, just contemptuously adds, well, a natural martial body is just different, isn't it? Taekyung, ever the drama queen, practically jumps out of bed. Oh my goodness, you guys. Does the process of opening the acupuncture point have, any side effects? Cheon-gang, clearly annoyed, snaps back. What's with that tone of yours, huh? I went through so much trouble to open up your conception and governor vessels. And what was that? Did you just say side effect? And Taekyung, not want to back down, fires back. Didn't you just say it was easy for you? The old man, completely speechless and probably regretting his life choices, just collapses into his chair, looking utterly helpless. He mutters, whatever the case. Look, even when you, do your business, you need to clean up afterwards, right? Now that your body has purged out all that accumulated impure energy within you, wouldn't you need some time to get used to this shiny, new body? Taekyung thinks to himself, okay, I guess it's some kind of process to optimize one's body, right? He reflects. It was kind of funny to hear about people literally dying trying to open up their conception and governor vessels. And I just fainted from the mental fatigue of leveling up. But seriously, a whole week? That's like 7 whole episodes of my favorite binge watch. Despite the sass, Taekyung starts firing off questions, one after another. And get this, Cheon-gang, surprisingly, answers every single one. So, the party must have ended, right? Oh yeah, it ended 3 days ago. That guy Yu Bulgun, he's still here. No way. Don't tell me he plans to wait for his second senior brother to finish his seclusion training. Cheon-gang just grunts. Why don't you go and ask him yourself? Now this is a plot twist. Taekyung, for once, actually tries to be humble with Cheon-gang. Alright, I admit it, I was wrong. Please, don't be angry anymore, okay? The Fire Lord with a raised eyebrow asks, "Do you honestly think I'm that petty?" "I'm telling you to ask him yourself because, well, he's literally on his way here." Taekyung just stiffens, utterly surprised and completely confused. He probably thought. And right on cue, as if on a reality TV show, the door bursts open. Jin Wee-kyung rushes straight in, absolutely frantic, shouting, "My beloved brother!" Soon, several cups of hot tea are brought out, because what's a serious discussion without tea, right? They all sit around the table, and the big news drops. "Wait, so we're invited to the Great Celestial Banquet." Someone explains, "Oh yeah, it's a huge deal. It's the place where all the top martial arts experts gather. Happens every 3 years, and this time, it's going to be held in Henan." But Cheon-gang, ever the cynic, just rolls his eyes and mutters sarcastically, "Strive for mastery, my butt. It's just a glorified networking event for those with power, where they all just pat themselves on the back." It was the exact same thing 40 years ago. I can't believe they're already squabbling over power when it hasn't even been that long since we drove the demonic cult away. Taekyung, genuinely surprised, turns to ask, "Wait, I thought he didn't like going to crowded places?" Cheon-gang simply replies, "Yeah, well, someone specifically asked me to attend." Taekyung was genuinely surprised. He's not someone who just quietly go because someone asked him to, though, right? He wondered. The old man spoke up, his voice measured. "The martial god. He was the one who organized the grand banquet. He asked me to attend. And that, my friends, was the first and last time that the one god, 3 saints, and 10 kings were ever gathered in a single place." Cheon-gang leaned forward, curious. How was that guy doing now? Yu Bol-gun hesitated, a slight frown on his face. "Well, he hasn't appeared for a very long time." After a bit more hesitation, he continued, "And there have been a lot of bad rumors going around." The Fire King scoffed loudly, slamming a fist on the table. "Do you mean the rumor that the martial god is dead? Do you really think the martial god would die or something? There are just so many fools out there whose brains are full of... Well, let's just say they're not operating at peak capacity." He then turned his fiery gaze to Taekyung. "What do you think, boy?" Cheon-gang, trying to diffuse the tension, quickly explained, "Even though it's primarily a banquet for those in power, it's an undeniable fact that martial artists from all over the world gather there. It's a place where anyone is able to show what they're truly capable of, freely, regardless of their status." Having said that, he turned to look at Taekyung. But Taekyung just scratched his face, looking utterly bewildered. "Let's see. I just want to become stronger." The Fire King looked utterly stunned by this answer. "Seriously, bro just wants the gains? No ultimate power, no world domination, just pure strength?" Yu Bol-gun then asked Taekyung, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "So, you'll be attending the Great Celestial Banquet, right?" Taekyung's answer was firm. "It doesn't matter where I need to go, as long as I can become stronger than my current self." Cheon-gang heard this and quickly intervened, a wide smile spreading across his face. "You're still young, Taekyung, and your current strength is no less than anyone else's. If you attend the grand banquet, your name will be known to everyone. At that time, you'll have whatever fame or wealth you want. Don't you want those things? Fame and fortune. Is that really so important?" Taekyung wondered to himself. His indifference was so palpable, it was giving peak Sigma male energy. Everyone who heard that sentence was speechless, not a single person saying another word. Nightfall. Taekyung went to bed, preparing to rest. He lay there, his mind drifting, reflecting on his life journey. "When I was an F-rank hunter, I had a simple dream. To become an E-rank hunter," he mused. "From the moment I first stepped into this world, my initial goal was to be stronger than Hyuk. But as time passed, I grew strong enough to protect myself and those close to me. I had to question myself, Why didn't I stop training? Why was I continuing to train in martial arts? What's the point of becoming stronger and stronger?" But recently, after finding the answer for myself, I realized how much pure joy being stronger brings me. He remembered the question that Chong-pong had asked him just the other day. Learning martial arts is fun, isn't it? Taekyung felt a profound sense of satisfaction with what he had, and with the person who helped him become stronger right there next to him. What's so important about a great feast, anyway, when you're already living a good life? Taekyung remembered Cheon-gang's advice. "Come to my room to meet me when morning comes." He felt incredibly excited. "I can't wait for morning," he thought. Only about 6 hours left until dawn. But as he closed his eyes, an unwelcome thought crept in. Unfortunately, this is going to be a long night. Log out. Return to the real world. Suddenly, he woke up to the most delicious smell imaginable. His eyes shot open, and he practically leaped out of bed. That smell, it's ramen noodles. You know that feeling, right? When hunger hits, and you just know what you need. Taekyung practically inhaled it, eating as if he hadn't seen food in a decade. It was crazy delicious, so good it just burned with flavor. He was buzzing, thinking so delicious, absolutely wonderful. Then, an unexpected twist. His roommate, Song Jin-ho, appeared, offering a plate. "Here's some kimchi," he said, "and there were eggs in it too." "Oh, thank you," Taekyung replied, still shoveling noodles. "There's some rice too," Jin-ho added. "Do you want some?" Without a moment's hesitation, Taekyung declared, "Go get it for me." But suddenly his mind began buzzing. "Wait a minute, Jin-ho, here?" He looked up at Jin-ho, who was now holding the rice. "Here's the rice," Jin-ho said, "and you slept so well. I even tried waking you up, but you just wouldn't budge." Taekyung's voice dropped, thick with a threatening edge. "Brother, why are you here?" Even though he was furious, our man Taekyung still managed to finish the entire pot of ramen by himself. That ramen didn't know what hit it. It's like the angry eating meme come to life. Crossing his arms, Taekyung glared at Jin-ho, the anger simmering. "So, let me get this straight," he began. "You rented a room, and your friend stole the 5 million won deposit, which was everything you had. Now you don't even have money for a gazawan, and you're thinking of staying at my place for like 2 months until you save enough?" Jin-ho immediately raised his hands in the air, knelt on the ground, and started begging. "I thought a lot about whether or not I should ask for help," he pleaded. "But I was shy, so I didn't dare say it. Even if I fell into that situation, I don't want to be the brother who causes trouble for you." Taekyung pointed a furious finger at the gaming capsule sitting in the middle of his house. So, you hid in the capsule, then snuck in here, right? That's a criminal act, you know. Do you want me to take you to the police station? Jin Ho lowered his head, rubbing his teary eyes, a picture of apology. I am really sorry, he mumbled. Taekyung sat down on the sofa, his hands clenched. He spoke through gritted teeth. Keep your hands straight up if you don't want to be beaten. Taekyung couldn't help but wonder. Where did he even learn that sneaky habit? Jin Ho, feeling utterly defeated, could only resign himself and obey. Taekyung sat there deep in thought. If this were before, he mused, I wouldn't have known what to do. But now I actually have enough to help him. After all, they'd been together for a long time. Then a conflicting thought, no, maybe I should pretend like I don't know him. He started to waver, leaning towards letting Jin Ho stay. Anyway, he reasoned, I have a strategy to tell my mother and Hyun about my new situation. Hyun is also taking the university entrance exam, so I still have some time. Our boy Taekyung is in a pickle, isn't he? I don't know, should I let him stay temporarily until then? Taekyung looked around the house, his gaze sweeping from the kitchen cabinets to the old wardrobe. But wait, no, he thought. This is my family's old house, and it still holds so many memories from when I was young. Now that I have it back, letting someone else live here, right in front of my family's memories, that would be awkward, wouldn't it? Thinking like that, he picked up his phone, scrolled, and sent a message. I don't think you can stay here. Sorry for disappointing you. Jin Ho, his arms shaking as he held them aloft, calmly responded, Disappointed? Me? No way. This is all my fault, honestly. Fortunately, I don't have a lot of belongings with me, so I'll just leave with you when you go to work. But Taekyung wasn't really listening, was he? Suddenly, Jin Ho's phone vibrated. Taekyung simply stated, I just sent you the address of a new house. Go there instead. Jin Ho hesitated. Oh, wait a minute. What's the address? Taekyung, peeling off his t-shirt, revealed a toned physique that would make any K-pop idol jealous, or at least get him a thirst trap award on TikTok. Am I right? He explained, it's an office building the guild provided for me. Yeah, I actually turned them down before, felt a bit much, you know? But hey, decided to just go for it. Jin Ho looked at Taekyung with eyes full of extreme gratitude, like he was his literal hero, his personal Oprah, handing out free cars. In a calm, almost indifferent voice, Taekyung continued, have I told you I'm doing pretty well lately? I need to remodel this place anyway, so let's just go live there together. It'd be nice since I can get to work faster from there. Jin Ho stood up, clearly wanting to rush in and hug him. Jin Taekyung. But Taekyung quickly tried to kick him away. It's early in the morning. Don't do those disgusting things. Go there first, and remember to clean up before I get off work. Classic Manhwa bromance, am I right? Meanwhile, the radio crackled with urgent news. Moving on. The appearance of a gate in Janghangmayan has caused an immediate evacuation order to be issued. Hunters in that vicinity are working with the military to quickly suppress the situation, but there have already been a total of 6 confirmed deaths so far. Traffic on the street was getting crazier by the minute, to the point of being completely stuck and unable to move. Sigh, the jam is already so bad, and now even the monsters are contributing to the chaos. In a taxi, the driver, trying to pass the time, started chatting with his customer. Are you also a hunter? The customer, a bit surprised, replied, Huh? Oh yes, for now. The driver then expressed his concerns. Lately, the gates keep opening more often. It's crazy out there, isn't it? Don't know what to do. He seemed to be expecting some profound answer, but the customer just nodded slightly. Yes. The driver continued, his voice tinged with sadness. For us regular folks, you know, we always live in insecurity. Every morning when we open our eyes, we see a gate near our building or the parking lot. A sad look appeared clearly on the old man's face. Even if I bust my butt driving this taxi, it costs so much just to live in a safety zone. The customer asked in genuine surprise. That's true. But why are you telling me all this? The driver looked outside the car window. I know, right? It's just, you never know where those gates will pop up next. That's what really gets to me, you know. You won't believe this, but the radio just blared, urgent news. The previous F-level gate has been handled satisfactorily. Huh. Suddenly, a guy in the car stuck his head out, startling the driver. Oh my God, what are you doing? He yelled. The guy still wasn't sitting properly, but just calmly said, wait for me a bit. Our driver, bless his heart, thought there was a problem with the air conditioner, so he reached out to check. But it wasn't the AC. It was perfectly fine. So what was going on? Finally, the driver sat up straight and asked, what's wrong? Outside, a car suddenly flew into the air and exploded for some reason. Talk about a Monday morning commute. Am I right? Now, let's introduce you to Hunter Huang Chul-soo. He's 30 years old, and honestly, he doesn't have exceptional combat senses or stellar commanding abilities, thanks to his high rank as a civil servant hunter. Though, he doesn't usually need to face monsters directly, and his salary? Pretty sweet. His main role? Traffic coordinator. Even after the death of the Demon King, Asmodeus, things aren't back to normal. Gates that used to appear once or twice every year or two have already popped up 3 times in Korea this year alone, making headlines everywhere. Despite rumors of even more gates appearing, Chul-soo didn't really care, until he heard about the 4th one. Why? Because this 4th gate appeared right where he collects traffic fees. And worst of all, the monsters pouring out of it were ogres, the highest-ranked B-rank creatures. He shouted loudly to his teammates. What's the tanker doing just standing there? Quickly attack them. The archers quickly stood up and kept shooting, but contrary to his thoughts, they had all fallen. Chul-soo's hands trembled as he gripped his sword. He thought, how was a single monster capable of this? Blood was flowing all over his face. What should I do? What should I do? Luckily, at that terrifying moment, a female teammate spoke up, trying to encourage him. Captain, quickly calm down. Hold out at all costs until rescue arrives. Chul-soo stammered, yes, that's right. But before she could even finish her sentence, she was swept away by a large rock, pinned straight to the wall. This scene only heightened his terror, making the situation even more serious. Well, that escalated quickly, didn't it? Someone practically screamed. Captain, the gates completely opened up. Sure enough, the size of the gate had become absolutely massive, followed by more and more monsters pouring out. His worried and scared teammates looked at each other, then at him, asking, Team Captain, what do we do now? Chul-soo looked at the approaching monsters and thought, damn it, Even if reinforcements came, they wouldn't be able to handle them all. He quickly turned around and ordered his teammates, retreat. Everyone retreat now. They all followed their commander's orders and quickly pulled back. Whoa, talk about an explosive entrance. Suddenly, the monster leader's head exploded, spittle flying everywhere. His subordinates saw their elder's sudden death, and their eyes widened in surprise. Someone just got canceled from the neck up. Our boy Chul Su, shaking in his boots, looked at the person standing casually on the bus roof behind him. He tremblingly asked, Who is that? He seemed utterly fascinated. Wow, what destructive power is this? And who is this mysterious figure? Turns out, it's our protagonist, Jin Taekyung. He calmly approached Chul Su, saying, I'm just someone that's on my way to work. Let's get the small talk. Can you tell me what happened here? The others were utterly bewildered. Who is this? They wondered. Reinforcements? But he came alone. Jin Taekyung, ever the calm one, just extended his spear. If you don't want to fight, he said, then everyone, please stand aside, quietly. If you disrupt the order too much, you'll be scolded, you know. Just like that, a familiar message flashed. System notification. Gate suppression surprise mission has been initiated. It displayed an introduction and detailed information about the task. Talk about an unannounced pop quiz, am I right? And Taekyung? He didn't hesitate. He immediately started killing every single monster. Seriously, Jin Taekyung's strength is no joke. The monsters under his hands were all destroyed in one strike. The system was practically a broken record, continuously announcing his achievements. For Taekyung, wiping out these opponents? It felt like nothing, just too easy, truly amazing. He was thinking, man, the last time I increased my stats was when I fought against Chul Wu. The control and burst of energy from the opening of the conception and governor vessels. And even my senses have improved to a great extent. He continued internally. I can see all their movements. All these idiots have is brute strength. Taekyung fought and even teased them. Congrats on the opening of your conception vessel, he quipped mid-combat. What a flex. Then bam, another system notification displayed the results. He was excited. I guess I'm getting tons of experience since they're all higher level than me. But wait, there's more. Other monsters continued to pour out from a gate. And Taekyung's reaction? Pure excitement. So then, he grinned. Let's just gobble up some of these goods to get experience points. Alright, let's switch gears for a sec. We jump over to Cook Jong, who's just rolled up to this absolutely gorgeous building. Witnessing the magnificent structure, Cook Jong couldn't help but exclaim, What is this? It turned out that this used to be the old building of the guild. No wonder he was so overwhelmed. Remember when they said it would be renovated? Well, the renovation had already been completed. This was no different from a brand new, super luxurious headquarters. Talk about a glow up. Suddenly, a voice boomed from a window. Cook Jong, what are you doing out there? Come inside quickly. Poor Cook Jong was totally confused, spinning around like, where did that even come from? Team Leader Choi, which direction did that voice come from? Captain Choi, bless his heart, started giving this super detailed explanation. Oh, there's nothing special. It's produced by a design family with a long tradition in Italy, under the commission of Artisan Baron, with the function of warning and monitoring and magic. Cook Jong quickly cut him off. Oh, there's no need to go into that much detail. Captain Choi giving the full Wikipedia entry when Cook Jong just wanted to know which way to look. The door he was about to open. Oh, you won't believe this. It was crafted from the skin of a fire lizard. Seriously, that's incredibly rare in Japan, and it boasts some serious fire resistance. Anyway, our guy Cook Jong had to walk in, sweating buckets. Ugh, I know I'm walking into something here, he probably thought. He stepped into the massive meeting room, where Choi Min-woo, Kim Jong, and Songi were already waiting. Kim Jong spoke first. Here he is. Songi, looking quite pleased, chimed in. Long time no see, Cook Jong. Our man, Cook Jong, was excited too. Hello everyone. So good to see you all again. Hope everyone's vacation was okay. He looked around, noticing the inside of the room was even more impressive than its exterior. Songi, crossing her arms in discomfort, sighed. I tried to enjoy it, but honestly, there were just too many insects at home. It was pretty annoying. Cook Jong was surprised. Insects? He asked. Songi nodded. Yeah, don't you have insects at your place? He replied. Well, yeah, but only one or two, maybe. She frowned, clearly still upset. I was extremely annoyed. I couldn't even take a shower. It felt like those creepy crawlies were following me everywhere. Cook Jong burst out laughing in the middle of the room. Insects? You know how to tell jokes, Songi. Now, here's a little secret for you. Viewers, while Cook Jong was busy laughing, other hunters were whispering amongst themselves. Wow, that uncle really doesn't seem to understand anything, does he? One muttered. It seems Hunter Cook Jong is completely oblivious. It's a clear signal. Anyway, Choi spoke up, trying to steer the conversation back on track. Well, luckily, everyone else had a good vacation, but why hasn't Jin Taekyung arrived yet? He looked around, searching the room. Now that you mention it, Cook Jong said, scratching his head. What's going on? This Jin kid is never late. He's probably the most punctual person I know. Our upcoming raid is in just 2 hours, folks. What could possibly be keeping him? Cook Jong quickly pulled out his phone. Let me try to contact him. Suddenly, Songi stood up, a look of hesitation turning into shock. Wait, is that Jin Taekyung? She exclaimed, pointing frantically towards the large TV in the corner of the room. It was broadcasting the news. And there he was. They all gasped in surprise. Cook Jong was utterly confused. The hero at the traffic toll booth? What is this? Why can't I hear anything from the TV? Yin Hyung practically slapped Min Woo's back, urging him. The TV's muted. Quickly, turn on the sound. Turn it on. Quickly, quickly. As the sound finally came on, they saw Taekyung completely swarmed by reporters. He was trying his best to escape the crowd. That's the thing. It's not over yet. I have to go quickly. It's too late, but they're still trying. Wait, so, can I express my feelings right now? Taekyung mumbled, scratching his head shyly and completely answering unrelated things. First, I want to send my love to my family. Then to everyone in the Peace Association. I thank everyone, a lot of people. The sound of the TV kept playing, a voiceover announcing. Just now, that was a quick interview with Jin Taekyung, the toll booth hero. And now, it's time for the commercials. Cook Jong held his head with both hands. What's going on? Did I hear that right? He practically screamed. Songi, ever the quick thinker, was already searching online. Oh my gosh, she gasped. The keyword Jin Taekyung is actually on the top search trends right now. Just then, outside the door, the distinct whirring sound of a helicopter filled the air. And who was sitting on it, making the most dramatic entrance possible? None other than our very own Jin Taekyung. Forget taking an Uber. When you're a sudden internet sensation, you apparently get helicopter service to your Manhwa meetings. Baller. All right. So Jin Taekyung arrives, right? He's looking at this place and thinking, wow, what is this? I heard it was remodeled, but it looks so much better. The pilot, ever so helpful, asks him, is this it? And Taekyung, still taking it all in, confirms, yep, that's the right place. Suddenly, a voice booms from below. Jin Taekyung. Can you hear me? It's me. Taekyung is practically buzzing with excitement. Whoa, what is this? Sound transmission? It's Captain Choi, right? Captain Choi, probably smirking, just asks, what's all this about? Taekyung, completely baffled, replies, it's nothing but, how did you do that? Choi, ever the enigmatic one, says, oh, it's nothing special, really. It was produced by a design family with a long tradition in Italy, under the commission of artisan Boson. Talk about fancy tech for a nothing special item. I bet Elon Musk wishes he had that kind of sound system. Suddenly, news about Jin Taekyung, our powerful hunter, started spreading everywhere. The press and media turned him into a celebrity without him even realizing it. We're talking, I'm from the Survival Skills newsletter, and I'm a journalist for the Hunter newspaper. A literal ton of cameras following him everywhere he went. Captain Choi, or Choi Min-woo as we know him, was right there with him, and boy, did they get into trouble. The crowd was relentless. Jin Taekyung, this week you were chosen as the ideal role model for women. Jin Taekyung, where are you planning to go? You've even become everyone's idol oppa. Have you eaten yet? Oppa Jin Taekyung? Sounds like a K-pop idol's nightmare, honestly. Taekyung just stared at the frantic flashes and ridiculous questions, gritting his teeth. He thought, look at these pathetic questions you guys are asking. Would you want to answer them if you were me? Plus, I'm furious that my mom and Haeyeon were inconvenienced. Do you want to go crazy here? Should I just turn this place upside down? The constant flashes kept blinding both Choi Min-woo and Jin Taekyung. Choi Min-woo even had to raise a hand to cover his eyes, but Taekyung? He just stood there, hands on his hips, a look of pure contempt on his face. Choi Min-woo, stepping up, finally raised his voice to explain, Jin Taekyung is a member of the Peace Association. If you have any questions, please send them through the association's website. For a second, the reporters' eyes lit up like car headlights. Then it clicked. Their faces soured instantly, and they started muttering harsh words. I didn't ask you. Please, stay away. That's right. What's the point of a homepage? Why bother asking? I don't know how long it'll take to get an interview. It's like they expected a red carpet and a personal Q&A right there on the spot. Then, some brave, or perhaps foolish, man in the crowd pointed a finger at Choi Min-woo and started ranting. Going up there just to ask means paying expensive fees. Why do you have to make things difficult for everyone? And then there are a lot of procedures. Brother, what rights do you even have? Oh, honey, you just poked the bear. When Choi Min-woo heard that, his whole face darkened. His entire body emitted a terrifying, murderous aura. You could practically see the danger. Do not engage sign flickering around him, like he was about to go full John Wick. Meanwhile, Jin Taekyung just stood quietly next to him, observing the scene with detached interest, probably thinking, popcorn, anyone? Choi Min-woo, no longer bothering to mess with the reporters, cut straight to the chase. Jin Taekyung is on my team. I am currently the representative of the guild, so I have the right to speak on his behalf. The website is still open, it's operating normally, and you don't have to pay any fees. You don't need to go through any special procedures. Now give way to me. As he spoke, shoving reporters aside with his hand, chaos erupted. Oh my god, people cried. Hey, don't do it. Squeeze him more. Take a shot, take a shot. Amidst the pandemonium, Jin Taekyung just leisurely walked away. Then, someone grabbed Choi Min-woo. Watch out, he shouted loudly. We don't know whose hands touched him, or if they were all hunters, but suddenly his gold watch just flew several meters through the air. It finally landed on the ground, right before the wide eyes of the stunned crowd. That's when fear truly settled among the reporters. Choi Min-woo's face turned black. He whispered, then quickly walked away, his legs shaking, taking heavy steps. He was practically vibrating with rage. You see, this wasn't just any watch. Oh no, it was the last masterpiece, handcrafted by Peter Phillip in his final years. He tremblingly reached out with both hands to pick it up, not forgetting to recount its legendary resilience. The strength of this beautiful automatic watch, he'd always boasted, is that even if it encounters an earthquake, it will not be damaged. Well, guess what? He certainly didn't expect it to be damaged this way. Choi Min-woo's whole body was now covered with a terrifying, murderous aura. The guy who accidentally caused the disaster frantically explained, No, I just touched it lightly. I thought it was that. But before he could finish, his throat felt stopped by Choi Min-woo's eyes, as sharp as blades. That reporter instantly recognized that look, didn't he? His whole face went pale, sweat pouring out like a shower. He was about to explain further, convinced Choi Min-woo was going to well end him. But Choi Min-woo's actions were the exact opposite. His eyes suddenly filled with tears, streaming down his cheeks. He just held the broken watch in his arms, pointed straight at the terrified reporter, and blubbered, I will sue you. It was Choi Min-woo's utterly unexpected action that left Jin Taekyung, the reporters, and everyone else stunned, eyes wide open. Soon, the car door closed, and the engine rumbled to life. The two men watched the reporters, especially the one sitting on the ground, through the car's mirror. Choi Min-woo took the steering wheel, his voice sounding as if he'd just relieved himself of all his troubles. Now, he said, a sigh of relief in his tone, no one's following us anymore. Jin Taekyung agreed, but with a somewhat sarcastic edge in his voice. Of course not. There are no crazy people. How much does that watch even cost? Hearing Jin Taekyung's question, Choi Min-woo's eyes flashed. His voice sounded slightly arrogant. Don't be surprised. The price is beyond your imagination. Still, still with that arrogant voice? Jin Taekyung grinned, raising his voice to mock. But that's only true if it's the real thing, right? That has to be a fake, right? There's no way a wristwatch would fall off so easily. Choi Min-woo's face turned a bit red at this point. He softly admitted, I just scared them a little. It was a good choice that I wore this in case something like that happened. Yes, it was a good choice. Jin Taekyung winked, his voice mixed with both surprise and teasing. Suddenly, Jin Taekyung shouts in pure terror, Captain Choi, up ahead. And there he is, a tall figure, just standing in front of their speeding car, hands casually stuffed in his pockets, staring blankly. No fear. Seriously, is this guy starring his own action movie? Choi Min-woo reacts instantly, slamming on the brakes. A deafening screech rips through the air. Fortunately, the car stops just mere centimeters from the man, but get this, folks, he still shows absolutely no reaction. Not even a blink. Both Choi Min-woo and Jin Taekyung are utterly dumbfounded. Jin Taekyung even gasps. Oh my god, is he crazy? Wait, why is that guy laughing? Maybe he just saw a TikTok that hit too hard. Relatable. The strange man just slowly, step by step, walks towards their car. He approaches Choi Min-woo's door while Choi sits inside, his mind racing. First of all, he thinks this isn't a journalist. Jin Taekyung leans forward slightly, trying to get a better look at this unhinged person. He's a hunter, his thoughts churn, and a pretty strong one too. But why does he look so familiar? Then a tap on the window. Choi Min-woo lowers it, his voice far from friendly. What's the matter? I don't have time, so if it's not important. But the man seems completely unfazed by Choi's dismissal. He turns to Jin Taekyung and immediately compliments him. You're even more handsome in person than on TV. Ah, so this is why everyone's been making such a fuss. Jin Taekyung, a bit taken aback, replies indifferently. Hey, really? And who are you? The atmosphere suddenly drops into a heavy silence. Then that strange man's voice, almost shy, breaks the quiet. Strange, did I read the interview wrongly? He takes off his glasses. I read an interview about you on Weekly Hunters. I'm your favorite hunter. This time, Jin Taekyung is genuinely excited, his voice trembling slightly. Could you be? The man's glasses are now lowered, revealing a rather handsome face. I'm Won Myung-hoon. He introduces himself, a small smile playing on his lips. Nice to meet you, Taekyung. In Choi Min-woo's hand is a yellow card, and next to him, Taekyung practically gushes about the info on it. You're 39 years old, birthday's April 1st, and you weigh 70 kilograms. You graduated from the College of Physical Education and awakened as an A-rank hunter at the age of 20. Jin Taekyung's voice gets even more excited now, like a true, unhinged fan. He's good-looking and a top A-ranker. He even has the potential to become a celebrity, so he's appeared in movies, dramas, ads, and is even good at singing, which allowed him to release an album. There was a period of time where he'd appear on TV all the time, to the point that the term Won Myung-hoon syndrome was created. You've heard of him too, right, Captain Choi? This guy truly is a legendary celebrity hunter. As Taekyung spoke, his eyes welled up with tears. It was quite a sight, honestly. In complete contrast, Choi Min-woo showed little interest, coldly replying, I hadn't heard of him, but now I've met him, I guess. Taekyung was so incredibly happy. He clutched his cheeks, his face turning bright red. He completely lost all cool, shouting, oh my god, I didn't expect to suddenly be found by Myung-hoon. Choi Min-woo, however, just glanced at him with blank eyes, as if thinking, is this guy for real? Choi Min-woo then leaned against his car, his tone serious. How do you know his weight, his appearance, and even his birthday? He questioned, clearly puzzled. Taekyung, still buzzing with joy, replied, of course I know. He's my absolute favorite hunter, Captain. And what exactly do you like about him? Choi Min-woo pressed, still probing. Taekyung, still somewhat carelessly, shrugged. I guess. I always wanted to be like him. Hearing that, Choi Min-woo looked thoughtful. Maybe I don't know much about him because I haven't been back to Korea for long, he mused. But if he's that famous, why haven't I heard much about him? Taekyung then asked, how long has it been since the captain returned to Korea? 3 years, Choi Min-woo replied. A wave of dejection washed over Taekyung. Ah, so of course the captain wouldn't know, he said sadly. 8 years ago, there was this incident. It was so shocking that the TV stations actually banned him. Can you believe it? Choi Min-woo's curiosity was piqued. What was the incident? He asked, leaning in. Oh, that incident. Taekyung began, about to spill the tea. But just then, he spotted Myung-hoon waving at him from afar. He made a soft sound of excitement. Then, with a bright smile, said to Choi Min-woo, oh, Myung-hoon's calling me. Let's talk about that later, okay? Choi Min-woo just coldly replied, see you later. You have 30 minutes. I'm heading to the nearby shopping center to look at clothes. Yes, yes. Taekyung happily agreed, already halfway to his idol. Inside the cafe, Taekyung couldn't hide his joy. He talked endlessly with Myung-hoon, his idol in the competitive world of hunters. Not many people use spears, do they? Taekyung pointed out. They look easy, but they're a relatively difficult weapon to master in our fantasy world. Myung-hoon nodded. That's true. Plenty of people start with spears, but eventually switch to swords. Taekyung scratched his head. Thanks to you, though, for being so persistent with the spear, and for writing that book on how to use it. It helped me a ton during my training in this Manhwa's perilous journey. Myung-hoon replied leisurely, a touch of regret in his voice. Fortunately, I could help you, but that was 10 years ago. It's all a thing of the past now. I've been deprived of power for a long time, and honestly, not many people recognize me anymore. At that very moment, a female employee, paper and pen in hand, approached. Excuse me, she said, can you give me your autograph? Myung-hoon's face lit up. Ah, an autograph, of course, he warmly replied, already reaching for the pen. But, plot twist, the person she was actually talking to wasn't him. Oof, that's a classic case of read the room. Myung-hoon. The employee still bowed her head and politely handed paper and pen to Taekyung, saying, you're Jin Taekyung, the one who destroyed the monsters at the toll booth, right? I'm your fan. Taekyung was a bit shy. His voice unnaturally replied, yes, it's me. But why me? He then raised his voice and asked the staff member, what should I write now? The staff member happily replied, you should write, to Hae-gyong and Jinwoo, I hope the two of you have a beautiful love. Meanwhile, Myung-hoon just sat silently, staring at the scene and sipping his drink. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Then, suddenly, Myung-hoon's voice broke the quiet. It was just last year that I thought about making a comeback. An acquaintance of mine was thinking of retiring, so I thought of taking over his guild. Myung-hoon raised a hand to his forehead, looking bored as he continued. While I did change the name of the guild to Star Guild, there were only a few lines about it in an article, despite it being one of the top 3 leading guilds in Incheon. I mean, come on. It's not like I'm the only shining star out there, so I guess that's all there was to my fame. Taekyung, on the other side, listened attentively without saying a word. He drank a glass of water, thoughts swirling in his mind. Shining star? Star? Even though he disappeared from the media because of that unfortunate incident, hasn't he actually returned to being more like a hunter than a celebrity now? Next, Myung-hoon's words surprised Taekyung. He'd seen him on the news, after all. Myung-hoon raised his voice to praise Taekyung, but with a hint of nostalgia. You were amazing. It felt like I was seeing my past self. Taekyung only shyly replied, Me? Myung-hoon affirmed, yes. I read everything, all your interviews. Myung-hoon's voice suddenly lowered. I was glad to see those interviews since you were a fervent fan of mine, and I was also thankful to you. I even got offers from a few places to appear on broadcast. Taekyung heard that and happily said, if I can help you, that would be great. Before he could even finish speaking, Myung-hoon suddenly grabbed his hand and said, Taekyung. Myung-hoon stood up completely, making Taekyung a bit shocked. Time seemed to stand still. Myung-hoon couldn't hide his ambition. He raised his voice and said, I promise, I'll do whatever I can and make you into a star hunter. Would you like to join my guild? Right before Myung-hoon's invitation and attractive commitments, Taekyung seemed extremely surprised. He didn't say a word, just a ha sound. So inside the store, what did they see? A small display case, packed with cakes of every color and shape imaginable. And that's when our star hunter, Jin Taekyung, let out a surprised gasp. Myung-hoon, practically vibrating with excitement, stood up. He leaned forward, hands flat on the table, and exclaimed, Yes, a star hunter. He continued, Times have really changed, haven't they? Everyone's just absolutely obsessed with hunters, people who wield those incredible, special abilities ordinary folks like us just don't have. You know it, I know it. Remember what kids dreamed of in elementary school? President, astronaut. But now, they all just want to be hunters when they grow up. Jin Taekyung, looking utterly bewildered, just managed to, yeah, that's right. Myung-hoon then threw his hands wide, turning fully to Jin Taekyung, his face alight with a feverish intensity. He had all the elements the public wanted. Appearance, popularity, a totally new kind of character, something that's just never existed before, he declared. But how long do those things really last, huh? Easy come, easy go. The buzz dies down, and people gradually lose interest over the years. He then locked eyes with Jin Taekyung, his voice rising. Brother. Myung-hoon's blue hair seemed to quiver with his frantic energy as he practically pleaded. Listen, if you squander this opportunity, you won't even get a chance to sparkle. But thankfully, it's not too late. You need professional management right now to craft your image, get you on TV, everything. Blue-haired Myung-hoon was giving a masterclass in flexing your assets. Definitely a move straight out of TikTok influencer's playbook. Jin Taekyung, eyes narrowed, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. Wait a minute, he interjected. Myung-hoon, momentarily flustered, stopped. He peered at Jin Taekyung. Why? Yeah, go on, he stammered. Taekyung frowned slightly, gently raising a hand. Didn't you say you weren't going to make any recruitment offers? You told Mr. Choi that too. Myung-hoon's face instantly darkened. He stared hard at Jin Taekyung. That's true, he admitted seriously. But Taekyung, this is a golden opportunity. Jin Taekyung simply closed his eyes, politely but firmly refusing. Sorry, but I have no intention of switching guilds right now. Myung-hoon gasped, his face practically vibrating with suppressed rage. He stepped closer, eyes wide, absolutely refusing to give up. Oh, okay. It's understandable you'd think that at your age, he conceded. Let's forget about me asking you to change guilds. How about joining a celebrity agency instead? That's super common now. In fact, I'm a major shareholder in a great one. Jin Taekyung, unwavering, closed his eyes again and flat out refused. No, I don't need any agency either. Myung-hoon's face turned beet red, his eyebrows furrowed so tightly he looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. He stubbornly insisted, Why, Taekyung? You seriously don't get what I'm saying right now, do you? Just think carefully. Myung-hoon then stood, flinging his arms wide, practically showcasing his expensive clothes, the gleaming gold necklaces around his neck, and the flashy rings on his fingers. He continued his pitch, just being a regular on a few TV shows and snagging some big advertisements that would earn you thousands. No, wait, millions. Myung-hoon looked straight at our hero, Jin Taekyung, a smug grin spreading across his face. You seem to live quite a busy life when I saw your interview, he says, almost mockingly. It's time to enjoy life a bit, don't you think? Wasn't your dream to own a building? Jin Taekyung, our rising star, raises a hand to scratch some loose hair, looking a little awkward. That's true, but he starts hesitantly. He rubs the back of his neck, then looks up, a shy smile gracing his lips. Honestly, you know if you saw my interview, right? I was just an F-rank hunter until a few months ago. Now, I'm already earning 10 times what I used to. What's the big deal here? Then, Jin Taekyung puts his hands together, his expression firm. I realized this recently, he explains. I think going into the gate and fighting monsters, that really fits me more than being in front of camera. Plus, I don't want to attract more attention or cause any inconveniences to my family, you know? Like what's happening right now. Myung-hoon actually holds out a hand, almost in disbelief. He stammers out, Taekyung. His face is turning a shade of pink, maybe embarrassment. Meanwhile, Jin Taekyung just smiles happily, unfazed. We learn our hero also owns a building now. It's not some fancy skyscraper worth billions, no. It's a cozy apartment in a commercial area on the 3rd floor. But hey, it's his. Myung-hoon's face, on the other hand, turns absolutely black. He bows his head, then looks back at Taekyung, his gaze questioning, almost condescending. A commercial area? He sneers. Are you really satisfied with things like that? But Jin Taekyung just nods, unbothered. That's enough for me, he replies simply, then kind of plops back down onto his chair. Talk about Zen. Myung-hoon's face turning black. You guys know that feeling when you try to convince your friend to join your pyramid scheme, but they're perfectly happy with their stable job? Yeah, that. Taekyung, still oblivious, continues talking. Captain Choi showed me so many advertising offers, he says. But honestly, I'm just so focused on my guild work, I only chose a few. Myung-hoon's face is still dark, his hair falling over his eyes, hiding his true expression. So that's it. He mumbles, almost to himself. Understand. Jin Taekyung, sensing the mood, closes his mouth for a moment, silently looking at him. Then, ever the peacemaker, he tries to change the subject. Brother, don't say you're hurt, he offers. Even though we didn't transfer guilds, we can still be considered brothers, right? Oh, Taekyung, bless his heart. He's trying to mend bridges Myung-hoon just try to burn down. It's like bringing a bouquet to a boxing match. Myung-hoon finally crosses his arms over his chest, then his legs leaning back in a chair. That's fine, he replies, sounding, well, fine the way that means definitely not fine. Taekyung, ever the optimistic one, gives a thumbs up. Oh, you really are good, he praises genuinely. Then, almost as an afterthought, Jin Taekyung looks at his imaginary watch. Oh, it's already this late, he exclaims. I really need to get going because the association told me I have to take my A rank evaluation today. Just when Myung-hoon thought he might have a chance to salvage the conversation, Taekyung drops the A rank bomb. It's giving oops, gotta go, my future as a powerful hunter calls. Taekyung stands up, smoothly pushing his chair back. He gives Myung-hoon a playful bow and a cheeky wink. Since I got your number today, he says with a grin, I'll totally contact you again soon. Let's hit up a coin karaoke next time, okay? I'll even practice my singing before we meet. Myung-hoon simply replies, yes, it was nice to meet you. See you another time. Jin Taekyung walks towards the door, but not before giving another cheerful wave. That's a promise. See ya, he calls out. Myung-hoon just sits there, watching his figure. He sees Taekyung pass through the glass door, still full of energy, practically bouncing around outside. Myung-hoon remains in silence, his eyes fixed on Taekyung's retreating back for a long, long time. And as the door closes, his face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated anger. Myung-hoon clenched his teeth, his eyes flashing blood red. Singing karaoke? Are you kidding me? He fumed. He's such a jerk. He has an A-rank destiny, but doesn't even know how to enjoy it here in the guild hall. Talk about a vibe killer, right? Meanwhile, on stage, banners were stretched wide and flashlights were absolutely everywhere. Jin Taekyung and Choi Min-woo strode confidently up to receive the big prize. An employee brought the certificate to the director, who stood seriously, ready for this pivotal moment. Then, a voice boomed. The director of the Hunter Association will now present the Hunter Certificate. The director smiled, holding out the precious Hunter Certificate with both hands. Congratulations on achieving A-rank Hunter, Jin Taekyung, he declared. It seems like there was some mistake before. He raised a hand, inviting Taekyung forward. Taekyung held the certificate, looked up, and thought for a moment. Then his face went completely dumbfounded. His body trembled slightly. Suddenly, Jin Taekyung screamed, "Bullshit!" His voice startled the two people next to him, making them literally stagger. On the iTube app on someone's phone, a clip of the ceremony was going viral. In the video, Taekyung bowed his head, covering his mouth. Choi Min-woo covered his face in embarrassment. The angry director's face was as red as a GAC fruit. A finger pressed on the screen, and the clip's audio blared. Where's the editor? Can this be edited? Jin Taekyung, are you awake? This is a live broadcast. Below, countless comments exploded. Choi Min-woo nervously observed his phone. He exclaimed, the heat from these keyboard warriors and the online community is truly terrible. Everyone was talking about that press conference. And get this, that whole press conference incident ended when he entered the gate immediately afterward. Suddenly, a scene shift. Hairy, green arms stretched out, sharp claws on their fingertips that looked like they could crush absolutely anything. Jin Taekyung ducked his head, narrowly avoiding the claws that swept over him. He found himself wondering, wasn't entering a gate supposed to be a normal thing for a hunter? A spear pierced the green claw wolf's chest. It opened its mouth and screamed, its long tongue sticking out, jagged teeth filling its maw. Jin Taekyung pulled the spear out of the wolf's body, watching the giant creature fall hard to the ground, blood gushing from the wound. Just then, a system notification popped up. You have defeated the level 73 claw wolf. Under the eerie purple light of 2 planets above, Choi Min-woo sat on a cliff, observing the chaos below. He tightened his grip on his sword, watching a pack of wolves growling as they approached. Back on the battlefield, Jin Taekyung's face darkened, remembering the director handing out that certificate. Suddenly, another system notice board appeared. He couldn't help but scream, "Stop it, I'm gone." He thought to himself, who would have thought this reward would appear so suddenly? It's like the universe knew he needed another existential crisis in the middle of a dungeon. Choi Min-woo sat on the cliff, speaking. Anyway, what about one Myung-hoon? Jin Taekyung glanced at him. A curious Myung-hoon, escaping his lips. Choi Min-woo then asked, yeah, so what really happened with him 8 years ago? Taekyung thought, why is he suddenly asking about this now? Choi Min-woo, still cross-legged, stared intently at his phone. He said, just keep things simple, okay? Among everyone I know, you're the one who knows the most about him. Jin Taekyung replied, all right, if you really want to know. He waved his hand, slashing 3 rays of yellow light, cutting off approaching wolves. 8 years ago, Myung-hoon's reputation took a huge hit. All his movies and music projects were cut due to accusations of tax evasion. Jin Taekyung leaned forward, narrowly dodging a wolf's claws, then rushed to its side, speaking quickly. Later, he was actually exonerated as innocent. But by then, there were so many articles, the rumors were just awful. His image was totally messed up. Imagine trying to explain that to your TikTok followers. Yikes. Because of that, he decided to stop appearing on TV, you know? He quit the entertainment industry for a while and started focusing solely on his job as a hunter. Choi Minwo, still on the cliff, stared intently at his phone. And then a huge incident happened, right? The Great Disaster Gate at Myeongdong Station. Taekyung, mid-wolf slaying, asked, "Have you read that article?" Choi Minwo replied, "Well, I'm reading it right now." He paused, scrolling. More than 30 people died, including hunter Do Min-soo. Mi Young-hoon was the only survivor, and he publicly apologized to Min-soo's family. Choi Minwo bowed his head, wondering, who is Do Min-soo? Jin Taekyung swung his sword. A wolf's body was cut into many pieces. He replied with a serious face. He was extremely close to Mi Young-hoon, an A-rank hunter star whose popularity was really rising. But he died while conquering a B-level gate with Mi Young-hoon. Yeah, brutal. Choi Minwo frowned tightly, silent for a moment, processing this information. A knife cut through another wolf's body as Taekyung continued. Court trials were held to investigate that incident. You know? It took years before Mi Young-hoon was finally acquitted. Suddenly, wolves' bodies were riddled with cuts, blood splattering everywhere. A few started collapsing, their forms covered in grievous wounds, some even severed. Taekyung, barely pausing in his relentless assault, continued. After all that, he did appear on TV a few more times. A wolf opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, but Jin Taekyung struck a precise blow from above. He landed on his feet, body coiled, the blade cutting the wolf clean in half. He finished his explanation, but due to people's indifference, he just went silent. He probably just retired and left the entertainment industry for good. The entire wolf pack had been slaughtered, not a single one left. Taekyung turned, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes, wondering, why did he suddenly ask all of that? Choi Min-woo stared intently at his phone screen, then looked up. You won't believe this, Taekyung, he began. Mi Young-hoon's name is actually topping the search rankings. Dozens of articles already. Jin Taekyung raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? And get this, Choi Min-woo continued, a mischievous glint in his eye. Jin Taekyung was also ranked #1 in the search. Our protagonist, Jin Taekyung, frowned, a tight knot forming in his stomach. Is my keyword really ranked first? He wondered, a mix of disbelief and dread washing over him. Choi Min-woo, ever the showman, thrust his phone forward to prove his point. And sure enough, at the very top of the search results was a picture of Jin Taekyung and Mi Young-hoon with a juicy title, Jin Taekyung and Mi Young-hoon. Will he move to the Star Guild? A premonition of an upcoming star. Choi Min-woo leisurely crossed his legs, a smirk playing on his lips as he scrolled. Jin Taekyung's face, however, darkened considerably. He thought silently, when the actual heck is this fake news? Seriously, the internet is wild, people. It's like everyone's a detective now, piecing together clues from thin air. Choi Min-woo looked up, his smile widening. So, are you thinking of changing guilds then? He teased. Under the faint glow of 2 purple moons, casting long shadows on the cliffs below, their hushed conversation echoed. Wait, your data works in the dungeon. Jin Taekyung blurted out, trying to deflect. Don't change the topic. Choi Min-woo insisted. No, that's not it. Jin Taekyung stammered, clearly flustered. Seriously, this phone has a specially made modem chip by Bill Jabs of America's Pineapple Company. It also has a special RF chip that allows one to send signals outside of the dungeon, and another special RF chip. Oh, the classic tech bro explanation when you're caught red-handed. It's giving my Wi-Fi works on the moon vibes. Fast forward a bit. Inside a large building, bathed in soft blue light, Mi Young-hoon shouted loudly, I'm sorry. He bowed his head deeply, looking genuinely remorseful. It seems speculative articles have been written because someone saw us meeting. I was truly surprised and complained to the relevant press. I'll also announce my own stand on this as well. Jin Taekyung sat silently beside him at the large table, surrounded by various guild members. Choi Min-woo spoke up, his voice calm. Actually, a few minutes ago, I also read an article saying it was a baseless rumor. It seems to have been resolved already. Mi Young-hoon frowned and glanced at him, a hint of unhappiness in his tone. It all stems from my ambition, so I will handle it as quickly as possible. Choi Min-woo simply stared back, humming softly. Okay, let's end it here, Choi Min-woo finally said. I don't have the right to make a big deal out of these small things. Mi Young-hoon's shoulders visibly relaxed. What the captain said truly makes me feel relieved. Thank you. Cook Jong, ever the mediator, chimed in. Okay, both of you understand each other. If you understand each other, then you can help each other. Jin Taekyung instinctively put a hand on his chest and sighed with joy. Luckily, everything went much better than he'd thought. But then, suddenly, Mi Young-hoon's voice rang out, taking an unexpected turn. But, since we're already in this situation, Song and Kim Jong-hak instantly raised their heads, looking towards him. Cook Jong and Choi Min-woo also focused their eyes on Mi Young-hoon, sensing a new development. Mi Young-hoon walked over to Jin Taekyung, standing right beside him. He raised his head, looked straight at Jin Taekyung, and smiled. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, he proposed, what do you think about taking this chance to put all the tabloids to rest by doing a collaboration raid with our guild? So, Mi Young-hoon just sauntered out of the guild headquarters. The weather outside was beautiful, with a few people strolling on the road in front of the building. The street was actually quite bustling. As he walked, his phone suddenly rang. Yes, sir, Mi Young-hoon answered, already knowing the drill. The voice on the other end chimed. It's done. Cooperation between the 2 guilds will start tomorrow at 2 p.m. Then, with a hint of praise, catch up quickly. Mi Young-hoon's face twisted into a smug look. He turned a car key in his hand. This is a good bait, he thought. These guys don't have any chance of reaching the A-class gate. They bit the bait right away. Mi Young-hoon pressed the key, a clear sign of his satisfaction with his cunning Mi Young-hoon scheme. It's giving, I just want an argument on the internet, energy, isn't it? He continued to ask. Our guild also has to send a team. How is the selection of new recruits to join the guild? The voice on the phone replied. Don't you trust me already? I only pick those who are very good at listening to instructions. Mi Young-hoon approached his sleek, orange sports car. As expected of Team 1's leader, he said, the words dripping with a fake pleasantness. I'll be going to the office right now. Prepare the list of those who will be participating and put on my desk. The voice on the phone wondered, yes, sir. What about the Peace Guild side? That side. Mi Young-hoon opened the car door and got in, continuing the conversation. I went over there to take a look, just in case. But it was just a bunch of nobodies, honestly. There was no hierarchy at all. These guys were just 5 people since the founding of their guild. And until now, nothing outstanding has happened. Laughter rang out from the phone. Ha ha ha. So tomorrow will be an easy one then. Easy one. Mi Young-hoon bowed his head, his face darkening instantly. Oh, someone just stepped on a landmine. The person on the other end quickly stammered, I didn't mean that, President. Mi Young-hoon coldly called out, First team captain. Dong-hyuk. Yes, sir. Mi Young-hoon's face was so distorted with anger. It looked like he was auditioning for a horror film. He brought the phone close to his mouth and hissed, Leave it alone. Do you understand why I still have to do these things myself at this age? As the car started, Dong-hyuk quickly spoke up, My apologies. Mi Young-hoon replied, Yes, be careful with your words. If you know your mistake, then try to do it well in the future. Dong-hyuk continued, I know. I will forever be loyal to the president. Okay, see you later. Mi Young-hoon placed the phone next to him. His cold eyes, reflecting in the mirror, gleamed with pure ambition. He then took out his lipstick, applied it meticulously, and whistled his car speeding down a busy street lined with towering skyscrapers. As Mi Young-hoon drove, he pondered, It's been a long time since I've been in the media. I'll stop by a few shops to buy clothes. Looks like our villain is getting ready for his close-up. Folks. Meanwhile, in another place, Jin Taekyung's voice rang out. What are you staring at so intently instead of eating? The face behind the thick glasses spoke. He was deeply engrossed, reading an article online. What could possibly be so captivating? Jin Taekyung stormed out of the room, clearly irritated. Again, he grumbled. Jin Ho, still glued to his phone, turned his head and shouted, What's that again supposed to mean? Even if I watched this forever, I wouldn't get bored. Taekyung just sighed. It's not like the article's even about you. Jin Ho, completely unfazed, focused intently on his screen and read aloud. Wanting to see Mi Young-hoon and Jin Taekyung. You two are so handsome. I thought I'd be criticized a lot, but I didn't expect everyone's reaction to be so good. Taekyung walked over to the sofa, grabbing his black backpack. As expected, he muttered, shouldering his bag. The world is big, and there are many sick people out there. Although, to be fair, he thought to himself, it's definitely better than the malicious comments. Public opinion about Mi Young-hoon isn't nearly as bad as it used to be. From behind him, Jin Ho threw his hands up and yelled, Don't forget to ask for Mi Young-hoon's autograph for me. Taekyung, already at the door, turned back and yelled, I know. How many times have you said that already? My ears are going deaf from hearing it. See you later. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. Inside, Jin Ho dramatically slumped, shouting sadly, Darn it. If I were a hunter, I'd have already joined Mi Young-hoon's guild. Honestly, his dedication is almost admirable. Almost. Outside, Jin Taekyung was practically floating. He danced down the hallway, a huge grin on his face. Winning with Mi Young-hoon. Can you believe it? I'm raiding my first A-rank gate with the idol of my youth. It's like my fangirl dreams are coming true. Soon, the car started, smoothly rolling onto the road. Kim Jong drove, his eyes fixed intently on the path ahead. Choi Min-woo sat in the passenger seat, calm and composed. Song-yi, arms crossed over her chest, stared silently out the window. Kim Jong glanced at Jin Taekyung in the rearview mirror. Taekyung's face darkened. He covered his mouth and whispered, Did the gate change to a B-rank gate? Choi Min-woo, arms still crossed, calmly replied, It's still an A-rank gate, Taekyung. Taekyung looked around, confused. But why is everyone so calm? Did you all secretly take a sedative first? Song-yi turned to look at him, waving a dismissive hand. I've raided an A-rank gate with the team leader many times back in the Aries Guild. Jin Taekyung's eyes widened, his hands gripping the armrest of his seat. Oh, that's right. You used to be in the Aries Guild, a top guild. Kim Jong chuckled, a smile playing on his lips. I've seen it so many times, I'm bored of it. He let out a booming laugh as he drove. Back in my day, monsters walked right across the highway. Drakes flew into the sky. Chaos was just chaos. Ha ha ha. Is he serious? Did they really just accept that as normal? Or is this man just built different? Taekyung was sweating, his face pale, almost black with fear. What the heck? That sounds so scary. He thought to himself, why is this old man a butler anyway? It's obvious something is up with him. So, I'm the only one stressing out here. Cook Jong? Are you alright? Jin Taekyung asked, turning to look at his companion. Cook Jong, looking absolutely green, replied. Me? Oh, I've already gone into A-rank gates multiple times. Immediately after, his car-sick face turned an even paler shade of white. He promptly vomited into the plastic bag he was clutching, managing to gasp with difficulty. Of course, he's okay. He vomited for a good long, while giving a masterclass in motion sickness. As the car approached the infamous A-rank gate, Kim Jong announced, We've arrived. Choi Min-woo, ever the leader, quickly tried to reassure everyone. Don't worry too much, folks. If we combine our 2 guilds, we've got 4 A-class hunters. The rest are all experienced B-rank hunters too, so we're well prepared. Journalists were already being blocked by security guards in front of the gate, their camera flashes continuously popping like a strobe light party next to that ominous purple portal. A group of people stood nearby, everyone with tense looks on their faces. Jin Taekyung's group finally stepped out of the car. Cook Jong, bless his heart, immediately turned to face the nearest wall and, continued to vomit. Song-yi and Kim Jong just raised their heads, staring intently ahead at the looming A-rank gate. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of an abandoned factory, our boy Choi Min-woo was not having a good time. He frowned, his face serious, demanding. What was the reason for suddenly changing the location? Mi Young-hoon, feigning innocence, replied. What are you talking about? Choi slammed a stack of documents onto the table in front of Mi Young-hoon. Mi Young-hoon, confused, asked, What is that? Choi, deadly serious, retorted. The contract clearly stated the location was the monster forest, Manhwa. He then pointed wildly to the side, questioning loudly. But isn't this the Black Wyvern's den? When the world happened? Mi-young-hoon nervously picked up the stack of documents, reading attentively. He thought, this captain of the first team, how dare he make such a decision on his own? He waved the documents, trying to maintain composure. He looked straight at Choi and explained, I'm sorry, Captain. It seems the person on my side made a big mistake. This is, well, what can I say? Choi Min-woo just stared, asking again, mistake is it? He then glanced at Mi-young-hoon with sharp, unforgiving eyes. Then, I think it's best to cancel today's A-rank gate raid. Mi-young-hoon's eyes widened. He stammered, what but? Choi Min-woo looked utterly serious, giving him a piercing glance. We're talking about an A-rank gate here, Mi-young-hoon. If we go into one without perfect preparation, accidents will happen. And honestly, it's still too hard for my guild to take on wyverns, especially if it's the Black Wyverns Denver. Choi Min-woo thought to himself, especially Jin Taekyung, who still has residual effect from that previous incident. We can't risk it. He turned around, ready to leave. Thank you for your offer, but it's better for us to retreat now. Mi-young-hoon hurriedly chased after Choi Min. Come on. Wait a minute, Captain. Choi replied firmly. Dragons are not possible. At least not now. But then, just when you thought the drama couldn't get more intense, guess who appeared? Jin Taekyung, cool as a cucumber, blocking Choi's path. He simply stated, let's do the raid. Talk about a mic drop moment. Jin Taekyung continued, look, there are many articles online, as well as all those reporters gathered near the A-rank gate. If we just leave now, wouldn't there be severe criticism? Not that I care what internet articles say, he added, flashing a bright, almost mischievous smile. But from that incident until now, I'm completely fine. Ready to raid. Choi Min-woo, frowning tightly, looked straight at Jin Taekyung. Really? He asked, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Jin Taekyung just smiled, eyes closed. Of course, he affirmed. Internally, our protagonist was battling his own demons. Every single day, he thought, I still dream of that nightmare, the roar of that black wyvern, the screams of my team members echoing in my mind. I vividly remember the swing of its wings, tearing apart the cave, and those deadly claws that ripped my friends to shreds. Just thinking about it, he'd get queasy, his head would start pounding. If I let this manhwa trauma continue, he pondered, how long will I have to live like this? A year? 3? Or even 10 years? This fantasy adventure started with such a horrific loss, didn't it? He squeezed his eyes shut for a moment. But I'm different now, he reminded himself, so much stronger than before. I don't need to run away anymore. Jin Taekyung walked purposefully toward Choi Min-woo, his gaze firm, resolute. I can do it, he declared. So, it's okay to go for the guild raid. No, actually we must do it. I want to do this. It's his path to revenge, after all. Choi Min-woo put his hands on his hips, a knowing wink flashing across his face. Alright then, let's do this A-rank gate raid. The massive portal door, swirling with an ominous purple vortex, slowly began to open. Jin Taekyung's guild, now fully armored, turned their attention to the opposite side. Mi-young-hoon's guild was also ready. Mi-young-hoon himself clasped his hands together in a somewhat mocking greeting towards Jin Taekyung's group. He then rolled his eyes, turning back to the gate, a sinister smile twisting his lips. We'll be entering now then, he announced. Suddenly, a crisp system notification flashed before everyone. You've entered an A-rank gate, Black Wyvern's Den. Upon clearing the gate, you'll be given rewards based on your contribution. Everyone had just entered the A-rank gate, stepping into the infamous Black Dragon's lair. In front of them stretched a deceptively quiet forest. The group slowly moved forward, the only sound being their heavy footsteps echoing in the still air. Each person was fully kitted out with heavy equipment and weapons, their eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. You could practically feel the tension, right? Everyone looked absolutely exhausted, with sounds of heavy breathing ringing out and sweat streaming down their faces. This dungeon raid was already grueling. Suddenly, Mi-young-hoon pulled out one stone, attached to a string, and offered one. Come on, take it. Jin Taekyung took the stone, curious. What is this? It looks expensive. Mi-young-hoon didn't really pay much attention, just stating, it's got ice magic cast on it. Jin Taekyung immediately waved him off. Oh, I'm fine without it, honestly. Mi-young-hoon turned, a small smile playing on his lips, and explained, listen, dragon nests are usually way up on cliffs. Finding that particular dragon nest could take us at least half a day, maybe even a full day. You're an A rank, so you should be okay, but you'll still lose stamina along the way. We need you to preserve your strength, since you're part of the main fighting force, right? Taekyung still tried to refuse. You really don't need to give me something so expensive, though. Mi-young-hoon just shrugged. I'm not giving it to you. I'm just lending it, so use it carefully and return it to me later. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung didn't argue anymore. He placed the stone around his neck. Immediately, the system chimed. You have equipped the Yeti Snow Monster Necklace. A cold, refreshing snow wind started emitting around his body. Pretty cool, huh? Seeing this, he instantly exclaimed, oh, that's actually a really good effect. Mi-young-hoon smiled, pleased. See? Looks great. Make sure you always keep it on. After walking together for a while, Mi-young-hoon announced, all right, I'm heading to the reconnaissance team now. Jin Taekyung waved. Yes, thank you for taking care of me. Mi-young-hoon quickly moved ahead. Jin Taekyung watched his back, waiting until Mi-young-hoon was a good distance away. Then, he reached out and quietly took off the stone hanging around his neck. He thought to himself, I've got an ability that came along with the opening of my conception and governor vessels in Murim. That's why I haven't broken a single sweat, despite entering such a humid area. Talk about OP. If using this magic equipment doesn't have any effect for me, it's better to give it to someone who actually needs it, he concluded. Thinking so, Jin Taekyung immediately called out, Cook-jong. Cook-jong's entire face was bright red, sweat pouring down like rain. He turned, panting. What's wrong? As soon as Taekyung saw his face, he was a little shocked. Whoa, why are you sweating so much? Are you okay? Cook-jong breathed heavily, weakly gasping. Do I look okay to you? Jin Taekyung nodded. You really should have worn something cool. Captain Choi has a lot of magic equipment. Hearing that, Cook-jong sighed sadly. I'm not that shameless, you know? I chose the equipment with the best defense, so I wouldn't be a burden to anyone. But I think at this rate, I might die before I even start fighting. He was sweating more than someone trying to get through Monday morning without coffee. So, walking next to him, Jin Taekyung actually puts his arm around Cook Jong's neck and says, "Dude, that's no good. You got a wife and kids to worry about, you know?" But as soon as that mysterious stone is placed on Cook Jong's neck, he feels this super cool breeze. He exclaims in surprise, "Ha, what is this?" Jin Taekyung just covers his mouth, smiling and replies, "It's a gift, of course. Well, I didn't give it away, just lending it for the time being." Hearing that, Cook Jong happily shouts, "Whatever, now I feel like I'm alive again." But just as they're chatting, a long, ominous ringing suddenly echoes from the sky. Everyone instinctively raises their heads to look up. Then, someone cries out, "There's a dragon. A dragon's appearing right in front of us." Standing in the frantic crowd, Jin Taekyung thinks to herself, "That quickly? Wasn't it supposed to take a day to even see one?" This fantasy world manhwa isn't wasting any time. The green dragon in the air continues to cry out, its long tongue sticking out below. Someone hastily gives orders. "It's a green dragon. This one's quite weak." The team, clearly well-drilled for A-rank gate encounters, prepares as if they've been trained for this exact moment, calmly responding from afar. Everyone obeys the order, quickly arranging their formation. Lightning bolts, arrows, and magic arrows are shot into the air, one by one, hitting the dragon. The monster immediately turns its wings and flies in another direction. There's a tense moment of silence. Then, the green dragon opens its mouth and spits out a stream of viscous green liquid. Cook Jong and the others below quickly raise their shields to block it. The liquid is stopped, splashing all over the ground, and immediately, this viscous substance begins to corrode the surface, with hot smoke rising. Seeing this terrifying scene, Cook Jong is sweating bullets. He thinks this is an A-rank gate. If I didn't have this new equipment, I would have died 3 or 4 times already. But up until now, it seems like it was only targeting me. The green dragon is still floating in the air. It slightly bends down to glance at the group defending below. Suddenly, the dragon's eyes glow with a cold, purple light. It stares directly at the shield position that Cook Jong is holding. At this moment, the green dragon's body immediately moves, swinging its wings and flying straight towards Cook Jong. Seeing that, the commander immediately gives the urgent order. "It's charging at us. Tanks will maintain formation while the rest disperse." Meanwhile, Jin Taekyung is hiding behind a rock, observing the chaotic situation. He frowns and thinks, that was a bit too much for Cook Jong. While lost in thought, Myung-hoon suddenly calls out to him. He holds a spear and stands not far away, a smirk on his face, and says, "I'll show you something interesting." Jin Taekyung hears that and asks in doubt, "What? Now?" Myung-hoon just smirks wider and replies, "Look carefully, because it will help you." As he says this, Jin Taekyung's eyes immediately notice a strange stream of energy radiating from Myung-hoon's spear. What incredible powers is this guy about to unleash? Just then, the massive green dragon was about to take flight. But Myung-hoon, our incredible spear user, swiftly raised his weapon and rushed forward with unbelievable speed. Immediately afterwards, a truly pitiful cry from the green dragon echoed through the forest. Poor Jong, who had closed his eyes and braced for the worst, opened them to a shocking sight. In midair, Myung-hoon's spear had pierced directly through the dragon's head. Its blood sprayed out like crimson rain, a real red wedding for this monster, am I right? The green dragon couldn't hold its balance, staggering straight down to the ground, crashing not far from where everyone was defending. Seeing this incredibly intense scene, Jin Taekyung glanced at Myung-hoon in utter horror. A notification immediately popped up in front of him. The level 97 green dragon was destroyed. Because you didn't contribute anything, you didn't receive any experience. But hey, the first major difficulty was eliminated. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief and immediately erupted into excited chatter. "Wow, our guild leader is just different," one exclaimed. "It's true that high-level rankers really are on another level," another chimed in. Myung-hoon heard them and immediately brushed it off. "What ranker? That's a thing of the past," he declared. But someone clearly still hyped shot back. "Only rankers can pull that off. Not just anyone can do it." As soon as those words finished, Myung-hoon got serious. "It's all just a bunch of flatterers," he grumbled. "Damn, you guys just love to butter up anyone strong, huh? Stop gawking and quickly clean up everything. Check your equipment, people." The chatter stopped dead. Everyone snapped to attention, shouting in unison, "Yes, sir, will do." After sending everyone off, Myung-hoon immediately turned back to Jin Taekyung. "Oh my god," he sighed. "Everyone in our guild is just too kind. I'm honestly worried about how they'll survive in this dangerous fantasy world." Jin Taekyung heard that, but remained completely silent. Myung-hoon looked at him for a moment and then continued. "By the way, what's with that expression? Is this your first time seeing aura? Were you that surprised?" Hearing a question like that, Jin Taekyung tried to force out a stuttering smile. Well, I'm just a little surprised," he managed, but in his head, he was screaming, "How is that possible?" Myung-hoon, meanwhile, put a hand to his forehead, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Huh, so surprised you stuttered, huh?" Jin Taekyung didn't answer that. His mind was reeling. Myung-hoon, an S-rank hunter, a creative genius, the pride of all spear users, he thought. Just as he was deep in thought, Myung-hoon clapped him on the shoulder, a reassuring smile on his face. "Well, it's normal if it's your first time seeing it. You'll be able to do it eventually, too. Hang in there." Hearing the other person say that, Jin Taekyung still wore a surprised expression, but deep down, his mind was racing with doubt. Why? Why does he seem so weak? He secretly wondered. Moving too slowly, just for show? Maybe he doesn't even know how to use his aura properly. Is this the Myung-hoon I once admired? Was his ability originally only this much? Or maybe he took a long break and lost his touch? No, probably not. Maybe he didn't use all his strength. Probably. Who would use all their strength from the beginning, right? Myung-hoon's voice suddenly turned cold. "But are you wearing the necklace? Why can't I see it?" Jin Taekyung immediately started sweating, stammering, "That's right. I felt uncomfortable when I moved, so I put it in my pocket." What's wrong? As soon as he finished, Ma Young-hoon's expression visibly cooled. He slightly lowered his head, glancing at Jin Taekyung's pants pocket. After a moment, Mi Young-hoon shook his head. It's nothing. I just didn't see it, so I asked. I'll go check the rest now. Anyway, you know I can't lose that necklace. This artifact is clearly important, Jin Taekyung thought, nodding yes. As Mi Young-hoon walked away, Jin Taekyung couldn't help but wonder, what's his deal? If he's so afraid of losing it, why lend it in the first place? That thing is very expensive, right? Wait, is it? Suddenly, Jin Taekyung's sensitive ears picked up some faint sounds. He turned his head slightly toward the noise, a suspicious look on his face. What is that? A pig. Spoiler alert. Not a pig, folks. More like a whole pig farm of trouble. Just as he spoke, an orc suddenly charged in from the right. Another attack from the left. And, yep, a third orc appeared right behind him. These three monsters, armed with sharp weapons, surrounded Jin Taekyung. They swung their blades down simultaneously. But before they could land a hit, a blinding light erupted from the ground exactly where Jin Taekyung had just been standing. He'd already stretched out his hand, effortlessly throwing the three attacking orcs away. Their bodies, in the blink of an eye, split into several pieces, blood splashing everywhere. Jin Taekyung withdrew his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips as he bowed his head. Moments later, his body moved again, jumping up like lightning, launching into a furious attack against the surging orcs. The spear in his hand stabbed straight into the forehead of one orc, a swift, decisive strike. The battle had just begun, and it was already incredibly fierce. Meanwhile, hidden behind some bushes, a group of people watched the chaos unfold. Seeing the sheer display of skills, Kim Dong-hyuk couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, he's good." Mi Young-hoon, standing next to him, heard this. He waved his hand and gave Dong-hyuk a solid smack on the head. "Is this really the time to be impressed?" he retorted, deadpan. Kim Dong-hyuk immediately apologized. "My apologies. I did it without realizing. But he really is good at fighting, though, isn't he? He's definitely not just a normal A-rank rookie." Mi Young-hoon simply scoffed. "Good at fighting, my ash." Dong-hyuk, sweating nervously, pressed on. He doesn't even seem to have equipped any magic equipment. You've got to admit, he's got guts fighting that many orcs without any of it. I'm an A-rank myself. But if anyone asked me to do what he's doing, honestly, I'm not confident I could do it. Hearing that, Mi Young-hoon frowned deeply. He's not wrong. He thought, just a while ago, this guy was fighting goblins in a mere F-rank gate. He barely awakened as an A-rank hunter, and now he's overwhelming 50 B-rank orcs all by himself? How is this even possible? Jin Taekyung, what on earth are you? Flashback to just moments before. Jin Taekyung had frowned, claiming he'd heard a pig squealing sound. Mi Young-hoon, ever so confident, covered his mouth and actually burst out laughing. Come on, this is an A-rank gate. You're so nervous. If there was any sound, I'd definitely be the first to hear it. It's good to be alert, but don't be too cautious. We're using pro magic to ensure security, anyway. Jin Taekyung didn't say a word, but he kept focusing, his ears still straining. After a tense while, he pointed to one direction. 5 o'clock, about 30 yards through. He paused, his arm moved slightly. Then he pointed to some rocks not far away. No, 100 meters away. Before he could even finish his sentence, Mi Young-hoon interrupted. "Hey, Jin Taekyung, didn't you hear me? What are you doing?" As if on cue, just as those words left Mi Young-hoon's lips, there was a sudden movement from behind the rocks. Jin Taekyung's mouth curved into a confident smirk. 47 orcs, he announced. He tightened his grip on his spear and, with a powerful swagger, declared, "Let me deal with them this time. Let's see how many more experience points I can earn from these orcs." Mi Young-hoon was utterly stunned, frozen in place. A dark shadow seemed to fall over his face. Meanwhile, Jin Taekyung charged headfirst into the newly appeared group of orcs, beginning his solo slaughter. The rest of Jin Taekyung's guild members? They were just calmly sitting there, watching him fight. Continuous, miserable screams rang out from the orcs. Hearing the gruesome sounds, Kim Dong-hyuk, who was right beside Mi Young-hoon, exclaimed, even though he already knew the orcs would appear. Those incredible movements of his and the rest of his guild members just watching him fight alone, acting so calm. "Sir," Mi Young-hoon, the president, angrily shouted, "Shut your mouth. I don't want to hear any nonsense." Kim Dong-hyuk's face went pale. He stammered, "But what if?" At this, Mi Young-hoon became absolutely furious. He clenched his teeth, his pupils turning blood red. He grabbed Kim Dong-hyuk's collar, shoved him hard against a tree, then rolled his eyes. "Damn this guy. Are you saying Jin Taekyung is stronger than me? What else do you want to say, huh? Talk about a fragile ego." Kim Dong-hyuk was terrified. He quickly shook his head, denying it. "It's not like that, President. It's not like that." But Mi Young-hoon wasn't listening. He cut him off, his voice laced with venom. "Do you think learning aura is like learning to play a game? I took you in when you were nothing. I groomed you, and you dare look down on me? Do you think us rankers are nothing?" Kim Dong-hyuk helplessly shook his head, muttering, "No, that's not true." Mi Young-hoon, however, just stared at him, then clicked his tongue. Kim Dong-hyuk stayed silent, lowering his head slightly, a storm brewing in his mind. He needs to get things straight, he seethed internally. He lobbied for the title of an A-ranker with the popularity he accumulated while being a celebrity. He wasn't even that different from me when we first met. As those thoughts churned, Mi Young-hoon suddenly raised a hand and patted Kim Dong-hyuk's face a few times. "Hey, Kim Dong-hyuk, pull it together," he said, his voice sharp. "We're all screwed if anyone messes up here, got it?" He leaned in. "Listen carefully. Bring 5 or 6 fast members with you, and find the boss monster." Kim Dong-hyuk, completely submissive, quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Mi Young-hoon continued his instructions. "If you can't find it, then lure a few wyverns here instead. But make sure they're not green wyverns. I want bigger, stronger ones, understand?" He looked Kim Dong-hyuk dead in the eye. "No budget cuts on monster size here, people." Kim Dong-hyuk quickly nodded. "Yes, sir." With that, he turned and left, leaving Mi Young-hoon alone. Mi Young-hoon watched Jin Taekyung, still deep in combat, and a venomous thought coiled in his mind. Jin Taekyung, he seethed, "You're not famous just by luck. All your life, you've only known how to walk around in gates. You bastard, you know nothing, yet you dare reject my offer for that prime commercial area house. You hypocrite, you will definitely regret it. Meanwhile, Jin Taekyung swiftly took down those 47 orcs. Cook Jong rushed over, overjoyed, patting him enthusiastically on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Oh, this handsome guy." Jin Taekyung, startled by the enthusiastic pats, instinctively raised his foot and kicked Cook Jong's muscular body, who cried out in pain. Cook Jong just laughed, raising his hands in surrender. 50 orc warriors. Seriously, you're the best hunter. You totally dominated this gate. He was practically doing a victory dance. Choi Min-woo cleared his throat, calling out to Jin Taekyung. That truly was impressive, he began. Are you hurt anywhere? But as he spoke, his eyebrows suddenly furrowed. His eyes had zeroed in on the stone hanging around Cook Jong's neck. Isn't that a Yeti's necklace? He asked, suspicion lacing his voice. Without another word, Choi Min-woo rushed forward, practically snatching the stone. Cook Jong just stared, bewildered. Choi Min-woo examined it closely for a moment, then asked, "This isn't something you find in the second-hand market. Where did you get this?" Cook Jong turned to Jin Taekyung. "Oh, it's not mine. Jin Taekyung lent it to me." Min-woo whipped his head around, exclaiming, "Jin Taekyung gave it to you?" Jin Taekyung, startled, quickly corrected him. "Ah, yes, that's true, but Myung-hoon lent it to me." Choi Min-woo breathed a visible sigh of relief, wiping sweat from his brow. "Let me take a look," he requested, his voice much softer now. Jin Taekyung simply nodded. "Whatever. You can look at it for as long as you want." So, picture this. Taekyung, our favorite protagonist, hands over this super interesting necklace, you know, the one with the mysterious stone, to Choi Min-woo. Now, Taekyung's actually thinking to himself, you know what? I probably should have gotten this appraised earlier. It might be totally useless, but hey, what's the harm in knowing exactly what this thing does, right? And bam, as soon as Choi Min-woo gets his hands on it, he instantly appraises the item. Suddenly, a whole new information panel just pops up right before Jin Taekyung's eyes. Choi Min-woo's eyebrows furrow so tight, he looks like he's trying to solve a Rubik's Cube with his face. Then he just blurted out, "How frustrating." Cook Jang, always the curious one, asks, "Captain Choi, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" Min-woo, dramatically trembling next to him, responds, "Oh yes, there's a huge problem." That's it. He pauses, like he's about to drop the most profound truth ever. After a moment, he holds the necklace high, his eyes literally glowing as he exclaims, "How could there be so little of something as beautiful as this? This is the biggest problem, folks. It deserves criticism from everyone around the world." He's literally talking about the quantity of the beautiful object, not its function. Look at it, he insists. Its shape is full of artistry, and it even has the ability to cool things thanks to magic. Oh, Choi Min-woo, you're a gem. An absolute treasure. Hearing all this, the other 3 people in the guild literally just turned to stone on the spot. Can you blame them? Choi Min-woo, oblivious, turns to Jin Taekyung and asks, "What do you think? Don't you agree, Taekyung?" Jin Taekyung, our silent hero, hesitates. He can't even get a word out. He glances at Myung-hoon, who's standing nearby. Then his eyes flick back to the necklace's information panel. And here's the kicker. Folks, the panel reads, "A necklace that only an extremely exceptional warrior Yeti can possess. However, it's actually a chain that proves they used to be slaves and food for the dreaded dragon race. But wait, there's more. Whoever possesses this will be targeted by dragon monsters regardless of their race." The word target just blares out, clear as day, right in front of Jin Taekyung. You can almost feel his face go cold. His voice, now laced with a chilling edge, says, "I am also angry." And then, in his head, he's thinking, "Myung-hoon, you gave this dangerous necklace to me in the first place. Why exactly?" Meanwhile, far from the questionable appraisal skills of Choi Min-woo, high in the sky, the bright sun beat down, radiating a fiery heat that baked the entire forest. A sharp dagger suddenly swung up, clanging against someone's shield. A group of new monsters, probably looking for a fight, roared out from the deep woods and immediately started attacking our heroes. But before these creatures could really get going, they were met with a swift, sharp sword energy. Their bodies were instantly split into pieces, blood spraying all over the ground. Gross, but effective. On one side, though, a monster managed to get a little too close, its dagger poised to strike a person's head. But wham! A blade flashed across, intercepting the attack just in time. Immediately after, the monster's head was severed, flying far, far away. A voice then rang out, instructing everyone. These trolls have high resilience, so you have to aim for its head or heart. It's not over yet. Immediately after that, you need to burn or freeze its head for it to completely die. Someone shouted, "Team 3 clear," while another yelled, "Help over here. That troll is regenerating." Sounds like our leader, keeping everyone on their toes in this intense battle. The sun kept blazing, showing no signs of letting up. Our exhausted group quickly finished off the troll monsters and dropped to the ground, panting. Everyone looked utterly spent and drenched in sweat. Even Cook Jong was lying there, breathing heavily. Suddenly, Myung-hoon just sat there, covered his nose, and shouted in pure disgust, "Oh, damn it. The smell from his group is just awful. Honestly, if I could, I'd freeze you all right where you stand." Talk about a mood killer, right? Jin Taekyung, standing a little to the side, couldn't help but shoot a quick glance at Myung-hoon. He thought to himself, I'm getting goosebumps. Was his TV personality always fake? The more I get to know him, the more disappointing he becomes. Myung-hoon, oblivious to Jin Taekyung's silent judgment, was just trying to rest when a frantic voice pierced the air from behind him. Myung-hoon, President. Hearing the urgent call, Myung-hoon whipped his head around. It was Kim Dong-hyuk, sprinting toward them from distance. Myung-hoon quickly got to his feet, a flicker of concern on his face. Team 1 captain, what happened? Where are the others? Kim Dong-hyuk stumbled, his legs giving out just as he reached them, collapsing to the ground. He didn't speak, just managed a few ragged sounds, pointing weakly with a blood-soaked hand. His body was covered in it, and he gasped for breath before stammering out that they're all dead. We found a wyvern, and everyone used stealth magic to get closer, but it detected us. Myung-hoon's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell are you talking about? He roared. How could a wyvern see through stealth? Does that even make sense? And you had 1 A rank and 6 B ranks with you. Are you telling me you ran away by yourself because you couldn't kill 1 wyvern? Kim Dong-hyuk hung his head in fear, barely whispering, "That wyvern, it's a named monster." Mi Young-hoon couldn't quite hear him and shouted even louder, "What were you saying? Can't you speak properly?" At this, Kim Dong-hyuk finally raised his head, his face drenched in sweat and eyes wide with panic. That wyvern is clearly a named monster level. This is a mutant gate. Now, for those of you who might not know, let's break this down a bit. After the Great Cataclysm, humanity used their grim experiences to categorize and rank monsters. So, usually a gate's rank is determined by the monsters living inside it. But, and this is a huge, but there are always exceptions, the variation gates. Imagine a D rank monster suddenly popping up in an F rank gate, or a B rank monster appearing in a D rank gate. For humanity, these are still a total mystery, variables completely outside our known knowledge. Because these higher ranked monsters kept appearing unexpectedly, they started categorizing them separately, and that's where the term rare monster came from. And even among these rare monsters, there are true, terrifying creatures whose rank just can't be determined. They usually appear in an A rank variation gate. And guess what we call them? You got it, named monsters. Mi Young-hoon grabbed Kim Dong-hyuk's collar, roaring, "Nonsense!" He could hardly believe it. There was no way the named monster would appear here, right? Kim Dong-hyuk trembled, stammering his response. "It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Compared to the wyverns we've dealt with so far, this thing, it's on a different level. We have to run away quickly," he pleaded. Hearing that, Mi Young-hoon shouted, "Shut up." At that very moment, a calm voice rang out behind him. "Calm down." It was Choi Min-woo, stepping forward from afar. "Given the current situation," he stated, "our top priority is to retreat safely." Mi Young-hoon, understandably, asked the opposite question. "Calm down? How can I possibly calm down in this situation?" Choi Min-woo responded softly, "I just want to tell you to cool off and face reality. It's not too late for us. If we go back the way we just came, as quickly as possible, then in about an hour, we'll be back in the forest. But if we try to deal with it here, in this dangerous desert-like place..." Before he could even finish his sentence, Mi Young-hoon, channeling his inner Gordon Ramsay of team leadership, interrupted. "Do you think I don't know that? You better mind your own business." Hearing those words, Choi Min-woo's face fell. He said regretfully, "That's unfortunate. I had no idea you'd think of me as just being a busybody." Mi Young-hoon slowly sat down, replying leisurely, "Unfortunate? Huh. It seems like just because I said this is a collaboration, you really think we're on the same level. That's not the case, Yufker. But honestly, it's a waste of my breath to say anymore. In any case, stop trying to order me around. I'm already in a bad mood as it is." As soon as these harsh words ended, both Jin Taekyung and Choi Min-woo furrowed their eyebrows. Jin Taekyung thought to himself, "As soon as something happens, he immediately reveals his true face. I didn't expect that such a person would be my idol." In a scorching fantasy world desert, someone cautiously broke the silence. "So, are we gonna fight it?" Hearing this question, Mi Young-hoon turned his head, looked over, and exclaimed, "What?" He then said, in a dangerously cold voice, "If you don't intend to fight, then stop babbling. Quickly lead everyone back to the entrance." It turned out that the person who had just asked the question was Jin Taekyung. He held up the necklace Mi Young-hoon had given him, then narrowed his eyes and said, "Since I still have a necklace." As soon as Mi Young-hoon heard that sentence, his body suddenly froze. His face was instantly covered with sweat. Seeing his complete panic, Jin Taekyung raised his mouth into a smirk and asked, "Why are you so startled? Did you think I wouldn't realize it? Looks like Mi Young-hoon just entered his flop era." This unexpected twist definitely adds to the power struggle in their team dynamics. Mi Young-hoon rolled his eyes, but man, he was secretly terrified, thinking, how did he know? On the other side, Jin Taekyung. Oh, he wasn't playing around. He hissed the words through his teeth. "Mi Young-hoon, no, Mr. One. What you did and what you plan to do, I'll turn a blind eye to and ignore everything that happened. But never bare your fangs again, understood?" Feeling the other person's raw anger, Mi Young-hoon practically hightailed it, a little scared, retreating to hide behind his guild members, like he just saw a TikTok trend go sideways. Two guilds, folks, locked in a silent stare down, just glancing at each other. Mi Young-hoon thought in fear, what was that just now? At this time, Jin Taekyung was standing opposite, still flexing on him, standing proudly. Seeing Mi Young-hoon's scared expression, he just casually said, "Why are you still here? I finished talking. Go away." When Mi Young-hoon heard that, he got angry and gritted his teeth, cursing, "How dare you scold me like that?" But then he noticed his spear, placed next to the cliff not far away. Mi Young-hoon turned around and started walking in that direction. His people also followed. As he walked, he thought, even though I don't want to, I can only retreat. Anyway, all of them will have to die at the hands of that named monster. Those sick, crazy dogs. Meanwhile, poor Kim Dong-hyuk, still on his knees. Mi Young-hoon, ever the opportunist, immediately barked out an order. "Make sure to get all the magic crystals. We're returning to the gate entrance as quickly as possible." Hearing this, Kim Dong-hyuk, bless his obedient heart, just replied, "Yes, sir." Not paying attention to him anymore, Jin Taekyung, though he was deep in thought. Man, if I couldn't help but rush in, I would beat those guys and make them regret it. What a pity. Thinking back, he also had doubts about the case from 8 years ago. Thinking like that, Jin Taekyung lowered his head and looked down at Kim Dong-hyuk, who was still kneeling below. He asked curiously, "But why is he kneeling there?" He has to take care of himself more carefully. Butler Kim immediately turned to Jin Taekyung and said, "It seems like he was afraid, panicked due to coming into contact with strong monsters." Hearing that, Jin Taekyung asked with suspicion, "An A-rank hunter? In fear?" Butler Kim smiled and explained, "Master, rank is just a measure of strength. It has nothing to do with whether the spirit is strong or weak. It's one of two things. Either he has a weak mind to begin with, or the named monster is just that strong." Hearing that, Jin Taekyung silently observed Kim Dong-hyuk. He was still kneeling on the ground, his head down, constantly trembling, shiver like a chihuahua in winter, you know? Seeing that, Taekyung softly mumbled, "Personally, I hope this person has stronger mental strength." Thinking so, Jin Taekyung immediately opened his mouth to call out, "Hey." Kim Dong-hyuk's entire body suddenly went numb. His eyes, wide with fear, darted around wildly. He clutched his head, then cried out in a panicked voice, Where's the dragon?" Jin Taekyung calmly sat down beside him. "It's not here, for now anyway," he said in a low voice. "You know me, right? It's Jin Taekyung. Now what happened? And why were you the only one running?" At this question, Kim Dong-hyuk's whole body trembled. He suddenly covered his face and began to sob. Please, I'm so sorry. I had no other choice." Hearing these words, Jin Taekyung frowned. He thought, running away and leaving your team members behind, others might criticize him for that, but not me. "I get it." Kim Dong-hyuk continued. "We were very careful when approaching it, but it saw us. It spread its black wings." "Black wings?" Jin Taekyung exclaimed, surprised. "A black wyvern could be a boss monster, too, right? What did it look like?" Kim Dong-hyuk shook his head, still visibly shaken. No, it's very different. It's several times bigger and stronger than any black wyvern I've ever seen. It's truly a monster." Hearing this, Jin Taekyung's mind raced. Could it be that wyvern, he wondered? 3 years ago, after the Variation Gate incident, an investigation team went to visit the gate to find out what happened. But that wyvern had already disappeared, so they concluded it wasn't very different from a normal black wyvern. Or could it be right now, then? It might have already died in the hands of another hunter. Even if that's not the case, will I really be able to get my revenge one day? Whatever the case is, it seems like today won't be that day. With that thought, Jin Taekyung immediately turned around and started to leave. Just after taking a few steps, Kim Dong-hyuk, still kneeling on the ground, suddenly spoke up, his voice barely a whisper. One-eyed, Jin Taekyung immediately stopped. He turned his head and asked seriously, "What did you just say?" Kim Dong-hyuk held his head, crying out, his face pale. "That's right. It only had one eye. The other side seemed to be pierced by something. A black dragon. It had only one eye. The other was bleeding profusely, as if it had been punctured. It opened its mouth, full of teeth, revealing a long, disgusting tongue inside. This black dragon flew high in the sky, letting out a long, terrifying scream as it rushed towards the group where Jin Taekyung stood. On its back, a pair of giant wings seemed to cover the entire sky. Seeing it, Jin Taekyung curled his mouth with an almost manic excitement. "Yes, you still remember me, huh? I'm also happy to meet you, you damn lizard." Songi saw this and cried out in panic. "Are you guys thinking of fighting that monster with just us?" When no one answered, she started sweating. "Are you all out of your minds? We could all die if something goes wrong." Hearing her say that, Jin Taekyung spoke up immediately, trying to reassure them. "Yes, it will be very dangerous, so everyone, please stay away. I will confront this monster." Can you imagine? Hearing him say that, both Songi and Cook Jong looked absolutely terrified, their faces turning pale. They both cried out in disbelief. And then, guess who pipes up? Choi Minwo. He wasn't having any of it. "The Star Guild isn't exactly a good partner guild for us to run away with, is it? What's more, we've practically become enemies with their guild leader." He paused, then his tone shifted, becoming serious. "Taekyung, let me ask you just one question. That monster coming towards us now, is it related to the Variation Gate incident that you were involved in 3 years ago?" Hearing that, Jin Taekyung bowed his head slightly. His expression wasn't clearly visible, but Minwo didn't wait. He just immediately continued. "So, you probably wouldn't back down, would you?" When Jin Taekyung heard that sentence, he finally raised his head, looking straight into Minwo's eyes. Minwo pressed on, "Look, this is a matter that requires rational thinking. You know it's a type of monster with a name, right?" Jin Taekyung's response? Blunt. "So what? I just see it as something worth dying for." Receiving that answer, Choi Minwo helplessly let out a breath. You could practically hear the exasperation. "All right, priorities first." Jin Taekyung turned around, calling out to Butler Kim. "Please protect the others. I'll be counting on you." Hearing that, Butler Kim, ever the professional, slightly raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. He lifted both hands, responding, "Even if he didn't say it, I still intended to do it." As soon as his words ended, a brilliant blue light flared up from his palms. This light gradually spread, forming a shimmering, circular barrier around the remaining people. Butler Kim's voice was calm amidst the rising tension. "I will try my best, so no need to worry about us." But now, the dragon had flown here. It landed with a thunderous impact on a cliff not far from where everyone was standing. Jin Taekyung and the rest all turned to look towards the colossal creature. They could see its massive wings flapping continuously, sending sand and dust flying up into the sky. Looking at this monster, Jin Taekyung thought to himself, it's so big. It looks 3 times bigger than 3 years ago. Its appearance also seems to have changed, but it's definitely the same monster. That left eye, the one I had to use all my strength to hit in the past. That's the undeniable proof. He's thinking, wait, can monsters even grow and evolve like this? Thinking like that, Jin Taekyung's hand unconsciously grasped the handle of his spear. He slowly, deliberately walked towards the dragon. And then, he spoke, his voice carrying in the wind. "We finally meet again. Where have you been looking for food lately? You look pretty good, but I guess you couldn't do anything about that left eye, huh?" Talk about a mic drop. He's basically saying, looks like someone's been hitting the gym, but not the eye doctor, huh? The black dragon saw Jin Taekyung coming. It opened its massive mouth, ready to scream. But seeing that, Taekyung snapped, eyes blazing. "Bastard, you dare growl at me? Shut that mouth of yours and listen carefully. 3 years and 92 days. That's how long I've waited for this moment." He began listing names, his voice cold and steady. Kim Hyunsu, Song Dong-hyuk, Park Sang-go, Lee Hyerim, Kim Han-woong, Park Wang-yin, Han Neri, Park Sung-bin, Kim Min-young. As he recited the names of his fallen teammates, Jin Taekyung's face cooled even further. He slightly lowered his head, gritting his teeth, adding, "There was also Hong Chansu." Suddenly, we're pulled into a brief flashback. Young Jin Taekyung had asked, "Why do you treat me so well?" Hong Chansu, biting into a banana, just smiled and replied, "Seeing that you're young but have suffered a lot. I also have a youngest sister who's about your age." But tragically, Hong Chansu was also killed by this very black dragon. Before he died, he tried to call Jin Taekyung's name, even in his final moments, still worried and concerned, telling him to run away. These memories, these painful flashes from the past, flooded Jin Taekyung's mind. He looked at the colossal, monstrous creature in front of him, gritted his teeth, and declared all of them had families, their own dreams, but you trampled on all of that in an instant. Of course, you also lost one of your eyes that day, didn't you? So today, I will avenge each and every one of them. And this time, I won't go anywhere. As Jin Taekyung finished speaking, the sharp spear in his hand pointed straight at the monster. Suddenly, a new notification flashed before his eyes. You've accomplished the achievement, Energy Manifestation. This is an incredible achievement. You'll be given rewards for this achievement. You're able to use spear energy. Your body has now acquired the effects of 100 poisons immunity. You've obtained a large amount of EXP. Level up, plus 100 bonus points. After reading these incredible notifications, Jin Taekyung remained in the same unwavering position, ready to confront the Black Dragon. Who knows how much time passed before this monster opened its gaping maw and unleashed a terrifyingly strong force. The whirlwind rose. It slammed into the barrier that Kim Jong had created. Someone screamed, "Oh my god." Suddenly, this entire desert was covered in thick smoke and dust. But from within the swirling chaos, Jin Taekyung's surprisingly comfortable voice rang out. "Oh my god, so cool." His face, now covered in dust, curled into a smirk. "What was that thing just now? A high-powered fan? Shut off the electric fan. You're gonna make the dust here start flying." As soon as these words finished, Jin Taekyung launched himself upwards, rushing towards the dragon. He swung his spear, stabbing it hard into one of its legs. Pain suddenly struck the monster. It opened its eyes wide and screamed for a long time. But Jin Taekyung didn't stop. He continued stabbing, a few more times, his voice laced with grim satisfaction. "You are about to be released from duty, you bastard." Unable to bear the agonizing pain, the claws on the dragon's wings immediately shrank. It gathered all its strength, wrapping its wings around itself, trying desperately to grab Jin Taekyung. But our man, Jin Taekyung, wasn't afraid one bit, folks. Instead, he just let out a loud, confident laugh. "Oh, look at you," he taunted, almost admiringly. "Open inventory, equip dagger." As soon as the dagger materialized in his hand, Jin Taekyung immediately plunged it deep into the monster's flesh. The creature's one remaining eye suddenly widened in shock and agony. But Jin Taekyung wasn't done. He kept equipping more daggers, methodically sticking them in long, gruesome rows all over the beast's body. The entire dragon was now a horrifying, blood-soaked pincushion, looking pretty scary if you ask me. After this brutal dagger decoration, Jin Taekyung immediately leaped away from the dragon. Seeing it attempting to fly off and escape, he uttered a chilling command. "Intending to hide somewhere, are we?" No sooner had the words left his lips than Jin Taekyung dashed forward with incredible speed, his sharp spear blade carrying immense power. With one decisive slash, he cleanly severed one of the monster's wings. The dragon shrieked, lost its balance, and crashed heavily to the ground. Jin Taekyung landed firmly nearby, watching its struggles. Seeing the creature writhing in pain before him, Jin Taekyung's voice was ice cold. "Does it hurt? Good, because this is nothing compared to what you did 3 years ago. This is just the beginning. Stop lying around and get up." The monster struggled for a while, then slowly, agonizingly, pulled itself to its feet. Jin Taekyung stared at it, a look of pure disgust on his face. "Stop glaring," he warned, "or I'll pluck out that other eye of yours." The monster didn't react immediately. A moment later, it suddenly opened its mouth and spoke. "Human, you want to kill me?" As those words hung in the air, Jin Taekyung's eyes, which moments ago were filled with icy resolve, widened in genuine fear. He was utterly stunned. The monster continued, its voice gravely. "Let me tell you one thing." Hearing it speak, Jin Taekyung was completely flabbergasted. "What is that?" he exclaimed. "A talking monster? Like, seriously, what in the Elden Ring is going on here?" The monster simply replied coldly, "I am different now." Jin Taekyung still couldn't wrap his head around it. "What the hell?" he gasped. But before he could finish, the monster in front of him suddenly stood up straight, its body glowing with an eerie green light. In a truly absurd display of regeneration, its body began recovering. That wing Jin Taekyung had just so dramatically cut off? Yeah, it slowly surely grew right back. This monster is known as One-Eyed Karis. In the past, after losing an eye because of some human, probably a really annoying one, Karis was absolutely furious. He swore he'd kill the person who took his eye. He started massacring every human he saw, and if other monsters got his way, he destroyed them too. As these endless battles and killings repeated, one day, Karis suddenly regained full consciousness. He realized he possessed a massive body and incredible strength. He pondered himself, what's wrong? Does confronting humans make me stronger? But Karis soon realized the truth. The reason he was becoming so incredibly powerful wasn't just because of his epic battles with humans. No, it was because he was devouring other monsters. Every time he consumed a monster, something within him, his very essence, would grow stronger. Karis used his claws to pick up something from the ground. He wondered, what do humans even call this stuff? Then it clicked. Ah, that's right, it's a magic stone. From then on, Karis set his sights on those precious magic stones. He'd devour other monsters and even go after humans' magic equipment, valuing it way more than just human flesh. Karis, with his exceptional intelligence, was truly entering a whole new territory of power. Who knew a monster could be so strategic? After that day, he turned an unknown wilderness into his personal den, pouring all his energy into researching magic. And guess what? Today, some poor souls, completely oblivious to what was brewing, approached the Karis nest. As soon as he spotted them, Karis let out a furious roar of excitement. "The eye. That's the smell of the guy who took one of my eyes. You think I forgot? I will chew every single piece of your bone. Unbelievable. Karis was actually using magic to heal himself. Right there, that dagger just popped out of his body and clattered to the ground. The long, gruesome wounds? They gradually stopped bleeding and closed up. And get this, one of its wings was completely grown back. Talk about regenerative powers. Karis took a few deep, dramatic breaths, finally suppressing his rage just enough to snarl. I will kill you. Jin Taekyung, down below, watched this whole spectacle unfold, completely gobsmacked. He was thinking he can use healing magic? When the actual healing hack is this? Is this guy really just a wyvern? I mean, it doesn't look like he can heal everything, but still, I can't believe he just used magic to completely recover right in front of me. Before Jin Taekyung could even process it, Karis opened his mouth and uttered a single, chilling word, slow. As soon as he heard that word, Jin Taekyung's senses went into overdrive. And wouldn't you know it, a new notice board popped up right in front of him, flashing a dire warning. Attention, Karis has used speed reduction magic. Due to a unique trait of the dragon race, his magic has become significantly stronger. The effects of this speed reduction magic have been increased 5 times. Your agility will be temporarily reduced by a whopping 50 points. After reading that terrifying announcement, Jin Taekyung just couldn't believe his eyes. He practically shrieked. He reduced my agility by 50 with a single cast of speed reduction magic? Are you kidding me? Hearing Jin Taekyung's shocked outburst, Karis burst into a cackling laugh. Haha, surprised? Human? You thought you were fast before? Well, good luck moving like that now. But before Karis could even finish his villainous monologue, Jin Taekyung calmly interrupted. Add 100 points to agility. And just like that, the words left his lips. Before the Karis monster could even blink, Jin Taekyung shot up high into the air. He dramatically waved the spear in his hand, his voice chillingly calm as he taunted. Are you surprised now, wyvern? And just as he finished his taunt, bam, the sharp tip of that spear, charged with terrifying power, plunged straight into Karis's remaining eye. Can you imagine the agony? A blood-curdling scream of pure pain ripped across the barren desert. Blood started dripping from above, splashing onto the ground like a grotesque rain shower. Karis crashed to the earth, writhing and crying out in pain. Huff, 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 that human. Jin Taekyung landed right next to him, a sly smirk playing on his lips. He leaned in, almost mockingly. Why do you keep calling me that, wyvern? Karis, clutching his now blinded eye with a claw, looked up, completely baffled. He demanded, How did you do it? My magic is supposed to be perfectly flawless. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung just offered a faint, knowing smile. He replied, I've actually got quite a lot of points saved up. Because in the Murim, you just never know, one minute you're fine the next. So, I figured it's always a good idea to keep a little trump card up my sleeve just in case. Karis didn't quite understand what that meant. Our protagonist, Jin Taekyung, just smirked and said, I'm saying I won't be affected by your magic. Alright then, let's settle the rest of the debt. Seeing that Jin Taekyung was about to make a move, Karis quickly stood up and started using some healing magic. But Jin Taekyung didn't bother to pay attention. He rushed forward, casually adding, Oh, and you have to pay the interest for the past 3 years too. On the opposite side, Karis continued to treat his eye with magic, all while swinging out his claws and letting out a roar, dark binding. Suddenly, the ground below started to fluctuate. Countless vines, armed with sharp thorns, shot up and rushed straight to tie up Jin Taekyung. The notifications immediately jumped out before his eyes. Karis used binding magic. Because of the characteristics of the dragon race, the magic is enhanced. Stamina temporarily reduced to 10. Strength temporarily reduced to 10. Agility temporarily reduced to 10. The thorns on the vine stabbed straight into Jin Taekyung's body. Another new notification continued to appear. Paralysis poison has entered your body. Nerve poison has entered your body. You are now in a state of poisoning. But here's the kicker. Jin Taekyung didn't pay much attention to these notifications. He just lowered his head and frowned, wondering, what is this? At this very moment, Karis had successfully healed one of his eyes. He burst out laughing, triumphantly exclaiming, Haha, you let your guard down, human. Inattentive Jin Taekyung, still wrapped in thorns, simply asked, Let my guard down? Then, with a casual shrug, he added, You know what? You're right, I did. Karis, seeing that our protagonist's attitude was not quite right, exclaimed in confusion, Why do you look so relaxed? Jin Taekyung, still being wrapped by those thorny vines, slightly lowered his head and said faintly, Normally, if you fall into this situation and still relax, there's only one of two cases. 1, he's a fool. Otherwise, just halfway through speaking, a new notification window popped up with the content. 100% poison immunity has been effective. At this time, Jin Taekyung also grinned, finishing the second half of his sentence. He's so confident of his abilities that he can afford to let his guard down. New notifications popped up one after another. The paralysis poison has been resolved. The nerve poison has been resolved. The poison status has been resolved. Jin Taekyung looked at Karis and said coldly, Since I'm doing this, I'll take the loss and add on something extra for you. Add 50 strength and 50 HP. He's literally leveling up mid-battle. After saying that, he immediately gathered his strength and, with a powerful surge, soon tore off the vines wrapping around his body. After dealing with these binding magic vines, Jin Taekyung smirked and casually asked, Acceleration magic? Binding magic? Anything else? He's practically asking, Is that all you got, bro? This fantasy adventure just keeps getting better. Karis witnessed this, utterly shocked. He stammered, unable to speak. Jin Taekyung, ever the provocateur, just had to rub it in. He continued, Did you not learn other types of magic? Well, you were so overflowing with confidence. I thought you knew how to do factorization, but you were just a master of addition and subtraction. Ouch. Karis, barely suppressing the anger in his heart, rolled his one good eye and managed to ask, How? Jin Taekyung held his spear tightly in hand and simply replied, It's my own magic. Magic, Karis repeated, clearly baffled by Jin Taekyung's incredible powers. Jin Taekyung, with a mischievous grin, replied, Open sesame. As soon as these words finished, he rushed forward. Without hesitation, the sharp spear blade pierced one of Karis's legs, creating a giant hole. Karis was in so much pain that he couldn't stand, falling to his knees, then collapsing to the ground. He cried out in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Jin Taekyung aimed for the monster's tail. He swung his spear a few times, a blur of motion, and immediately cut Karis's tail into several pieces. What a brutal display of battle prowess. Karis quickly raised his claws, attempting to use darkness binding magic. But Jin Taekyung was too fast. He saw this and immediately flew forward, swinging his spear and swiftly cutting off the thorny vines that Karis had just summoned. Just then, a magic arrow created by Karis rushed towards Jin Taekyung. A counterattack. He turned around to avoid it, then immediately swung his spear, slashing Karis's body with a long, deep cut. This slash was both long and deep, and soon the monster's back was drenched in blood. Jin Taekyung didn't stop there, folks. His movement speed was lightning fast. He flew through the air, and everywhere he passed, he left a long slash on Karis's body. Seriously, Jin Taekyung's abilities are unmatched. From head to toe, not a single part of the monster was left uncut. Jin Taekyung landed to one side, took a defensive stance, and glanced at the monster. The very next second, Karis could no longer stand and fell to the ground, dust billowing out and rising into the air as its massive body crashed down. On the ground lay the severed body parts of Karis. The monster clenched its teeth tightly, and blood continuously flowed from between them. Jin Taekyung stood next to him and asked faintly, "Do you want to live? If so, use magic to heal. I'm waiting for you." Karis no longer had the strength to raise his head. He lay flat on the ground, opened his one good eye, looked at Jin Taekyung, and asked, "Will you spare my life?" Jin Taekyung shook his head and replied, "No. It would be a pity if I let you die like this. You just have to endure 10 more times, then I will kill you." Hearing these words, Karis felt a little emotional. "Human, you are so cruel," he uttered. Jin Taekyung just shrugged and said, "You're worse." Hearing that, Karis muttered, "I just did what I was supposed to." Jin Taekyung nodded and said one sentence, "I already know." Pausing for a moment, he lifted his foot, walked closer to Karis, then continued, "Humans destroy monsters, monsters destroy humans. I'm doing what I'm supposed to as well." Hearing him say this, one of Karis's healthy eyes suddenly flashed. As if accepting defeat, it said, "Kill me." Jin Taekyung raised his hand, and his voice suddenly softened a bit. "Thank you," he said, a genuine warmth in his tone. "Thank you for surviving until now." A beam of light flashed from his hand, and he finished his sentence with a chilling twist, "and for dying by my hands." As soon as those chilling words fell, boom, a new notification flashed before him. He'd successfully destroyed level 115 Karis, the formidable Black Wyvern monster, and earned the Destroyer of the Black Wyvern achievement. After scanning the notice, Jin Taekyung retracted his hand and stood still. Another notification immediately popped up. "You have achieved a great achievement. You will receive a reward corresponding to that achievement." Then a voice soft and familiar called out Taekyung. He turned his head slightly, looking behind him, as another notification continued to pop up. A rank gate. Black Wyvern's nest completed. But right there, in front of Jin Taekyung's eyes, was something far more important. The smiling faces of his teammates, the ones killed by Karis 3 years ago. They had gentle smiles, looking so peaceful. The system was busy calculating the entire reward, but honestly, Jin Taekyung didn't pay much attention. He just smiled back at his teammates. Hong Chan-soo, in particular, returned a kind smile. The reward, by the way, was a massive amount of experience and reputation. As he watched, those spectral teammates turn around and left, their images gradually fading, disappearing back into Jin Taekyung's cherished memories. In the distance, several men hurriedly rushed over, calling out worriedly to Jin Taekyung. Choi Min-woo was the first, asking, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Our hero, Jin Taekyung, paused for a bit. The worried call still echoed in his ears. At that moment, he simply closed his eyes and smiled brightly. And guess what? Jin Taekyung's rank just kept increasing. Songi, completely flabbergasted, pinched her cheeks. "Oh my god," she exclaimed. "This isn't a dream, right?" Kook Jong, tearing up, wiped his eyes and burst into full-blown happy tears, crying out, "I am so proud of you." Even Butler Kim smiled and praised. Even during the Great Cataclysm, it was rare to see someone as skilled as you. "You're truly amazing." After a moment, Choi Min-woo, ever the pragmatist, seriously said, "All right, everyone, let's calm down and start cleaning up what's left." Hearing that, Jin Taekyung immediately agreed. "That's a very good idea." He turned his head to look at the colossal Karis monster in front of him, and heard Choi Min-woo ask, "But how do we do that? Its body length is about 50 meters. If 5 people want to cut it into pieces, it'll take forever." Another teammate chimed in, "With my ability, just removing its scales is incredibly difficult. How are we supposed to even start?" Someone else added, "You all know just how expensive the corpse of a named monster is, right? Even if we don't kill the main boss monster here, we must bring this one with us. But even if we manage to dismantle it, how on earth are we supposed to move all of it?" After hearing the others' questions, Jin Taekyung immediately showed an expression full of frustration. He looked at everyone struggling to deal with the monster's corpse and thought to himself, "Ugh, this is so frustrating. It would be much simpler to just put in my inventory, wouldn't it? Should I just be honest with them? I think they'll understand and keep it a secret." But just as quickly, Jin Taekyung shook his head, denying the idea. "No, even if they're my guild members, the reporters are waiting for us at the gate entrance. Unless we intend to never use its parts, people will definitely have suspicions, and we'll get caught in no time." Thinking like that, he immediately said, "I'll go and bring more people here." Hearing that, the other 4 people stopped their movements and turned to look at him, a bit confused. Jin Taekyung continued, "An A-rank gate reckons a week, right? Today is the first day, so we should still have time. If I go to the entrance quickly and bring more help, unlike on our way here, there's no need to be on guard against monsters either." Hearing his plan, Choi Min-woo nodded slightly and replied, "Well, anyway, it seems like it's the best solution." Pausing for a moment, he asked worriedly, "You must be quite tired since you just fought, though. Will you be alright?" Jin Taekyung immediately shook his head and replied, "Still full of energy, but if I received recovery magic or something similar, it would be much better." After saying that, he thought to himself, "I just leveled up just now, so I'm practically buzzing." Just as he was thinking this, Choi Min-woo said, "Great, then Butler Kim will go with you." Jin Taekyung heard that and exclaimed in doubt, "Huh, why Butler Kim?" Butler Kim took a few steps forward, a knowing smile on his face, and explained, "Ho-ho, wouldn't it take quite a while to get the help of B-rank hunters and above, people who'd actually be able to dismantle a named monster? If I go with you, there'll be quite a lot of my acquaintances who will come help, no matter what happens." Hearing him say that, Jin Taekyung silently thought, "That's right, I never thought about that." Butler Kim is a person with a very glorious past. He probably knows many people suitable to call here. Thinking like that, Jin Taekyung happily said, "I know, so let's leave right away." Before he could even finish his sentence, Butler Kim raised his arms in front of him and declared, "I'm ready." Seeing this unexpected move, Jin Taekyung was completely confused. He asked, "What are you doing?" Butler Kim said, "Carry me on your back," and then chuckled, "Lately my knees often hurt, eh? Hearing that, Jin Taekyung could only nod and say yes. He thought to himself, this old man is definitely not normal. He waited for Butler Kim to climb onto his back. Then Jin Taekyung continued, "Okay, let's go now. Hold on tight." Having finished speaking, Jin Taekyung rushed away at incredible speed, leaving only Choi Min-woo staring at a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Choi Min-woo, still processing what he just witnessed, he thought to himself, I knew he was exceptionally skillful, but to solo kill a named monster? Overwhelmingly so at that. He couldn't shake the feeling, though, that this wasn't even Jin Taekyung's full strength. What exactly is he wondered? As the bright sunlight streamed down, Jin Taekyung, our incredible protagonist, was already on the move. He sprinted forward, carrying Butler Kim, leaving a literal cloud of dust and smoke in his wake. Butler Kim, genuinely impressed, praised him. "You're really fast, Jin Taekyung. We're already back in the forest. You can slow down a bit from here." But Jin Taekyung, always one step ahead, carried the butler deeper into the woods, stopping in an open area. He scanned their surroundings, a smirk playing on his lips. "Ah," he scoffed, "to think it's really just as I expected." Hearing that, Supervisor Kim, clearly confused, asked, "What's wrong?" Jin Taekyung shook his head. "Ah, nothing special, just..." He paused for a moment, an amused, almost predatory look flashing in his eyes. Then, he slowly said, "We've got some hyenas here." Jin Taekyung then looked around the forest and shouted, "Come out." As if on cue, movement started in all four directions. Our protagonist carefully placed Butler Kim aside, then continued, "Come out, you idiots. I already know you're here." Slowly, legs started to poke out from behind trees, hands gripping sharp swords. And wouldn't you know it, the leader of this little ambush party was none other than Myung-hoon, cracking his knuckles and grumbling, "Why are you guys so useless?" Behind him, his loyal goons, Kim Dong-hyuk and Choi K-young, also emerged. Myung-hoon, absolutely fuming, demanded, "You also encountered a named monster like the captain of Team 1, and were defeated by it, right? So why are you smiling? Don't you understand your situation?" Hearing this, Jin Taekyung just calmly replied, "Let's see. Surely you weren't waiting for me to come, so we could all go out together, were you? You ambushed here to attack those who escaped, or those who killed the wyvern and were still alive. Now, who's the one who doesn't understand the situation?" Mic drop, Myung-hoon. Jin Taekyung just hit him with a "you activated my trap card" moment. On the opposite side, Myung-hoon just smirked a few times, dismissing Jin Taekyung's words. "Haha, you idiot," he sneered. "I simply endured your nonsense, because I didn't want to encounter the named monster myself. I don't know how you managed to escape, but anyway, you and your guild people can't leave this place alive, because I will kill all of you." Butler Kim and Jin Taekyung immediately turned to look at each other. They seemed to have just heard something so hysterically funny that they had to hold back their laughter until their faces turned bright red. After finally suppressing his giggles, Jin Taekyung turned back to Myung-hoon. "Thank you," he said, a genuine smile now. "Because you talk like a typical villain, I actually feel much more comfortable now." Myung-hoon, completely bewildered, just yelled, "What are you, crazy?" Jin Taekyung didn't answer. Instead, he simply called out Myung-hoon's name, his voice deadly serious. "Didn't I already warn you?" Myung-hoon muttered to himself, "This guy is crazy," but right in front of him, Jin Taekyung's body moved. Just a slight shift, then his whole form was as fast as lightning, rushing behind Myung-hoon. Taekyung's cold voice echoed, "I told you to never bare your fangs again." Myung-hoon was absolutely terrified, his eyes widening in pure horror. He was probably thinking, wait, is this what they call instant transmission? Our protagonist, Jin Taekyung, isn't holding back. His fist rockets forward, landing a devastating punch right to Myung-hoon's face. That hit sends Myung-hoon flying, his whole body slamming into a tree trunk. Ouch! His face is a bloody mess, showing pure agony. He can barely believe what just happened, but he slowly, painfully pushes himself up. "Ow, how did you do that?" he groans. Jin Taekyung just smirks. "What do you mean, how?" he replies, cool as a cucumber. "It's because I'm simply stronger than you." Myung-hoon's teeth are literally broken, blood gushing from his mouth. He's in disbelief. He grabs a spear next to him, swings it vigorously, yelling, "That's impossible." Myung-hoon unleashes countless martial arts moves, but Jin Taekyung? He's barely breaking a sweat. Our hero casually retreats, dodging every single attack with almost laughable ease. "Nope, it's possible," he says as he skillfully dodges. He then smoothly closes the distance to Myung-hoon, repeating, "Nope, it's possible." With one swift, decisive move, he sends Myung-hoon flying again. As he retracts his fist, he adds, "This is why you should have stopped when I was still being polite, don't you think?" And just like that, bam, Jin Taekyung punches him once more, scolding, "You idiot." Myung-hoon hits a nearby rock, and get this, the rock cracks with a loud, sickening crunch. Yikes. Suddenly, A terrible scream echoes through the forest. Ma Young-hoon's whole crew, his loyal goons, are completely frozen on the spot. They look like they've just seen a ghost. Out of the dust and rubble, a hand emerges, leaning against a tree trunk. Mi Young-hoon, somehow, slowly pulls himself up. Mi Young-hoon, proving that sometimes, even with a broken face, the delusional villain energy is just too strong to quit. Jin Taekyung, standing across from him, calmly asks, "Do you understand the situation you're in now?" But Mi Young-hoon, blood still dripping, just groans in pain, and despite everything, refuses to give up. He's fuming. "You bastard. It seems you managed to find some good quality magic equipment and wore them here. This is where your rampage stops." Jin Taekyung just lets out a short laugh. "What nonsense are you even talking about?" he asks, bewildered. Mi Young-hoon, absolutely livid now, barks orders at his men. "What are you guys doing? Defeat that old man first." His group, like good little minions, immediately shouts, "Yes, sir." Mi Young-hoon, trying to regain some authority, yells again, "Attack together on my signal. We'll subdue him in one go." And of course, they all chorus, "Yes, sir." Hearing this whole exchange, Jin Taekyung just turns, a look of utter disdain on his face. "Well," he says, "it's pretty fascinating how you guys are rationalizing the current situation. But honestly, don't you think the whole hostage act is just a little too cliché for a supposed guild leader?" Mi Young-hoon, trying to sound smart, retorts, "Even if it's a cliché, the important thing is that it always works." Jin Taekyung barely pays attention, just leisurely muttering, "Let's see." He glances at Butler Kim, who's surrounded by Ma Young-hoon's lackeys. Then, he looks back at Mi Young-hoon and says pointedly, "You really can't be the guild leader, can you?" Meanwhile, Butler Kim, facing the encroaching crowd, allowed a faint smile to play on his lips. With a slight raise of his hands, two powerful magic formations shimmered into existence from his palms. He just chuckled lightly. "Honestly, these kids really don't know how to respect their elders, do they?" Then, he simply uttered, "Rumble, earthquake." And just like that, folks, the world went wild. The surroundings began to shake violently, sending shivers down everyone's spines. The ground beneath their feet quickly cracked open. These poor souls had no time to react, immediately plummeting into the newly formed chasms. Every miserable cry echoed chillingly through the forest. Witnessing this absolute spectacle, Jin Taekyung couldn't help but exclaim in pure awe, "Wow, so cool." Suddenly, the entire area was engulfed in a thick cloud of dust and dirt. With the dust still settling, Butler Kim's voice cut through the silence once more. "Everyone, relax and close your eyes. Unless you want to be buried alive," he casually advised. And just like that, the poor souls who were standing a moment ago were now buried up to their necks, only their heads poking out of the ground. It was quite the sight. They were both scared and screaming for help, which, let's be honest, wasn't doing them much good. Jin Taekyung, seeing this hilariously pathetic scene, couldn't hold back. He covered his mouth, bursting into laughter. "Well, your hostage act definitely failed, didn't it? What are you gonna do now, huh?" And that's when Mi Young-hoon saw the full extent of this madness. Pure terror plaster across his face, he stammered, "A rank magician?" He looked at Jin Taekyung, fear evident in his trembling voice. "Ooh, who the hell are you guys?" Jin Taekyung just gave him a knowing look. "Oh, you already know, don't you?" he replied, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "We're from the Peace Guild. We genuinely want to be peaceful, just like our name suggests. But it's becoming a bit problematic when the people around us just don't want to cooperate, you know?" Ma Young-hoon's brain, surprisingly, kicked into overdrive. Thinking fast, he immediately threw his spear to the ground. "I surrender," he cried out, defeat clear in his voice. Talk about a speedy change of heart, right? He went from intimidating to "I surrender" faster than a TikTok trend disappears. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung couldn't believe it. He immediately exclaimed, "Surrender? The great one Mi Young-hoon is surrendering? Are you kidding me? Don't you realize life imprisonment is waiting for you when you get out of here? Shouldn't you, I don't know, struggle a little more?" Mi Young-hoon couldn't stand it anymore. He just collapsed, kneeling on the ground, trembling. "Because it's better than dying," he whimpered. At this point, Mi Young-hoon had completely abandoned any shred of his former image. He clasped his hands together, desperately begging Jin Taekyung. "Taekyung, please, just once. Give me a chance, just this one last time. Killing someone like me won't give you any peace of mind." But Jin Taekyung didn't bother to listen to these desperate pleas. He just raised his fist, rolled his eyes slightly, and said, a bit annoyed, "But I won't be punished, right? People will think I accidentally killed you while legitimately defending myself. You know that well, right? It's giving oops, my bad self-defense energy, isn't it?" These words made Mi Young-hoon sweat profusely. He stammered, "Even so, that won't change the fact that you'll become a murderer." Jin Taekyung said nothing, simply standing above him, looking down. Ma Young-hoon's face gradually turned pale. The two stared at each other, eye to eye, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Don't know how much time passed, but Jin Taekyung finally shrugged. "All right," he said, his voice calm. "I'll trust you one more time." Hearing this, Mi Young-hoon visibly sagged, breathing a deep sigh of relief. He practically pressed his head to the ground. "Thank you, Taekyung," he muttered, relief evident. But Jin Taekyung wasn't quite done. He raised his foot, casually nudging a small stone in front of the other man. "Don't betray my trust," he warned, his tone faint but firm. Then, he simply turned around, muttering under his breath, "Sheesh, I'm just too kind." Mi Young-hoon remained kneeling, his entire body trembling. Then, in a sudden, shocking move, he sprang up, grabbing the spear he discarded just moments before. He lunged, rushing to attack Jin Taekyung. But in the blink of an eye, two daggers materialized in Taekyung's hands. Ma Young-hoon's eyes rolled, a truly evil gleam in them. "Ah," he snarled. Jin Taekyung looked back, completely unperturbed. "Thank you for doing exactly what I thought you would," he said, a hint of something unreadable in his voice. Seeing this terrifying scene unfold, Butler Kim, who had been observing from a distance, exclaimed in genuine worry, "Hunter Jin Taekyung." At that very moment, Jin Taekyung moved. His hands, holding those daggers, were a blur. Blood immediately splattered, and Ma Young-hoon's body crashed to the ground. Butler Kim, stunned, stopped dead in his tracks. Jin Taekyung's voice echoed through the forest once more. There's no need to go that far, though. And just like that, as his words faded, the familiar system notification popped up. You've killed level 80 Myung-hoon. You've obtained quite an enormous amount of XP. Meanwhile, outside the gate, a finished cup of instant noodles sat on a makeshift table. A man in a wrinkled shirt threw his hands up in exasperation. Isn't this too much? He complained. How can they ask us to stand by here when it takes at least 3 days to finish a raid for an A-rank gate? He scoffed, knowing full well most of the other TV station staff had already packed up and left. Opposite him, another man in a t-shirt sat, holding his own cup of instant noodles, a frown on his face. 3 days, he replied, shaking his head. We should be glad if they don't take a whole week. He paused, then added, even so, it'll probably take at least 3 days like you've said. Shall we hit up a sauna? And maybe play some pool? These two, you see, were the 2 lone reporters assigned to guard the gate. A truly glamorous job, right? The guy in the shirt looked at his buddy, a little suspicious. Can we really? He asked, scratching his head. So, let's go play a game then. But just as he finished speaking, the side of the gate suddenly burst with a dazzling purple light. The gate. The gate's opening, he shrieked, instantly alert. The t-shirt-clad reporter's eyes widened in surprise. Why are they coming back out already? He yelled. How would I know? The other shouted back, scrambling. The camera, get it ready. Slowly, steadily, the hunters inside the gate began to walk out. The 2 reporters, adrenaline coursing, quickly fumbled with their cameras, snapping pictures like crazy. Almost instantly, the Hunter TV channel began live streaming, broadcasting exclusively about Jin Taekyung's team. The number of viewers watching rapidly skyrocketed. In a live broadcast room, people were absolutely buzzing with curiosity, commenting, and speculating at warp speed. On the live broadcast screen, we see Jin Taekyung speaking with Butler Kim. Right next to them, there's a rather unusual sight. A group of hunters all tied up. Naturally, everyone watching was super curious about this whole situation. The comments were absolutely flooding in, with viewers all wondering, why are these guys tied up? What's going on? That's when a sharp reporter, wearing his signature shirt, quickly pushed a microphone in front of Jin Taekyung and asked directly, well, Hunter Jin, I'll ask right away, what exactly happened inside the gate? Jin Taekyung, ever the pragmatist, replied, if I told the whole story, it would take far too long. Could I just summarize the situation? The reporter, looking a bit impatient, said, yes, okay. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung didn't waste a second. He decisively summarized the entire incident in just 2 sentences. A dragon monster appeared. This was a mutant gate. As soon as he finished those words, the comments section immediately exploded. The chat was going wild. Hey, no way. Why did a named monster appear there? It seems like they're all dead. No wonder there are a few less people. Is Myung-hoon dead too? It was pure chaos, folks. On the live broadcast screen, the shirt-wearing reporter looked utterly shocked. He stammered, what? A variation? Wait, if there's a named monster, then shouldn't we have evacuated immediately? Jin Taekyung, cool as a cucumber, immediately replied, there's no need to worry. The monster has already been eliminated. The reporter was visibly stunned, and the viewers of the broadcast were absolutely horrified. The comment section was basically a mind-blown emoji tsunami. What? Did I hear that wrong? What the hell? That monster was destroyed? Who did it? The named monster? It's fictional. It can't be. Thinking he must have misheard, the reporter immediately pressed again. Can you say that again? Jin Taekyung calmly stated, everything is exactly as I said. That means you really killed the named monster? The reporter asked cautiously, his voice barely a whisper. Jin Taekyung simply nodded to confirm. Yes, I killed it. Our boy just dropped a bombshell, right? The reporter's face was drenched in sweat, like he'd just run a marathon. He asked again, what about the other people in the process? How many died? Jin Taekyung calculated for a moment, then answered, 7 people died. The rest are okay. Oh, plus Myung-hoon. The total number of deaths is 8. Hearing him say that, the reporter softly asked, sorry for asking this, but how did he die? Well, about that, Jin Taekyung seemed a bit hesitant. Butler Kim, standing silently behind him, offered only a slight, knowing smile. Both the shirt-wearing reporter and the cameraman were incredibly curious about Myung-hoon's death. Seeing Jin Taekyung hesitate for so long, the reporter gently prompted, Hunter Jin? Jin Taekyung remained silent for another moment. Then, very seriously, he said, Myung-hoon was taken care of by me. Boom. Mic drop, plot twist, whatever you want to call it. As soon as those words came out, the live viewers were absolutely floored. On the screen, countless question marks appeared, filling the entire chat. Because of this shocking interview, the entire town's spotlight shifted, and an immediate investigation was launched. The leader pointed his finger forward, his voice sharp. Make sure to investigate properly. Miss a single detail, and our heads will roll. Looking at the massive corpse of the Karis monster in front of them, this investigation squad couldn't help but exclaim, holy crap. He solo killed such a monster? Wow, I can't believe he actually killed this thing. I mean, who does that? The urgently dispatched investigation squad swiftly conducted an elaborate search, collecting every single trace at the scene. Meanwhile, inside a dimly lit room, a man shook his head. I don't know, he insisted. The person opposite him leaned in, a threatening edge to their voice. Look, Miss Hunter, it'll come out eventually, so why make things difficult for us? A female hunter, tears welling in her eyes, replied, I'm telling the truth, I don't know anything. Sound familiar? The scene switched to another interrogation, but the answer was still the same. As I said, I don't know. Call a lawyer here. The Inquisition interrogated all members of the Star Guild, yet what they received was just that infuriating I don't know. But wait for it. Until the very last person was interrogated. This one finally trembled, visibly shaking, and whispered, I'll tell everything. Busted. This person was none other than Kim Dong-hyuk, the leader of the Team 1 himself, who, terrified after encountering the Karis monster, finally confessed the entire incident. Along with his confession, a USB and a piece of paper were anonymously sent as crucial evidence. In the prosecutor's office, someone asked, Investigator Park, what's this all about? Park's voice was grim. The raid process was all filmed. Open up the USB files. Mi Young-hoon deserves to die. Suddenly, there was a soft buzz of conversation in the office. Isn't filming illegal? One asked. It is, came the terse reply. It's probably from the Peace Guild, right? I guess so. But let's be real, most guilds film their raids nowadays, don't they? As soon as the full-scale investigation started, one Mi Young-hoon's ugly past began to unravel like a cheap sweater. His sparkling popularity completely died down, and he was unceremoniously kicked out of the spotlight. It turns out, he'd intentionally created problems and committed numerous crimes just to desperately claw back some public attention. Classic villain move. The internet naturally went wild. Countless curses appeared in the comment section. This crazy guy, seriously? So unbelievably messed up, damn it. Even so, this is killing Mi Young-hoon is a bit much. During this entire process, many activities were underway to manage public opinion and control the narrative. People in the political and financial world connected to him had to stand in front of cameras, awkwardly wearing masks to cover their faces, accompanied by that oh-so-familiar statement. I'll do my best to assist in the investigation. Behind closed doors in a private office, Inspector Park's gentle voice rang out. Thank you. It's all thanks to you, Jin Taekyung. He continued. The death of one Mi Young-hoon was just the start. At least half of those we summoned will also be charged. Taekyung sat opposite him, nodding slowly. I hope that's the case, he replied, a quiet intensity in his eyes, hinting at the justice that was finally within reach. Inspector Park, ever the professional, adjusted his glasses. In fact, he began, there were a few different opinions, you know? Both sides were still debating whether Jin Taekyung's actions were legitimate defense or, perhaps, a bit of excessive defense. Hearing this, Jin Taekyung thought to himself, did I overdo things? Nah, even if I went back a week ago, I'd still do the exact same thing. He wasn't about to apologize for taking down those monsters. Not quite catching Jin Taekyung's internal monologue, Inspector Park leaned back in his chair. Fortunately, he continued, the conclusion was on the positive side, but you should still keep a low profile for the time being. The Ministry of Justice is paying close attention to you, after all. Jin Taekyung nodded, a slight smirk playing on his lips. I'm a model citizen, Inspector. Even if there's no law, I wouldn't dare to be morally corrupt. As he spoke, Jin Taekyung stood up, ready to leave. Inspector Park also rose, walking him to the door. There's a movie, he mused, with a similar plot. The main character of that movie killed both the judge and the prosecutor. Jin Taekyung paused, a little confused. What's wrong with this guy? Is he, like, giving me movie recommendations or a subtle warning? I'm not exactly John Wick here yet. Inspector Park then offered a slow, somewhat cryptic, after all you've worked hard all week. Be careful. Meanwhile, in a completely different corner of the world, a large-scale auction was taking place, secretly, of course. The big winner? Prince John, sir. The final winning bid was a staggering $500 million US. Online viewers, whose fingers were practically fused to their keyboards, watched the drama unfold. Comments flooded the screen. Isn't it the named monster that Taekyung killed? It is. I can tell from its leather. But that guy's crazy. He bought that for $500 million. That's just the class of a Middle Eastern prince, isn't it? For them, that's a cheap price. Taekyung earned $500 million in an instant. 10 fingers continued to glide quickly across countless keyboards as comments kept popping up. Jin Taekyung caused such a stir with only one interview, and he also sold monsters through the back door? Am I the only one who finds it wrong? Personally, I think it's normal. Killing Mi Young-hoon arbitrarily can be understood, although it's a bit excessive. But the prosecution has already investigated the witness now, right? Some people scrolled through the comments, laughing out loud. Why are there so many salty people jealous of other success? New comments kept appearing, each one spicier than the last. Jin Taekyung, as a public figure, you're just another wicked bastard who only cares about getting rich. Bear in mind that the whole country is watching you. What's that bull about being a public figure? He was just someone who wore a tracksuit while eating ramen just a month ago. I hate people who talk like that. Everyone was busy commenting when suddenly a new post dropped. The content of the post? Jin Taekyung established a donation fund and sponsored hundreds of billions of won for victims who suffered damage from the gates. This article had just been posted, and comments, naturally, started exploding again. So, while some folks were totally singing Jin Taekyung's praises, others, not so much. Meanwhile, back at Jin Taekyung's house, Manager Choi's voice was practically vibrating through the phone. We'll now talk about the foundation's establishment, he said. Silence. You could practically hear the crickets. Choi, ever so gently, tried again. Mr. Jin Taekyung, our boy, Jin Taekyung, was practically a human stress ball, curled up in a corner of his bed, hugging a pillow and vigorously shaking his head. Then came the million-dollar question from Choi. If you can't bear to part with the money, shall we cancel the establishment of the foundation? Hearing that, Jin Taekyung snapped his head up, wiping a stray tear from his eye. No, it's not that I regret anything, he stammered. I'm just thinking about something else. So, let's continue with the program. Relieved, Choi continued. Okay, first of all, the families of those who passed away in the portal incident 3 years ago will receive the first support funding from our foundation. Jin Taekyung listened, nodding, and replied simply, yes, we must help them. Choi's voice chimed in again. The next group would be the warriors who joined the war in the Great Cataclysm and their families. Is that right? Right. Yes, let's go ahead, Jin Taekyung affirmed. Yes, I count on you, Mr. Choi. Finally, Jin Taekyung ended the call and dragged himself to the dining room. There, a plate of fresh fruit sat on the table. He slumped into a chair, his mom and sister, Hyun, chatting happily across from him. But our man was tired, and his mind was still on one thing. My precious money, he thought. Should I just ask him to leave about 10 billion won? With that money, I could do anything Hyun wants. Plus, I could truly help my mother, who's worked so hard because of me in the past. Everyone praised me as a hero, so I guess I got a little carried away. Drowning in his thoughts, Jin Taekyung buried his face in the table. Suddenly, like a stealthy ninja, Hyun crawled over to him, her face bumping right into Jin Taekyung's. She took one look at her brother's glum expression, then casually declared, I knew it right away. Haha. She then scampered back to her mom, giggling. Mom, didn't I tell you yesterday he'd obviously be like that? Jin's mom, feigning shock, exclaimed, how can you say that about your big brother, who's 8 years older than you? Then, with a playful jab, I guess I'll just have to hit her on the back. It hurts. Don't hit me. Haeun yelped, and suddenly, the room was filled with cheerful laughter. A classic sibling dynamic. Haeun, however, got serious, frowning as she declared, 500 billion? What's the use of having that if we don't use it all? That's not the right way to do it. She then looked straight into her brother's eyes and called out, Brother. Jin Taekyung, clearly startled, quickly asked, Haeun, our sweet little sister, asked softly, what's the thing mom always says? Jin Taekyung thought for a moment. Well, he replied, health comes first. Haeun, ever the thoughtful one, stabbed a fork into an apple. You know it well, she said, handing the apple to her brother. Eat this and forget about that money. It's good enough that you came back to us. Looking at the apple and Haeun's hand, Jin Taekyung silently thought, since when did she mature so much? Is this a glow-up I missed? At this touching moment, Jin's mother also reached out, gently taking Jin Taekyung's hand. She softly called her son, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Even though I always say this, she began, you know, no parents in the world can use the money earned from their children's blood. You know that, right? Hearing this, our protagonist, Jin Taekyung, immediately raised his other hand, placing it reassuringly on his mother's. He nodded, yes, I know. But then, with a confident glint in his eye, he declared, but you'll need to use that money soon. I intend to earn a lot from now on. Hearing her son's ambitious declaration, Jin's mother's eyes lit up. Then buy me a massage chair, she suggested. A massage chair? Jin Taekyung asked, a little surprised but clearly delighted. Jin's mother nodded. Yes, I was thinking about what to get if he became successful and actually asked me what I wanted, but that's all I could think of. Honestly, a massage chair sounds like a dream after all she's been through. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung excitedly stood up. Let's go shopping for that tomorrow then, he exclaimed. We'll look at furniture too. Furniture? Jin's mother asked, a hint of suspicion in her voice. Haeun, sitting right beside her, thought for a moment, then nodded, playing along. That's right, Mom. Our furniture is also old. It's still usable. Jin's mother looked around the house, ever practical. But Haeun, our savvy queen, immediately chimed in, Mom. You should just accept it without saying too much in times like this. Jin Taekyung, meanwhile, looked at his mother and sister, a secret smile playing on his lips. He was happily thinking, I wonder what their expressions will be when they realize that the furniture isn't just for this house, but for our new house. That house is the one we live in together with Dad. I'm sure they'll be even more surprised when they realize that. I'd love to bring them there right away now, but I'll leave it for tomorrow's enjoyment. As Jin Taekyung stood up, Haeun immediately asked, are you leaving? Jin's mother also chimed in, but there's still a lot of fruit left. Jin Taekyung smiled, looking at the two of them, his heart full. I'll eat some later, he said. I want to take a nap during the day while I can still do so for now. Meanwhile, in a mystical Murim world, the moonlight above was round and full. Inside a dimly lit room, a burning candle glowed with a warm, flickering light. There, Fire Lord Taekyung was sitting poised. Sensing a presence, he immediately spoke up, his voice cutting through the silence. Didn't I tell you to come find me when morning comes? He questioned. A quick, impatient response came from outside the door. The wait is too tough for me. It seems the answer is already decided, so why waste any more time? Hearing this, Taekyung slightly frowned, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He thought to himself, how strange. I was usually able to detect his presence from 50 feet away, but now I only sense him when he's 30 feet out. Did he gain some kind of enlightenment again? He clicked his tongue, muttering, how can a martial artist be so impatient? Right after he said that, the voice from outside chirped in again. Sleep is a luxury for martial artists. Spend that time practicing. That's what you told me, master. Am I wrong? Inside the room, Taekyung waved his hand a few times, a soft scold escaping his lips. You brat. Immediately, a gentle breeze swept through, pushing the door open. There stood Jin Taekyung, hands clasped, a bright smile on his face. Master, please teach me martial arts, he pleaded. Taekyung raised a hand to stroke the beard on his chin. He looked at Jin Taekyung with a serious gaze. All right, he declared, I'll teach you all that I know. The very next morning, Jin Taekyung's voice boomed from inside the house. What? You're leaving? He shot up, disbelief etched on his face. For an entire year? In the room, both Jin Taekyung and Taekyung were already there. Jin Taekyung simply nodded. Yes, he confirmed. Hearing this, Jin Taekyung's eyes welled up. So, that's what you've decided. Taekyung saw this dramatic scene and thought, inexplicably, Taekyung, are you crying? You're the size of a mountain. Jin Taekyung then called out, Great hero Jeek. And before anyone could react, he bowed low, his head touching the floor, saying very seriously, please take good care of my baby brother. No, Taekyung. Hearing that, Taekyung hurriedly helped Jin Taekyung to his feet. Oh my, this guy, he chuckled, nodding. I understand, so please stand up. Once the larger man was standing, Taekyung stroked his beard again. Like you said, he still has many shortcomings, but this old man will take care of it, so don't worry. Jin Taekyung, standing next to him, heard this and felt a little disgusted. He thought, it's true that I asked for help, but when did I say I still have many shortcomings? While Taekyung was pondering that, Taekyung continued. Since it's daybreak already, we will depart immediately. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung quickly asked again, right now? Taekyung nodded firmly. Of course, if a man has made up his mind, he must do it right away, without hesitation. Jin Taekyung frowned for a moment, then took a deep breath. I understand. I'll go help you pack your luggage. But Taekyung quickly cut him off. What luggage? There's no need. This is training, not a sightseeing trip, understand? Jin Taekyung, a bit suspicious, asked, so, can I ask your destination? Anhui Province, Taekyung stated. We'll get there quickly by walking. Jin Taekyung stood silently to the side, listening intently. Suddenly, he piped up, quickly? How quick are we talking exactly? Jin Weekyung calculated for a moment, then grimly stated, at least a month. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung gasped in horror. But wait, his big brother wasn't finished. Jin Weekyung slowly completed his sentence. If you go on horseback, that is. Both brothers then turned to stare at Jik Cheongang, who, feeling a little guilty, quickly waved his hand. Ah, that's only for those slowpokes. With how quickly I walk, it takes much less than a month. But Jin Taekyung wasn't having any of it. He sprinted over, grabbed Jin Weekyung's shirt, and practically cried, "Please, brother, pack our bags to the brim." Jik Cheongang, naturally, was unhappy. "Why, you little," he began to shout. Jin Taekyung refused to back down. "Otherwise, I won't go anywhere. I come from a wealthy family, you know? I have no intention of begging for food on the streets. No thank you. Why would I intentionally suffer when I've got money? If we're going, let's go comfortably. Plus, I can't just leave right away. I've got somewhere important to go before we depart." Hearing his younger brother's unexpected outburst, Jin Weekyung quickly turned to Jik Cheongang, an apologetic look on his face. "Actually, I also have something to tell you. Please, give me a little time. It's an important matter you really need to know." Jik Cheongang heard all this, but what could he say? He just accepted it, snorted loudly, then said, very seriously, "Half an hour. No delays allowed." Receiving this answer, both Jin Weekyung and Jin Taekyung replied in unison, "That's enough." Meanwhile, over in the Jin clan's cave, the two furnaces burned brightly, casting flickering shadows. A rhythmic clang rang out, followed by the hiss of steam. A shirtless figure, soaked in sweat, was relentlessly practicing his blade, each powerful strike ringing out. This wasn't just martial arts practice. This was pure, unadulterated dedication. After a moment, he paused, wiping sweat from his brow, then muttered 100 more times. Yes, it was none other than Jin Mukyung, his eyes blazing with a determined fire. He silently vowed, "I have to do it perfectly, no matter how many more times, no matter how many more years." And with that, he pushed himself back into the grueling routine. Suddenly, the cave door creaked open, and a slightly trembling voice echoed, "Whoa, this is intense. Why does it sound so brutal in here?" Jin Mukyung immediately snapped his head up, his brows furrowed. "Is that you?" he asked, clearly not expecting company. The other person retorted, "Why are you even asking? You know it's me. You're upsetting me." When Jin Mukyung finally recognized his visitor, he frowned even deeper. "How long has he been standing there?" he wondered, then dismissively said, "Go. I'm practicing swordplay." Of course, it was Jin Taekyung. He didn't step inside, opting instead to lean against the doorframe, arms crossed. "Practicing," he scoffed. "More like venting your anger, wouldn't you say?" "What?" Jin Mukyung blurted out, totally confused. "Just by hearing the sound, I know you're super angry." Jin Taekyung replied, his voice a bit faint. "There's no way you can practice swords in that state, is there?" Jin Mukyung frowned. "Wait, he can grasp my state just by listening," he wondered. I didn't even sense his presence. Has he gotten that much stronger in this short time? Before Jin Mukyung could even process that, Jin Taekyung's voice cut in again. "I'm leaving." "You are leaving?" Jin Mukyung echoed, still a bit stunned. Jin Taekyung nodded. "Yep, I'm off to learn martial arts from the Fire King. Master." Hearing that, Jin Mukyung stared silently out the door. The Fire King, Jik Cheongang, he mused to himself. I heard he was visiting the family, but why would he teach that idiot? Then he paused. No, wait, judging by Jin Taekyung's recent growth, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a genius, or even a monster. I'm sure the Fire King recognized his true value. After a moment of thought, Jin Mukyung asked, "Could it be you've actually become his disciple?" Jin Taekyung, still standing there with his arms crossed over his chest, said faintly, "Not really. More like a person who looks like a disciple, but isn't a real disciple." "What kind of nonsense is that?" Jin Mukyung lightly scolded, probably wondering if he'd accidentally entered a riddle competition. At that, Jin Taekyung just said, in a low voice, "Just forget this matter." A brief silence hung in the air. Then Jin Mukyung asked again, "So, have you come all this way just to tell me that? Do you want me to send you off?" Jin Taekyung immediately shook his head. "Send me off? No, I don't have those kinds of hopes." Then, his tone shifted dramatically. "The Great Celestial Banquet. The Great Celestial Banquet." Jin Mukyung repeated, confused. Jin Taekyung slowly raised his head, looking up. "There's 1 year left," he stated. "I'm going to join the Great Celestial Banquet, and Chongpong will too." Hearing that, Jin Mukyung asked again, "Did you come because you want to talk about this?" Jin Taekyung didn't answer directly. He just said, "It's an issue you must think carefully about. I'm going. See you later." With that, Jin Taekyung quickly left. The space immediately returned to silence. Jin Mukyung stood there, still for a long time, staring at the door. Finally, he mumbled, "The Great Celestial Banquet. 1 year, huh?" As soon as those words left his lips, a whirlwind seemed to erupt in the room. Jin Mukyung, ever the dedicated one, immediately resumed his sword practice. No time for lingering goodbyes when there's an epic banquet to prepare for, right? He's got that grind never stops energy. After a few swift moves, he softly said, "Farewell. I'll see you then." Outside, Jin Taekyung must have seen something wild because his eyes widened, and he let out a scream. A short distance away, Chong Pong stood waving, and right next to him was Woowa. Seeing young Master Jin approaching, she immediately shouted, "Young Master Jin, come here quickly." Jin Taekyung scanned the faces in front of him, a suspicious glint in his eyes. "How did you all even know?" he asked, genuinely baffled. Woowa just smiled, a knowing look on her face. When it comes to information, Jin Taekyung, there's nothing faster than the lower district sect. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung's gaze immediately snapped. "Did you plant spies here?" he demanded. Chong Pong happily bounded over, slinging an arm around Jin Taekyung's shoulder. "Benefactor," he chirped, grinning widely. "Where are you off to?" Woowa, standing nearby, covered her mouth, a small laugh escaping. "Oh what? A spy?" she teased. "Is there really a need for that, when we have such a great informant right here?" Just then, Hyuk walked up, clutching a bundle package. I've packed your luggage, he announced, according to the sect leader's orders. Jin Taekyung nodded slowly. Ah, so you're the culprit then, he replied, a wry twist to his lips. Chong Peng, catching wind of this, immediately clung to Jin Taekyung. Benefactor, please, take me with you, he begged. Jin Taekyung mostly ignored him, but seeing Hyuk's somewhat bewildered expression, he offered a small, encouraging nod. It's fine. Good job. He took the luggage, thinking, I really just wanted to slip away, quietly. His thoughts, however, were abruptly shattered by Chong Peng's insistent voice. Benefactor, I want to go with you. I'll become Grandpa Jeek's disciple too. Seeing the younger man's pleading face, Jin Taekyung grimaced. Then get his permission, he said. Chong Peng blinked. Whose permission? Jin Taekyung let out a sigh. Who else? The great hero Mei Jonghak, the sword saint. As soon as he heard the name, Chong Peng's face lit up. He laughed heartily. Oh, I already got it. He said yes. Jin Taekyung's eyebrow twitched. Oh, you're really good at lying now, aren't you? He thought with a mental eye roll. Just as he was pondering this, a figure emerged from behind and, in one swift motion, tied Chong Peng up. The great hero's whereabouts have been unknown for a month, the person declared. How could he possibly agree? Tied up and being hauled away, Chong Peng immediately struggled, crying out, Benefactor, I really wanted to go. The other person turned, clasped his hands respectfully toward Jin Taekyung, and said, Master Jin, it's a pleasure to meet you. Jin Taekyung returned the gesture. Oh yes, if there's fate, we'll definitely meet again in the future. Chong Peng was quickly spirited away. Now, only Lee So-woo remained standing before Jin Taekyung. The two looked at each other silently, neither speaking a word. The atmosphere grew thick, noticeably awkward. Jin Taekyung subtly averted his gaze. Could it be because of that marriage proposal? He mused. Being in the same place as Lee So-woo feels more and more tense. Anyway, I have to say something before I leave. Thinking so, he softly called out, Hey, sect leader Lee. Lee So-woo immediately replied, Please, just call me my lady. Ah yes. Then, my lady. Jin Taekyung corrected himself at once. Lee So-woo nodded, blushing slightly as she replied, Yes, please tell me. The people standing around, of course, perked up their ears, eager to hear what a young lord would say. Jin Taekyung's face also turned a shade of red. He scratched his head, offering a warm smile and a rather safe wish. I hope everyone in the house is safe. I hope the business grows more and more, and whatever it is you do, I hope everything goes well. After saying this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Can you believe it? He even softly exclaimed, Okay, good job. For someone who runs an entire business, there's no better wish. Lee So-woo, on the other hand, was a little annoyed. Young Lord Jin, she began, sounding a bit miffed. Seriously, after all that build-up, a business prosperity wish? Suddenly, almost out of nowhere, Jeek Cheon Gang arrived. He frowned, looking straight at Jin Taekyung. Why are you grinning like that? He demanded. Startled, Jin Taekyung exclaimed, What? Before he could react, Jeek Cheon Gang reached out, grabbed his luggage, and gritted his teeth. Are you Duncan fighting? Let's go. It's a long way ahead of us. He dragged Jin Taekyung away, leaving only one echoing sentence. Just wait a minute. When Jin Wikyung saw this, he covered his face, tears streaming down. He screamed, Brother, you must come back safely. In the distance, hearing those dramatic words from his big brother, Jin Taekyung, still being dragged, felt a shiver of fear. Because you said that, he thought to himself, I'm even more insecure now. The scene shifts, and we're now in the bustling, ancient capital of Luoyang. Sunlight bathes the busy streets, where people go about their day. Suddenly, from a second floor of a restaurant, a cacophony of fighting erupts. A window shatters, glass and debris flying onto the street below, startling everyone. Inside, screams pierce the air. Crowds of people are fighting, killing. Patrons rush out of the building, shouting, Run quickly. The gangsters are fighting again. The pitiful screams from inside the restaurant rang out endlessly as bloody bodies were thrown onto the street. The chaos echoed throughout Luoyang. Inside the tavern, a weak plea surfaced. Save me. Someone barked back. What? Save you? Haha. The sounds of killing continued nonstop, blood splattering everywhere. Survivors begged, Please spare me this time. I won't. But the Black Sect men didn't bother to pay attention to these pleas. You should have thought about that before you started this fight. One ordered, as the person who had just begged was hacked to death. Another figure, standing in the middle, held a blood-stained sword. He surveyed the carnage, muttering, Don't they have any self-respect as a member of the Black Sect? And just like that, a figure turns his head slightly, scanning the restaurant. He's blindfolded, but don't let that fool you. He gazes at the frightened people around him, then speaks again. Some of you know who I am, some don't. Let me say it again. I am the lone beast of the great Eastern Heavenly Sect, Hyuk Geology. As soon as Hyuk Geology finishes, a whisper ripples through the restaurant. See? It's those guys, someone mutters from a table in the corner. Another young man, clearly trying to act tough while still being scared, nervously brings up the meat platter. He quietly grumbles, It's true, the Black Sect's men, they've got no brains. They only know how to swing their fists. Meanwhile, at that table, a different scene is unfolding. A person, spotting the food, exclaims, Wow, I'm about to faint. So now let's eat, right? Across from him, another voice chimes in immediately, Pour me a glass of wine. The road was full of dust, and my neck feels dry. But before they can properly dig in, Hyuk Geology, still clutching his sword, charges over, furious. He screams. These two people are not in their right mind. Then, with a roar of die, he swings his sword, aiming to strike. Suddenly, a massive blast of force erupts. It slams directly into Hyuk Geology's mouth. Blood immediately gushes out. And just like that, Hyuk Geology's teeth are shattered to pieces. He can't even stand. He collapses to the floor. The onlookers are horrified, thinking a master. The person at the dining table calmly retracts his hand. He leisurely comments, I thought you just lacked hair, but even your skills are lacking. And who is this formidable individual, you ask? None other than our protagonist, Jin Taekyung. Next to him, The Fire Lord Ji Gang is happily munching on a chicken leg, completely unbothered. Jin Taekyung silently scans the entire room, then, with pure disdain, addresses the rest of the Eastern Heavenly Sect members. Hey, the rest of you, what are you going to do with those? Seeing their leader utterly defeated, the group quickly exclaims, sorry, what are you talking about? Jin Taekyung replies, that thing you're holding in your hand, if you intend to use it quickly. Otherwise, hide it. Just looking at it will be unlucky. Hearing his words, the group instantly looks at the swords in their hands, then quickly hides them behind their backs. Seeing this, Jin Taekyung is extremely satisfied. He nods and says, that's right, that's a good choice. Now, quickly clean up the mess you've made, then take your friend away. The crowd of the Great Eastern Heavenly Sect hastily bows their heads, shouting, thank you. Just as they're about to leave, Jin Taekyung's voice rings out again. Before leaving, make sure to compensate twice for the property damage. As soon as his words end, an incredibly obedient, yes sir, echoes through the restaurant. So the surrounding folks, relieved that the martial arts conflict was finally settled, looked at our boy, Jin Taekyung, with immense gratitude. He just smiled a little shyly and started to say, it's really not okay to harm honest people. But halfway through his noble declaration, Jin Taekyung suddenly froze. His eyes darted to the dining table in front of him, and he just couldn't believe it. How? How can this be? He exclaimed. You see, he looked directly at his companion, his hand on the table clenching so tightly, before finally yelling, Master, how could you eat both the drumsticks by yourself? Our hero stared at the sad pile of bones, completely heartbroken. This is the first decent meal we've had in a week, he lamented. And you devoured both drumsticks? That's just not fair. Not even the gangsters do that. Ji Gang, hearing this outburst, just frowned and scolded him. I've never seen such a rude brat. You're yelling at an old man just because of a minor reason. Meanwhile, Jin Taekyung was practically inhaling the leftovers, head bowed, but he still managed to retort. Am I wrong though? Even the demon sect leader only ate one drumstick. Oh, the audacity. Ji Gang, clearly at his limit, raised a hand, and a terrifying flame burst right out of his palm. He started, why you little? But then, suddenly, an unknown voice interrupted the tension. Hey, let me ask you something, it called out. Seeing the fiery cultivation power in Ji Gang's hand, Jin Taekyung quickly tried to suppress his own anger. He probably thought, okay, Jin Taekyung, deep breaths, today I must hold it in. Just then, a group of menacing gangsters boldly stomped into the restaurant. A hammer, bristling with sharp spikes, hit the floor with a terrifying thud. The guy leading them had scars all over his face, looking absolutely terrifying. He rolled his eyes and announced, I just heard some very interesting news. Before the scarred man could even finish, Jin Taekyung's voice cut him off. Oh, that's right. It's us, he casually declared. The gangster leader practically reeled back in surprise. What? I haven't even asked the question yet, he cried out. Jin Taekyung, still chewing, swallowed his food with a nonchalant shrug. It's so obvious, isn't it? He replied. He stood up, looking directly at the thug, and laid it all out. The interesting news you're talking about. It's about an old man and a guy in blue clothes who came out of nowhere and crippled half your subordinates, right? Without waiting for any response, Jin Taekyung confidently put one hand on his waist and continued. It's fine. So just come at me. Go on, bring all your minions, just in case. Hearing Jin Taekyung's utterly fearless challenge, the scarred man went silent. He didn't speak, but you could tell he was a little spooked. He was probably thinking, why is this guy so confident he could defeat everyone? Suddenly, an uneasy feeling washed over him. Seeing his enemy hesitate, Jin Taekyung curled his mouth into a taunting smirk. If you're not going to step up, then I'll take the first hit, he declared. And just like that, the words were barely out of his mouth when the scar-faced man immediately barked orders for his juniors to rush forward. The lackeys behind him, swords quickly drawn, prepared to attack. But then, at this precise moment, a gentle, serene voice belonging to a monk suddenly rang out. Ba, it said, can I pass over? As soon as those incredibly polite words echoed through the tense restaurant, everyone stopped. This entire group of aggressive gangsters, Jin Taekyung, and even Ji Gang, they all just paused, completely baffled, with looks of pure confusion plastered on their faces. Our mysterious Shaolin monk, the one from outside, at this moment, passed through the crowd of people. Turning the rosary in his hand, he simply said, I apologize for being rude, Ba. The gang members were obviously frightened by this display. They all sensed the immense power of this monk. Once the monk passed, the scar-faced man finally regained his composure. He gritted his teeth, demanding, who are you? Simply a poor monk, the monk replied, ever so calmly. The scar-faced man quickly interrupted. Monk, there's no seal on your forehead. Right? Because I haven't finished my training yet, the monk replied. The scar-faced man, ever doubtful, pressed further. What's your legal name? I still don't have a legal name. Hearing this answer, the scar-faced man scoffed with disdain. A monk without a seal? No legal name? Who are you really? How dare you lie to my face? Who sent you here? The Poison Dragon sect, or the Black Blood sect? Hearing this barrage of questions, the monk let out a curious hum, then shook his head, stating, neither the Poison Dragon sect nor the Black Blood sect. This poor monk is a member of the Shaolin Temple. What? Shaolin? The scar-faced man exclaimed. The Shaolin Temple of the Songzan Mountains? Ha ha ha. Seeing the other person seemed so happy, the monk asked suspiciously, Sir, why are you laughing? Meanwhile, at the table, Ji Gang picked up a cup of tea, frowning as if deep in thought. The scar-faced man shouldered his dagger and sneered. Sir, my foot. Do you think the Eastern Heavenly Sect is a joke? Do I look stupid to you? Just by looking at you, I can tell you're lying. So why did you say you're a monk from the Shaolin Temple? He's really laying it on thick, isn't he? Hearing this, the monk slightly squinted his eyes and exclaimed, how did you know that, sir? But before he could finish, the scar-faced man across from him swung his dagger high, shouting loudly. But before the spiked dagger could even think about hitting the monk's head, a blast of palm force suddenly struck. The scar-faced man let out a startled cry, his weapon instantly shattering. And the one who just unleashed that power? None other than our monk, his weapon. That very rosary. He wasn't done showing off his tricks either, stating, "This matter was started by you." Talk about a plot twist. He went from poor monk to punching bag delivery service real quick. Seeing this, the Scarface man cried out in panic. Wait a minute. Jin Taekyung, witnessing this from behind, thought, what could that be? Right in front of him, the monk delivered a punch straight into the Scarfaced man's stomach, sending him flying back. Jin Taekyung couldn't take his eyes off the rosary in the monk's hand. He softly muttered the millennia cold iron. But at this moment, after finishing his move, the monk calmly withdrew his hand, adopting a serene stance as he recited, Amitabha Buddha. Our heroes, Jin Taekyung and Fire Lord Jeek Cheon-gang, were absolutely speechless, staring at the monk before them. Meanwhile, the little monk was not messing around. He swung his fist, a cold iron bead glinting, right into a mountain bandit's face, practically rearranging his dental work. Buddha, he chanted mid-swing, then a flurry of punches to the gut. Amitabha Buddha. And then, my friends, he grabbed his rosary and started using it to pummel the bandit, shouting, Bodhisattva, Bodhisattva. He just kept injuring the bandit, all while devoutly chanting Amitabha Buddha again and again. From a safe distance, Jin Taekyung, looking utterly bewildered, asked, "Is that really Shaolin Temple martial arts?" Jeek Cheon-gang replied, "It's the Luohan fist, all right. But why can't I feel any Buddha's compassion? Or, anything compassionate?" Jin Taekyung pressed, his face darkening. Jeek Cheon-gang paused, clearly struggling to explain this particular brand of monk fu. Well, at least he's not killing them, he offered. Meanwhile, the young monk continued his furious, mantra-fueled assault. The truth, the truth, the truth. A few moments later, the place was utterly destroyed. Bandits were strewn everywhere, and anyone who could still hobble was hightailing it out of there like their lives depended on it. Which, let's be real, they probably did. Below, Jin Taekyung looked at the devastation and silently thought, you know what? It might actually be better to just kill them. The little monk finally lowered his rosary, blood still dripping onto the ground. Then, slowly, he turned his head to look directly at Jin Taekyung. Jin Taekyung groaned his heart. Don't look this way. He could practically feel the monk's aura, a chilling, murderous energy emanating. The monk then spoke, his voice surprisingly calm. "Excuse me, but do you go by the last name Jin?" Jin Taekyung, quick as a flash, stammered. "Nope. Wrong person, absolutely." But then, Jeek Cheon-gang, proving he's either a terrible wingman or a master of self-preservation, immediately pointed right at Jin Taekyung. "That's right," he said to the little monk. "This kid is Jin Taekyung." He then scratched his nose awkwardly. "I was just joking, Hope you aren't upset." The little monk's lips twitched, just for a second. But then, poof. He instantly transformed back into a gentle, almost cute little monk. He clasped his hands, a serene smile on his face, and said, "Amitabha Buddha." Of course not. Jin Taekyung, internally screaming, thought, how can his face change that quickly? Seriously, the emotional whiplash is real. He looked at the young monk, trying to keep a straight face. "But how do you even know me?" The little master bowed his head. "I received orders to escort the master of the Rising Star back from this place." "Master of who?" Jin Taekyung asked, utterly bewildered. But Jeek Cheon-gang, ever the quick thinker, seemed to have put two and two together. "Do you know Hong Dao?" he asked. Little monk, hands clasped, confirming, "Yes, he's my master." Jeek Cheon-gang, our powerful fire king, stroked his white beard, threw his head back, and let out a booming laugh. "Well, what a marvelous monk," he exclaimed. "He can still see eons ahead of his age, huh? What a legend." The little monk, ever so polite, then asked, "That would make you great hero Jeek Cheon-gang, the fire king, right?" Jeek Cheon-gang, visibly surprised, shot back. "What did your master tell you that?" Then, a sly smile played on his lips. "No need to elaborate," he said. "Just lead me to the Hong Dao." The little monk, quick as a flash, chirped, "Yes, sir," and scampered ahead to lead the way. Meanwhile, our poor Jin Taekyung, still lugging his heavy baggage like a medieval Amazon delivery driver, called out in a low voice, "Sir." He just had to know, who the heck is Hong Dao? Jeek Cheon-gang walked away without even a glance back, replying simply, "The abbot of Shaolin." Seeing Jin Taekyung's utterly bewildered expression, Jeek Cheon-gang added, "In Shaolin, he's known as the king of Dharma." Jin Taekyung was absolutely shocked. As sunlight dappled the winding mountainside, our unusual trio, Jeek Cheon-gang, the little monk, and a very stressed, luggage-laden Jin Taekyung, slowly ascended towards the mountain's peak. Jeek Cheon-gang and the monk led the way, while Jin Taekyung trudged thoughtfully behind. He found himself watching the young monk, who was now laughing and chatting cheerfully. Wait, Jin Taekyung thought to himself, recalling earlier rumors. I heard he was born with an introverted personality, but once he gets mad, he just can't control himself. Staring at the monk's surprisingly tall and muscular figure, Jin Taekyung grimly concluded, "It's a motion control disorder. The ultimate expert with a motion control disorder? He's practically a time bomb." Jin Taekyung was genuinely terrified, picturing a scenario where this little monk suddenly snapped and, well, decided to take action on him. He frowned, mind racing. This guy doesn't know when or where he'll have a fit, and honestly, that's the most dangerous thing. He decided we definitely shouldn't talk nonsense, and should always be alert. He even clutched his own neck instinctively, thinking he'll strangle me with a rosary, just like that one villain in the webtoon. Wait, is he the villain? Jeek Cheon-gang then turned to the little master and asked, "No name?" He then muttered, almost to himself, "That's the name his master gave his disciple? What a consistent old crone, huh?" So, it turns out the little monk's actual name is No Name. Can you believe it? He scratched his head shyly, a bit embarrassed perhaps, and replied, "Since the master called me that, then it is my name." Jeek Cheon-gang, with a keen, scrutinizing gaze, pressed on, "You don't seem to be an official disciple, do you? Don't you have any regrets about that?" The monk, without missing a beat, pointed a finger to the sky and replied, Isn't it all the will of heaven? Hearing this, Ji Cheon-gang actually seemed to praise him, declaring, he chose a peculiar fellow as his disciple. Our innocent monk, completely mistaking this for a genuine compliment, bless his heart, immediately beamed happily. He clasped his hands and chirped, hee hee ba. Thank you. Behind them, Taekyung, who had been listening to this entire, highly awkward exchange, just thought to himself, don't laugh. That is not a compliment. As they walked a little further, Ji Cheon-gang suddenly spoke up. Is he still that lazy? Does he still sleep 5 hours a day? He wondered, leaving the other two utterly confused. No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice responded from above. I couldn't sleep like before. A hand reached out, grabbing the cliff wall, and the voice continued. The Shaolin Abbot has many important responsibilities, you know? It simply can't be compared to someone as fortunate as the master of the fire sect. Hong Dao then jumped up, exclaiming, that's why I can't sleep for more than 4 hours now. Ji Cheon-gang just chuckled. You're truly incorrigible, aren't you? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the old man, tears welling in his eyes. He asked, a hint of doubt in his voice, was he ever kicked out of the Shaolin temple? The old man perked up his ears. Why do you ask? Ji Cheon-gang continued, motioning to their precarious surroundings. He just doesn't understand. Why exactly are we in this jagged cliffside abode? The old monk immediately puffed out his chest. This, my dear friend, is the abbot's chamber. The Shaolin temple doesn't quibble over such trivial formalities. Isn't that right, my disciple? The accompanying monk sighed, a sound of utter helplessness. He's residing here, despite the preceptor's repeated requests for him to stay elsewhere. The old man, now playfully struggling with his wish-fulfilling jade staff, retorted, what can they do, huh? Who was it that assigned me the role of abbot in the first place? Jin Taekyung couldn't help but think, this man, he's no joke. Just like his friend, the master of the fire sect. As expected, Ji Cheon-gang spotted Hong Dao, still toying with the staff. He scoffed, a sarcastic edge to his voice. Why would they ever entrust the Shaolin Temple's 1,000-year-old treasure to someone like him? Hong Dao immediately froze, his hand still on the staff. Ji Cheon-gang continued, yes, the Shaolin must be in great hands indeed. The old man, leaning in close, whispered conspiratorially, still, it's far behind the fire sect, isn't it? Where there was, well, no disciple except for one. The Fire King, Ji Cheon-gang roared, what did you just say? Hong Dao, unfazed, continued, that fiery temper of yours still hasn't changed. I truly hope you might be reborn as a much calmer, better person in your next life. Ji Cheon-gang stomped his foot in a burst of anger. Next life? What are you talking about? I'm perfectly healthy, so why would I have to die? The old monk, however, merely raised a placating hand. Is this corpse talking? I'm a Babuda. The younger monk, standing behind them, offered a nervous chuckle. I guess, they're just in a good mood, having not seen each other in so long. Jin Taekyung couldn't help but interject. Honestly, I don't really understand how those two are even friends, let alone this close. The younger monk heard this, and a nostalgic look crossed his face as he remembered the past. Well, you see, back then, Master, our abbot, was secretly eating meat and drinking booze. When Ji Cheon-gang caught him indulging, the two of them, well, they became instant drinking buddies. Jin Taekyung, listening intently, was utterly confused. He ate meat and drank wine? But wasn't he already a monk at that time? The monk smiled a touch mischievous. Oh no, young master. At that time, our master was already the abbot. Upon hearing this, Jin Taekyung's eyes widened. A sudden realization hit him. He thought, something's seriously wrong here. This entire puzzle, it just clicked. He looked at the monk with sparkling, almost tearful eyes, while the monk just stared back, utterly confused by Jin Taekyung's sudden dramatic shift. Jin Taekyung then walked forward. He shrugged, thinking, this guy also eats meat, right? I mean, if he was raised only on mixed vegetables, how could he be so tall? This isn't some Shaolin temple where everyone's a vegetarian. This feels more like a rice wine temple. The monk, Hong Dao, chased after him, saying, young master, you seem to have misunderstood something. Buddha's prohibition on killing includes animals. Incense smoke curled around the Buddhist statue. Hong Dao, looking incredibly serious, continued, I've observed the sky for a long time. I don't know if this is a useful thing or not, but this poor monk can read and understand the celestial energy. You see, one day, a new, rising star appeared in the north. He paused, letting that sink in. Hong Dao looked at Jin Taekyung, who was sitting almost too neatly, and explained, normally, a rising star flashes like fireworks in the night, a single strike of light that gradually fades over time. Next to him, Ji Cheon-gang tried to take a sip of tea, immediately sticking out his tongue. This tea isn't fit to serve the guests, he grumbled. Hong Dao, ignoring the tea critic, continued very seriously, but this time, it was different. He remembered the incredibly bright star in the sky that night. Even now, that rising star still shines. And it's not just shining, it's getting brighter and brighter. Truly, an extremely rare thing. Don't you think? He looked directly at Jin Taekyung. Are you curious why I'm telling you this story, my friend? Jin Taekyung's eyes were dull. He thought dejectedly, I'm so sleepy right now. The monk leaned in conspiratorially. I believe that rising star is you, my friend. After he spoke, the room immediately fell silent. Both Hong Dao and Ji Cheon-gang looked at Jin Taekyung, waiting for his reaction. Jin Taekyung scratched his head, then replied, thank you very much, but it probably has nothing to do with me. Ji Cheon-gang thought helplessly, what? This guy? Him? No way. Hong Dao didn't give up. It happened exactly 4 months ago. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung suddenly remembered something. He'd been playing on his game console and woke up right here in this Murim world. He thought to himself, oh wait, if it was 4 months ago, that's exactly when I first entered this world. As if realizing something, Hong Dao leaned over and looked at him. It seems like you have a hunch. Jin Taekyung was startled. No, absolutely not. Next to him, Ji Cheon-gang, ever helpful, added fuel to the fire. We can tell from your face, you idiot. Jin Taekyung suddenly faltered, struggling to explain. It's really not true. Jeek Cheongang, now in full Fire King mode, glowered. You dare to raise your voice? I should pull out that tongue of yours. Jin Taekyung, suddenly very meek, replied, My stomach hurts. Can I go to the outhouse? Jeek Cheongang became even angrier, blushing furiously and admonishing him. How dare you walk away when your master is speaking? Hongdao, sitting opposite, simply laughed happily. Jeek Cheongang watched Jin Taekyung, who just vanished in thin air, and muttered, This disrespectful brat. Hongdao stood up, a smirk playing on his lips. Is that the disciple you've taken in this time? Jeek Cheongang cleared his throat, a performative little cough. Disciple? Ahem, no, he's not my disciple. Just someone tagging along because he begged me to teach him a little bit, you know? Hongdao's voice dropped. Is that so? That's right. The Fire King immediately chimed in. The monk, still cradling a jar of wine, slowly turned around. If that's the case, he rumbled, why are you shouting like that? Buddha will be angry. Jeek Cheongang raised an eyebrow. What is that then? The old man, with an almost reverent air, placed the wine jar on the table. This, my friends, he declared very seriously, is snake wine that I've been brewing for the past 30 years. He dramatically popped the lid off, a subtle hiss escaping. Have you ever heard of the 1,000-year-old viper? When Jeek Cheongang heard the name, his eyes widened in genuine shock. The 1,000-year-old viper? Isn't that like extremely poisonous? With a flourish, the white cloth and lid were tossed aside. From inside the jar, a faint, unsettling scent began to waft. If it's been 30 years, the old man continued, this is no longer wine. This is pure poison. Jeek Cheongang snorted. Humph. Just opening the lid is spreading toxic gas everywhere. It's truly potent. He eyed the ominous liquid. Even an expert like yourself couldn't be safe after drinking this, could you? The old man just shrugged. Only a madman would drink it. Suddenly, they each produced a mug from seemingly nowhere. Let's drink, they shouted happily, their laughter echoing through the staff's room. We must drink. Let's see who dies first. I've read the will of heaven, and today is not the day of our deaths. And so, both Hongdao and Jeek Cheongang, with an absurd bravado, laughed and started drinking. After a while of passionately battling the jar of poisonous snake wine, it was finally empty. Jeek Cheongang, still looking hungry for more, picked up the jar to lick the last drops from its rim. Oh, the taste of this poison. It's mesmerizing my tongue. Thanks to my yang energy, I haven't died yet. Hongdao, leaning back drunkenly in his chair, slurred. For someone who only has brute strength, you've managed to survive for a really long time, haven't you? Jeek Cheongang finished the last bit of wine in his bowl, then burst into laughter. You want to die? It's all God's will. If God has already decided that, then what can I do? Suddenly mentioning God's will made the monk lower his voice, speaking about the mysterious matter of heaven's will. The old man, still quite tipsy, slurred. That's all rubbish. I've been unable to read God's will for a while now. Hearing that, Jeek Cheongang was somewhat surprised. Hongdao remembered it vividly. That moment when the black sky, thick with dark clouds, obscured both the sun and the stars. He couldn't see anything, hoping against hope that it wasn't a sign of some impending chaos he knew nothing about. But then, Hongdao continued, pointing to the sky. A new star, a singular, brilliant new star, appeared in that oppressive darkness. I could clearly see its light. Suddenly, Jeek Cheongang interjected, his voice low, dark sky. Master Hongdao, stroking his long beard thoughtfully, nodded. That's right, exactly as I said. No, that's not what I meant. Jeek Cheongang quickly corrected him, a serious expression on his face. He was recalling something Jin Weekyung had said. Actually, I also have something to tell you, sir. Can you give me some time? This is a very important matter, I must tell you. Jeek Cheonggang's gaze hardened. Before I left the Jin family of Taiyuan, Jin Weekyung, the head of the Jin family himself, confided in me. He spoke of a traitor elder, a mysterious army, and most crucially, the story of Pongyang. He paused, letting the weight of the name settle. Jin Weekyung even led me to a cell, to meet a person who was being controlled. He recounted how, to his surprise, the restriction binding those people was so complicated, so intricate, that even I couldn't easily destroy it. Then, Jin Weekyung had brought out a temporary force pill to show him. Jeek Cheongang now mused aloud, a temporary force pill. That thing has a strangely potent effect, and the dark forces controlling the fire demon sword from behind the scenes for tens of years. They're known as Dark Heaven. Hongdao, who had been stroking his beard, let out a surprised cry. Dark Heaven. It was the name that sent shivers down your spine, wasn't it? The two men looked at each other, their expressions grim. Outside, the clouds were gradually encroaching on the moon, mirroring the encroaching darkness in their conversation. Let's end things here for today. Jeek Cheonggang's voice rang out, heavy with resolve. Master Hongdao, now equally serious, agreed. Indeed, now is not the time to worry about everyone's affairs anymore. I will do my best to prepare for the upcoming chaos. Before he could even finish, Jeek Cheongang took over, his determination clear. And we must train the new star. We must ensure its light can't be covered easily. Their eyes were full of a shared seriousness, burdened by the too many hidden dangers that had surfaced recently. After exchanging a few more words, Jeek Cheongang stood up. I'm leaving anyway. I won't see you out, Hongdao replied. Let's continue talking about it next time. Outside, Master Hongdao and his disciple stood watching Jin Taekyung and Jeek Cheongang depart. Jin Taekyung turned to offer them a final goodbye. Hongdao, the old teacher, thought to himself, we only met for a short time, but it was very nice. A brief moment of calm before the storm, perhaps. The next morning, light streamed into the room, illuminating everything. At a polished table, a man was meticulously cleaning his sword, speaking to someone unseen. All right, any news? He asked. Yes, it's heavenly level news. The voice on the other end immediately replied. The highest level news, in fact. Heavenly level news? Wow, it's been a long time since we've had one of those, the man mused, a glint in his eye. Go on, speak. The mountain master has returned, the subordinate reported. The man carefully placed his sword down, his attention now fully captured. Is that true? He asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. We are certain, came the firm reply. He raised his head, a name echoing in his mind. Fire Lord Jeek Cheon-gang. When or where did you hear this news? He pressed, wanting all the details. According to the report, he passed through the northern gate about 4 hours ago, the subordinate explained, and he wasn't alone. He was with a disciple. The man frowned. Disciple? Didn't that disciple die 3 months ago? He questioned, clearly perplexed. Yes, sir, but he's apparently taken in a new disciple. The subordinate quickly clarified. His name is Jin Taekyung. He's 21 years old this year, and he's a direct relative of the Jin family. The man's brow furrowed in thought. Jin Taekyung. I've never heard his name or this particular Jin family branch before. The subordinate continued. He's said to possess the bloodline of the fire demon sword, a very active person in the main battle of the Orthodox demonic Great War, and a heavenly Jin blade user who stands out as one of the 10 phoenixes and dragons. Oh, so it's that Jin family, the man exclaimed, the pieces clicking into place. Well, that explains a lot. He pursed his lips, mulling over the implications. The Fire King chose a martial artist from the border region's bloodline. Huh? It's either they've gotten a hold of the Fire King's weakness, or this Jin Taekyung possesses such outstanding martial arts talent that age and background simply don't matter at all. After a moment of contemplation, he issued his orders. I'll give you 1 month. Silence from the other end. He continued, find everything related to that disciple. I mean everything. Mobilize all sublines if you have to. The subordinate quickly acknowledged the orders, and the room fell into an eerie silence once more. Suddenly, the purple-haired man stood from his chair, sheathing his sword with a decisive clink. Looks like things are going to be very busy for a while, he muttered, a hint of anticipation in his voice. And this, my friends, is Namgung Ryong, the formidable head of the Namgung family of Manhwa province. Now let's switch scenes. Over on Jin Taekyung's side, things are getting intense. He's looking very serious, telling Jeek Cheon-gang, I have a long-time wish. And Jeek Cheon-gang, ever the enigma, replies, I have one as well. Jin Taekyung glares, clearly wanting to get his point across. If it's not rude, let me say mine first, he insists. But Jeek Cheon-gang just glances at him, deadpan. I'm not alright with that, he states. Jin Taekyung frowns, gritting his teeth in frustration, but he doesn't back down. He practically begs, then I'll just be rude, just this once. Suddenly, Jeek Cheon-gang snaps, his anger flaring. He shouts, do you want to piss yourself? Because it won't be just this once, will it? Do you want to shit out blood for the rest of your life? At Anhui province, near the Juhua mountain entrance, Taekyung was holding his face in shame, trying to buy some time. I'll wait. Please listen to me, he pleaded. Jeek Cheon-gang sighed helplessly. Well, it's obvious what you'd want, isn't it? Just spit out. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung happily pointed towards a boarding house. Let's rest at that inn before we go off. I'll pay for it. Jeek Cheon-gang turned back and looked at him. That's your wish. He quickly nodded. Yes. Okay, then I'll tell you my wish as well. Jeek Cheon-gang continued, raising his fire-covered fist toward Jin Taekyung. Shut up and follow me. Jin Taekyung said unwillingly, but why? Didn't you say you want to train? Jeek Cheon-gang retorted. Why are you complaining so much already? Jin Taekyung resisted, walking backward. What did I say I won't train? It's been 15 days since we've gotten any proper sleep, and we'll be stuck in these mountains for at least half a year from now. So, that's why I want to eat my fill and wash up, just one last time. Jeek Cheon-gang walked forward, unperturbed. Rest when we get there. Once we climb up, you can eat your fill, wash up, and sleep. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung lay on the ground and screamed. I don't care anymore. Even if I can eat my fill, it's always either beef jerky or grain balls. Not only will there be no hot water, it'll be nothing but the woods, and you won't even let me sleep for more than an hour. Jeek Cheon-gang's back stopped, but he didn't turn his head to look at Jin Taekyung. He's going to give in, Taekyung thought, eyes still closed, but then he opened them, hoping to see surrender. Instead, Jeek Cheon-gang turned around and said, this is why I dislike kids with good instincts. Looking into Jeek Cheon-gang's eyes made Jin Taekyung startle and panic immediately. Then a rope flew towards him. That's right, you guessed it right, Jeek Cheon-gang stated, using the thread to pull Jin Taekyung toward him. I'm intending to train you like a dog while giving you only an hour's sleep daily. He struggled and cried out, unable to move. Jeek Cheon-gang controlled the object very professionally, saying in a menacing voice, after squeezing whatever oil the grain balls give your body. Jeek Cheon-gang's eyes were full of intimidation as he continued. I'll be training you every day, without rest, in a manner that no human could ever possibly imagine. Jin Taekyung tried to resist until his face turned red, but it still didn't work. He screamed, no, I don't want to. This is a scam. Then he shouted, I want to go back. At this, Jeek Cheon-gang replied, you may come in by your own will, but you won't be able to leave as you please. Jeek Cheon-gang, with both hands, simultaneously pointed at Jin Taekyung. And just like that, the system pinged a notification. Your pressure point has been blocked. Talk about an instant knockout, right? Jin Taekyung was utterly bewildered by this sudden move. Two distinct dents, remnants of the master's touch, were still visible on his neck. The system's voice chimed in again, quite helpfully, we might add. Your sleep pressure point has been blocked. Then, with a sigh that suggested he was doing Jin Taekyung a massive favor, Jeek Cheon-gang declared, today, I'm granting you special permission to sleep for 4 hours. The system, ever the dutiful narrator, buzzed in Jin Taekyung's mind. You are falling asleep. Before his consciousness fully faded, as Jeek Cheon-gang carried him effortlessly on his back, Jin Taekyung managed to mumble, thank you very much, master. What a devoted disciple, even while being strong-armed into a power nap. After what felt like an eternity, or, 4 hours, the system popped back to life. Your pressure point has been unblocked. You have woken up. Jin Taekyung slowly blinked, his eyes open, greeted by the vast, open sky above. He tried to lift his stiff body, his mind racing with internal complaints. Seriously, would the heavens fall if we just slept in an actual inn for one day? He grumbled to himself. My body feels so heavy, like I haven't slept comfortably in ages. Struggling to move, Jin Taekyung looked around, his thoughts still fixated on his unreasonable master. He's truly too much, not even letting me get a single day of proper rest. But why does my body feel this heavy? It's like someone's welded iron to my limbs. He attempted to lift his hand, only to discover it was shackled to a massive iron chain. A stunned silence fell over him as he stared at his arm. He tried to move his arms and legs, but they were all weighted down, restrained by 4 incredibly heavy iron spheres. What in the world is this? He exclaimed, panic rising. Sweat beaded on his forehead. No, why are my arms and legs hanging like this? Who the hell? Of course, who else could it be? He fumed. His face contorted with pure, unadulterated anger. Jin Taekyung punched and kicked wildly at the empty air, roaring, "Fire King!" As Jeek Cheon-gang calmly watched from behind. The moment the screaming stopped, he casually threw a rock right at the back of Jin Taekyung's head, making him scream again. Jeek Cheon-gang slowly walked over, his expression unreadable, and snapped, "What a rude brat. How dare you speak of that nickname so casually? Do you think I'm your friend?" Jin Taekyung crumbled to the ground, clutching his aching neck, and groaned, "H. What is this?" Jeek Cheon-gang calmly replied, "Oh, those, my dear disciple, are your new best friends, the legendary Iron Balls." Jin Taekyung, barely containing his fury, shouted back, "Do you think I don't know that?" Jeek Cheon-gang, not one to be outdone, shouted right back, "So why do you still ask me if you already know, huh?" Jin Taekyung was utterly speechless, just staring at his master with a face that screamed existential dread. Jeek Cheon-gang, clearly enjoying the moment, began to explain, "From now on, you'll wear these iron balls every single day. Not just for your martial arts training, but also when you're sleeping and even when you're eating. This is an ancient training tool, passed down through generations of the Mighty Fire sect. So, cherish it like your own children." Jin Taekyung cautiously picked up one of the balls, staring at it with utter dejection. He thought, is this really a training tool? Because, honestly, it looks more like something you'd get for detention. Jeek Cheon-gang quickly retorted, "Isn't that exactly what I just said?" Then, Jin Taekyung, trying to sound casual despite his rising panic, asked, "So, how much does this thing weigh anyway?" Jeek Cheon-gang nervously glanced aside, then replied, "Oh, it's not that heavy. Probably about 200 gun or something each." Jin Taekyung thought, 200 gun? That's like 120 kilograms. Each. This is almost half a ton. This idiot old man is trying to kill me. Clutching his head in disbelief, Jin Taekyung stared at Jeek Cheon-gang and blurted out, "Are you crazy?" Hearing this, the Jeek Cheon-gang turned his dark eyes on Jin Taekyung and muttered, "There's nothing this boy doesn't dare to say." Jin Taekyung instinctively braced himself, holding his head, expecting another blow. But this time, Jeek Cheon-gang didn't hit him. Puzzled, Taekyung thought, why didn't he hit me? He then turned back to the infamous iron balls, skepticism clear in his voice. "Are these things really martial arts training tools?" he asked. Seeing Jin Taekyung's disbelief, Jeek Cheon-gang angrily turned away. "If you don't believe me, then just take them off," he declared. "I won't be seeing you out." Just as his master was about to stomp off, Jin Taekyung quickly called out, "Wait." He thoughtfully gazed at those 4 incredibly heavy iron balls. Okay, he mused himself. This seems a bit wild, but if I can actually become significantly stronger just by wearing them, then there's no real reason not to. After all, it's a fundamental law of this world. You have to pay a certain price if there's something truly valuable you want to achieve. With that resolve, Jin Taekyung immediately agreed. "I'll wear them, no matter what." Jeek Cheon-gang, clearly faking it, pretended not to hear him clearly. So, Jin Taekyung shouted even louder, "I will wear them." Hearing that, the master finally broke into a happy grin. "Haha, okay then." Next, Jeek Cheon-gang grabbed something and tossed it towards Jin Taekyung. "Eat it," he commanded. It was a mysterious round lump, wrapped in paper, and it made Taekyung incredibly curious. You know, Jeek Cheon-gang has this philosophy. You have to have a full stomach to practice martial arts. As soon as he opened it, what did Jin Taekyung find inside? A smelly rice ball. Our protagonist stepped back in fear, practically gasping. "Ugh, it's better to eat dried meat. If I eat this, I'll really have an upset stomach." But Jeek Cheon-gang just waved his hand, telling him to eat quickly. "Stop complaining," he insisted. "This isn't just any ordinary grain ball. Oh no, my friend. It was created by the secret method of Fire Sect." Jin Taekyung, still pursing his lips and eyeing the questionable culinary creation, had to ask, "Okay, so what's its effect?" Jeek Cheon-gang leaned in. "It's great at a lot of things, but," he paused dramatically for a beat, "it's especially good at improving virility." Hearing that, Jin Taekyung had already scooped a whole rice ball into his mouth. He chewed loudly, mouth open, cheeks practically bulging, choking out, "I'll gladly eat it then." Jeek Cheon-gang was utterly speechless. Immediately after eating, the system chimed in. "You've consumed Fire King's special forbidden grain ball. Your satiety is increasing." Jeek Cheon-gang then asked, "Are you done eating?" Taekyung scratched his head. "Yeah," he replied. "Do you feel anything?" the old man pressed. Jin Taekyung, still looking a bit confused, mumbled, "What? It seems like my sperm has increased a little." Jeek Cheon-gang twiddled his beard, looking genuinely puzzled. "That's strange. I wonder if it's less effective because it's been a while since I made it?" Jin Taekyung, still innocently baffled, just repeated, "What?" But then the system notifications exploded, hitting him all at once. Agility decreased by 100. Strength decreased by 100. Physical strength decreased by 100. Jin Taekyung was puzzled until the very last line flashed across his vision. "You are unable to use your energy." "What?" Jin Taekyung shouted, utterly bewildered. Seeing that, Jeek Cheon-gang smiled. A truly wicked smile. "Ho ho ho. It finally worked." Jin Taekyung, now furious, rounded on him. What effects? What did you give me to eat, you crazy old man? Being called crazy made Taekyung's smile vanish. He immediately snapped back. What did you say? Crazy old man? Taekyung, gulping so hard, quickly replied. No, that's not what I meant. Taekyung, however, was already getting into a ready attack position. For a rude brat like you, he snarled. There's something that'd be perfect for your first training. Without another word, Taekyung immediately reached out his hand. What he said next was utterly confusing. It takes 2 hours to come back up here. You'll fail if you're late for even 1 minute. After hearing this, Taekyung was stunned on the spot, utterly clueless about what had just happened. Then Taekyung used a swift palm strike to send him flying into the sky below. Taekyung was still dumbfounded, probably thinking, seriously, this again? Just then, the system popped out a notification. The Fire Lord's Hell training mission has been formed and cannot be refused. At this moment, Taekyung stood triumphantly at the top of the mountain, listening to the angry screams of Jin Taekyung echoing from the depths below. He slowly walked forward, a somber look replacing his wicked smile, and murmured, It can't be helped. I don't have much time left. Taekyung looking down at his exhausted apprentice, and said, Whatever I've experienced, I'll teach you as it is. No, I'll increase its intensity for you. You will endure this until the end. I'll do my best to. Deep in the vast, secluded training grounds, he silently mused. Though maybe I shouldn't have put those iron restraint balls on him. Fast forward 10 days. Early morning, to be exact. On the straw-roofed wooden house, Taekyung was perched in a corner. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him. It was Jin Taekyung, barely standing, clutching an iron ball, breathing like he just run a marathon, backwards. H, he screamed, a raw, angry sound ripping from his throat. A moment later, he dropped the iron ball with a clang, startling Taekyung awake. What the hell? He yelled, rubbing his eyes. Jin Taekyung's entire body was tattered, every breath a struggle. He slumped, hands on his knees, gasping. What else do you think is happening? I climbed Mount Jiuhua in 2 hours. I succeeded. Just then, a familiar chime. The system notification popped up. Completed the Fire Lord's Hell training. Received a corresponding amount of experience. Leveling up. You have obtained 30 bonus stats. Taekyung rubbed his eyes again, feigning ignorance. Why did you climb Mount Jiuhua? Jin Taekyung stared, bewildered. Seeing Taekyung's exasperated face, Taekyung started laughing, his whole body shaking with mirth. He tilted his head back, cackling. Right. Very good. Now, to the next stage. Are you kidding me right now? Jin Taekyung thought, completely speechless. Taekyung pointed forward. I already prepared everything, so you can start now? Taekyung turned in the direction his master indicated. There, standing innocently, was a wooden mannequin wearing an iron armor vest. Taekyung's hand, still sore from gripping the iron ball, clenched so tight his veins popped. An iron armor, he thought, dread creeping in. Could it be? He stammered, sweating as he turned back to Taekyung. Is that used? How I'm thinking it would be. Taekyung just raised an eyebrow. What are you thinking? Jin Taekyung's face went from pale to ghostly. To repeat what I've been doing while wearing that. That's not it, right? Taekyung sighed dramatically. Oh, come on, don't joke around. Hearing that, Taekyung's shoulders slumped in relief. He let out a nervous laugh. Wow, I got really scared there for a second. Taekyung chuckled along. And come to think of it, 2 hours is way too long, aha. Taekyung's smile instantly vanished. Was it a setup? It definitely was. Taekyung pointed back to the iron armor. I'll give you 1 hour. Quickly, put that on and start climbing. Immediately, the system notification chimed in again. The mission information had changed. Fire Lord's Hell training. Repeat had appeared. Our protagonist, Jin Taekyung, looked utterly grim. He demanded, log out, but instead he got a notification. He was on a mission and couldn't log out. He stiffened, swearing on the spot. Because he couldn't log out, he had to put on that ridiculous iron armor, and was promptly kicked down by Taekyung. The old man just scoffed. What are you grumbling about? The training that followed was anything but simple, yet incredibly tough. We're talking Fire King's Hell training levels of intensity here. First up, doing a horse stance for 12 hours under a freezing waterfall. Jin Taekyung, bless his heart, had already changed into another shirt. He looked at Taekyung blankly, protesting. I think this is a little too much. I'll really die if I stand under that for 12 hours. Taekyung just raised an eyebrow. Have you already tried it? Taekyung, confused, asked what? The old man clarified. I asked if you tried it before. We see Jin Taekyung absolutely soaking in the stream, clinging to a rock for dear life. I did exactly 12 hours, he rasped. Taekyung, standing there like a statue, delivered the bad news. Add 60 kilograms on. You'll be doing an additional 12 hours like that. Each time a mission was completed, the system would pop up a notification. Fire King's Hell training mission completed. Achievement, immovable. The next task? 10,000 push-ups. We see Jin Taekyung, face beat red, counting 9,982, 9,983, when Taekyung leisurely stroked his beard and said, now, put the iron ball on top and start over. The system, ever so helpful, reported. Toughness turns into patience. The next task was to find a swallow's nest. Jin Taekyung, completely bewildered, wandered around and asked, aren't swallows migratory birds? I think the weather has to be warmer for them. Taekyung huffed. What do you know? This old man has lived his entire life on this mountain. Right now, the swallows are building their nests on that cliff. Of course, Jin Taekyung still had to obey. He climbed from cliff to cliff, searching for that elusive swallow's nest, and he actually brought one home, Even Jeek Cheon-gang scratched his head in surprise to think there really was one. Meanwhile, our poor hero, Taekyung, was fuming, his head still covered in snow. He muttered in anger, "This wretched old man." Next, we get a glimpse of Jin Taekyung's bruised face. Honestly, I think the Fire King himself might have paid him a visit. The system informed him that he had successfully leveled up. But of course, with great power comes more iron balls. The weight of those iron balls increased, and after that, he had to repeat everything he'd done so far, every single day. He looked at the new assignment paper, reading aloud, climb up and down Mount Jihua 3 times in the morning, do 10,000 one-arm push-ups with each arm in the afternoon, and then do horse stance under the waterfall after climbing the cliff. After reading that insane list, he just blurted out, "Are you crazy?" Jeek Cheon-gang ever so calmly replied, "If you don't like it, we can always add 300 kilograms. Finally, our protagonist, Jin Taekyung, completed all the tasks, from climbing Fire Mountain and doing push-ups with iron balls strapped to his back, to scaling cliffs for birds' nests and enduring powerful waterfalls at night. He thought to himself, "I thought I couldn't do it, but when I actually did, I could endure it." The system notified him he'd leveled up again. The very next day, the sky was gloomy, a dull thunderstorm pouring down. But Jin Taekyung, he still stood there, pushing through to complete his tasks. You know how it is. Time truly passes faster when your body is utterly exhausted. So, he received another 50 points from the system for his dedication. Later that afternoon, as he searched for more birds' nests, watching the sunset, he mused, the more intense the training, the faster time will pass. Just a few days later on the mountain's peak, the sounds of his relentless training echoed regularly. Jin Taekyung still wears the heavy iron ball in his hand, but now, he's gracefully practicing martial arts with it. His punches are decisive, yet incredibly powerful. He just keeps going, non-stop. Finally, with one last swing of his fist in the air, the system chimed in with a glorious notification. Straight punch, 10-0-0-0/10-0-0-0. You've completed the repeat quest, training with fists and kicks, successfully. Then came a rapid-fire series of announcements. His movements were perfect, no errors detected. His physical agility and attack resistance stats both increased by 1. Jin Taekyung breathed a sigh of relief, wiping sweat from his brow. He thought, this is going pretty well. I can probably do this repeatable quest another 2 times. But just as he thought that, the system had other plans. It popped up again with a new message. You still haven't learned fist and kick techniques. You'll be given additional rewards when you train in relevant martial arts in the future. Hearing that, he snapped his head to look at Jeek Cheon-gang, thinking, no, how can I say this is easy? I must be going crazy. Still, ever the obedient student, he called out, "Old man, I'm all done." So, Jin Taekyung gently dragged the heavy iron ball towards where Jeek Cheon-gang was standing. As he got closer, he noticed still no movement. "Are you sleeping again?" he asked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Jeek Cheon-gang, startled awake by the voice, slowly opened his eyes. What's the matter?" he mumbled. Jin Taekyung stated, quite seriously, "The kick and punch training is done." Jeek Cheon-gang blinked in confusion. Done with what? Taekyung, trying to keep his cool, reiterated the punch and kick training. But the old man just looked more bewildered. "Punch and kick? What are you talking about?" Hearing that, Jin Taekyung finally snapped. "Arg, you asked me to do them, didn't you? About 2 hours ago." Taekyung couldn't help but inwardly scream, secretly thinking, why does he keep doing this to me? Out loud. He tried to sound reasonable. "Old man, if you're deliberately saying that so I'll practice more, then please stop. There's no need for these games. I'll practice more myself." Being suspected like that, Jeek Cheon-gang responded angrily. "What nonsense are you spouting? I stood here with my eyes wide open." But the more he spoke, the quieter his voice became, as if a recent observation, a specific memory, had just clicked into place. Jeek Cheon-gang suddenly went silent. Not a word. After a moment, he crossed his arms, glared indignantly in the other direction, and mumbled, "Ahem, you're very sharp-eyed, kid. If you already know, then get back to practicing your martial arts." As Jin Taekyung processed the old man's words, a notification flashed before him, but his focus was elsewhere. He grew quiet, a dawning, terrible realization washing over him. "Old man," he began, his voice barely a whisper. "This is just a simple question." It took him a long, agonizing moment to force out the words. "Could it be that you're ill?" Jeek Cheon-gang simply stood there, arms still crossed, refusing to answer. The air grew thick, tense, the only sound the whistling wind around them. After a long moment, Jeek Cheon-gang finally raised his head. "Follow me," he commanded. "There's a place we need to visit together." In Jin Taekyung's heart, a chilling panic began to brew. He couldn't help but think, amnesia, the saddest diseases in the world. Even in our modern times, where magical medicine has developed incredible cures for so many ailments, they still can't be completely cured. You can only slow their progress. It just goes to show you, everyone is truly equal when facing the curse of the years, even a legendary master like the Fire King. Jeek Cheon-gang led him to a certain cave. Jin Taekyung, still dragging those heavy iron balls, their rustling sound filling the quiet. He sadly watched the legendary master's lonely back. Why didn't I notice it sooner? He thought to himself, a wave of regret washing over him. Suddenly, memories flooded back. The signs were so clear now that he thought about it. He started to sleep more and more, and he's been forgetful. But the reason I didn't suspect it was because Jeek Cheon-gang kept walking forward, never stopping. Taekyung's thoughts raced. Because this old man, he's none other than Jeek Cheon-gang, the #1 in the world. How could I have imagined that a supreme peak martial master someone so incredibly powerful, so legendary, could ever be vulnerable to age. Taekyung struggled to lift the heavy iron balls out of yet another gap. Jeek Cheongang stopped and said, "On the way, I'll briefly tell you about the history of our sect." As they resumed walking, he continued, explaining that hundreds of years ago, the sect's founder was the #1 expert in the world. However, because of his incredibly upright and unyielding personality, he made many enemies. As our heroes arrived at a more spacious place, Jeek Cheongang still didn't stop talking. Right behind him, Jin Taekyung walked, listening intently. The deeper they went, the more Jeek Cheongang continued to tell the epic history of the fire sect. Behind him, Jin Taekyung was absolutely huffing and puffing, but Jeek Cheongang, he wasn't tired at all. He still had the strength to keep speaking, finally up to the 17th generation of sect master. He explained, "Our fire sect has always maintained its tradition for hundreds of years, but in this old man's time, it may no longer be maintained." Suddenly, Jeek Cheongang stopped. He declared, "And I am to be blamed for it." Meanwhile, Jin Taekyung's face was as red, his tongue sticking out as he tried to catch his breath. In front of the two stood a giant iron gate. Looking at the intricate patterns on it, Jin Taekyung managed to gasp, "What's this?" Jeek Cheongang walked towards the colossal door and simply said, "The Scorching Cavern." He pressed his hand against the ancient stone, and a powerful energy transmitted into the patterns engraved there. Slowly, majestically, the door began to open. Then, Jeek Cheongang turned to Jin Taekyung and explained, "This is the start of our clan, and also the place where our legacy continues." Jin Taekyung, dragging his exhausted body, stumbled into the cave. Inside, delicately carved stone pillars rose around them, and burning blue flames flickered everywhere. The cliffs still had lava flowing inside, illuminating a clear path towards those mesmerizing blue flames. Jin Taekyung just kept breathing, trying to recover, as he climbed the stairs, following Jeek Cheongang's footsteps. And then, a notification popped up from his system. "You have entered the Scorching Cavern. When learning the martial arts of the Scorching Clan, the effects will be greatly increased. Your scorching energy is having a fierce reaction." It gave one more notice. "The restriction on your energy has been released." After that announcement, a huge source of energy transmitted through Jin Taekyung's body, from head to toe. He happily shouted, "Ah, it's back." He felt so good. He could now gently lift those heavy iron balls without any effort at all. Jeek Cheongang heard the commotion and turned to look. After a quick glance, he turned back, unfazed, and continued to explain, "Your internal energy originates from the fire magic pill. So, of course, there will be a reaction to the Scorching Cavern." Hearing that, Jin Taekyung immediately understood. He thought to himself, "It's because I found its roots? How fascinating. It's not just my energy. This place also feels familiar to me somehow." So, the two men continued their journey towards a cluster of white ceramic vases, surrounded by the giant blue flame. Standing before it, Jeek Cheongang knelt down and said sincerely, "The disciple, Jeek Cheongang, is here to pay his respects to the ancestors." Then, he slowly stood up again. Jeek Cheongang waited for Jin Taekyung to come closer before continuing. He turned his head slightly to look back at Jin Taekyung and declared, "So from now on, I will teach you the martial arts of our clan." Wait, what? Jin Taekyung was totally caught off guard. I mean, who would have thought he'd actually get to learn some real martial arts this time? Jeek Cheongang, seeing his stunned face, cut straight to the chase. "So what do you think, kid? Did you really believe I just dragged you here to accept you as my disciple?" Taekyung, ever so honest, admitted, "Yeah, I kinda did, actually." But Jeek Cheongang wasn't done. He explained, "A master-disciple's relationship isn't always some glorious, fated thing, you know? Sometimes it's just about necessity or even coercion. And let's be real, kid, I'm sick. Old age isn't doing me any favors." Then, he got super serious, stepping closer to Jin Taekyung. "If I, your supposed master, ever get confused between the formulas for these complex internal and mental techniques, or if I suddenly forget the vital instructions, you'll find yourself crossing a river with absolutely no way back. No checkpoints, no respawns, just permadeath if I mess up. So, are you seriously going to learn martial arts from someone as compromised as me?" Jin Taekyung's mind raced. Energy deviation, or die? He couldn't help but let out a long, weary sigh. Jeek Cheongang, clasping his hands behind his back, started again. "I know this is a tough decision, especially when it's literally a matter of life and death. So I'll repeat myself." But before he could even finish, Jin Taekyung cut him off. "I'll do it," he declared. Jin Taekyung, with a surprisingly serious smile, looked Jeek Cheongang straight in the eyes. "I believe in you. That's enough for me." Jeek Cheonggang's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise and deep satisfaction crossing his face. He nodded slowly. "You know, kid," he replied, a hint of admiration in his voice. "In that regard, you and I are very much alike." Not wasting a single second, Jeek Cheongang immediately instructed Jin Taekyung, "All right, no time to lose. We're starting right away. Get into the lotus sitting position and close your eyes." "Yes, master." Taekyung quickly responded. The system popped up with another notification. "Quest. The successor of the Scorching Flames has appeared." Taking Jeek Cheonggang's words to heart, Jin Taekyung instantly crossed his legs and settled into a meditative pose. His heart swelled with determination. "Fire Lord Jeek Cheongang," he thought. "He truly believed in me. He chose me." He straightened his back, and now, he's trying to pass on everything of the legendary fire sect to me. Wow, this moment came way faster than I ever expected. The ancient sounds of reciting a mystical formula began to echo in his ears. Jeek Cheon Gang's voice guiding him. From now on, you need to circulate your internal energy precisely according to the steps I tell you. Taekyung snapped back to reality. Okay, Jin Taekyung, he chastised himself. No time for nonsense thoughts. Concentrate. Just concentrate. But then, standing right behind him, Jeek Cheon Gang's voice cut through the meditation. So, how did your training with punches and kicks go? Jin Taekyung's mind completely screeched to a halt. Punches and kicks. He just finished practicing 10,000 of them this very morning. What in the world was happening? And Jeek Cheon Gang, seemingly oblivious, pressed on. Why are you slacking here instead of training, boy? Jin Taekyung slowly turned, a guttural sound of pure confusion escaping his lips. Oh no, he thought. It looks like Jeek Cheon Gang's illness has relapsed. Again, Fire King frantically looked around the dimly lit cave, his eyes finally widening in horror. Then he screamed, What the hell? This place, it's the Scorching Cavern. Dam demontia. Jin Taekyung silently lamented in his heart. The incomprehensible voices of the Jeek Cheon Gang echoed in the Scorching Cavern. Taekyung was speechless, wondering, should I just give up on learning his martial arts? Time flies. Look at that cave from the inside out. In the blink of an eye, winter arrived. Everything, from trees to rocks, was frozen solid. Then spring came. Peach blossoms bloomed, and the whole area was buzzing with bees and butterflies. Spring passed, summer arrived, and the air gradually grew hotter. Autumn quickly followed, blanketing the cave entrance with yellow leaves. And then, another winter appeared, with snow falling all across the sky. Meanwhile, back in Taiyuan, snow also covered the roofs. Inside a quiet room, someone was writing. It's Jin Weekyung, he wrote, his pen scratching across a piece of white paper. After finishing, he carefully placed the pen back in the inkstand. Jin Weekyung looked back at what he had just written and drawn, then nodded to himself and simply said, Nice. At that moment, the door to the room opened. The shadow of the person outside was illuminated by the sunlight, casting a long silhouette on the ground. That person asked, Are you still painting? Jin Weekyung replied with bright eyes. It's been such a long time. Outside, the snow was still falling very heavily. Jin Weekyung noted, You've been busy lately. He poured a cup of hot tea for the other person and then asked, So, are things over at the northern plateau settled? The person who returned was Weepung. He took a sip of hot tea and replied, Yes, there should be no issues for at least the next 10 years. The stabilization of the northern plateau. That was the big reason Weepung had left the Jin estate for the past 4 months. They believed that for Jin Weekyung to become the true ruler over Shangxi, they absolutely needed to subjugate those notorious mounted bandits of the plateau. One night, a bandit guarding their station realized something was terribly wrong. After several months of secret and elaborate preparation, Weepung had led the elites of the Jin family as their captain. He formed the formidable Jin Dragon Squad before venturing into the plateau. Their leader, Weepung, expertly guided the group to destroy the bandit forces. Thinking back on those intense moments, Weepung said, At that time I was very worried, but we were able to annihilate 5 large mounted bandit squads, and more than 10 other bandit squads surrendered. He added, If it weren't for the Hao clan, it would have taken much longer. Jin Weekyung suddenly remembered Wowa and remarked, No matter how good the information is, it truly depends on how one uses it. The truly scary one here is Wowa. She's meant to go beyond just Shangxi, far beyond. Weepung was recounting, but then, can you even imagine? After we were already completely exhausted from back-to-back battles, thousands of nomads suddenly appeared right in front of us. Honestly, I felt lightheaded just thinking about it. Hearing that, Jin Weekyung chuckled and replied, Seriously, even you wouldn't be able to do much in a situation like that, would you? Weepung nodded, Exactly. And that's when the incident I mentioned in the report I sent you actually happened. He thought to himself, could it be that someone from the infamous Taiyuan Jin family was among them? Jin Weekyung listened intently, then immediately leaned forward. Timur and Genghis, he clarified. You said they called themselves Khan, right? Weepung gave a slight shrug. Exactly. The rumors have apparently already spread all the way to the plateau. They even know about the relationship between our third young master and Sir Jeek. He used some basic Korean to tell us he absolutely didn't want to fight. Not only that, they handed over a whole slew of treasures and furs, supposedly, so we could all get along well going forward. Jin Weekyung just pointed at Weepung. See, that's what I was curious about. It's completely unreasonable for them to retreat just because of the Fire Lord's reputation, isn't it? Weepung replied, about that. I also felt pretty insecure, actually, but after interrogating the horse bandits I captured, I finally understood. It seems that group of horse bandits had already been taught a severe lesson by the legendary Jeek Cheon Gang. He continued, there were some bandits who were taught a severe lesson last winter. They were known as Black Death and Human Butcher, 2 very notorious bandit chiefs across the plateau. But both of them were killed by Sir Jeek with a single palm strike. Timur and Genghis were both there when it happened, apparently. Jin Weekyung just burst out laughing. What? A single palm strike. Then, changing the subject, Weepung seriously asked, Oh right, what happened with the Star Cloud Escort Agency? Jin Weekyung's expression darkened as he remembered the tragic scene. Yes, the matter was resolved shortly after you left. Wu Huangtae, the disgraced escort chief of that agency, had bought off government officials and even stolen military supplies. When all that was exposed, they were forced to flee with just pennies in their pockets. It's now officially the Jin family's escort agency. After pouring his cup of wine, he added, They're currently traveling past Songsan, heading into Hefei. Jin Weekyung then signaled for Weepung to raise his own cup. As Jin Weekyung poured for him, Weepung politely raised the cup and asked, Songsan and Hefei, you say? Jin Weekyung replied, That's right. We're talking Shaolin and Namgung. They're both pretty big deals, you know? So I was honestly just going to be satisfied with simply talking about trading with them. But they actually suggested trading first. Jin Weekyung took a sip of his wine. They're very generous. So honestly, I have no reason to refuse. Weeping nodded, a thoughtful look on his face. Indeed, he said, the very existence of Sir Jeek is proving to be a truly great help to us all. After chatting for a while, and downing all 5 bottles of wine, Jin Weekyung was definitely feeling a little tipsy. He leaned forward and slurred, and about the interim Gene Dragon Squad Vice Captain. This is his first mission, right? What do you think about him, after observing him from the sidelines? Weepung, still calmly sipping his wine, casually replied, Hyuk? He sighed, thinking about Hyuk, then continued, if I teach him personally, then he learns rather quickly. For someone who came in with connections, he's actually pretty decent. But then, Weepung remembered something. All day, Hyuk kept whispering loudly in his ear, then laughing like an idiot. Weepung covered his face of visible cringe, except, he just wouldn't stop talking. Jin Weekyung looked quite satisfied. Oh, if you say so, it seems he's not a complete waste. He then recalled what his younger brother, Jin Taekyung, had once told him, he's a more capable person than you think. Try teaching him. A satisfied smile spread across Jin Weekyung's face. Indeed, our youngest brother truly has an eye for people. Weepung was speechless. Once the official discussion was over, Weepung quickly picked up a scroll next to him, trying to change the subject. Anyway, what did you draw this time? Jin Weekyung gave a few shy coughs, then proudly announced, Ahem, I drew it thinking of Taekyung and Sir Jeek, who'll be coming back soon. It's not complete yet, but I've decided what its title will be. By this point, Weepung had already unrolled the drawing. He looked thoughtfully at the painting in front of him. Jin Weekyung, practically bouncing with impatience, asked, How is it? Aren't you curious about its title? Weepung frowned slightly, cutting to the chase. What's the name? Let's hear it. Jin Weekyung smiled brightly, looking at him. In front of Weepung was a truly beautiful painting depicting our main character, Jin Taekyung, and Jeek Cheongang. He slowly revealed its name. It's called The Entrance of the Hidden Dragon. Alright, let's switch scenes and head over to Jin Taekyung's cultivation place. We're talking about Fire Mountain, a legendary peak famous for its spiritual energy. This spiritual energy pervades the entire mountain, so spiritual herbs like ginseng and tuber fleece flower and various tonic herbs are absolutely everywhere. Honestly, for any herb picker, this place is nothing short of a gold mine. Suddenly, we spot a man sitting on a cliff, drinking water directly from a flowing stream. After quenching his thirst, he stood up, wiping away the last few drops. He looked around for a while, then grumbled to himself, Damn, I haven't seen any tonic herbs for several days. Wait, today I must find one. So, our determined friend decided to venture deeper into the forest, hoping to find some rare medicinal herbs. But as he looked ahead at the gloom and miasma-filled forest, he hesitated. Hang on, he thought. I heard there's an evil spirit that lives on top and would burn anyone alive if they go up. He patted his face to ease his fear. He thought, but it won't be a problem if I don't go in too deep. Hanga, don't be afraid. You have 8 mouths to feed. Just as Hanga was trying to calm himself down, a figure emerged from behind a cliff. A person with messy hair and what looked like a non-human form. Hanga immediately screamed in panic, yelling, The evil spirit. This beggar-like person, whose name was Jin Taekyung, was smiling, but it wasn't a friendly smile. It was downright scary. Hanga quickly knelt down. Please, he begged, spare my life. I have a sick, old mother and small children waiting at home. Meanwhile, perched on a cliff, Jin Taekyung casually asked the Jeek Cheongang, Old man, there aren't any useful herbs near this place, are there? He replied, Why do you ask? The Jeek Cheongang, whose entire body shimmered with a layer of light, asked, Are you a herb-gatherer? If so, you come to the wrong place. Don't waste your time, just go back. But then, Hanga, still below, was crying and screaming, A divine spirit, please help me. Jin Taekyung just fell back, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, he just called you a divine spirit, he chuckled. Wasn't it only about 3 months ago that you were almost a spirit yourself, after forgetting what to do during your energy circulation? Without a single word, the Jeek Cheongang simply used his foot to send Jin Taekyung tumbling down from the cliff. Hanga, witnessing this, immediately thought, the divine spirit has defeated the evil spirit. After delivering that swift kick, Jeek Cheongang turned to Hanga and barked, Divine spirit, my ass. I've already gathered all the tonic herbs on Mount Guhua, so there's no need to search for them anymore. Honestly, it was pretty tiring plucking all of them. Hanga just muttered to himself, a human. So, is that person also one who digs for herbs? Even after being kicked down, Jin Taekyung still laughed, quipping, so, pulling off people's heads is easier, right? Jeek Cheongang let out an angry, long breath. The ancestors said that feeding the disciples spiritual herbs is nonsense, he declared, and they were definitely right. Then, Jin Taekyung responded with a long, resonant belch. Jeek Cheonggang's face instantly turned red with fury. On the other side, Hanga's face had gone completely pale. He thought, that's a martial artist. Defeated, he just blankly turned around and started walking away, muttering, guess I'm not finding anything today either. Just as Jeek Cheongang was reaching for a rock, aiming for the spot where Jin Taekyung had been sitting, Jin Taekyung suddenly ran out. He saw Hanga leaving and shouted, wait, if I give you this, do you want it? He pulled out a small, exquisite ginseng plant, which emitted a soft, almost seductive light. Hanga looked at it, his eyes wide with eagerness. He hesitantly asked, why? Why are you giving that to me? Jin Taekyung replied. You won't have anything if you just leave like that, will you? You probably have a family to feed. Where are you from? Hanga, touched by the unexpected kindness, honestly replied, I come from Sichuan. Please, Jin Taekyung said, use this to help with your travel expenses, since you came all this way. Hanga, clearly overwhelmed with emotion, simply said, thank you so much. Sitting on the cliff, Jeek Cheon-gang observed the scene, his brow furrowed. That's not even much, he scoffed. Why would you give something like that? But Jin Taekyung wasn't one to back down. He turned, hands on his hips, and shot back. Hey, I only have this much. What am I supposed to do? Jeek Cheon-gang, ever the pragmatist, immediately retorted. A true man ought to be generous, don't you think? If you're going to give him something, give him a silver niang instead. Jin Taekyung's eyes widened. But where'd I get that? He mumbled, then a light bulb seemed to go off. Uh-huh, that's what you were talking about. And with a sudden burst of energy, he dashed past the stunned onlookers, already formulating his next big plan. Jin Taekyung then let out an ear-splitting scream, echoing through the peaceful mountains and forests. Anyone want to buy Mount Ginseng? Hanga immediately clamped his hands over his ears. Suddenly, from deep within the forest, a group of figures emerged, heading straight for us. Their leader, a formidable man, stepped forward. It was Nam Gung Ryong. I'll buy it, he declared, with an air of authority. Jin Taekyung, ever the shrewd businessman, placed his hands on his hips. All right then, it's 100 silver niang, he announced. Hanga gasped in disbelief. 100 silver niang. But before anyone could process that, a booming voice cut through the air. The Fire King quickly interjected. No, wait. 300 silver niang. Our resident cliff dweller, Jeek Cheon-gang, still sat calmly, a small smirk playing on his lips. Someone with the most immense fortune in Anhui City should be able to pay that much, right? He mused. Nam Gung Ryong, bowing respectfully, replied. That's nothing compared to dealing with the Fire King. I'll buy it. Jin Taekyung grinned, practically rubbing his hands together. Then, successful bidder, what is your name? The man introduced himself with pride. I am Nam Gung Ryong, the head of the Nam Gung family. Hearing Nam Gung family, Jin Taekyung's mind immediately went into overdrive. Thinking about Nam Gung Ryong, he thought to himself, the Nam Gung family, one of the 5 great families. They have over 100 people of the same bloodline, and if you include all their lower-ranking members, that number could reach thousands. He realized, they're the true rulers of Anhui, a huge pillar of the Murim world that absolutely lives up to their fearsome reputation. Then, a darker thought surfaced as he remembered the disciple he'd confronted earlier. Because of that, they've been on bad terms with Jeek Cheon-gang. He took on a murderer, a man who killed countless innocent people in Anhui, as his disciple. Soon after, Nam Gung Ryong extended an invitation, ushering Jeek Cheon-gang and students into a private room to chat. Jin Taekyung, ever curious, turned to Jeek Cheon-gang. It's the Heavenly Sword King, right? He asked quietly. The person who came looking for you back then? Jeek Cheon-gang's eyes distant. His mind replayed a scene from long ago. He nodded slowly, his voice barely above a whisper. Yes, he was the one who told me the truth and did me a great favor. I owe him a significant debt. Jin Taekyung's thoughts then shifted to the horrifying, bloody scene caused by Joe Pill's actions, the countless lives lost. He grimly realized, the day Jeek Cheon-gang couldn't bring himself to kill Joe Pill and let him go. If the Heavenly Sword King hadn't stepped in and stood down, Joe Pill never would have escaped Anhui alive. So, Taekyung, still pondering, wondered, just what kind of person is this guy anyway? Jeek Cheon-gang, leaning back comfortably in his chair, crossing his legs, started, well, even though I've only met him once, he paused, lost in thought, a mental image of that tall, majestic senior flashing before his eyes. Then, with a knowing nod, he finished, is truly obsessed with the sword. Jin Taekyung, ever the quick wit, blurted out, an SCP. Jeek Cheon-gang started, that's right, SC. But then he realized he'd been played, and with an indignant glare, he demanded, wait, what? What's that supposed to mean? Taekyung, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, simply replied, oh, that? It just means sword-crazy person. Don't worry, it's a compliment. So let's just go with it, shall we? Internally, he couldn't help but admire Jeek Cheon-gang's sharpness, even if he was a little slow on the uptake. Jeek Cheon-gang, regaining his composure, deadpanned. Your words, young man, are truly hard to believe. He took a deep breath, then continued. But honestly, he's a truly enigmatic, complacent individual, very hard to get a read on. He crossed his arms, leaning back slightly, as he recalled why. Because in return for sparing Jang Cheon's life, he demanded a spar with me. Taekyung frowned, his mind reeling. Wait, a horrifying serial murder spree occurred in Anhui, and the ruler of Anhui let the murderer go just to get a spar? He shook his head. Seriously, this guy is the ultimate sword-crazy person. But outwardly, keeping his cool, he simply asked, so about that duel, who actually won? Jeek Cheon-gang met his gaze, a serious glint in his eye. Then, a triumphant, almost smug, expression spread across his face. The very next day after our spar, he declared, puffing out his chest, the Heavenly Sword King went into isolated training. Taekyung's face lit up with genuine excitement. Jeek Cheon-gang, however, calmly stroked his beard, a touch of melancholy in his eyes. However, he continued, that was already over 20 years ago, you know? He must have gotten much stronger. Back then, there was no guarantee I could win, but now, it's even more uncertain. Hearing all this, Taekyung quickly reassured him, don't worry. We didn't come here for a fight, my friend. We're simply here to attend the Sword King's birthday party. Jeek Cheongang's hand, mid-beard stroke, froze. He looked up, utterly bewildered. Birthday? Jeek Cheonggang, still looking surprised, explained he's the kind of man who can change his birthday date multiple times, just on a whim. He then narrowed his eyes, a serious concern flickering across his face. Perhaps, ever since we arrived at Fire Mountain, they've sent someone to monitor us, just waiting for us to make our move and head back down the mountain. Taekyung was utterly speechless, jaws practically on the floor. Jeek Cheonggang, however, turned to him with a grim, knowing look. You know, he mused, I think the most important day for him is probably the day he stops breathing, because then, and only then, will he finally stop holding a sword. Taekyung felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Wait, he thought nervously, is this guy actually unhinged? Just then, a gentle knock echoed from outside the room. A maid entered, bowing respectfully. Young Master Jin, she announced, the family head wishes to see you. As Taekyung made his way to Namgung Ryong's room, he was abruptly stopped. A guard, firm and unyielding, instructed, no exceptions. Rules are rules. Please hand over all your weapons. Our hero, Jin Taekyung, totally helpless, explained, look, I get it. You see these as weapons, but I can't take them off without the key. But the guy wasn't buying it, he pressed, so who has the key? Jin Taekyung, ever so honest, just flat out said, well, my master, of course. Behind them, the subordinates started whispering. Who's that beggar? One asked. And who's his master? Another quickly shushed them. Shoo, it's the Fire King. The leader, though, just hummed, still doubtful. Then, in a low, chilling voice, he declared, in that case, we'll just have to cut them off. Jin Taekyung gasped in surprise. The guy actually pulled out his sword, pointed right at the chain on Jin Taekyung's leg, and said, there are strict rules within the Namgung family. You see, I'm sure Sir Jeek will understand. Jin Taekyung just burst out laughing. Seriously, he couldn't help it. He immediately remembered Jeek Cheongang's drunken ramblings, like, this old man entered the fire gate at the tender age of 9. A person who, back then, had only just learned martial arts. Compared to others now, there's only me left. Do you even know how I got to where I am today? The group of Dead Sect, then the Black Sect, then the Demon Sect. I killed every single one of them. Waving his hand, a wry smile on his face, Jin Taekyung replied, oh, I highly doubt that'll happen, my friend. You'd really die if you tried that. Please stop. The guy, looking absolutely furious now, snapped back. What did you just say? Jin Taekyung tried to avoid a full-blown brawl at his friend's house, had to calmly postpone the inevitable. Whoa, wait, he quickly said. Not by me. But the other guy clearly wasn't listening. He angrily swung his sword right at Jin Taekyung, threateningly asking, do you even know who I am? Luckily, just then, a calm voice echoed from inside the room. It's all right. Let him in. The sword, literally, stopped just inches from Jin Taekyung's neck. So, Taekyung dragged those 4 iron balls into Namgung Ryong's room, creating that all-too-familiar, crunching sound as he went. Namgung Ryong, ever so politely, apologized. I'm so sorry for my son's misbehavior, he began. He's my only child, you see, so I've spoiled him a little too much. He's still lacking in quite a few areas. Jin Taekyung didn't really seem to mind. He just kept slowly walking forward, then replied, pardon? Oh, I actually wondered why the youngest guy here was acting up so much. He's your son, huh? Well, that's fine. It's totally possible since he's still so young. Hearing that, Namgung Ryong just shook his head, chuckling lightly. Haha. But even at his young age, he still managed to become the sword dragon among the famed 10 phoenixes and dragons. That sparked a memory for Jin Taekyung. Wait, he said, the 10 phoenixes and dragons? My second brother is actually one of them, too. Namgung Ryong nodded knowingly. Oh, I know, he replied. Right after entering the martial arts school, they fought a lot. Jin Taekyung just laughed cheerfully. Goodness, they're just so young, he exclaimed. But hey, at that age, fighting is pretty much how they mature, wouldn't you say? Wait, aren't they older than you? Namgung Ryong said, in confusion. Jin Taekyung's expression immediately became serious. He replied, but the real reason you called me here, it can't just be about your son, right? Namgung Ryong shyly bowed his head, clearing his throat a few times. Ah, that's right of him. Jin Taekyung, of course, thought, what a fool for his son. He then got straight to it, saying, I'll speak frankly, Jin Taekyung. Please, dissuade Sir Jeek for me. Jin Taekyung seemed to immediately grasp the situation. He replied, is this because of his famous duel with your father, the great heavenly sword king? Namgung Ryong didn't even try to hide it. That's right, he confirmed. Do you know what really happened 20 years ago between great hero Jeek and my father? Jin Taekyung, ever loyal, simply said, I only know the basics, but the winner was my master. Namgung Ryong stroked his chin, a worried look on his face. It was by a hair's margin, a truly close match where either of them could have won. My father, he's been really upset by that defeat ever since. He even went into isolated training for years, just waiting for his chance at revenge. Jin Taekyung secretly thought, if even the son of the Heavenly Sword King is saying this, then his father really wants to fight again. Ryong continued, his voice heavy, the problem is... Then, Ryong pounded the table, his voice rising. If another fight takes place now, it'll definitely become an even more intense fight. His face was etched with worry and helplessness. If something would happen to either of them, it could lead to things beyond our wildest imagination. After he finished speaking, Jin Taekyung didn't respond. The room fell silent again, and it took a while before Jin Taekyung finally spoke. I understand what you're trying to say, he admitted. Jin Taekyung scratched his head, looking a bit shy. But I'm just not confident I can convince Master, he confessed. He's someone who would rather die than back down from a challenge. Suddenly, Ryong stepped onto the table, standing there and practically screaming in helplessness. You didn't get what I'm saying at all, he yelled. I'm not saying you have to try your best to stop him. I'm saying that you must stop him. Hearing that, Taekyung was startled. He shot back. Then you shouldn't have brought us here to the Namgung family in the first place. But he quickly calmed himself. Look, I'll tell Master about that, he said, his tone firmer. Anyway, I'm leaving now. As he finally stepped outside, Jin Taekyung still clutched an iron ball in his hand, breathing a subtle sigh of relief. But it seems Namgung Ryong's son wasn't going to spare him. The moment he saw Taekyung, he immediately screamed, "You!" Jin Taekyung casually tossed the iron ball from hand to hand. "What?" he retorted. "Why do you keep talking in such a rude manner?" The other guy, still seething, yelled, "I was standing outside and heard everything. How dare you speak to my father so rudely? Do you think the great Namgung family is a joke?" Jin Taekyung, ever the cool cucumber, just kept walking. He responded, "I wasn't being rude, actually. I treated him with respect, just like I would my own master." Namgung Ryong's son bristled. "How dare you spout such nonsense?" he fumed. But Jin Taekyung was unfazed, speaking with complete honesty. "I'm serious. If you don't believe it, you can ask my master personally." The guy's face flushed with anger, and he went for his sword. "You!" Mid-draw, that sword just stopped. It hung there, refusing to budge, then slowly, almost comically, slid right back into its sheath. Namgung Ryong's son gasped, his eyes wide. He couldn't pull his sword out because Jin Taekyung had subtly, almost imperceptibly, used his foot to pin it. Jin Taekyung's voice dropped, cold as ice. "That sword, if you keep pulling it out like that, you'll live a short life." The other guy's face went completely pale. "Ow, how did he do that?" He clearly thought in a panic. Jin Taekyung simply patted his shoulder, a small smile playing on his lips. "Act like a gentleman, young man." And just like that, he was off, leaving the two flustered flatterers gaping after Namgung Kong. As Jin Taekyung continued his journey, he paused, asking a nearby maid, "Hey, is there a mountain nearby that isn't too crowded?" The maid looked a bit surprised. "Yes, there is. Why do you ask, young master?" "Oh, just thinking of getting some fresh air for a while," he replied, ever so casually. Following her directions, Jin Taekyung soon found himself on that very mountain. He trudged along a winding dirt road, noting the long, deep scars etched into the ground, perhaps from ancient battles or intense martial arts training. He walked and walked until he reached a wide, empty clearing, perfect for some solitude or a secret meeting. After scanning his surroundings, Jin Taekyung turned to a large, ancient tree. "You can come out now," he stated, his voice carrying through the quiet air. From behind the tree, a light, knowing laugh echoed. Then, a pair of feet slowly emerged, followed by the imposing figure of an old man with a long white beard and hair. He stroked his beard thoughtfully, a proud smile on his face. Very good indeed," he praised. Jin Taekyung immediately dropped to one knee, clasped his hands respectfully, and bowed deeply. "I pay my respects to the Heavenly Sword King," he said, his voice sincere. The Heavenly Sword King, Namgung Chun, opened his eyes, now gleaming with a sharp, almost murderous intent. "That's right," he acknowledged. "Now, why have you called this old man out here?" Jin Taekyung offered a small, disarming smile. "What are you talking about, senior?" Namgung Chun scoffed, his hands clasped behind his back. Grand Patriarch Jeek took in a rather snake-like bastard as a disciple in his later years. And you, my young friend, are his spitting image. I know you came all the way here on purpose. There's no point in playing dumb." Jin Taekyung tilted his head, a feigned shyness about him. Is it so obvious?" Namgung Chun's gaze sharpened, his eyes still holding that dangerous glint. "You are a daring person. Now, don't be afraid. Tell me, why did you call this old man out here?" Jin Taekyung simply raised his eyebrows, holding the old man's intense stare without a word. He took a deep, steady breath, then slowly extended his hands. The very next second, Jin Taekyung dropped to his knees on the ground, his voice filled with sincere plea. "Please," he begged, "reconsider competing with Master." Namgung Chun was silent for a moment, then spoke. "Reconsider? Why on earth would I do that?" See, Jin Taekyung really didn't want anyone to know about Jeek Cheongang's memory loss. So, he immediately replied, "I can't tell you the reason, sir." Namgung Chun was startled. "What?" he growled. You could practically feel the murderous intent radiating off him, even as his mouth twisted into an angry smile. Despite being under threat from such a powerful master, Jin Taekyung stood firm. He bowed his head lower, explaining, "I'm sorry, senior, but I truly cannot tell you the reason." "Say it," Namgung Chun roared, his voice cutting through the air. But Jin Taekyung didn't back down. He simply refused again. "I can't say." Namgung Chun was furious. He barely used any strength, yet the ground and rocks beneath his feet began to crumble. His voice was dangerously low, even as the wind whipped around him. Jin Taekyung remained steadfast, kneeling on the ground. Namgung Chun's gaze was piercing. "This is your last chance," he warned. "Tell me." Still, Jin Taekyung remained firm. "I can't say." After the storm of his fury passed, the wind calmed. It seemed like Namgung Chun had been ready to end Jin Taekyung right there. But now, he'd regained his composure. He stood, just watching him for what felt like an eternity. Finally, he spoke. "Stand up." "Yes, sir." Jin Taekyung quickly responded. Anticipation filled Namgung Chun's face. "Do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? It's been 20 years. Jin Taekyung pleaded earnestly. "Then please, wait just one more year. I can't tell you the reason in detail, but Master isn't in a good physical condition right now. You didn't wait 2 decades for an easy, unfair victory, did you?" Namgung Chun stroked his beard, a smile playing on his lips. "An easy, unfair victory? Ha! Grand Patriarch Jeek certainly raised you well. Praised by the Heavenly Sword King himself. Jin Taekyung scratched his head. If Master heard that, he'd be very happy, he said. But then, Namgung Chun's mood shifted abruptly. But you look like you'll die young, he stated plainly. Just like that, Jin Taekyung's laughter stopped cold. Namgung Chun drew his sword, his voice turning cold. To live in a martial arts world, you need to maintain a minimum of etiquette. He then laid out his condition, 3 moves. If you can withstand this old man's 3 moves, then I will accept your request. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification sound rang out. An unexpected mission popped up. A 3-move killing mission has appeared. Will you accept this mission? Jin Taekyung thought to himself. 3 moves of the Heavenly Sword King? The announcement prompted him to either refuse or accept. Jin Taekyung didn't hesitate for a second. He accepted immediately. Namgung Chun pulled his sword completely from its sheath and applauded. That's brave, he said, but in the end, it will be what kills you. Jin Taekyung shrugged slightly. That might, or might not, be the case. He replied, but first, can I get rid of these beforehand? Namgung Chun just threw his sword sheath to the ground, cool as a cucumber, and replied, sure, go ahead. But the result won't change. Meanwhile, our man, Jin Taekyung, was also putting every ounce of his strength into it, shattering the iron shackles from his hands and feet. Once he was free, he waved a defiant hand and declared, I'm ready. The moment Taekyung finished speaking, Namgung Chun swung his blade, unleashing the Emperor Sword Form, 6th form, Imperial Wind sweeping technique. He looked at Taekyung, a calm but confident smirk on his face, and asked, can you withstand this? Jin Taekyung braced himself, preparing for the inevitable impact. Then, with a deafening bang, the two collided. The scene then shifts to Jeek Cheon Gang, who's deep in meditation. A powerful stream of energy rises above his head, and between his hands, a glowing source of power pulsates. Above him, 5 distinct flames, each a different color, burn intensely. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. Jeek Cheon Gang exhaled a long puff of white smoke, his focus momentarily broken. He looked towards the door and simply said, come in. Jin Taekyung poked his head in from outside. I thought you were meditating, he asked, looking all innocent. It seems our boy had definitely won that competition behind the mountain. He strolled in, looking perfectly fine. Jeek Cheon Gang didn't miss a beat. How could I possibly focus, he retorted, when someone's out there loitering, pacing around like a nervous squirrel? Jin Taekyung chuckled, replying, that's true. I should have just come in and watched you do the Olympics. Jeek Cheon Gang corrected him, a hint of exasperation in his voice. This isn't Olympics, or whatever you just said. It's the 5 chi harmonization. Taekyung quickly waved it off. Whatever. As long as we understand each other, it's okay, right? Hearing these incredibly confident words, Jeek Cheon Gang just pursed his lips. That mouth of yours, he mumbled. Then he asked, what did the Namgung family head say? Jin Taekyung, clearly not wanting him to know the truth, hemmed and hawed. Well, that, apparently, the banquet was cancelled. Jeek Cheon Gang was genuinely surprised. Cancelled? What do you mean? Jin Taekyung quickly explained, that's apparently the Heavenly Sword King is canceling it. He is. Jeek Cheon Gang asked, confusion etched on his face. Jin Taekyung pretended to thoughtfully stroke his chin. Apparently, he had some kind of epiphany or something. Anyway, it's cancelled. The more Taekyung talked, the more confused Jeek Cheon Gang became. Then, a sudden quiet fell over him. The Sword King has been waiting for this day for 20 years, he murmured, his eyes narrowing. It seemed Jeek Cheon Gang had already pieced something together. He looked down, first at the distinct protrusions on Jin Taekyung's iron handcuffs, then at his legs. The pants, which had been perfectly intact before, now had a large, noticeable tear. What a coincidence, Jeek Cheon Gang said, his voice flat. Jin Taekyung, still trying to play it innocent, offered weakly. Maybe he just got scared and backed out. Jeek Cheon Gang. He just stared, silent, didn't say a word. Our boy, Jin Taekyung, still oblivious, blurted out, well, that's a good thing, right? But then, Jeek Cheon Gang slowly rose from his chair, a shadow crossing his face. It's neither good nor bad. The day was just pushed back. Jin Taekyung, a bit confused, tried again, but we bought some time, didn't we? Jeek Cheon Gang shot him a warning glare. Why? Did you think I was going to lose? Jin Taekyung quickly waved his hands, practically tripping over his words. No, that's not at all. It's just, with the current situation, even if you win, it's not a real win. Jeek Cheon Gang walked past him, a chilling truth hanging in the air. Not winning, despite winning, he echoed. Jeek Cheon Gang, deep in thought, he's right, he mused to himself. If I took any internal injuries in a duel with him, the very essence, chi, and spirit I've so painstakingly balanced, it would all fall apart. He took a deep, steadying breath, the weight of his martial arts cultivation heavy on him. Let's go, Jeek Cheon Gang declared. Jin Taekyung, ever the curious one, just blinked. Go where? He asked. Jeek Cheon Gang pushed open the door, revealing the vast expanse outside. Hanum, he replied simply. There's no reason for the Namgung clan to keep us here, and we certainly have no reason to stay. It's time to leave. Jin Taekyung, though, had a very important question. I'm fine with leaving, he announced excitedly, but can I take a bath first? I got so much dead skin on me, it feels heavy. But Jeek Cheon Gang was having none of it. What, he scoffed. Don't act like you suddenly care about hygiene. Go get us some travel money instead. I assume they'll give us at least that, even if we're not exactly welcome here. Jin Taekyung, ever the procrastinator, balked. Really? You're asking me to ask for money? And just like that, Jeek Cheon Gang's patience snapped. What? He roared, a familiar glint in his eye. You haven't had a good beating lately, huh? Hearing that, Jin Taekyung spun on his heel and bolted. I'll I'll go, he yelped, and of course, those familiar thud sounds of his iron balls clanking on the floor echoed through the hall, leaving a trail of circular dents. Jeek Cheon Gang just watched him go, a faint smile playing on his lips. Once Jin Taekyung was out of sight, he stood, stroking his beard. That bastard, he murmured in a low voice, almost fondly. He's done something I didn't even ask him to do. Later that afternoon, as dusk began to fall, we find Namgung Chun still standing alone atop that same desolate mountain peak. The last rays of sunlight kissed his form, painting a dramatic silhouette. I thought one move would be enough, Namgung Chun mused, the words echoing silently in his mind. He was replaying the events of just a few hours ago, the moment he'd proposed those impossible conditions to Jin Taekyung. At first, he remembered thinking, I just wanted to correct his disrespectful habit, so I only used 2 stars of my strength. But then it became 3 stars, then 6 stars. And yet, after all that, when the dust cleared, Jin Taekyung's figure was still standing, completely unshaken. Namgung Chun was utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, our boy, Jin Taekyung, ever the pragmatist, had simply hoisted his precious iron balls onto his shoulder, terrified they'd get damaged. And then, with a perfectly respectful bow, he declared, that's 3 moves, right? Thank you, senior, for going easy on me. So, thinking back to that scene now, Namgung Chun mutters to himself, what great potential. He then asks Namgung Ryong, who's standing behind him, did they leave? Namgung Ryong replies, yes, they left 10 hours ago. Namgung Chun presses, where were they going? It seems Namgung Ryong already had the intel. He continues, to Hanum. Apparently, they'll be attending the Great Celestial Banquet in a month. Namgung Chun repeats, the Great Celestial Banquet? From amidst a pile of collapsed trees, his low, serious voice rings out. Tell your son not to get involved with the Great Celestial Banquet this year. Meanwhile, in Hanum, dazzling sunlight bathes the bustling streets. People are everywhere, and weapon stalls are absolutely packed with passersby. Inside a tavern, the storyteller's voice rings out, loud and clear. The Great Celestial Banquet is also called the Festival of Victory. A curious listener asks, why is that? The storyteller immediately explains, why? Do you really think the Great Celestial Banquet would even exist if the Murim of the Central Plains had lost? No way. Then the demonic cult would have taken over, and we'd be attending the Great Demonic Banquet instead. Hearing that, the person nods, you're right. The storyteller, a kind, silver-haired old man, picks up his pipe, takes a breath, and smiles. If you're still curious about anything, just ask. If this old man knows, he'll tell you. But before he can even finish, 2 other people immediately rush forward. Can I ask first, sir? Says one. How could that be? Frets the first listener. Having been cut off, the first person turns to question, hey, dwarf, didn't you hear me speak up first? The other person rolls his eyes and shouts back, what? No, I didn't. You unorthodox sect, insect-like bastard. Very quickly, these 2 erupt into a full-blown fight. Everyone standing around is startled and jumps back. This ruckus attracts the attention of other guests inside the restaurant, who all rush out, one after another, to watch. The battle rages on, without a clear winner or loser. At a table in the corner, one person looks at everyone excitedly, picks up some food, and sighs, those damn martial artists. The person sitting opposite, wearing an orange shirt, nods and adds, just let them be. It happens all the time. The person with a hat on his head chimes in. The problem is, it's never quiet. All kinds of people are gathering in Hanum because of the Great Celestial Banquet. The person in orange nodded and replied, we're done with our work for the day anyway. All we have to do now is just watch the ritual and eat some rice cake. At this point, he suddenly stopped, turning his head to stare at the person sitting right next to him. This newcomer, folks, had just finished a cup of wine and immediately placed it on the table with a satisfied, delicious. Seeing this brazen act, both the orange shirt man and the person wearing a hat cried out in disbelief. Who are you? They demanded. When did you even get here? Why are you casually drinking someone else's wine like that? The person who just appeared was, of course, our man, Jong-ru. He calmly poured himself another cup of wine and said faintly, I just wanted to know if it was really wine, so I tried a bowl. Is there any problem? Both the orange shirt man and the person in the hat shot to their feet, glaring at Jong-ru. They shared the same silent, exasperated thought. Who is this guy? The man in the orange shirt asked suspiciously. Do we know each other? Jong-ru, ever so nonchalant, simply nodded and replied, of course. Hearing that, the hat-wearing man's eyes went wide as he exclaimed, when? Where? And then, Jong-ru, with a confident smirk, raised his mouth and declared, today, here. You know what they say about fate, right? Let's be friends starting today. You can practically see the other 2 people's faces blacken. They silently scolded him, this skinny brat, who in their right mind wants to be friends with you. But despite their annoyance, their eyes inevitably drifted to the sword hanging on Jong-ru's back. The 2 men exchanged a quick, knowing glance, and the same thought flashed between them. A martial artist, damn it. They knew it. It's a loss on our end if we get into a fight with him. And the Merchant Union warriors? They're just too far away from us right now. After thinking for a while, the hat-wearing man softened his tone, calling out, hey, little brother. Seeing them change their tune, Jong-ru said with interest, little brother? I really like this nickname. Hearing that, the orange shirt man also managed to smile. Is that so? That's great. Say, are you also a martial artist? Jong-ru, casually picking up a fish from the plate and eating it, replied with a hint of disgust. I did learn that stupid martial arts stuff. Hearing that, the hat-wearing man's internal monologue went something like this. What? Stupid martial arts stuff? This kid's already so arrogant at such a young age. Thinking quickly, he immediately picked up the wine bottle, poured a generous serving for Jong-ru, and asked, so, You were part of the Gango then? Can I ask what sect you were a part of? Jong-ru happily narrowed his eyes and simply said, why would that be important? We're friends, aren't we? The hat-wearing person heard that, and his mind immediately jumped to conclusions. This guy is definitely trying to avoid mentioning his sect. He must be from some useless, no-name sect. At this opportune moment, the orange-shirt man next to him jumped in, introducing himself. We're merchants of the Golden Frog Merchant Union. The Golden Frog Merchant Union? Young Rutanium repeated, seemingly intrigued. The man in orange nodded, puffing out his chest a little. I'm not trying to boast, but it's one of the top 3 merchant unions of the Zhejiang province. We've come a long way, you see, to distribute products necessary for the Great Celestial Banquet. Man in the Hat continued. We've even brought 100 Golden Frog Merchant Union warriors with us. They're as courageous as tigers, you know. Upon hearing this, he immediately threw his fish skeleton onto the plate. The 2 envoys from the Golden Frog Merchant Union stood opposite him, exchanging glances. They were probably thinking, how's that for an entrance? You'd better screw off before you get your butt beat. But just as they were basking in their perceived victory, they heard Jong-ru say, the Golden Frog Merchant Union. I've definitely heard that name this morning. He thought about it for a moment. Then his eyes widened in recognition. Isn't it that group? The one that picked up hundreds of mountain bandits. Hearing him say that, our 2 confident envoys were just flabbergasted. They stood there dumbfounded, wondering, is he even listening to us? The man in the orange shirt scratched his face, a little surprised, and mumbled, has news spread that quickly? The man in the hat cleared his throat a few times, then clarified, that's true, but to be exact, they were picked up, not captured. Jong-ru opened his eyes wide. What do you mean by that? He asked. The other 2 slowly began to explain. Well, on the way to Hanam, we were just walking along when we saw a group of bandits with broken legs lying everywhere. After looking closely, we realized they were from the nearby Black Mountain camp, being chased by the royal court. Their leader had, turned into a headless body. Oh, then what did you do? Jong-ru inquired, leaning forward. The man in the hat bowed his head slightly, grimacing. What do we have done? We couldn't kill them all, but we also couldn't just leave them there. That'd be like leaving money on the ground. So we tied them all up and handed them over to the government. The man in the orange shirt next to him also spoke up. There are a lot of rumors going around, he added, that they provoked some secluded martial arts master, or that there was a war between the bandit groups. The man in the hat waved his hand dismissively. They must have encountered an expert, yes. But I don't know where an expert could grow up who could kill the leader of those bandits with one blow. One blow. Jong-ru frowned, a silent thought running through his mind. At this time, the man in orange also chimed in thoughtfully. How should I say it? According to the little pawns, he was a man who hung a few iron chains around his body. Because it was late at night, they couldn't see his face clearly. They only saw the person swinging his hand and the bandit leader flying right at his head. Hearing these words, Jong-ru slowly stood up and walked towards the window. He turned back, a knowing look in his eyes. That secluded martial artist is probably much younger than you'd expect, he stated. Hearing that, the person wearing the hat asked, Is there someone you think might be it? Jong-ru, our main character, puts his hands on his hips, smirking down at the bustling street below. Probably just a guy with messy hair and messy clothes, he mutters. The person wearing the hat, from the Golden Frog Merchant Union, immediately exclaims, Who is it? Is that a master? Down on the street, a disheveled man, dragging 4 heavy iron balls, slowly makes his way. Children point and openly call him a beggar. Jong-ru observes all this, then shakes his head. I don't know his name, he replies, quite unhelpfully. And just like that, he's gone, vanishing. He leaves the 2 bewildered Golden Frog Merchant Union members with only one casual sentence. Well, I'll figure it out. Thanks for the wine. Suddenly, Jong-ru is nowhere to be seen. The person wearing the hat shouts in panic. What was that just now? He drank all the wine. The orange shirt person, looking equally flustered, manages to gasp. He said we are friends. A gruff voice calls out from behind them. Hey guests. It's the tavern owner, a man with a fierce scar on his face and a rolling eye, giving serious side-eye. I heard that person just now was your friend, he says with a menacing tone. That friend of yours is left without paying. Our 2 Golden Frog Merchant Union members immediately turn pale, their faces darkening with anger and dread. The tavern owner wastes no time, quickly listing the damages. 2 roasted ducks, 5 bottles of wine. That's a total of 10 silver niang, plus 20 iron niang. 10 silver niang. The 2 men think in horror. That bastard actually drank all 5 bottles of wine. But why do we have to pay for him? They're utterly terrified, especially when they spot the sharp knife in the tavern owner's hand. Trembling, they whisper to each other. Is this tavern owner from a dark background? Sure, he might hear us. Just take out all you have. Just as the words leave his lips, a bag of money flies through the air from behind them. A voice follows, cool and collected. I'll pay for him. The tavern owner swiftly grabs the money bag. A person with a prosthetic leg is slowly ascending the stairs. As he reaches the top, this mysterious stranger continues. 20 silver niang, pay for the food, and get me a quiet room. Hearing this, the tavern owner immediately bows his head, a sudden reverence in his voice. Yes, Master Song. It's none other than mysterious old man, Song Dhup, our enigmatic storyteller. He gives a quick nod to the owner. Then his gaze lands on the 2 members of the Golden Frog Merchant Union. Well, he declares, his voice calm but firm, that matter's resolved. Before they can even blink, Song Dhup reaches out, both hands clamping onto their shoulders. He just drags them away. Let's have a little chat, he says, his voice now a chilling whisper, about our friend who just left. They pulled into a secluded area that the Golden Frog Merchant Union duo, crying out in fear. Why are you doing this to us? They stammer. We've got absolutely nothing to do with him. But our storyteller, Song Dhup, just bursts out laughing. Ha! He chuckles, a truly unsettling sound. I'll be the judge of that. Meanwhile, back outside on the bustling street, a familiar, grating sound echoes. Thunk, scrape, thunk. It's the iron ball being dragged along the pavement. The person the children cruelly called a beggar earlier is slowly, deliberately walking away. Just then, a voice cuts through the street noise, calling out behind him. Wait, sir. Then, more directly, hey, you with the iron chain. Our mysterious beggar with the iron chain had clearly intended to keep going, but hearing that, he pauses. Slowly, he turns his head, a slight tilt, and looks back. He points at his own face, confusion etched across it. Me? He asks, his voice rough with doubt. And there, standing behind him, is Jong-ru, smiling, nodding. Yes, he confirms. You? Jik Cheon-gang casually announces, I'm heading to Shaolin Temple. Now, Jin Taekyung, looking absolutely disheveled. I'm talking dirty face, messy hair, ragged clothes. His eyes just light up. He practically shouts, oh, that's a brilliant idea. Remember how we couldn't enjoy those hot baths and delicious wild vegetable rice last time? This is our chance. But hold on. Jik Cheon-gang, cool as a cucumber, just stands there, hands clasped behind his back, and drops a bombshell. I'm going alone. Can you imagine Jin Taekyung's face? He's utterly floored, lets out a massive gasp. Jik Cheon-gang glares, and then he lays into him. A year ago, he snarls, thanks to you blabbering about that great celestial banquet, I went through all sorts of hell. The selection match is in Kaifeng anyway, so let's just not see each other until then, alright? He pauses for a beat, then opens his hand. Oh, and he adds, hand over that travel money you got from the Namgung clan. Naturally, Jin Taekyung's suspicious. Huh, why do you need it? Now this question, it just sets Jik Cheon-gang off. He angrily raises his fist and wham, punches Jin Taekyung right on the head. You can practically see the massive bump forming. I need to uphold my reputation as the Fire King, he exclaims. Should I really show up looking like a homeless man? Plus, I need to make an offering to the temple, don't I? Poor dusty-faced Jin Taekyung, reeling from the blow, quickly stammers, here, here, sir. Jik Cheon-gang snatches the money, pockets it, and then, as if it wasn't clear enough, he delivers one final instruction. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to kill you if you even think about coming to Shaolin Temple. Understand, Jin Taekyung doesn't dare utter a single word, but in his heart he's silently lamenting, I won't go. Never. You old thief. So, Jik Cheon-gang heads off to Shaolin Temple, leaving Jin Taekyung to his own devices. What does he do? He tries to rent a room at an inn, but the innkeeper just waves him off. Sorry, no rooms available. Jin Taekyung's face falls. Are you sure? He asks, frowning. The innkeeper, hands on his hips, looks annoyed. Why would I lie to you? I really don't have any more rooms. But Jin Taekyung isn't giving up. Hey, don't be like that, he says quickly. Give me a room. I have money. He rummages around for a moment, then triumphantly pulls out a silver bar. This is real silver, he declares. Go on, try biting it. But as the innkeeper sees it, he smells something unpleasant. He asks, suspiciously, did you just take that out of your underwear? Jin Taekyung just smiles awkwardly. Ah, well, I had to hide it, didn't I? He even holds up the silver bar, offering it for a bite. At this point, the innkeeper's had enough. He becomes absolutely furious. Get out of here, you crazy idiot, he screams. Outside, the street is completely desolate. Jin Taekyung, dragging his iron balls along the road, just keeps muttering, damn it, damn it. He's thinking to himself, because at the banquet, so many people are coming, but why isn't there a single room available? If it's like this, I'll really have to go bathe in a nearby river or stream. Just as he was deep in thought, a voice suddenly rang out behind him, calling out, Sir, sir. He frowned, muttering, goodness, it's so loud. There's no way they're calling me, considering how I look right now. With that thought, Jin Taekyung simply kept walking. But the voice from behind only grew clearer, louder. Hey, you, with the metal weights. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung cautiously turned his head, and sure enough, it was a man. Jin Taekyung pointed a suspicious finger at himself, asking, me? The other man just smiled and nodded, confirming, yes, you. A bit confused, Jin Taekyung asked, so do you know me? The other person shook his head. No. Then why? Taekyung started to ask. But before he could even finish his sentence, the other person was already holding out his hand, beaming. You know what they say about fate, right? Let's be friends. Hearing this, Jin Taekyung crossed his arms, a grimace on his face. He said, what are you talking about? You and I have never even passed each other before. He thought to himself, who is this crazy person? The other person, meanwhile, just narrowed his eyes, a sly smile spreading across his face. He chuckled. Well, we're talking to each other now, aren't we? It's not much different, haha. While the man was rambling, Jin Taekyung discreetly used his observation skill on him. And what he saw was a faint white halo around the person's body. Jin Taekyung thought to himself, a peak-level martial artist? He looks like he's only in his 20s, impressive, but he seems so ordinary. Is it because I'm always surrounded by peak-level monsters? After a moment of observation, Jin Taekyung pointed his hand forward, dismissing him. He said, anyway, I don't have anything to do with you, so just go your own way. Hearing that, the other person looked genuinely confused. He pouted, don't be so cold to your friend. Jin Taekyung heard him and, with a leisurely air, asked, oh, so, can I talk casually to you then? At this, the other person's eyes practically glowed with happiness. He exclaimed, of course. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Jin Taekyung leaned closer, his voice dropping to an icy tone. So go away, bastard. The other person seemed utterly petrified by this sudden change. Jin Taekyung, paying him no mind, simply turned around, spat, and continued walking forward. But who would have thought? Just a few steps later, the other person was chasing right after him, speaking softly, almost dreamily. For the first time in my life, I've heard such rude words. My mind just stopped working. I like it. We are really friends now. Jin Taekyung didn't even bother to look back. He merely said, with an obvious tone of disgust, "Leave, while I'm being nice." But, completely ignoring the threat, he just kept pressing. "So, what's your name?" "Michael Johnson," Jin Taekyung replied, probably a bit annoyed. The other person chuckled. "Ho ho, what a special name." "What? You actually believe that?" Jin Taekyung shot back, clearly skeptical. But the guy was relentless. He immediately blurted out, "Jang Sam? Or maybe Yupal? Are you, by any chance, a disciple of one of the 5 great clans?" Seeing that this guy was just asking too many questions, Jin Taekyung's patience snapped. "Why do you even care?" he asked bluntly. "Because I do." The other person shot back instantly. "I heard you killed the Crimson Slaughter Axe in one attack. That bandit leader, wasn't it your doing?" Hearing this, Jin Taekyung subtly glanced over, a corner of his mouth twitching. "How do you know that?" he finally asked. The other person narrowed his eyes, a sly smile playing on his lips. "I overheard some merchants from the Golden Frog Merchant Union talking about it in a restaurant," he explained. "The remaining bandits said it was someone with metal weights who did it. Then, I saw you walking by. I was interested, so I followed you." At these words, Jin Taekyung actually stopped walking and turned to look at him properly. What an interesting guy, he thought to himself. And guess what? The other person still kept pressing. "So, what's your real name?" "Jin Taekyung." "That's my name," Jin Taekyung finally admitted. Hearing that, the guy's eyes practically lit up. "Could it be Jin Taekyung of the Jin family of Taiyuan?" he exclaimed. "You know me?" Jin Taekyung asked, clearly suspicious. The other person nodded enthusiastically. "Of course. I've heard countless times that the Hidden Dragon became the Fire King's disciple. Looks like the news spread pretty wide while I was at Mount Guhua for a year." Jin Taekyung mused himself. Thinking this, he finally turned the question back. "What about you?" When the other person heard the question, he immediately pointed at himself with a flourish. I'm John Rishu from Yunnan. I can't really say what sect I'm from due to circumstances. But I'm sure you've heard of the nickname Ever Victorious Sword?" Jin Taekyung searched his memory for a moment, then shook his head. "Sorry," he said, "but this is the first time I've heard it." John Rishu looked genuinely disappointed. "Really? There are people who don't know it." He quickly recovered, though. It's okay. Halfway through speaking, he burst into laughter. "Because I just gave myself that nickname. A swordsman never loses. Isn't that cool?" Hearing these words, Jin Taekyung mentally facepalmed. What the hell? This guy's just some psycho. He cursed inwardly. I should have just scanned him with my cheese sense and left him alone. Ignoring Jin Taekyung's obvious disinterest, John Rishu pressed on. "So, what do you say about a drink to celebrate our new friendship?" Jin Taekyung just waved his hand dismissively and started walking away. "Don't dream. The nearby restaurants are all full," he said. Hearing that, John Rishu exclaimed, utterly incredulous. No way. Anyway, I know a good place, so let's go. I'll pay, since we're friends." Before John Rishu could even say another word, Jin Taekyung raised a hand to stop him. "Friends? My foot," he scoffed. "You said you're John Rishu, right?" Not even waiting for an answer, Jin Taekyung waved him off. "Now go your way," he snapped. "I'm busy." But as Jin Taekyung turned to leave, John Rishu quickly called out, "Hey, where are you going?" Without even turning around, Jin Taekyung's voice echoed back. "I don't know, and don't follow me." John Rishu, however, wasn't ready to give up. He yelled out one last question. "So, answer me this. If you leave now, will we ever meet again, just by chance on a busy street?" John Rishu's question, it hung in the air, unanswered. Jin Taekyung was already gone, leaving John Rishu alone, standing in the middle of the street. He slowly raised a hand to his chin, a thoughtful look on his face, and muttered to himself, "The Hidden Dragon of Shangxi, Jin Taekyung." John Rishu kept walking, his steps purposeful. He arrived at an inn, right there on the side of the road. The very same one Jin Taekyung had just ducked into. The innkeeper, who'd been resting his chin on the counter, immediately perked up and stood as John Rishu entered. "Welcome in," he chirped. John Rishu simply asked, "Is there a room available?" The innkeeper, ever so warm, replied, "Sir, of course. We still have plenty of rooms left." And hearing that, John Rishu burst into a happy, satisfied laugh. As night gradually fell, we find ourselves at a tailor shop. A beautiful lady, perhaps a noblewoman, was changing into a stunning blue outfit, looking absolutely breathtaking. The seller, a slightly plump old lady, squinted her eyes, admiring the sight. "Oh, this outfit suits you so well," she gushed. "Could it be you're a fairy?" But just as she was showering the customer with compliments, a sudden voice rang out, causing her to stop dead in her tracks. In the corner of the room, there stood Jin Taekyung, his face grimy, his clothes torn and ragged. As soon as she saw him, the old lady immediately roared in anger. "How dare you come all the way in here?" she shrieked. "Even if you're a beggar, you must have some integrity. Get out now." When Jin Taekyung took a step forward, the old lady immediately grabbed her stick, waving it defensively. "Hey, don't you dare," she warned. "I told you, no matter how pitiful you look, I won't help you. I've already treated the people of the beggar sect kindly, I've donated, and now you've come all the way here. Are you trying to make someone die? Or are you planning to kill someone? Just go quickly." Jin Taekyung quickly pulled out a silver bar, holding it up for her to see. "Don't say another word," he said softly, yet firmly. "You'll regret it. I just came to buy clothes. I have money, so stop behaving like that." Hearing this, the old lady blinked, her anger turning to suspicion. Clothes? She mumbled, her eyes fixed on the rather smelly silver bar in Jin Taekyung's hand. An awkward silence filled the entire shop. Then the customer spoke up, probably annoyed by the disruption. What are you gonna buy with just one silver niang? She asked. Jin Taekyung, surprised, echoed. Just one silver niang? So, the lady points toward a poster in the shop. It clearly says, martial arts clothing, 2 silver niang. She practically shouts, don't you see that? Taekyung is completely shocked. 2 silver niangs for some clothes? He asks, disbelief in his voice. The lady retorts, you can barely buy undergarments with that amount. We only use high-quality fabric here. And our martial artist clothes? They're made with silk. Hearing this, the other customers start gossiping. One whispers, he must be a beggar. How sad. Her husband chimes in, you're right. He looks like a common laborer. Should we just take him in as a servant? Our boy Taekyung, he explodes with anger. Who's a beggar? He shouts. Seeing this commotion, the store owner lady rings a bell. And suddenly, a few massive men come stomping down the stairs, each with a giant hammer in hand. These muscular guys stand right in front of Jin Taekyung. One of them snarls, you dare cause a ruckus here, beggar? Taekyung, now fuming, replies, beggar again. Huh? All right then, I'm going to be the most annoying customer you've ever had. But wait, there's a twist. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the tension. Let me talk to the owner. Then, a figure wearing a large conical hat enters the shop. He says, you must have learned martial arts, but get out of here, unless you want to see blood. Taekyung frowns. Huh, what if I don't want to? The hat-wearing person just sighs. Unnamed martial artist, he says, his voice cold. The payment for reckless boldness is death. Taekyung, his eyes darkening, asks, hey, can I ask you one thing? The person in the hat replies, sure, that will be your last words. After a few moments of tense silence, Taekyung asks, you're Hyuk Jin, right? The two lock eyes for what feels like an eternity. Then, the person quickly rips off his conical hat, revealing himself to be none other than Hyuk Jin. He immediately shouts, young master. Jin Taekyung bares his teeth and says, his voice dangerously cold, I'll give you 3 seconds. Then he shouts, head to the ground. Hyuk, surprisingly, quickly responds, yes, sir, and obeys. Turns out this was the fabric shop named after the Hyuk family all along. Outside on the street, Jin Taekyung lifts his leg and delivers a swift kick right to Hyuk Jin's backside. He says angrily, you've lived well during my absence, haven't you? Your body is so weak. Hyuk clutches his sore, but shaking his head and exclaiming, there's no such thing, young master. Walking right behind him, Jin Taekyung glances at Hyuk and mimics his earlier words, you nameless martial artist. The price of recklessness is death. You think you're a master, right? Feeling the young master's icy gaze, Hyuk secretly screams in fear. Damn it, he thinks, where did things go wrong? Was it the young master coming along on the trip to Hanam? Or was it me watching over the Hyuk family drapery shop's Hanam branch because father asked me to? He's completely worried, silently leading Jin Taekyung forward. Eventually, Jin Taekyung stops and looks ahead. He asks suspiciously, you're living in this place? In front of them stands a seriously large, impressive building. Standing next to him, Hyuk meekly replies, yes. Then he hears Jin Taekyung say, damn, you've got a real nice place. You must be loaded. Seeing that Hyuk doesn't say anything more, Jin Taekyung raises his fist again and punches him. Aren't you going to answer? He demands. Being beaten, poor Hyuk Jin cries out loudly, it hurts, it hurts. Jin Taekyung didn't stop, continuing to insist, that's the point, as he struggled by the main door. Suddenly, 2 guards burst out of the building, yelling, Vice Captain. Seeing them, Hyuk immediately puffed out his chest and straightened up. He pointed a finger at Jin Taekyung, nodding slightly as if in charge. So, have you been doing a good job? This right here is... He began. But before he could even finish, the 2 guards drew their swords and roared, you beggar. How dare you lay a hand on our vice captain? Hearing this, Jin Taekyung quickly raised his hands, forcing a smile. Everyone, please put down your swords. I have a very close relationship with the Jin family. But they weren't listening. These 2 guards pointed their swords straight out, shouting, where did this beggar come from? And is the vice captain okay? Hearing these harsh words, Jin Taekyung suppressed his anger. He glanced at Hyuk, gritting his teeth. They said I'm a beggar, he fumed. Hyuk, visibly scared, quickly called out to a guard, Hachiol. The guard, Hachiol, still maintained a defensive posture, responding, yes, Vice Captain. Hyuk didn't hesitate. He pointed at the ground and barked, heads to the ground. As soon as those words came out, Hyuk himself couldn't help but gasp in surprise, doubting his own audacity for a split second. But just like that, those 2 guards were quickly forced into handstands, one on each side of the door. Hyuk Jin then led Jin Taekyung inside, turning back briefly with an apologetic thought, I'm sorry guys. Entering the yard, Jin Taekyung immediately patted Hyuk Jin's shoulder, praising him. That's right. Finally, you're acting like my right hand. Of course, Hyuk winced in pain from the pat, letting out a small yelp. Jin Taekyung continued forward, his eyes spotting the silhouette of his big brother in the distance. Jin Taekyung saw someone approaching and turned his head slightly to look. When his eyes landed on Jin Taekyung, his face, well, it filled with doubt. What? You might wonder. Jin Taekyung thought to himself, it's only been a year. Even if 10 years passed, he should still recognize me. Even if my appearance is a mess, no matter how much I've changed, we're blood brothers. Yet, Jin Taekyung, putting his hands together, smiled and asked, are you from the beggar's sect? That one sentence, just one sentence, it made Jin Taekyung freeze. And Hyuk, he heard that. And of course, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jin Taekyung, bewildered, didn't seem to understand what was going on. Jin Taekyung's face, though, it darkened. He silently fumed. What a brother! At the dining table, Jin Weekyung laughed, explaining, I really recognized you as soon as I saw you. How could I not recognize you? Jin Taekyung, still in his beggar's outfit, was completely incredulous. You're joking, right? He scoffed. You even asked what position I held in the beggar sect. Seeing how angry Taekyung was, Jin Weekyung immediately turned to Hyuk. Hey, vice squad leader, he whispered, though loud enough for everyone to hear. Didn't I tell you earlier, with the frequency whispering technique, that I pretend not to recognize him? So play along. Hearing this, Hyuk quickly blurted out, family head, why did you suddenly drag me into this? But Jin Weekyung wasn't done. Vice squad leader, he continued, how could you do that to me? Hyuk Mujin, completely lost, exclaimed, why did I do what? Jin Taekyung still hadn't said another word. He just slightly bowed his head, mumbling, they're both still the same. He thought to himself, I wonder how the others are doing. Our protagonist, Jin Taekyung, then asked about other acquaintances. But after hearing what Jin Weekyung said next, he couldn't believe it. Chong Peng is missing, he exclaimed. Jin Weekyung nodded. Yes, he left not long after you did, with the ultimate Plum Blossom Trio, to Manhwa sect. But apparently, he ran off. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung frowned. So, he thought, it's not a disappearance, but an escape. Jin Weekyung continued the story. The elder from Mount Hua sect even came here himself, asking us to contact him if we ever saw Chong Peng. It must have been quite the incident, don't you think? I mean, the strongest of the sect, and then his grandson, disappeared one after the other. It all sounded rather familiar, actually. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung thought to himself, I feel like the Sword Saint and Chong Peng were related by blood. Those two people were actually quite similar. Thinking about that, he asked why. Jin Weekyung let out a breath. Our father's whereabouts are also unknown, he said, so the sects have decided to help each other in the future. Hearing his big brother say that, Jin Taekyung silently pondered, just what kind of person is the patriarch, that he's just gone missing without saying anything? Isn't he worried about his children? Did he die somewhere? Well, I'll probably see him sometime, or not. Having decided like that, Jin Taekyung immediately looked around, asking somewhat suspiciously, but I don't see my second brother anywhere. Is he not coming? The second brother was cultivating in seclusion, Jin Weekyung replied. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung immediately exclaimed, again. Jin Weekyung nodded. Well, technically, he's still doing it. Not doing it again. Jin Taekyung's eyes widened. All this time, pausing for a moment, he added, it's not like he was so busy practicing in seclusion that he forgot the count of days, right? So, Jin Weekyung took a slow sip from his teacup, then finally replied, before I left, I went to talk to him. I asked if he wanted to come with me, you know? He told me to tell you this. He won't be coming out. Not until he's achieved great success. Now, hearing his big brother say that, Jin Taekyung fell silent for a moment. He just thought to himself, wow, if he just attended the great celestial banquet, he'd be famous already, with the skills he has. But no, while everyone else is reaching for a single fruit, he's trying to take over the entire tree instead. What a determined bastard, right? He's been surviving on just nuts and vegetables? Yeah, that's a real martial artist. After thinking for a moment, Jin Taekyung leaned back in his chair and sighed. What a pity. I was really hoping all three of us could meet up. But hearing that, Jin Weekyung just smiled immediately and said, oh, don't worry. I'll have to replace that disappointment with joy. Now, the moment that sentence ended, Jin Taekyung cried out, totally confused. What did his big brother mean? But at that exact moment, Jin Weekyung turned to the door and ordered, bring that thing in. And just as he finished speaking, Hyuk walked in from outside. He was holding a long stick, all wrapped up in cloth. Jin Taekyung stood up, a suspicious look on his face. Jin Weekyung then asked him, do you recognize it? After asking, Jin Weekyung watched the cloth being removed from the stick, then continued to explain, you see, about half a month ago, old Jang Taebo gave this to me. And he said, Jin Taekyung's eyes were wide, just watching and listening intently. Hyuk Mujin quickly took off all the cloth, revealing a bright, sharp spear. Jin Weekyung's voice rang out softly again. Old Jang Taebo said, and I quote, it seems I've understood the hearts of courage and evil. Suddenly, Jin Taekyung was pulled back into a memory. He remembered being in a cave, where a fire still burned brightly. He was sitting there, holding 2 iron balls in his hands, sighing deeply. Fire Lord Jeek Cheongang stood to the side, hands clasped, and just asked him, what's wrong? Why are you whining like a puppy? Jin Taekyung raised a hand to stroke his chin, shaking his head. It's nothing much, he said. I've already reached the 3rd mastery in Scorching Sun Divine Arts, but I was just wondering, should I do 1 more year in isolated training, you know? As he was saying this, Jin Taekyung suddenly noticed Jeek Cheonggang's eyes. He stammered a bit, feeling guilty, and asked, why are you looking at me like that? Jeek Cheongang didn't even bother to blink. He just said, oh, it's nothing. I'm just absolutely amazed by how stupid you are, that's all. Hearing that, Jin Taekyung immediately shot back. Well, that seems quite unusual, doesn't it? Jeek Cheongang then asked him, hey, do you even know how old I am? Jin Taekyung just frowned and replied, how am I supposed to know when you don't even know yourself? Can you believe it? Jeek Cheongang, our ancient master, just faintly said, this year I'm 101 years old. And what does Jin Taekyung, our irreverent hero, blur out? Oh, 101 Dalmatians. Seriously, Taekyung read the room. Naturally, Jeek Cheongang isn't amused. He angrily gritted his teeth and, with a dangerous glint in his eye, warned, if you talk nonsense again, I will use you as firewood. A scared Jin Taekyung realizing he'd pushed his luck, just managed a meek yes. He certainly wasn't daring to say anything more, not after that threat. Jik Cheongang, still trying to get back on track, continued. Anyway, after all those decades, I'm still at 8th mastery. And what were you saying? Can you feel that heavy implication? This revelation hits Jin Taekyung hard. He literally kneels down in horror, crying out, wait, 8th mastery? I thought you'd already reached complete mastery ages ago. Jik Cheongang, ever the patient, sometimes teacher, just pointed his finger at Jin Taekyung. He slowly explained. You think the divine arts are called that for no reason? You might be quick to learn, and the Scorching Clan is the best place for these divine arts, but there's a limit. 5th mastery. That's the limit for the Scorching Sun divine arts. Jin Taekyung, naturally, looks at the 5 fingers Jik Cheongang is holding up. He immediately asks, so, after that, what then? Jik Cheongang responds, martial arts are like a weapon, you know? They need to be regularly sharpened and cleaned. The real answer, my boy, is to reach awakening through deep consideration and experience. Hearing this, Jin Taekyung actually lowers his head, frowning. He mutters, then I guess I'll only learn up to 5th mastery in the time I've left. Oh, the drama. Jik Cheongang sees that sad face, and he absolutely roars, this brat, you are so damn greedy. And just like that, Jik Cheongang swings his hand, hitting Jin Taekyung hard on the head. Ouch! His head swells into a huge bump, and Jik Cheongang continues to shout, reaching 3rd mastery within half a year is amazing enough. You fool. You need to stop with your nonsense, just because you have a divine martial physique. Being scolded like that, Jin Taekyung actually gets angry back. Holding his sore head, he screams loudly. Then how long do you think it'll take? Jik Cheongang pauses, calculates for a moment, then frowns. At least 2 years, he says. Even with your divine martial physique, it'll take 2 years. But don't be disappointed, kid. It took me 5 years to reach 5th mastery. Fast forward half a year, and guess what? Looking at Jin Taekyung's achievements, Jik Cheongang is absolutely dumbfounded. He exclaims, no way, this is impossible. Jin Taekyung, looking all scruffy with a dirty body and a face full of whiskers, just grins. But it is possible, master, he retorts. Did it really take you 5 years? Jik Cheongang, utterly flabbergasted, exclaims, you idiot. I was also one of the geniuses of my time. Jin Taekyung just nods, completely unfazed and deadpants, yeah right. Jik Cheongang completely loses it. He's waving his arms and legs, shouting, this isn't possible. How can I lose to someone like you? Jin Taekyung just smiles slightly, remembering a recent past episode. He's sitting in his bathtub, right? And suddenly, a flurry of system notifications pop up. You have successfully completed Chi regulation. Scorching Sun Divine Arts has reached 6th mastery. All of the martial arts of the Scorching Clan have become stronger and more precise. Stamina has been recovered. Level up. Alright, recap fans, guess what? After looking through that announcement, Jin Taekyung finally stood up, a satisfied grin on his face. He'd done it. 6th mastery achieved, he exclaimed, a glint in his eye. But this, my friends, is only the beginning. He stepped out of the bathtub, making his way to a mirror. As he gazed at his reflection, a memory surfaced, Jin Weekyung's words echoing in his mind. Everyone will have their eyes on you at the great celestial banquet. It's a sin for the hidden dragon of Shangxi to appear in Zhongyuan like this. Jin Taekyung rubbed his chin thoughtfully, a soft sigh escaping him. You know, he amused himself. It's not that bad. Though, I definitely look better with a shave. Just as he was combing his hair, a voice called out from outside. It was Hyuk Mujin. Sir, it's time to leave. Jin Taekyung quickly responded, all right. He finished up his hair, then reached for his clothes, but suddenly he paused. He looked down at the iron balls still shackled to his body. All right, he chuckled. I still had these. Then, with a command, he said, open inventory. Summon white flames. And just like that, a shining spear materialized in his hand, vibrating slightly, radiating a warm glow. Jin Taekyung's eyes widened. Oh my god, he whispered, a surprised smile spreading across his face. You also like the name I gave you? He grinned again, and then, in a flash of motion, spears seemed to appear and disappear all over the room. Outside, Hyuk, who'd been standing guard, heard the commotion. He glanced inside, then cautiously pushed the door open and peered in. What happened just now? He asked. On the floor, the iron balls lay in 2 perfect halves. Jin Taekyung's arms and legs were completely freed. He shook his head, a playful smirk on his face, as he walked towards Hyuk. Nothing. Let's go, he said casually. Oh, and take the chains. Hyuk cried out in alarm. What? Are you gonna tie me up? Jin Taekyung just stood up straight, a faint smile playing on his lips. That chain, he explained, is 10 millennia cold steel. Hyuk's eyes practically lit up with surprise. He quickly rushed inside, snatching up the pieces. It's mine. Mine, he exclaimed ecstatic. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. Jin Taekyung was now in a new outfit, his hair neatly combed, holding that magnificent white spear. He walked, a smile on his face, and said, well, let's go. The destination is Mount Song. That's where the great celestial banquet, with all of Murim's attention, will be held. Meanwhile, back at the large temple, Jik Cheongang was grumbling to the monk and the people around him. Do I really have to participate in this? He complained. Hongdao wasn't exactly thrilled either. I'm about to meet Yama from boredom, too. So you keep your mouth shut, he muttered. Jik Cheongang looked at him in surprise. Why? You're bored too. Hongdao, always gentle, was feeling very bored, it seemed. How do you think you'd feel? He asked rhetorically. If you were bored, but also had to deal with an old geezer with only a few days left to live whining like a 7-year-old. Jeek Cheongang considered this for a moment. I'd be annoyed, he admitted. The monk nodded. Exactly. I'm bored already. But if you annoy me more, I might just destroy whatever I'm holding and go back home. Jeek Cheongang, looking a bit shy, glanced at the person sitting next to him. With thoughtful eyes, he observed, it seems you've achieved spiritual enlightenment. Hongdao, meanwhile, softly recited Buddha's name a few times. Amitabha Buddha, Amitabha Buddha. The other folks, they were all whispering amongst themselves. Wow, someone probably thought the Fire King and King Dharma are really living up to their eccentric reputations, aren't they? Another muttered. Those two haven't changed a bit. And then, is that old geezer actually immortal, or what? Suddenly, Jeek Cheonggang's eyes darted across the room. Ah, he exclaimed, isn't that the head of the Namgung family? He recognized someone familiar. Folks. Hearing his name, the Namgung family head immediately stood up, bowing respectfully. Senior, he began, please forgive my late greeting. Your conversation was just so captivating. Jeek Cheongang, looking quite pleased, replied, even apologizing himself. It's okay. Last time, I was in such a hurry to leave and didn't even get to see you properly. My apologies. But the Namgung family head insisted, no, I should be the one to apologize, senior. Jeek Cheongang then asked, so, is your son attending the great celestial banquet this year? Unfortunately not, senior, the Namgung family head replied, a hint of regret in his voice. Jeek Cheongang, however, just said, what a shame. Anyway, who's that sitting next to you? The Namgung family head probably thought, it doesn't look like he means that at all, but he sat down anyway. He let the person next to him stand up, who then asked, are you referring to me? Jeek Cheongang just nodded, a smirk playing on his lips. Yes, he said, clearly mocking the man's facial hair, you with the odd beard. The man, quite composed, introduced himself. My name is Gong Il-jung, and I'm the head of the Southern Edge sect. Suddenly, the Fire King finally seemed to remember something. Ah, he drawled, you're that Storm Sword Soup or something, aren't you? Gong Il-jung looked visibly disappointed. It's Storm Sword Supreme, senior, he corrected politely. The Fire King just laughed it off. Not a big deal, he scoffed. Don't be so sensitive, kid. Then, Jeek Cheongang turned to Gong Il-jung with a question. You've heard the story from your senior brother, I'd assume? Gong Il-jung replied softly, yes, I have. The Fire King, suddenly, adopted a threatening tone. Manage him well, he warned, and don't let him appear before me. Just let him stay hidden for about, 20 years or so. Hearing this, Il-jung was absolutely fuming. Can you imagine? And the crowd started whispering, too. Does he really mean he'll live for another 20 years? Someone gasped. This tenacious old geezer, another muttered. Does he actually want to be immortal? It wasn't just Il-jung who was frustrated, though. Another person, equally annoyed, was probably thinking, it's about time you go, you old man. Let's breathe a bit. I really should have brought Master here. But just as the atmosphere grew thick with tension, guess what happened? Someone suddenly burst through the door, laughing loudly. When the tiger is away, the fox becomes king, he declared, clearly saying hello with a hidden, utterly disdainful intention. Jeek Cheongang, clearly surprised, looked at him. You're still alive? He questioned. He walked straight up to them, a cheeky grin spreading across his face, and provoked them. Is that how you greet me? He boomed. I just saw my great-great-grandchild, I swear I won't die until that kid gets married. Jeek Cheongang, ever the provocateur, just crossed his arms and leaned back, a smug look of relief on his face. Your great-great-grandchild, huh? He scoffed. Must be chaotic with your 10 kids, don't you think? The newcomer, clearly infuriated, just blurted out, what? The Fire King, ever the instigator, pretended to ponder. Why don't you change your nickname to celebrate your great-great-grandchild? He suggested, a mischievous glint in his eye. Instead of Thunderbolt Blade King, you could be the Stamina Blade King. Can you feel the tension building? You could practically see his blood boiling. His arms and legs were twitching, just itching to punch Cheongang right then and there. I was gonna be nice, he growled, since we haven't seen each other in so long. But you're already getting on my nerves? You hear me? The Fire King just scoffed. Sit down. Have you forgotten about breaking your bones when you foolishly rushed into this old man during the Great War of Chinma? Huh. The people around them started whispering, fear etched onto their faces. Should we get out of here? They muttered nervously to each other. Just then, Hongdao intervened, knocking sharply on a drum to signal he wanted this endless quarrel to stop. Hey, Amitabha Buddha, he sighed, shaking his head. Then he spoke up, his voice stern. Both of you calm down. With all these people waiting outside, you really want to go at each other? Do you wish to disrespect the name of the Scorching Clan and the Habukpun Clan? Huh. They finally, reluctantly, agreed to reconcile. The Thunderbolt Blade King cleared his throat. Ahem, I'll teach you a lesson next time, he grumbled. The Fire King just smirked. Oomph, I'll be waiting, Stamina Blade King, he retorted, emphasizing the taunt. Hongdao stroked his beard, a proud smile on his face. Well, it seems everyone is finally here, he announced. So let's begin. Outside, the scene was absolutely bustling. People were crowded together, a massive sea of eager faces stretching as far as the eye could see. Hongdao raised his jade stick, a signal to silence the massive crowd below. I occasionally look up at the sky, he proclaimed, his voice echoing. I've observed and studied the stars for countless hours. This is the great celestial banquet. If you wish to be the greatest star in this banquet, then you must think brightly and act brightly. That is how you survive the darkness. Below, Jin Taekyung listened attentively, observing his surroundings among the throngs of people. He thought, I wonder how many people here really understood what he meant. The dark heaven, the powerful enemy who has yet to fully reveal themselves. The Fire King trained me so hard for a reason, to prepare for them, and of course because he's getting old himself. Taekyung remembered the chilling words he was told before. You are dead if you don't win. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine, honestly. And he remembered another instruction, especially if you meet someone with the last name Peng. Just attack him without asking, break his legs, and tear his body apart. Taekyung quickly thought, yeah, let's just ignore that advice. Then, he gingerly tried to hide behind the line of people, intending to escape. He figured, he might be even more mad later on if I agree to that right now. Taekyung was just strolling along when, suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. Huh, him, what was his name again? Ah yes, Zhang Rishu of Yunnan. But Taekyung didn't linger. He quickly moved on, thinking to himself, so, he's here for the great celestial banquet too. Well, good luck with that. You'll probably do pretty well. Just pray you don't cross paths with me. The scene then shifts dramatically, doesn't it? We're now in a bustling, crowded, gambling den. People are everywhere, deeply engrossed in games of mahjong and cards, clinking silver bars and freshly minted coins back and forth. It's a real hub of activity. Suddenly, another person strides up to the counter and, with a confident flourish, throws down no less than a dozen gleaming silver bars. 1,000 silver niang, he declares, on the Yangtze River Water Route Alliance's Iron Water Divine Dragon. The stall owner, clearly surprised, asks, did you bet on his victory? The newcomer gently adjusts his glasses, a thoughtful look on his face. No, he replies. He's one of 10p dragons, yes, but he's not that great yet. Though his master, the ruler of the sea, well, that's a different story entirely. Then, the counter owner presses, intrigued. I'm betting, the man continues, that he will pass the preliminaries in first place. The counter owner doesn't ask another question. He quickly snatches up the money and stashes it away, saying, all right, you're aware there are endless probabilities when it comes to the preliminaries, right? I mean, tens of thousands sign up for the great celestial banquet. The mysterious merchant seems incredibly confident. He just replies, of course. And I also know the profits are extremely large when you get it right. Then, with a wave, he turns to leave, calling out, just wait. The qualifying round has already started. I'll go have a drink, and then come back to collect my money. The stall owner is utterly dumbfounded. Gambling senior Guak, Kyo. He thinks, I didn't think I'd actually meet the legendary gambling senior. He's just as confident as the rumors say. Shaking it off, he calls out to the next person, please come in. The door creaks open, and a mysterious man, wearing a mask, slips inside, cautiously looking around. He hesitantly asks the counter owner, are you sure secrecy is ensured here? The stall owner's eyes sparkle like stars. One idiot, he thinks, but aloud, he confidently invites, of course, just tell me what you need. The masked man places a large bag of money onto the table. 100 silver niang, he says, on Jin Taekyung, the hidden dragon of Shangxi, passing the preliminaries in first place. Yes, folks, the great celestial banquet is about to begin. Heroes from every corner of the land have flocked here, all meticulously preparing. Jin Taekyung scans his opponents, a diverse crowd indeed. Suddenly, among them, he spots someone with a truly strange face. Huh, a Westerner. In this era. Before he can even finish his thought, that person turns, and their eyes accidentally lock. Taekyung freezes, utterly bewildered like a statue. What do I do now? He wonders. Deciding to take the initiative, he speaks first, how do you do? But in response, the stranger simply frowns, staring intensely at Taekyung. Then, he lets out a growl and demands, you bastard, what are you doing? Jin Taekyung faltered, sorry, it seems there's a bit of misunderstanding. But that Westerner's voice was still raising, wasn't it? He sneered and just spat out. What the hell was the misunderstanding? Everyone around was buzzing, talking to each other. What's going on? It was already causing a huge scene. The crowd got so noisy that the supervisor had to step in and give orders. Over there, if you cause trouble, you will be eliminated. Taekyung quickly softened his voice. You heard him, right? Let's just stop. He finally gave up, but in his mind, he was still seething. I would have killed you if it weren't for him. I'm definitely keeping my eyes on you. Taekyung breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that guy's genuinely scary. What's up with his temper, anyway? But well, I guess I was in the wrong. Suddenly, the chief officer stood boldly on the throne and made an announcement. All right, everyone, listen up. I will first be testing you all on your fist and foot techniques. The method is simple. You will punch the cliff wall once, and if the mark you leave is deeper than 10 centimeters, then you pass. Anything less than that, and you fail. First to step up and compete was Gobble from the Sadon sect. He passed. Next, Jang Yu from the Butterfly sect. Out. Finally, it was Taekyung's turn to compete. The supervisor announced, next, Jin Taekyung of the Taekyung Jin family, please step forward. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Quest, Great Celestial Banquet has been created. Below, everyone was talking loudly. Whoa, Jin Taekyung of the Taekyung Jin family. Is that young man the sleeping dragon of Shangxi? I heard he's a disciple of the Fire Lord. That's right, it's definitely him. The Westerner, standing to the side, scoffed. So he's got powerful backing, huh? Still a clumsy weakling in my book, anyway. Taekyung stepped up, leaning his hand against the cliff. It was already riddled with holes from previous competitors, and he thought, I can't get an estimate at all. How much force do I actually need to hit it to a 10-centimeter depth? Taekyung asked the official standing nearby, pointing at the cliff. It's a pass as long as I just punch deeper than 10 centimeters, right? The official nodded. That's true. But remember, the moment you lower your fist from the wall, your exam is considered finished. Taekyung's eyes lit up. So that's how it works. With that, he began the match. He used his hand to gently press into the cliff, creating a hole as deep as his entire forearm. Taekyung proudly looked at the examiner. Did I pass? The examiner was utterly surprised. How did you do that? He said it as if it were something as easy as eating porridge. Taekyung replied, I just pressed it. The examiner knew it was like that, but still he had to ask, but how? Taekyung, a little annoyed, replied, I just used some force. Taekyung still hadn't removed his hand from the hole, and he asked, so it's a pass, right? I mean, I haven't taken my fist out yet, and it went in pretty deep. The examiner hesitated. I don't know. This has never happened before. Taekyung just shrugged. Well, it's happening now. The official hesitated, looking a bit flustered. Sir, I am sorry, but could you possibly do a bit more normally? He stammered. This is proving a little difficult for me to judge. Taekyung, clearly annoyed, grumbled to himself. Well, I did this precisely because I don't think I can do it normally. Just then, a loud, sneering laugh burst from the crowd. Remember that guy who argued with Taekyung at the very beginning? Yep, it was him. He scoffed. Looks like you're just begging to get noticed, aren't you? Taekyung calmly pulled his hand away from the cliff face, brushing dust off his sleeve. Not really, he shot back, a smirk playing on his lips. But you seem to be begging for a fight, though. The guy glared. Taekyung met his gaze, unafraid. And I refuse to be provoked by you. Yes, you. That guy, clearly intent on stirring trouble, walked closer. I heard that the Fire Lord's disciple is now in his 20s, he mused. Taekyung simply nodded, 22 years old, already grown up. The provocateur then introduced himself. I am 30, Taekyung, ever the one to disarm with politeness, immediately replied. 30? Oh, that's not far from my age at all. Do you want to be friends? Of course, that just made the guy explode. You're much younger than me. You piece of, he roared. Seeing how tense the situation was getting, the examiner quickly stepped in to de-escalate. Please be respectful, he warned. If you continue to cause chaos. But it was too late. The guy was now turning his aggression towards the examiner. He bellowed. The only person who can say that to me is my master. Taekyung, not want to back down, shot back. Oh, you and your damn master, huh? Then he challenged him. You've been talking about him all this time. So fine, tell me. Who is your master? The man looked at Taekyung with utterly contemptuous eyes, emphasizing each word. My master is the ruler of the sea. Taekyung, thinking he had it, immediately raised his hand to interrupt. Answer, Jang Bogo. But that answer left the other two utterly bewildered. Wait, he wasn't right? No, clearly not. Taekyung, unfazed, raised his hand again. Choi Soo-jong. The other man, now absolutely furious, almost lunged to punch him. What nonsense, he roared. My master's name is Pa Ryun, the ruler of the sea, Pa Ryun. Taekyung, looking utterly innocent, simply asked, Are there two rulers of the sea? The entire area erupted into such a noisy frenzy that it finally grabbed the full attention of the examiners. Down in the crowd, gasps spread like wildfire. The ruler of the sea, Pa Ryun, someone exclaimed. The Yangtze River Water Route Alliance master, and one of the 10 kings? Another voice chimed in, recognizing the provocateur. Then that tall man must be the Iron Water Divine Dragon. I was wondering how he had the audacity to provoke the Fire King's disciple. Another voice from the crowd, baffled, added, What's up with this group? 2 of the 10 king's disciples. At one test, Taekyung's eyes widened a little. He thought, he did look strong, but he's actually a disciple of one of the 10 kings? The tall man, now fully aware of who Taekyung was, narrowed his eyes. Did you say you're the Fire King's disciple? He sneered, trying to belittle him. You're just some country bumpkin. Don't be full of yourself, just because of that 1 year you've been taught by the Fire King. Taekyung, ever the pragmatist, internally mused, well, he hasn't said anything wrong, but I wasn't acting all full of myself, though. Our Westerner was just about to step forward and challenge Taekyung, wasn't he? But hold on a second. The examiner quickly stopped him, warning, wait. If you fight here, even if you're a disciple of the 10 kings, you'll be eliminated. The Westerner struggled free, pushing the examiner aside. I'm not gonna fight, he declared. I'm just gonna show him how it's done. He then banged his fist against the massive cliff, adding, I also received orders from my master to win this 10 banquet. He turned, fixing Taekyung with an intensely challenging gaze. Then, using that very same hand, he plunged it deep into the cliff, just like Taekyung had. This, he scoffed, is all you did? Taekyung just clapped his hands mockingly. Oh my god, you must be the famous Pa Pai, he chuckled. Congratulations on passing. The Westerner pulled his arm free, not forgetting to add sarcastically, how pathetic. You don't need to force yourself to act unimpressed, you know. But Taekyung just shrugged. I'm being genuine. Undeterred, the Westerner raised his fist again. This time, it began to glow. All you know is talk, he growled. Just watch. His entire body started to emanate a massive blue aura. It's not every day you get to see the ship-destroying fist, he announced proudly. Taekyung, however, seemed genuinely surprised by those words. Ship-destroying fist? He murmured. As soon as the Westerner released that punch, it immediately made the ground and rocks shake. Its destructive power was so immense that the warriors standing in line almost couldn't stay on their feet. A moment later, when the dust finally cleared, the surprised witnesses exclaimed, No, this can't be. The majestic cliff, which was solid just moments ago, now had a hole as big as a cave door. It was truly unbelievable. This was the power of the ruler of the seas, martial arts. He proudly turned around, looking at Taekyung. Did you see that? He challenged. He probably thought Taekyung would gasp in surprise, right? But nope. Taekyung, in a teasing tone, just offered, that's great. The Westerner, of course, was furious. Is that all? He demanded. Taekyung replied, I said it's great. What more do you want? Want me to pat you on the butt? The Westerner just growled, "What?" He then issued a direct challenge. "Now, it's your turn to show your strength." But Taekyung just pouted. "Why should I?" he asked. "Already passed, didn't I?" You see, it seemed like the Westerner's whole display gave Taekyung the impression of a warrior who didn't really know his own strength. Taekyung thought to himself, he's put in so much effort to show off his power in the preliminaries that he's completely out of breath. What an idiot. Taekyung then spoke up, addressing the examiner directly. "Well now, let's move on quickly," he said. "We've wasted a lot of time." The examiner stammered. "Ah, yes. Oh well, the next person is..." But before he could finish, the Westerner provoked Taekyung again. "I assume the Scorching Clan is just as weak as you were then, huh?" Taekyung slowly turned around, asking, "What?" The Westerner leaned in, emphasizing, "One person's victory against 1,000? Sounds real fancy. But you're just running away with your tail tucked between your legs, aren't you?" Taekyung just pouted, letting out a heavy sigh. "That's just your thinking," he muttered. The Westerner smirked. "You think it's just me thinking like that?" Taekyung looked dejectedly at the crowd of people chatting below. He probably felt the weight of their judgment. Then, suddenly, the system popped up a notification. It read, "People are whispering amongst each other that you look afraid. People are starting to doubt the reputation of the Scorching Clan. People are starting to doubt the reputation of Jeek Cheon Gang." Taekyung held his head, a heavy realization dawning on him. "Ah, I forgot, this is a world that only proves by strength. The Murim, it's divided into two types of people, winners and losers." The Westerner, seeing Taekyung about to leave, called out, "So, you want to fight now?" "Yeah, thanks," Taekyung replied, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "That really cleared my head." The Westerner, full of arrogance, began, "I heard you're quite good with spear. I'll give you special permission." But Taekyung cut him off. "You said it was a ship-destroying fist, right?" "Huh? What?" The Westerner responded, surprised. Taekyung simply replied, "It can destroy ships, but not cliffs, I guess." Suddenly, a blazing fire erupted around Taekyung as he roared. "You should think of it as an honor that you're getting to witness the flame-extinguishing divine fist, you fool." Meanwhile, in a bustling bar, two men were gambling and discussing the latest gossip. "Hey, have you heard the news?" one asked. "What news?" his friend responded, focused on their game. "Apparently, gambling senior Guak Cheolyung lost a bet on the Great Celestial Banquet." The old man scoffed. "That's not a big deal. Losing and winning, it's just an everyday thing, right?" "Ah, I lost again." "Here you go. It's common, sure," the other guy replied. "But what if the bet was 1,000 silver niangs?" The old man practically jumped out of his seat. 1,000 silver niangs? Who did he bet on? On the Iron Water Divine Dragon, placing first in the preliminaries. The old man stroked his beard deep in thought. The Iron Water Divine Dragon? I guess he'd be strong, since he's the Sea King's disciple. But I didn't think he was that great. Guak Cheolyung just made a stupid decision, didn't he? The other guy leaned in, continuing the story. He seems to have gotten access to information that the Iron Water Divine Dragon had been recently enlightened. Apparently, his ship-destroying fist destroyed 1/10 of the cliff. The old man's face turned pale. "You're kidding, right?" "It's too early to be surprised." Right after that, the hidden dragon of Shangxi. And that's when we cut to a glimpse of a mountain, absolutely shattered by Taekyung's punch. The old man gasped, "Impossible. Wouldn't that just be a false rumor?" "I thought so at first, too," his friend admitted. But on that day, the Iron Water Divine Dragon himself said, "I will never win," and he gave up on the Great Celestial Banquet, returning to the Yangtze River. "It's hard not to believe it now, isn't it?" "That must hurt for Guak Cheolyung," the old man exclaimed. "He's wasted 1,000 silver niangs." His friend shook his head. "It was 5,000. The old man gasped. "What?" He then laughed, a touch of morbid cheerfulness in his voice. "How do you think you'd feel if you lost money on a bet you were sure to win?" Did he continue to bet? That's right. He bet even more. He bet twice more. So, they were discussing it heatedly, you know? The next person Guak Cheolyung bet on was Jong Sam, the chaotic thunder kick. He was so sure Jong Sam would get the most points in the kicking test. That expert whose kicks were better than anyone in Guangxi. "Yeah, but not anymore," his companion chimed in. "One of his legs was broken, remember?" The old man's eyes widened. "Could it be because of the hidden dragon of Shangxi?" "Oh, absolutely," his companion confirmed. They got into a silly argument and decided to settle it with just one strike each. Apparently, a single kick from the hidden dragon snapped the chaotic thunder kick's shin. Can you believe it? After that, there was the Kunlun Cloud Dragon, famous for his incredible Qinggong technique. He leapt 15 meters, but then he fell to the ground when the hidden dragon of Shangxi literally stepped on his face. Then, Guak Cheolyung chose the beggar's second beggar to bet on. But when that guy couldn't keep up with the hidden dragon of Shangxi, he apparently got so furious that he grabbed the dragon's hair and ended up getting beaten to a pulp. The last test was the mechanism array. This time, not only Guak Cheolyung, but everyone believed the Jaegao clan's young leader would take first place. The old man cut in. The hidden dragon of Shangxi again? What kind of person is he that he's also good with mechanism arrays? No, he's only good at martial arts, his companion laughed. That stupid bastard didn't even know what he was supposed to do, so he just destroyed everything to pass. Anyway, that's how the hidden dragon of Shangxi took first place in the preliminaries. Guak Cheolyung bet on everyone but him, so now he's completely broke. Apparently, he bet all the money he had, plus the manor and land he was going to retire on. The old man sighed deeply. 5,000 silver niangs. I don't know who got all that money, but they must be in heaven. "Hey, have you heard of the gold-faced young master?" the other person asked. "The gold-faced young master," the old man mused. "Did he bet on the hidden dragon of Shangxi?" "He has incredible foresight," his companion replied, clearly impressed. "He must have gotten at least tens of thousands of silver niangs from this bet." No wonder he wears a golden mask around. Apparently, he's not even 20 yet, the old man said with a heavy heart. That's why I guess life is truly unfair. After losing the bet, Guak Kyo-leung lost his career, his future. As he walked into a restaurant in despair, he overheard words that cut deep into his heart and made him openly weep. Now let's talk about the Great Celestial Banquet itself. It's no quick affair. It takes at least 15 days and can even go on for a whole month. So, after the intense 3 days of preliminaries, the contestants are given a day of free time. This, of course, also applied to our Jin Taekyung. As soon as Jin Wee-kyung saw him, she quickly ran over, practically leaping to hug him. "My little brother," she cried out. Hyuk Moo-jin wasn't far behind, grabbing Taekyung's leg and enthusiastically repeating, "Young master. Young master." Jeek Cheon-gang, standing next to him, looked utterly embarrassed for his student and coughed a few times, trying to offer some semblance of dignity. Taekyung quickly pushed them away, his face flushing. "Stop. Everyone is staring." But of course, they still refused to let him go. So, after that incredible win, what happens next? Well, Jin Wee-kyung practically tackles Taekyung, hugging him tightly and gushing, "I'm so proud of you, my little brother." Taekyung, feeling a mix of helplessness and annoyance, could only think, Okay, I get it, big brother. But wait, there's more. Hyuk Moo-jin, not to be outdone, practically became a human barnacle, clinging to Taekyung's leg and shouting, "Ooh, squad leader. First in the preliminaries. You're the Jin family of Taiyuan's pride. Shang-Chi's light. My lord." Taekyung just glared, thinking, seriously, what is with this guy? He actually managed to lift Hyuk's body off his leg for a second, asking, "Are you out of your mind?" But in the blink of an eye, Hyuk was back, hugging his leg again, yelling, "Yes, I am. I'm out of my mind with joy because of how strong you are." Taekyung gave him a few blows, yelling, "You're really crazy? Let go." I said, "Let me go." But Hyuk didn't even flinch. Instead, he just thanked him. "Thank you, sir. Thank you for the beating." Can you believe it? Completely exasperated, Taekyung shot back. "Do you want to be beaten? If you like it so much, I'll give you a real beating." Finally, Hyuk fell to the ground. Taekyung just sighed. "Hyuk Moo-jin, this guy's dangerous, isn't he?" What a scene, right? Then, Taekyung noticed something on the ground. "What is this?" he murmured, picking up a mask that had just fallen. "A golden mask? Is it real gold? What a weird taste. Why is he even carrying this around? I'm taking this away." So, he pockets it, probably for later investigation. As he finished, Taekyung looked up and saw his master, Jeek Cheon-gang. And you know what? Without a moment's hesitation, Taekyung practically bounced over to flatter him. "I did well, master, right?" He beamed, looking for some praise. But the Fire King, ever the stern mentor, just scolded him. "This is something anyone can do, so don't get too happy too soon." Ouch. Still, Taekyung, being Taekyung, paid more attention to his master's persistent coughing. "You've been coughing all this time? Do you have a cold?" he asked, concerned. He even joked, but people said something like this has never happened before in the Great Celestial Banquet's history. Jeek Cheon-gang, however, was having none of it. He pointed a finger at Taekyung, emphasizing, "It's just the preliminaries. The world is big, and there are tons of experts." Taekyung, never one to back down, argued back, "But I already defeated 3 of the 10 dragons and phoenixes." The master just scoffed. That's just because they're weak." Taekyung, still trying to get a compliment, persisted. "So, that means I'm strong, right?" But it was clearly difficult for Cheon-gang to keep his student's ego in check. He decided, again with the arrogance. Taekyung, undeterred, even winked. "I raised the reputation of your honor and the Scorching clan. Why don't you praise me at least once?" Honestly, this kid, the Fire King, just turned his face away, grumbling, "You've still got a long way to go." Luckily, Jin Wee-kyung stepped in, putting a hand on Taekyung's shoulder. "Don't mind him too much," he whispered. "He's already been bragging to everyone anyway." Haha, what a relief. Jeek Cheon-gang, however, cleared his throat, then gave some final, stern advice. "Don't be arrogant just because you defeated some nobodies. Brace your mind and body for the real part of the banquet." Understood. This time, Taekyung didn't argue. He actually took it to heart. He reflected, "That's right, it's just the qualifying round. I saw a few experts who didn't show their true abilities. Who knows how many more are like that? The world is wide." He was definitely right about that. Good on him for realizing. Taekyung then clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. "I'll keep it in mind, master." And you know what? Hearing this, Cheon-gang's stern facade finally broke. He seemed genuinely excited, letting out a little chuckle. "You're so, ha-hem." Even a master couldn't hide his pride completely. Picture this, folks. A vast steppe covered in lush green grass. The landscape itself just oozes purity and gentleness, doesn't it? Meanwhile, inside a quiet room, we find Hongdao, nodding off. His mind was a bit dull from dozing, but he gradually regained consciousness. He looked up, wiping away a bit of saliva stuck to the corner of his mouth. He then asked the person who'd been calmly sitting in front of the porch, "So, when did you get here?" The Fire King, ever so calm, replied, "I've been here for a couple of hours now." Hongdao stretched, then slyly asked, "Right, and did you meet that disciple you're so incredibly proud of?" The Fire King was secretly delighted, but he'd never admit it. Out loud, he grumbled, "Disciple my ass. How many times do I have to tell you he's not my disciple?" Hongdao knew exactly what he was thinking, so he just kept on teasing. "But you are very proud of him, aren't you?" The Fire King cleared his throat, looking quite serious. Ahem. Well, that much was to be expected. The Great Celestial Banquet preliminaries aren't exactly a big deal, Hongdao quickly shot back. "You've never even participated, though." He immediately retorted, "It didn't even exist when I was young." Back in the day, the Orthodox faction sects were all too busy fighting over Northern Murim, Southern Murim, whatever. Hong Dao actually found that quite reasonable and admitted, "That's true, it really was like that back then." Then Hong Dao said, "Anyway, that was surprising. I didn't even feel when you arrived here. Did your martial arts actually improve?" The Fire King, clearly annoyed, shot back, "You mean you're the one getting worse? You're supposed to be the abbot of Shaolin, yet you're falling asleep like some sick rooster." Hong Dao, however, maintained his calm demeanor. "Don't talk too much about me being old," he said. "You're getting old right along with me, you know?" The Fire King got absolutely furious and shouted, "Old? Who's old? You should have trained your martial arts more often. Look at me. Don't I look like I'd live another 10 years? But all he got back was a look of utter helplessness, one that couldn't have been more realistic. Hong Dao then reached out his hand and calmly replied, "Master Jeek, I wish you a gentle and easy death." The Fire King was so utterly furious, he just exploded. He roared, "Damn you, bald-ass old man." At this, Hong Dao just laughed. "I don't know about 10 years, he chuckled, "but maybe 3. The Fire King was startled. "What? 3, he demanded. "Did a heavenly spirit or something tell you that too? Turn those 3 years into 10. No, 100 years. Hong Dao just shook his head, helpless at his friend's greed. "How greedy can you get?" he sighed. "Seriously, how long do you really want to live?" The Fire King, getting angry again, growled, "I don't know. I'll just try to live, no matter what." Suddenly, the atmosphere darkened. Hong Dao spoke, his voice heavy. "Well, like water that's already flowed past, you know," he began. "Out of the 10 kings, Spear King was the healthiest, and Wolf King the most full of vigor. But both have left this world. The rest of us? We're all old. Some we don't even know the whereabouts of might already be dead." Seeing him like this, the Fire King immediately tried to stop him. "Stop with this emotional talk," the Fire King snapped. "What's with your pathetic attitude? Huh?" But Hong Dao just uttered one thing. Nameless, Hong Dao continued, ignoring him. "I left the green jade Rui with that child last night." The Fire King was stunned, turning to look at Hong Dao. But Hong Dao didn't react, just calmly continued. "I'm sure he'll have grown into a fine vessel by the time he's done with his preparations in the Arhut cave. And I've even chosen someone to take my position until then, too." The Fire King jumped up, panic in his eyes, stammering speechlessly. "What? Could it be that you?" Before he could finish, Hong Dao announced, "I intend on stepping down from my position after this banquet. If the heavens permit it, I might live another year, but that will be my end." The Fire King stammered. "Did a heavenly spirit tell you this?" But Hong Dao didn't respond directly. He simply said, "The poor monk has to go to rest now. Please, let's stop here today." After that, no matter how stubbornly the Fire King tried to press him, only the serene sound of chanting remained. Elsewhere, a powerful convoy of carriages emerged from the city gate. Outside, everyone was buzzing and bustling, whispering as they watched a particular person lead the way. "Look over there," one person exclaimed. "It's the hidden dragon of Shangxi, Jin Taekyung." Another person gasped in surprise. "What? That guy in blue? He looks younger than our youngest junior brother." A companion quickly objected. "What does age matter? It's the skills that count, right? Still, it's amazing. How'd he get that great after just a year of training under the Fire King, huh?" Yet another chimed in, almost reluctantly. "Does he have a divine martial physique or something then?" Behind his back, the rumors were endless. But of course, these words reached Taekyung's ears. He chuckled and thought, "This guy's a really good hunch, actually. Thanks to the system, the more I level up, the better my muscles and bones become." Suddenly, someone sighed deeply and spoke up. "The martial arts world has truly fallen. How did a violent and imprudent man like him get such power?" "Aw, dear heavens!" These harsh words made Taekyung pause. The speaker's voice grew more and more unscrupulous. "He deserves to be fed to the dogs with shit. I wouldn't even be satisfied if he were locked up in the shit house for months." Another person immediately replied, his voice indignant. "There's no way. How is my knowledge lacking compared to his martial arts? Tell me that." Someone else overheard, shaking their head. "It's impossible. I'll have to redo my whole theory." Taekyung, a dangerous aura radiating from him, turned to face the crowd. Looking at them, he didn't hesitate. "Hey, you 3 idiots." Instantly, everyone around them scattered, fearing they'd be implicated. But the 3 figures Taekyung addressed? Oh, they definitely weren't scattering. Idiot. How can you put such cheap words in your mouth?" That was Kunlun, remember him? The one whose face Jin Taekyung stepped on in the 3rd test. He wasn't happy. Next up, a bossy guy from the beggar sect, Gung Jabang. He'd been beaten senseless by Taekyung in the 4th round after grabbing his hair. He bellowed, "I ought to rub shit on your face." Then came Jaegal Jayun, a family member of the Jaegal clan, who'd lost to Jin Taekyung in the 5th round. He chimed in, "Idiot, are you saying that to me? Can you tell me what intention you had when saying that? And if you know what it means, then can you explain exactly what it means to me?" Taekyung couldn't bear it anymore. He roared, "You all shut your mouths. Enough with all the chatter." But did they listen? No. They immediately counterattacked, each person unleashing a long stream of tantrums that made Taekyung just want to beat the whole group. Waving his arms and legs wildly, he threatened them. "You guys are all dead if I see you outside of here." Just then, a high, clear voice cut through the chaos. "You must be the hidden dragon of Shangxi, Jin Taekyung." Taekyung immediately turned around. "Who are you?" he demanded. The voice replied, sounding genuinely happy. "Nice to meet you. I'm a thousand-faced fox, Songho." Taekyung thought, the thousand-faced fox? A fox with 1,000 faces. But when he looked at the kind, gentle man standing before him, he couldn't believe it. He mused, his nickname doesn't fit him at all. He looks like he should be standing in front of KFC. Songho, completely oblivious to Taekyung's internal critique, praised him. I've heard much about the good performance the Fire King's disciple has shown, and also the reason why there are so many contestants in the final round. Taekyung was very surprised. Because of me? He asked. Songho smiled. Of course it was because of you. You blew up an entire testing range, and in the last preliminaries round, you destroyed the entire mechanism. Thanks to that, about 100 more people passed. They were all able to easily pass since you destroyed all the traps. Hearing that, Taekyung felt incredibly awkward. Songho then asked him, "Don't you regret it?" Taekyung, confused, replied, "Sorry? Regret what?" Songho looked at him. "Destroying the mechanism array. You could have had way fewer rivals if you hadn't." Taekyung was silent for a moment. Then, in front of everyone, he calmly replied, 500 or 400, it's all the same. I just need to win." Hearing that, Songho burst out laughing, then complimented him. "What an interesting person. Master Jeek sure raised a good one." Meanwhile, can you imagine Taekyung's situation? He could feel all those eyes on him, glaring from behind. He had no idea what they were looking at, but honestly, he just thought, what are you all glaring at me for? You're all thinking the same thing anyway. Just then, an official approached Master Song, asking, "Master Song, what brings you here, to this humble place?" Master Song replied, "I simply want to see the ones who passed. After all, they're the future pillars of our society, aren't they?" Song then cast his gaze over the successful candidates, and suddenly, his eyes locked onto Taekyung. He said, "I've seen them all. I'll take my leave now." From behind, Taekyung couldn't help but wonder. What was he looking at? His eyes, they had a wholly different, almost unsettling look for a second there. But then, out of nowhere, Jong Rishu popped up from the crowd. He smiled brightly, waved happily at Taekyung, and practically shouted, "Hey friend, over here friend." Taekyung, however, completely avoided him. Honestly, he just felt so uncomfortable seeing him here, of all places at this moment. Just then, the supervisor stood up, his voice booming. "Now, all contestants, please follow your instructor's orders and get on the carriages. The final round will take place in Luoyang. It's not far off, so we'll be there shortly." And just like that, the convoy began to depart. You could see Taekyung was extremely tense, and why wouldn't he be? He was sharing a carriage with the very people he found most annoying. Jong Rishu, oblivious as ever, smiled brightly and asked, "It's been a while, hasn't it? How have you been?" But Taekyung, without missing a beat, gave him a harsh, blunt answer. "Shut up, and don't say anything else." Hearing that, Jong Rishu actually turned to the person next to him and rebuked them. "Did you hear what this friend said? Shut your mouth, he's so lowly." Hearing him talk like that, Taekyung's anger flared. He glared, reminding Jong Rishu, "I won't say it twice. Just keep your mouth shut." His eyes, burning with intensity, then added a chilling threat. "And friend, my foot. I'll make cheese crust out of you with a divine palm of fire." Jong Rishu, immediately agitated by the threat, sputtered, "What? Foot? Was that directed at me?" He then leaned closer to Taekyung, his voice rising. "You must be feeling really arrogant just because you won against me." But Taekyung's face grew darker and darker. His voice was low, dangerous. "I told you to shut your mouth." Hearing that, Jong Rishu completely lost it. The very next second, he lunged forward, rushing into attack. So, just as Baek's hand was about to connect with Taekyung's face, bam! Taekyung effortlessly blocked it with one hand. His eyes narrowed, and he twisted Baek's wrist back, a dangerous glint in his gaze. "You dare to attack me?" he snarled. Baek screamed in agony, a piercing sound that echoed through the stunned room. Everyone watched, completely silent, witnessing every brutal second. Jin Taekyung, ever the teacher, wasn't done. He leaned in, a condescending smirk on his face. "Honestly, your joint locking and manipulation technique? It's absolute garbage. Did you only train in Qinggong?" Baek, still writhing, managed to gasp, "How?" Taekyung scoffed. "How, my ass? It's simple, really. You're just weaker than me, and I'm stronger than you. Got it?" At this point, Baek was utterly defeated, completely overwhelmed by Taekyung's sheer presence. Taekyung, taking control, laid out his generous options. "All right, listen up. Option 1. Take one hard, direct hit from my divine palm of fire. Or, Option 2. Endure multiple softer strikes of the flame-extinguishing divine fist." Baek, trying desperately to cling to some dignity, gritted his teeth through the pain. Is there a third option?" he managed to croak out. Taekyung just raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "Huh? A third option? Are you from some lower district sect? I thought you were from Kunlun." Ouch, a direct insult. Trembling, Baek tried to pull rank. "I'm 26. I'm 4 years older than you." Taekyung let out a dismissive scoff. "Oh, for years, huh? Well, isn't that special? So you want 4 hits of the divine palm of fire instead?" he taunted. Baek was sweating profusely, still stubbornly clinging to hope. "Is there really no third option?" he insisted, pleading. Taekyung finally relented, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Yeah, there is. It's simple, actually. Just shut up when you're in my presence." Like a drowning man, finding a lifeline, Baek quickly blurted, "I'll take that one." Taekyung, clearly disgusted, simply said, "All right then. Let's have a peaceful ride, shall we?" The sarcasm was thick enough to cut with a knife. A tense silence fell over everyone. For a while, no one dared to speak. Baek, still rubbing his obviously broken, sore arm, suddenly looked over at Jabang. "Hey, beggar," he snapped. Taekyung, turning his attention to Jabang, simply stated, "You heard the options I gave him, right? Now, it's your turn to choose." Jabang clasped his hands tightly around his knees, rubbing them slowly. "My 18 subduing dragon palms," he began almost himself, "is one of the top 5 skills in the world." He then glanced at Taekyung, a dangerous glint, almost murderous intent, flickering in his eyes. "No one will be a match for me if I just reach 8th mastery." Taekyung's voice was colder than ice. What exactly does that mean? He demanded. Jabang's demeanor changed faster than lightning. His menacing tone vanished, replaced by a sudden meekness. Unfortunately, I've only mastered it to 5th mastery, he said quickly, so I'll choose option number 3. Taekyung was completely speechless. He just stared, wondering what on earth he should even do with this guy. Finally, he managed, okay, so you can shut up. Jabang let out a small yelp, probably at having his name mispronounced and being told to shut up, but Taekyung honestly couldn't care less. He was already moving on. Taekyung glanced at the next person in line. And next, Galjian? He asked. The man replied, his voice flat and cold. My last name is Jaegal, so my first name is just Jayun. Taekyung, not missing a beat, responded, all right, Jayun, you've already chosen, right? Because if you haven't made your choice yet, let's just say you're going to become a very cold corpse. Jayun glanced at him, then leisurely fanned himself and said, you know, my ancestor, Jaegal Yang, chose to go into government service only after years of effort. 3rd time visiting the thatched cottage, as the saying goes. Taekyung, completely fed up, snapped back. What the hell do you want me to do about that? I'm telling you to choose an option, not teach me history lessons. But Jayun, ever the historian, continued, 3rd time visiting the thatched cottage. Since my ancestor finally opened his mind after 3 visits, I, as his descendant, will choose number 3. Taekyung, utterly speechless after this lengthy explanation, could only think, as expected of the Jaegal clan. He really had to drag in his own ancestor just to give me an answer. I just want to beat him to a pulp though. His frustration reaching its peak, he shot a glare at the other person. Zhang Rishu immediately raised his hands in surrender. Ho, that's scary. I'll just shut up too. Now let's shift gears for a moment. Do you know why all this tension exists in the Murim world? It's all because of them. The demonic cult, also known as the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. If it weren't for them, the Murim wouldn't be in such chaos. In just 4 short months, Qinghai, Gansu, and Sichuan fell to their forces. This compelled the 9 great sects and the 5 great clans, along with countless heads of the Orthodox faction, to gather in one place. Even the unorthodox factions, like the Yangtze River Water Route Alliance and the Green Forest Alliance, stepped up to help. And in the midst of all these groups stood the martial god, the unparalleled, invincible martial artist, said to be the most powerful in the entire world. What was the solution? Let's raise a flag, someone proposed. That's the only way. After a long period of continued realignment, the Orthodox faction and the unorthodox faction finally came together under one unified banner. And that, my friends, was the birth of the Murim Alliance. Meanwhile, back in the market, those thieving bastards, someone grumbled. How is just a piece of wood so expensive? A young boy, holding a wooden doll tightly, excitedly exclaimed, Jin Taekyung, so awesome. The hidden dragon of Shangxi is the best. His father, surprised, asked, Jin Taekyung? Is that the name of that doll? The boy happily looked up. Do you know Jin Taekyung too, Dad? His dad, beaming with pride, replied, There's nothing your father doesn't know. As the boy happily continued clutching his wooden doll, his father's bright smile slowly faltered. He immediately frowned, grabbing his wife's hand. Hey, who's the hidden dragon of Shangxi, Jin Taekyung? You don't know either, do you? His wife, clearly annoyed, shouted loudly. Why wouldn't I know? We're here to see him today. Our Hyuk said so many times that he's on a streak of 3 wins. The boy was utterly shocked to hear this. His mother then turned to his father. You really don't care about our son, do you? The father didn't say a word, but silently prayed. The hidden dragon of Shangxi, or whatever. I hope he loses today. Now, in the ring, Taekyung and another formidable opponent faced off. They continuously exchanged blow after blow. Their combined force, so immense it felt like the stands might explode with smoke and dust. His opponent, seriously injured, clutched his chest in disbelief. He mumbled, almost to himself, how is this possible? Taekyung, ever nonchalant, replied, It's definitely possible. But before his opponent could even process that, Taekyung immediately prepared to throw another powerful blow. Just as his fist was about to hit his face, the opponent quickly begged for his life. The referee immediately shouted, The hidden dragon of Shangxi wins. The screams echoed throughout the entire stadium. And guess what? The system popped up a notification. You have won the martial art competition with Hyuk Supio with an overwhelming victory. Everyone watching is cheering for you. Your fame has risen 500. Your fame has risen 430. Your fame has risen 249. The whole audience just couldn't stop cheering and congratulating him. Even a person with a child cheered for him, shouting, Hidden dragon of Shangxi, you're the best. He even raised his doll in the air and said, I even bought your doll. How adorable is that? But hold on a second. The next match is about to take place. It's a martial arts competition between Jaegal Jayun and a guy wearing a hood. Jaegal Jayun's hands trembled because he couldn't land a single hit on the person in front of him. He wondered, just how strong is this person? And why had he never heard of them before? The hooded person, whose face we couldn't see clearly, only his white teeth showing as he smiled, said, Whoa, I've never seen someone using fan techniques before. Do you have any other skill for it? Wait, a quick scene change. We see someone holding a towel, another guy has water. Then, Jin Taekyung, gritting his teeth, angrily shouted at the 2 people in front of him, I told you bastards countless times not to come near me. You really don't want to listen, huh? Turns out, the 2 guys are none other than Beak and Jibing. Taekyung just shouted, How sad do you think your masters will be if they saw you 2 like this? They're probably watching right now, too. Beak gently explained to him. Master said that the Fire King saved his life once before, so I should try to be on good terms with you. But internally, he was fuming. So, you already win and snitched, huh? And the other guy quickly chimed in, My 18 subduing dragon palms is one of the top 5 palm techniques in all of heaven and earth. Taekyung was practically speechless when he heard that. He just had to ask, but you're here with that because you've only mastered it to the 5th level? The person replied, yes. Taekyung angrily grumbled, God, this is really annoying. Then he paused. He looked around and noticed someone was missing. He muttered, one is missing. Beak knew exactly who Taekyung was talking about, so he quickly replied, Mr. Jagal is competing right now. Taekyung, genuinely surprised, asked, he is? Taekyung, leaning on his hands, mused, I heard he uses fan techniques. Should I go take a look? You know, this great celestial banquet is surprisingly entertaining. So many people here use such unique martial arts. I really would have missed out on this experience if I'd stayed back at the Scorching Clan. Just then, his eyes caught sight of someone in the distance. Oh, that man's here today too, he mentioned to his companions. They both looked in the direction, curious. Who did you say? One asked. The other echoed, who? But once they spotted the person, they both turned back to Taekyung, utterly speechless. Taekyung, still not quite getting it, pressed on, the thousand-faced fox Song Ho? He comes every single day. Why? Is he like super powerful? Beak immediately chimed in. Of course he is. Or perhaps, scary is a better word. The other companion added, he was once the Murim Alliance's Hidden Shadow Pavilion Master. You know, the Hidden Shadow Pavilion? This was the first time Taekyung had heard that name. To him, the Hidden Shadow Pavilion was essentially the Murim Alliance's top-secret spy facility, boasting better information access and collection than anyone else. His companion continued, I heard he played a massive role in the Great War of Good and Evil when he was Pavilion Master. But, you know, I heard he's since retired. I'm really not sure why he's back now. Taekyung mentally mused, so, is he something like a CIA director in modern terms then? Just then, an announcement boomed out, head of the Star Intelligence Agency, on the stage. The crowd erupted in applause, shouting, the precarious sword has won again. Beak leaned over to explain. Apparently, they're calling him the precarious sword because he precariously wins every round. But hey, he is winning each time, so ever victorious sword would be a fitting nickname too, don't you think? Taekyung smiled with a hint of satisfaction. He thought, how is he fighting that people are calling him the precarious sword? He must be skilled if he's won 4 rounds in a row. Maybe we'll even end up fighting each other. Seeing Taekyung suddenly stride away, Beak called out curiously, where are you going? Taekyung straightened his clothes, replying, to watch Galjian fight. He suddenly remembered something, turned around, and asked his 2 companions, oh, who was Galjian's opponent again? Beak pondered for a moment before replying, wasn't it the invincible divine sword? Jabang's eyes lit up in recognition. That's right, the invincible divine sword. Hearing that name, Taekyung clapped a hand over his mouth, trying to hold back his laughter. But he couldn't help it. He burst out laughing. The other 2, seeing him crack up, couldn't help but join in. Taekyung laughed loudly. What's with that ridiculously fancy name? Invincible divine sword, haha. Beak agreed, still chuckling. He probably came up with it himself. And Jabang, wiping a tear from his eye, added, I bet he was some country bumpkin who grew up on dumplings. But then they all exclaimed in surprise, wait, you lost. Jagal Jayun waved his fan, sighing, ugh, I was completely humiliated. Couldn't even lay a hand on him. My master's going to scold me again, isn't he? Taekyung thought to himself, is there really someone else, besides me, who can handle the 10-peak dragons? Invincible divine sword, huh? Taekyung then asked, so where's this guy? Jagal Jayun speculated. Well, after the martial arts session, he probably just left. But then he suddenly spotted someone in the other corner. His eyes widened. He pointed, hey, he's over there. The others asked curiously, who? The one eating dumplings with a hat on. Jagal Jayun nodded, yup. From over there, people were shouting, it's free from martial artists who competed in the banquet. Come and get it. Taekyung pursed his lips, his gaze fixed in that direction. Jagal Jayun, a little confused, asked him, what's wrong? Taekyung just turned around and started walking away. Nothing, he called back, just wait a minute. All 3 of them watched him go, completely bewildered. He made his way over to the invincible divine sword. As he got closer, Taekyung frowned, a thought bubbling up. Sure, even if he looks a bit tattered, the chi he's emitting is absolutely not inferior to mine, he mused. But the way he's gobbling down those dumplings, why does that feel so incredibly familiar? Taekyung approached and asked, excuse me, is this great hero, the invincible divine sword? When Taekyung spoke, the man startled, quickly adjusting his posture and turning away. That secret turn, it made Taekyung even more suspicious. What the heck? He's just ignoring me. Taekyung stubbornly pressed on. I know it's our first meeting, and perhaps a bit rude, but I have something important to ask you. The hat-wearing person cleared his throat. Ahem. What is it? He replied. Taekyung stated, I have a question. Go on, the man prompted. But the way he spoke, it just made Taekyung even more suspicious. I've really got a feeling about this, he thought. Taekyung bowed deeply, clasping his hands. Oh, I apologize. I'm a bit late to introduce myself, he began. I'm Park Taekyung, from the Park family. The hat-wearing man gasped in surprise. Wait, when did you change your last name? But as soon as the words left his mouth, he instantly realized his blunder. He quickly blurted out, no, I already knew, because the hidden dragon of Shangxi is just so popular, you see. Taekyung looked at him meaningfully, a slight smile playing on his lips. Is that so? He asked smoothly. Well then, I don't believe I know your noble name, do I? The man quickly introduced himself. I am the invincible divine sword, Kong Pong. Taekyung leaned in, feigning confusion. What? Pong? He asked. Kong Pong. The man repeated, a little louder. Taekyung then moved closer, a cunning glint in his eye. It's certainly been a while since we last met, hasn't it? He said, his voice dropping slightly. Why don't we find a quieter place to talk, Chong Pong? And just like that, he was discovered. He slowly raised his head, a grateful look in his eyes, and greeted his benefactor. Greetings, savior, he said, his voice a little shaky. So, our two heroes, Taekyung and Chong Pong, are catching up in a bustling restaurant. Taekyung leans in, a curious glint in his eye. Hey, I heard some interesting news, he started. You ran off on the way back to Manhwa, didn't you? Chong Pong, looking a bit sheepish, nodded. Yep, that's right. Just after you left with Grandpa Jeek. Taekyung just couldn't understand. But why? Manhwa's basically your home, isn't it? Chong Pong sighed, explaining his reasons. Honestly, I just didn't want to go back. Grandpa isn't there anymore, and, well, I haven't really seen as much of the world as I'd like, you know? Taekyung nodded slowly, a hint of admiration in his voice. I see. Still, I'm genuinely surprised you actually managed to escape. That's no small feat, Chong Pong ever so casually admitted. Oh, I had to get into a couple of small fights when they tried to stop me. I'm pretty sure they were out cold for about 3 days, though. Then I just ran off real quick. Taekyung blinked, a mental image forming. Just how much strength did he use for a couple of fights? He wondered. Pushing that thought aside, he pressed on. Right. And what happened after that? Chong Pong's eyes lit up. Oh, then I ate the most amazing dumplings in Sichuan. Man, they were spicy. Taekyung offered a rather dry. Yes, that's certainly surprising. Chong Pong, completely oblivious, just kept going. And Guangdong and Hainam's dumplings? They got seafood in them. Taekyung, trying to be polite, managed, yes, that makes sense. It's near the sea, after all. But Chong Pong was on a roll. Oh, and in Zhejiang, the dumplings are... Taekyung felt a headache coming on. Is this guy just eating dumplings all year long? He mentally groaned. He firmly placed his water glass down. All right, enough about dumplings for a bit. So, seriously, what are you gonna do next? Chong Pong looked a little confused. What do you mean? He asked. Taekyung clarified, a smirk playing on his lips. You know, what was that title you were throwing around? The Invincible Divine Sword? Are you actually gonna keep going around calling yourself that? Chong Pong, practically bursting with pride, exclaimed, Of course. Baek Musung knows I'm attending the Great Celestial Banquet. But come on, no one can recognize me when I go around like this. Everyone was totally fooled, weren't they? Taekyung couldn't help but inwardly scoff. The Manhwa sect aren't idiots, you know? He thought. I bet my left hand and all my money that everyone knows already. No wonder there were so many Manhwa disciples outside the competition area earlier. They were probably looking for him. Chong Pong, completely oblivious to Taekyung's internal monologue, continued. Anyway, I just had to attend the banquet, even if I had to disguise myself. I was so curious how much stronger you would have gotten since we last met. I really wanted to fight you. As their eyes met, a silent understanding passed between them. Honestly, I feel the same way, Taekyung mused. He offered a knowing smile. So what do you think? Do you believe I'll live up to your expectations? They exchanged glances, a playful challenge hanging in the air. Finally, Chong Pong grinned, scratching his head. Ha ha. Well, Grandpa always said a true martial artist should let their weapons do the talking, right? Taekyung, sensing the shift, stood up from the table. You know, I haven't heard about the sword Saint in a while, he mused, a twinkle in his eye. Chong Pong's face fell slightly. Huh, are you leaving already? But there's still some dumplings left, he pouted, gesturing to the table. Before Taekyung could leave, he turned back, a determined look on his face. I've got to prepare for the competition, Chong Pong. But don't worry, we can definitely continue our conversation there. And of course, we'll let our martial arts do the talking. So, Chong Pong, dumpling still in his mouth, looks up at Taekyung, totally confident. Okay, I'm the winner anyway, he shouts, beaming. But Taekyung isn't letting him off that easy. Big dreams, Taekyung retorts, for someone who's only eaten dumplings for the past year. I also practice sometimes. Chong Pong fires back, a bit annoyed. Great, Taekyung replies, probably with a roll of his eyes. Just then, as Taekyung steps out, he runs into Zhang Rishu. And Zhang Rishu, ever the dramatic one, exclaims, Oh, we meet again. I just knew we were connected by fate. Taekyung, clearly annoyed, quickly shuts that down. What fate? It's just a coincidence, he grumbles. What brings you here? Zhang Rishu, honest as always, replies. I came to find food. All the way out here. Taekyung questions, surprised. Zhang Rishu points off in one direction. I had some noodles nearby, but the owner there told me about a restaurant around here. Supposedly it has really good dumplings. Only a few people know about it, he said. Have you two been? Chong Pong, of course, pipes up immediately. It's super duper yummy. I mean, it's very delicious. Zhang Rishu then notices Chong Pong standing there, a curious look on his face. I don't think we've met. May I ask who you are? Chong Pong, pulling down his hat, decides to introduce himself. With a little lie, shall we say? I'm the Invincible Divine Sword Kong Pong. Zhang Rishu clasps his hands together, a big smile spreading across his face. Haha, that's a great nickname. I'm the ever-victorious sword, Zhang Rishu. Nice to meet you, friend. Chong Pong's eyes widen. Friend, he echoes, utterly surprised. But that surprise quickly turns into pure joy. Whoa, I mean, alright, I'm happy. You're the first person to ever ask to be friends with me. Taekyung quickly waves his hand, trying to rein him in. Stop. That's enough, he says, exasperated. Zhang Rishu chuckles, walking past them. It seems you already have good friends. See you next time, friend. With a wave, he turns and heads off. Taekyung, ever the mood killer, mutters, well, if it's possible, meeting once is enough. Let's not make it a regular thing. But Chong Pong, still beaming, calls out, good luck. Goodbye, friends. Once Zhang Rishu is out of sight, our two protagonists head off too. Chong Pong is practically skipping. Hehe, I think he's a good person. I just feel it, he says happily. Taekyung, always the voice of reason, has to set him straight. Chong Peng, listen carefully. Not everyone who likes dumplings is a good person. But hearing Taekyung mention it, Chong Peng's mind goes straight to dumplings again. Ah, I should have told him to dip a little soy sauce in before eating. Taekyung is utterly speechless. Oh my god, he thinks he really didn't hear a single thing, did he? Meanwhile, Jong Rishu has been wandering through a few different spots, now finding himself in a quiet, empty alley. He muses aloud, "Invincible divine sword. The more I think about it, the better it sounds. What do you think?" Just as he finishes speaking, he glances up at the roof. A hidden figure, now discovered, quickly rushes down to attack Jong Rishu. But Rishu, with incredible agility, easily dodges. He reappears behind the assassin. As expected of the hidden shadow pavilion, he comments calmly. "You didn't hesitate at all." He looked behind him in surprise. "What?" he exclaimed. Jong Rishu raised 2 fingers and smiled at him. "But you must know who you're chasing," he simply said. With just one move, Jong Rishu decisively defeated his opponent. Talk about efficiency, huh? Now, let's talk about the competition itself. Even though the person on stage was seriously injured, he still tried to attack Taekyung. But before his attack could even connect, Taekyung struck back with a flurry of punches to the stomach. Wham! One blow to the face, then punch after punch to the gut. Finally, Taekyung knocked him out with one powerful leg kick, sending him sprawling out of the ring. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, completely hyped. The referee, caught up in the excitement, announced, "Hidden Dragon of Shangxi wins." Jik Cheon-gang stroked his beard, smiling brightly like a blossoming flower. The old man couldn't resist boasting. "I've thought about it long and hard. I think my martial arts are the best in the world, don't you agree?" Now, while everyone there probably wanted to stand up and refute him, they didn't dare. Instead, they could only whisper in their hearts, "This damn old geezer, he's just boasting again. Best in the world, my ass. He just happened to have a good disciple." But where did he even find such a talented disciple? Jik Cheon-gang, oblivious to their internal grumbles, couldn't help but turn to the king and show off. "What do you think?" The king, despite shaking with absolute fury, had to hold back. He bit out, "Shut that mouth of yours while I still have some patience left." But Jik Cheon-gang didn't listen, did he? Oh boy, he just kept right on talking. "What are you so mad for, old friend? Is it because your grandchild, whom you always praised as the best in her book, is getting beaten up by my disciple?" The person sitting next to the king could only sigh, feeling the tension rise. The king finally couldn't help it. He pointed at Jik Cheon-gang, his voice trembling with rage. You old geezer, deserving of death. He's just unable to perform to his fullest because he's tired from the long journey here." Jik Cheon-gang just smiled cunningly. "I understand," he said, a smirk playing on his lips. "You need excuses to make up for the lack of skill." That was it. The king immediately exploded. "What? I'll break your nose." Jik Cheon-gang simply laughed. "Huh? What? I can't hear you because your grandson couldn't even make it to the next round." Ha ha ha. In the end, even the patient Hong Dao couldn't bear it anymore and tried to mediate. "Ba, both of you, please calm down." Hong Dao then thoughtfully added, "Anyway, there sure are a lot of unexpected things happening at this year's Great Celestial Banquet. Don't you agree?" The observers below chimed in, sharing their opinions. Hong Dao is right. This time, it's impossible to predict the outcome. Not to mention the hidden dragon of Shangxi. Another person also spoke up, correcting themselves mid-sentence. "The most unexpected winners have been the precarious sword. I mean, the ever-victorious sword and the invincible divine sword." I agree. They aren't disciples of renowned sects. Plus, they're not famous. Another person chimed in, sharing his opinion. Then, someone else spoke up, adding, "The invincible divine sword is especially talented. He's comparable to my sect's patriarch." From above, Jik Cheon-gang's voice cut through the air, sharp and stern. "Close your mouth, or you can leave this place." The man quickly bowed his head, muttering, "Sorry, sir." Jik Cheon-gang wasn't finished, though. He pressed on, "That child isn't someone whose skills can be judged so lightly. Are you really unaware, or are you just pretending not to know?" Even Hong Dao, typically reserved, had to interject. "He is rather harsh, but it's true." King, too, reluctantly nodded. "Ugh, I don't want to agree with that old geezer, but he's right." "Well, it's kind of obvious, isn't it? He's a him. Anyway, he's a great martial artist." Just then, the sword saint himself approached, a knowing smile on his face. "Huh, I guess your wise eyes truly can't be deceived, can they? You're right. The invincible divine sword is Manhwa sect's disciple, and my fellow disciple." Everyone was stunned, a collective gasp echoing through the arena. "So, the invincible divine sword is the disciple of the sword saint." The sword saint chuckled softly. "It's true. Because of fate, I accepted him as my disciple all those years ago. I hadn't seen him in over 10 years, so it's truly wonderful to see how well he's grown." In his heart, a proud, almost mischievous smile spread. "Finally got you, you little... How dare you run away?" The arena erupted in excited chatter and congratulations. "That's fantastic. The Sword Saint's legacy will be continued into the next generation. My sincere congratulations." "Congratulations. He's a treasure of our Mount Hua sect." The host, seizing the moment, amplified the excitement. "Wow, what a reveal. A duel between the hidden dragon of Shangxi and the invincible divine sword? I'm absolutely thrilled for this final round, folks, huh?" But wait, amidst the cheers, Hong Dao discreetly transmitted a thought to Jik Cheon-gang. "They're all forgetting about one person," he whispered. Jik Cheon-gang's eyes narrowed slightly. "You mean the ever-victorious sword, Zhang Rishi, right?" "Right, him," Hong Dao confirmed. "I had the hidden shadow pavilion figure out the identities of everyone. Even after 2 rounds of checks, then 3, the results were the same. They managed to uncover all identities, except for the ever-victorious Zhang Rishu's. Ji Qiongang's brow furrowed. Are you absolutely certain? What if it's being hidden for some reason? Hongdao's voice turned grim. I was trying to figure that out, until my contact with Night Murder suddenly went silent. A heavy silence fell between them, a shared understanding passing without words. Hongdao then glanced at him, a question in his eyes. So what's your take? Did you recognize any of his martial arts techniques at all? Ji Qionggang shook his head. That's my biggest puzzle. I've witnessed countless martial arts in my time, but I've never encountered anything like his before. It's truly baffling. Hongdao's eyes widened slightly in realization. Then, are you suggesting his martial arts are that of the demonic cults? Ji Qionggang just shrugged. I'm not even sure about that myself. His thoughts raced. Dark heaven or demonic cult? Which one is it, I wonder? Or is it something else entirely? Below, the host's booming voice cut through the tension. All right, everyone, let's get ready for the third duel of this round. It's the Rising Star, the Invincible Divine Sword, versus the Wudong Sect's Willow Cloud Divine Dragon. Get ready. Taekyung gazed up at the stage. Ah, the Willow Cloud Divine Dragon, he thought. A skilled martial artist, disciple of the Wudong Sect Patriarch, even compared to Jin Mukyung himself. Galjian told me he started his journey young, so he's got tons of experience, right? He certainly looks strong. A great candidate for testing Chongpeng. But who knows what'll really happen? Let's see what you've got. As soon as the referee yelled, "Start," the two warriors clashed. The Willow Cloud Divine Dragon immediately unleashed his full swordsmanship, aiming for a swift victory. But guess what? His relentless attacks were expertly avoided by Chongpeng, the so-called Invincible Divine Sword. Both combatants were giving it their all, exchanging blow after blow. Chongpeng, though, was dodging every attack with incredible fluidity. When a sword thrust was about to slice through his legs, Chongpeng quickly faked a move, narrowly avoiding it. This, however, created an opening for the Divine Dragon to follow through, but Chongpeng dodged again. The Divine Dragon was utterly stunned. Why does he keep dodging everything? He must have thought. And frankly, everyone watching was just as surprised. Then, Chongpeng, the Invincible Divine Sword, excitedly blurted out, "Whoa. That was the Supreme Clarity Sword technique, right? The sword trajectory is really interesting. Say, have you perhaps also mastered the Tai Chi Wisdom Sword?" The Divine Dragon looked confused. "Why do you ask that?" he retorted. Chongpeng, practically beaming, explained, "Because I've always wanted to see it. Someone I knew, someone praised it a few times, saying it's a truly great technique." Hearing this made the Divine Dragon visibly uncomfortable. He replied, "Even if our sect's martial arts are highly appreciated, they're not here to entertain people. However, if you insist, I'll show you. You'll truly understand how terrifying this martial art can be. You'd best use all your strength to deal with it. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it." He immediately took a stance, preparing his technique. Chongpeng, still grinning, simply told him, "Try your best." And just like that, Chongpeng launched forward, rushing from below towards the Divine Dragon. Taekyung, watching intently, thought, subtle fragrance drifting. He's even faster than before. But despite the speed, the Divine Dragon managed to block Chongpeng's sword attack, deflecting it away. The momentum almost made Chongpeng get hit by his own deflected sword, but he dodged with literally a hair's breadth. Undeterred, he quickly launched a continuous barrage of attacks at the Willow Cloud Divine Dragon. Yet, every single strike was met with a block. Then, the Divine Dragon countered, attacking with his own sword, but Chongpeng, once again, easily dodged it, just as he had before. I think I can do that too," Chongpeng mused. The very next moment, as their two swords met, Chongpeng subtly shook the hilt of his weapon. Immediately, that seemingly simple move twisted and rushed forward, striking the Divine Dragon and injuring his shoulder. And guys, did you just see that? Everyone was absolutely stunned. They whispered, "Did you see that? How in the world did he do it?" Chongpeng, seeing his opponent's severe injuries, quickly covered his mouth with his hand, looking utterly terrified. The entire arena, everyone just stared, completely bewildered. Taekyung couldn't believe it. He thought, using strength to suppress strength? Softness to suppress softness. He just couldn't wrap his head around it. How could someone who only ate dumplings for an entire year fight like that? And get this, the real difference with Willow Cloud Divine Dragon? Chongpeng only uses his strength exactly when it's needed. Honestly, his wind power, it's like one level higher, no, maybe 2 levels higher than Willow Cloud Divine Dragon's. There's no way Willow Cloud Divine Dragon would confront him head-on without realizing that. Even if he kept fighting, he simply wasn't strong enough to unleash Chongpeng's true powers. Meanwhile, back on stage, Willow Cloud Divine Dragon was giving it his all, concentrating on his final sword move, the one that would decide everything. Immediately after, he charged forward, attacking with fierce determination. But our Invincible Divine Sword, Chongpeng, wasn't having it. He instantly unleashed his 36 Plum Blossom Sword. There was an explosion as the two powerful moves collided. When the dust and smoke finally cleared, everyone saw it. Willow Cloud Divine Dragon, trembling with exhaustion, stood with his sword pointed right at Chongpeng's neck. He managed to gasp out, "Plum Blossom. Huff. I see. You were a disciple of the Manhwa sect." Hearing this, Chongpeng instinctively covered his mouth, looking fearful, but Willow Cloud Divine Dragon then surprised everyone by declaring, "Well, it's not that important now. I have lost." As soon as the match was over, what did Chongpeng do? He zipped straight over to Taekyung, practically shoving his face in his, and excitedly asked, "How'd I do? Pretty great, right?" But Taekyung, ever the stoic, just looked down at him and deadpanned. "Are you a child or something? Do you need that much praise?" Chongpeng's face fell. He sadly looked down and mumbled, but Grandpa always used to compliment me. Taekyung, he couldn't care less. I'm not your grandpa, he simply stated, turning his head away. He couldn't help but think, is this really the guy who just defeated the Willow Cloud Divine Dragon? Just then, Zhang Rishu strolled up, a wide smile on his face. Hey Chongpeng, that martial arts match was absolutely superb, my friend, he exclaimed. Seeing Zhang Rishu, Chongpeng practically leapt at him, and the two embraced, hugging each other tightly. Watching them hug so tightly, Taekyung just rolled his eyes. Honestly, they looked like two big-headed kids. He thought, that Zhang Rishu bastard is really scraping by. I heard he won by default in the last round too. How lucky. Well, I'm sure he'll be disqualified next round. But as he continued to stew, a sudden realization hit him. He called out, hey, you two best friends over there. Both Chongpeng and Zhang Rishu immediately turned, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. What's wrong? Chongpeng asked. What is it? Added Zhang Rishu almost in unison. Taekyung then blurted out, wait, aren't you two opponents in the next match? You can imagine their faces. Hearing that, the two immediately jumped apart, looking at each other in utter panic. The invincible divine sword. What a name, right? Awkwardly scratched his head and stammered, I'm sorry. I'll go easy on you. I'll be nice. Zhang Rishu, looking just as bewildered, replied, I'd very much appreciate that, actually. Watching them act all chummy, Taekyung just shook his head, thinking, yeah, both of them are definitely out of their minds. Soon enough, it was Taekyung's turn. He quickly headed to the ring, where the referee officially introduced Jin Taekyung to the crowd. As he faced his opponent, Taekyung quipped, well, look at you. You're really lucky. I didn't think you'd actually make it this far. Jabang, his opponent, quickly retorted, my 18 subduing dragon palms is one of the 5 great palm techniques, you know. Taekyung, completely unfazed, just calmly finished Jabang's sentence for him. But you've only gotten to 5th mastery, haven't you? Jabang, a bit taken aback, admitted, that's right. Taekyung, ever the pragmatist, suggested, if that's the case, then why don't you just give up? Jabang, looking distressed, instantly replied, no way. My master will beat me like a dog if I do. Taekyung, perhaps a little exasperated, asked, so what should we do then? Jabang, with a sudden burst of misguided confidence, declared, there's only one way. My set club technique is also the best in the world, you hear? I'll beat you like a back alley dog. Well, spoiler alert, that didn't go so well for Jabang. He was beaten so badly by Taekyung that he literally couldn't fight back. As he lay there defeated, he whimpered, I've only trained my club technique to 5th mastery, you know? Seeing his sorry state, Taekyung, with perhaps a hint of sarcasm, asked, so, are all your techniques at 5th mastery then? After the match, the referee's voice boomed through the arena, announcing, the hidden dragon of Shangxi makes it to the final round. The crowd erupted, shouting with joy, but in a quiet corner, Zhang Rishu stood watching. He quickly slipped away, his mind racing as he walked. He thought to himself, the hidden dragon of Shangxi, Jin Taekyung. What a strange person. He overpowered that club technique so easily, even though the beggar set club technique is supposed to be the best they have. He just destroyed the bamboo club with his bare hand, and his only reaction to being hit with the 18 subduing dragon palms was a slight wince. It almost looked like he purposefully didn't dodge that attack too. But why? Is he the type that actually enjoys pain? No, that can't be right. He makes such ridiculous faces each time he gets hit. Maybe he's doing it to grow his pain tolerance? What an interesting guy, the Fire King's disciple, huh? I'll definitely have to keep a close eye on him. Just then, a group of people passed each other, communicating through hushed voice transmission, a secret method of talking without moving their lips. Pavilion Master, your orders, please. Numbers 2 and 3. Follow him, but keep a good distance between yourselves and him. But then we might lose him, a concerned voice whispered. I'm aware, the Pavilion Master responded, but that's the best we can do for now. Yes, sir, came the reply. Then a different voice chimed in. Numbers 4 and 5, keep your eyes on Jin Taekyung and Chongpeng. Report to me right away if he approaches again. Yes, sir, they confirmed. Finally, the Pavilion Master concluded. So, good luck to everyone. And just like that, the groups dispersed, blending into the crowd. Alright, so imagine this. A figure slips into a quiet alley, and poof. Just like that, they transform into someone else. Now, our protagonist, whoever he is clearly rattled. He thinks to himself, I'm sure, I've met him before, but when and where? After mastering disguise arts, I've never forgotten a face. Even if someone's disguised, I pride myself on recognizing them through their behavior, their build. Zhang Rishu, who are you? What are you scheming? Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through his leg, snapping him back to a memory. He recalls a past thought. Thousand-faced fox Song Ho, quite the large build for a fox. Should I go for his legs first? The pain intensifies, forcing him to his knees. He groans. It's acting up again. It's been getting worse lately. Am I just getting old, or was the period of peace just too long, you know? Later that afternoon, a new scene unfolds. Taekyung, looking utterly bewildered, asks, Hyuk, why are you here? Hyuk, all smile, replies, oh, I just came to keep you company, you know, in case you were bored. Aren't you proud of me? But Taekyung isn't amused. Not one bit. He snaps a nearby pole and uses it to playfully, or not so playfully, hit Hyuk, yelling, brat, lie down quickly. Hyuk, completely taken aback, asks, huh? Why? What's wrong? Taekyung presses him. Did Chongpeng ask you to interrupt my training? Hyuk's eyes widen in surprise. Huh, young master is practicing. Taekyung shouts back, exasperated. Then do you think I was taking a nap cross-legged? Come on, be honest. What are you really here for? Seeing his young master so angry, Hyuk quickly explains, no, I genuinely came to just keep you company. I thought you might be under a lot of pressure since the final round is tomorrow. Taekyung, still clutching that wooden pole, retorts, the opponent hasn't even been decided yet. What pressure? Don't you know the semifinal is continuing soon? Hyuk, persistent, replies, yeah, but I stopped by because I was worried about you, you know? Hearing that makes Taekyung blush, clearly embarrassed. He quickly pretends to stand up, clears his throat, and says, what are you worried for? Ahem, you should train instead. But as soon as the words are out, he sits back down, thinking, was I being too dramatic? Maybe he really was just worried about me. Suddenly, Hyuk, ever the curious one, asks again, Chongpong will win, right? Taekyung raises his head, a hint of disdain in his voice. Huh, isn't it obvious? But Hyuk isn't satisfied. He presses, young master, are you sure? You have to be certain, no matter what. Seeing that greedy, intense look in Hyuk's eyes, Taekyung can't help but feel confused. What's with that greedy look in his eyes? He wonders. Just then, a roar of screams starts rising from outside. Taekyung looks up, thinking, did it begin? The outcome is already decided. This is definitely a fight between an egg and a stone, isn't it? But it's still a good idea to see how it'll go down. So he immediately picks up his sword and says, let's go. But wait a minute. He doesn't see Hyuk anywhere. Where did that bastard go? He thinks, utterly bewildered. Outside, the crowd is absolutely roaring. Everyone's cheering, convinced the invincible divine sword will win. But, there's always one lone soul who's still bet on the precarious sword. So, there's Ji Cheongang, right? He's watching this whole thing unfold super carefully. And you know who else is there? Hongdao and Song, soaking all in. Suddenly, from the crowd, someone shouts, precarious sword. I bet a silver coin on you. Flip the tables around this time. But you guys, when another spectator hears that, they just burst out laughing. You bet on the precarious sword? They scoff. You're an idiot. Just look at the state his sword is in. How is that even a real martial artist? That's why he's called the precarious sword. What do you even expect from a guy like him? Now, on the fighting stage itself, Chongpong spots Jong Rishu's sword, and he's a bit concerned. He asks, friend, your sword looks rather old. Would you like to use mine? He's clearly trying to be polite, right? But Jong Rishu, he just refuses, saying, no, you can use that. Chongpong, being the nice guy he is, smiles a little shyly and replies, I'm fine though. Jong Rishu pushes back. You're okay without it? But what about you? Chongpong tries to reassure him. It doesn't matter. We're friends. But Jong Rishu insists. I appreciate it, but mine is good enough. Chongpong, still trying to connect, starts, but we are friends, only for Jong Rishu to cut him off, pointing that old, chipped sword right at Chongpong. His face, guys, is totally distorted, twisted, and he says, I have never considered you a friend. Talk about a gut punch, right? Fire Lord Ji Cheongang. He suddenly stands up, absolutely fuming, looking at his disciple being provoked like that. What did this even mean? Hongdao, sitting right next to him, clutches his chair, sweating. His mind is racing. Return to simplicity and truth. He was hiding his real powers. We were completely fooled. And the old man in the same row, he's just as surprised, constantly thinking, although it was only a momentary flash, that chi wave from Jong Rishu was incredible. But he's someone who barely managed to get to this round. He was even nicknamed the precarious sword. Then he questions, goodness, then that young man is transcendent level? Is that even possible? Suddenly, a voice from behind them says, it is. They're startled, quickly turning their heads to see who spoke. It's the old man who lost one leg, and he continues, if he is someone who has regained his youth, that is. Hearing that, all three of them are stunned. Regained his youth? They ask. Amitba. One says, that's the only explanation. But why would someone like that be here? The old man with one leg. That's Song, by the way. He glances gloomily at the audience below, thinking, Jong Rishu, who are you? Quickly, reveal your true nature. Then, the supervisor, trying to get things back on track, tells the two martial artists in the stance, starting from now, the second semifinal will be conducted. Both players prepare. But, in stark contrast to Jong Rishu's confident expression and calm smile, Chongpong is still absolutely reeling, completely shocked by what his opponent just said. We are not friends. Alright, buckle up, viewers. Because when the bell finally rang out, Jong Rishu didn't hesitate. He shot forward, swinging his signature sword, and caught Chongpong completely by surprise. Jong Rishu's eyes, blazing with a murderous aura, locked onto him. Chongpong's face? Pure fear. Before he could even begin to recover, a sharp, precise line appeared right across the middle of his chest. Blood spurted forward, hitting the ground like a sudden, chilling rain. When Chongpong finally regained consciousness, he clutched his wound. Disbelief etched across his face, and instinctively called out, ah, Jong Rishu. Jong Rishu, though, was shockingly calm. He simply held up the bloody sword, a cold, calculating look in his eyes. What a shame, he remarked, almost casually. That was much shallower than I intended. Chongpong trembled uncontrollably, not knowing if it was the agonizing pain or the sheer terror. He finally managed to stammer out why. Jong Rishu stood tall, slowly lowering his sword, and met Chongpong's gaze. Ah, he scoffed. I don't know what you're talking about. This is the Murim, isn't it? You didn't actually completely trust me after just a few conversations, did you? At Jong Rishu's words, Chongpong's face drained of all color. Jong Rishu just let out a cold, mocking laugh. Oh, looks like you did, he sneered. Honestly, how did you survive all your life being that stupid? And you're a disciple of the Manhwa sect, right? He paused, glancing at Chongpong with utter contempt. Sounds like the head of your sect taught his disciple absolutely nothing. How pathetic. Chongpong, trembling, managed to retort. My grandfather taught me martial arts, not those elders. John Rishu seemed a little surprised by Chong Peng's sudden defiance. Is that so? He mused. I don't know who your grandfather is, but he must be too old for his own good. What's his name? Chong Peng, despite his pain, looked John Rishu directly in the eye and stated solemnly, the Sword Saint. John Rishu's eyes practically bulged out. The Sword Saint. Mei Zhong Hak. Suddenly, the stands erupted in a cacophony of whispers and gasps. He's a disciple of the Sword Saint from Manhwa. But wasn't the Sword Saint dead? A disciple of the Sword Saint? Why? Why did he hide his identity? John Rishu just stroked his chin, a smirk playing on his lips. Disciple of the Sword Saint? Huh, he scoffed. Well, looks like the Sword Saint isn't so great either then. This particular sentence hit Chong Peng like a poisoned arrow, right in his very core. Then, John Rishu continued, his voice dripping with condescension. No matter how good a child is, he's still a child. And if he's left alone by the riverbank, just one look away, and they'll end up drowning in the current. That cruel statement completely shattered Chong Peng's self-esteem. Suddenly, his grandfather's words echoed in his mind. Remember, the world is vast and full of strong people. Your martial arts aren't perfect yet. Always be wary of those with evil intentions. A crushing realization hit him. Now I understand what he meant. I was so stupid. I only realized it after I was slashed by someone I foolishly thought was a friend. Chong Peng, seething with resentment, raised his sword. You'll regret this, he vowed. But Rishu? He showed no fear, just a contemptuous smirk as he gently gripped his own blade. Oh really, he seemed to say. Let's see how good you really are then. Suddenly, Rishu charged, slashing at Chong Peng with incredible speed. He didn't give him even a moment to counter. Rishu's sword moved decisively, aiming for Chong Peng's most vulnerable spots. A few strands of Chong Peng's hair fell onto his neck, his heart hammered. He thought, he's so fast. Not only that, but I can't even read his moves. At this rate, the best I can hope for is to barely block him. And what about his destructive power? He's not even using his sword chi. How is this possible? As Chong Peng struggled to defend against this storm of a sword attack, Rishu seized an opening. With a swift, bare-handed swing, he slammed his fist right into Chong Peng's stomach. Our hero flew backward, rolling several times across the ground, but quickly, remarkably, regained his balance. Almost defeated, Chong Peng gritted his teeth. He didn't say a word, just charged forward, unleashing his 36 Plum Blossom sword. Rishu whistled in praise. Oh, that's a good sword move, he noted, surprisingly calm. He simply stood there, raising his arm, his sword held casually in front of him. The 36 Plum Blossom sword rushed toward Rishu, but he indifferently raised his sword tip to block it. The moment they touched, Chong Peng's powerful attack was knocked right back. He was utterly shocked. Rishu had effortlessly blocked and redirected tens of thousands of sword energy attacks, creating explosions behind him. Yet he remained completely untouched by the Manhwa 36 Plum Blossom sword. Can you believe it? Chong Peng was stunned. He thought, this person, he dodged all my sword energy with that tattered sword. In such a short time, his face turned pale with fear. That sword could really do that. Rishu took a step forward. Chong Peng took a step back. The situation on the martial arts field was now completely dominated by Rishu. His eyes grew even more expressionless, while Chong Peng's became wide with panic and fear. Then Rishu quipped, why are you afraid? Chong Peng's mind spun, confused like a tangled thread. Scared? Yes, that's right. In that moment, he actually asked himself, am I scared? He remembered a time, munching on dumplings, when he'd confidently declared, fear? What's that? The Sword Saint, stroking his beard gently, had replied, it's something that hides in the deepest corners of everyone's minds. Your biggest weakness, my boy, is that you don't know fear. Looking at his innocent grandchild, so naive about life, the Sword Saint had sighed. It's my fault for coddling you so much, because of how old I was when you were born. I shouldn't have spoiled you this way. But if a day comes when you learn what fear is, don't let it consume you. That's all I can tell you. Chong Peng had just finished reminiscing when he was suddenly, unexpectedly, pushed to the very edge of the martial arts arena. John Rishu, clearly furious, scorned, I had high expectations of you, since you're the disciple of the Sword Saint. But is this truly all you are? Chong Peng's hands, still clutching his sword, trembled. Grandpa, he whispered, his voice barely audible. What should I do with that guy? John Rishu, like a furious killing god, pointed his sword directly at Chong Peng, mocking him. I'm sure you know what losing means in the world of Murim. Then, with a chilling shout, he lunged, stabbing hard. Chong Peng could only stand there, stiff and helpless. Suddenly, a brilliant ray of light flashed from above. Bang! A familiar sword spear rushed down, blocking the deadly strike right between the two men. As expected, John Rishu sneered, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Jin Taekyung landed lightly on the arena's pole, his presence commanding. John Rishu lazily finished his thought. You've got a pretty good friend. Taekyung coldly rebutted. Not a friend, but a benefactor. His face darkened with anger. Who the hell are you? The battle was temporarily delayed, tension thick in the air. Jin Taekyung quickly knelt down, touching Chong Peng's fidgeting neck to feel for a pulse. What happened to him? He murmured, checking for injuries. His pulse is normal, and the wound on his chest isn't as deep as it looks. John Rishu interrupted Taekyung's worried thoughts. You sure are worried, aren't you? It was an empty attack, so nothing you're thinking of will happen. He smirked. It's just his mind that's been hurt. Taekyung's face darkened even further. He glared at John Rishu, emphasizing, an empty attack? That strike just now. John Rishu smiled, almost in disbelief. Nothing I can do if you don't believe me. But friendship, well, that's a good thing, isn't it? Jin Taekyung slowly stood up, a wave of guilt washing over him. I was completely fooled. Memories flooded back. Their first meeting, everything they'd been through together. I thought he was just a talkative, naive guy. Taekyung couldn't help but think. Was that all a front? It's not just a coincidence that we came across each other the first time, either. Then, his anger flaring, he demanded, "Who are you?" Jong Rishu's curved eyes were full of provocation. Do I have to repeat myself? I'm Jong Rishu from. Wait, you two, step back now. An official in a green shirt appeared, the match referee. Young Master Jin. Intervening in other people's martial arts matches is against the banquet's regulations. Jin Taekyung didn't care. He calmly looked for his spear, questioning. So, are you telling me to just stand and watch when someone else is about to be killed? The referee stammered. Didn't he say it was an empty attack? Jin Taekyung pulled out his spear, his voice firm. That's what he said, yes. The referee tried desperately to stop him. If you don't back away right now, then you could receive a failure for this round. So, Jin Taekyung, his face swollen from getting hit, right? He just snarled. Failure? I don't care about that. And wouldn't you know it, Jong Rishu just loved to fan the flames. He casually replied, "Oh, I'd appreciate that. Then I get to easily win this, and make myself famous too." These two, they just couldn't stop bickering. Nonsense. Stop acting and tell us the truth. Who are you? One demanded. The other retorted, "Well, I guess I have no choice. I really did want to fight you, though." Our poor referee, he was absolutely furious. Finally, he choked up, practically shouting, "Are you not listening to me? The final round of the Great Celestial Banquet will take place tomorrow, as the rules say." But then, a majestic voice cut in, clear as a bell, then changed that rule. The referee was startled, wasn't he? He clearly didn't expect that particular character to speak up again. Jin Taekyung, he looked absolutely triumphant seeing him. Jong Rishu, though, he didn't even bother to react. Interesting, right? The referee, totally confused, stammered, "Master Jeek, but in order to change the rules, we need to have a conference and get the permission of the senior." Jeek Cheongang, with a calm, almost silent presence, replied, "The first Great Celestial Banquet senior was the martial god. After he vanished, the abbot of Shaolin became the senior. But with Hongdao gone right now." The referee hurriedly turned his head, and sure enough, that chair had been empty for a long time. Jeek Cheongang then gently asked, "So, who do you think would be the senior, when you consider age and position?" "You, sir," the referee answered, utterly helpless. Jeek Cheongang clasped his hands behind his back, and, with an air of authority, ordered, "So, now the damn rule will be changed. Get ready to take on the next martial arts battle." The referee bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, sir." Jeek Cheonggang's eyes then turned to Jong Rishu. "And you?" Jong Rishu pointed to himself, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Me?" Jeek Cheongang nodded. "Yes, you. The one with the forked tongue." Jong Rishu seemed genuinely surprised. "My tongue didn't split in half, but why?" Jeek Cheonggang's face, though, filled with a dark aura. He cut straight to the chase. "Let me be direct. Are you from the Heavenly Mountain?" The referee gasped in fear. Everyone went silent. But Jong Rishu? He just curled his lips, completely ignoring Jeek Cheonggang's expression, which was as black as a pot's bottom. He deliberately drew out his answer. "Let's see. I will answer that question at the end of the martial arts competition." Jeek Cheonggang's warning was chilling. If you don't want your life to end right this moment, you'd better think over your answer very carefully. But Jong Rishu, ever the provocateur, just teased, "But what if some bad accident were to happen before I got to answer that question?" "Accident?" Jeek Cheongang asked, his voice dripping with anger. Jong Rishu glared back, his expression suddenly serious. "For example, a certain master losing his one and only disciple." The whole martial arts arena fell into a strange, unsettling quiet. Then, Jin Taekyung viciously scoffed. "Oh, you think you're that good?" But Jeek Cheongang, his entire body suddenly radiating a potent fighting spirit, cut him off. He replied, his voice low and dangerous. "If that unfortunate thing happened, the master would be very angry at losing his disciple. Then, the master will burn the murderer alive." Jong Rishu and Jeek Cheongang were chatting, right? Jong Rishu said, "Aren't you jumping to conclusions? You don't even know who I'm talking about." Jeek Cheongang shot back. "Coincidentally enough, I know that person very well." Left alone, Jin Taekyung's thoughts raced. "Ugh, what an unpleasant bastard," he fumed. "I really wasn't going to use this after realizing levels and strength aren't proportional here. But I have no other choice. Show me who you are." Chi sense. Immediately, a light blue energy shimmered around Jin Taekyung's feet, quickly spreading outwards. And then, the system notification popped up. "You use Chi sense. You are currently on the realm of 8th mastery, which allows you to inspect targets within approximately an 80-meter radius, if they're under level 100. Meanwhile, Jong Rishu was still rambling. Well then I guess I'll just have to leave it up to luck." But guess what? By then, Taekyung's Chi sense aura had already expanded, reaching Jong Rishu. The system chimed in again. "You may focus on one target." Suddenly, the moment that aura brushed against Jong Rishu's feet, something unexpected happened. The system screen flashed wildly, screaming, "Chi sense failed. Cannot inspect the chosen target. An unknown power is resisting the skill." Taekyung was absolutely stunned. What? Even Jeek Cheongang couldn't resist this skill? He thought, his mind reeling. Does this mean he's stronger than Jeek Cheongang? No, there's no way. That's impossible. Then why? Could it be demonic arts? Jong Rishu, as if sensing something, turned around. He shot Jin Taekyung a look, and it wasn't a friendly one. "You've got a very interesting trick there, don't you?" he said, a smirk playing on his lips. "Dvin Taekyung pronedible. Are you really a demon cultist?" he challenged. John Rishu just shrugged. I'll tell you, if you win against me. Now, what did you just do? Jin Taekyung, full of arrogance, retorted. Are you curious? Even if you win, I won't tell you. John Rishu clicked his tongue. That's too big a loss for me. What a shame. He waved his hand dismissively, almost stirring the air itself. Then he shouted, let's just play. Jin Taekyung, his blood now boiling with enthusiasm, agreed. Okay, let's play. Suddenly, a whisper echoed in Taekyung's mind. Jeet Cheon Gang's voice. Go all out, from the beginning. And then, guess what happened? Both the unmoving Chong Peng and the referee were abruptly lifted into the air by an invisible force. The referee was utterly bewildered for a moment. It was the Fire King, pulling these two unrelated people away from the martial arts arena. If you die in his hands, the Fire King warned ominously, you will die by my hand again. Jin Taekyung was sweating profusely, muttering under his breath, well, I guess I really gotta give it my all, if I don't want to die twice. The referee, frantically adjusting his hat, finally declared, attention, according to changed schedules. We will begin the final round of the Great Celestial Banquet right away. Facing off will be the the ever-victorious sword, John Rishu, against the hidden dragon of Shangxi, the mean Taekyung. As their names echoed, both warriors rushed forward with a bang. Their sword tips met, and, immediately, an intense light erupted. The aftershock from that massive battle, they weren't just felt on the battlefield. Oh no, they reached a secret mansion not far away, a place where a powerful figure named Song resides. Inside, a few people in black were reporting to him. Sir, about 7 kilometers to the north, one began, it seems to be the aftermath of some serious martial arts. Looks like something big happened at the duel. Song, hands clasped behind his back, hummed thoughtfully. You know that feeling when something just gnaws at you? He was probably thinking, John Rishu, what exactly did he do? This takes us back to a flashback, a memory of a peaceful day, him and his staff enjoying tea, talking shop. Hong Dao, ever the pensive one, had said, dark clouds are coming. Song naturally wondered, is it perhaps from the direction of the heavenly mountain? But Hong Dao, with a worried look, confessed, I can't tell where it comes from, or when. I only know 2 words, dark heavens. Dark heavens. Song had pondered. Hong Dao, desperate, had raised his head and pleaded, help me, I need your strength. Back to the present. After that unsettling memory, Song tried to reassure himself. He thought, the masters of the 9 great sects, the 5 great clans, and even the 10 kings are all at the duel. I assume there's no need for me to worry. He then instructed his men, tell the abbot that I'll be there soon. But then, a man in black dropped a bombshell. Sir, King Dharma has left the scene. Song was genuinely surprised. He's not there. He stroked his chin, a wave of uneasiness washing over him. What's happening? He mused. He's not someone I usually have to worry about, but I really hope it's nothing bad. Song quickly ordered his black-clad men. 1 of you go to the duel. 2 of you stay here and report to me immediately if anything happens. The men, in perfect unison, replied, yes, sir. He then turned to the others. The rest of you come with me. The moment we arrive, make sure to lock down the area thoroughly. And again, in unison, they confirmed, showing their unwavering loyalty. But wait, there's a new development. A messenger bird arrived, carrying a crucial letter. As Song read it, the message hit him like a bell ringing. I found the night murderer. His priorities instantly shifted. He thought, this is of utmost priority right now. Now let's go back to the martial arts arena. You won't believe the impact. The sheer force of the attack between Jin Taekyung and John Rishu created a monstrous storm of dust and smoke, exploding across the entire arena. Spectators in the stands quickly covered their eyes, crying out in shock. But the seasoned masters? They sat firm, barely flinching, though you could hear a soft groan or two. As the misty chaos slowly cleared, the scene became visible again. There was John Rishu, his sword expertly blocking Jin Taekyung's powerful spear strike. Struggling a bit, he still managed to marvel. You're quite strong. I didn't think you'd be able to push me back. Meanwhile, Jin Taekyung's forehead was throbbing, blue veins popping. He thought, what the hell? I meant for that attack to completely overpower him, but all it did was push him back a few steps. I knew he was strong, but this is something else. John Rishu, with a slight smirk, then told Jin Taekyung, you know, to manifest tons of power, you only need a bit of strength. You should really read the flow of the fight, instead of just relying on brute force. John Rishu took full advantage of that moment. Jin Taekyung was distracted, so Rishu swiped his sword hard, moving aside as he simultaneously threw a punch straight at Taekyung's ribs. Our hero couldn't react in time, forcing him to curl up, blocking that dangerous spot with his elbow. The force, it was so great that Jin Taekyung was sent flying. He quickly managed to brace himself, planting his spear just before his back hit the ground. But John Rishu seemed to see right through that plan. He swung his sword, rushing straight in, not giving Jin Taekyung a single moment to breathe. Jin Taekyung, using his spear for leverage, swung around to dodge Rishu's incoming sword. Solar kick, Taekyung shouted, and his foot immediately burst into flames. He then stomped on John Rishu, repeatedly. Both sides bounced back, separating for a moment. And if you looked closely, a piece of John Rishu's sleeve was burned away, revealing a toned, muscular arm. It seems when Jin Taekyung kicked, Rishu used his arm to block, and the fire just licked the fabric clean. John Rishu clicked his tongue. What a shame, he mused. I like this outfit. Then, he smiled at Jin Taekyung. But you truly are impressive, aren't you? I'm starting to like you even more. Suddenly, John Rishu vanished. Poof, right there on the spot. Taekyung was startled, and then A strong slash shot out from the air, right near him. Rishu had moved, appearing right next to Jin Taekyung. "Let's get it started," he declared. Taekyung turned pale, raising his spear quickly to block Rishu. Angrily, Jin Taekyung twisted his spear, creating bright, powerful slashes, like a sharp storm that shattered the surrounding rock and earth. Jong Rishu, however, glided backwards, as effortlessly as a leopard. He suddenly jumped back, then brought his sword down on Taekyung's face, repeatedly. Jin Taekyung, learning from experience, raised his spear to block. He even half-kneeled to avoid a sword that almost pierced his shoulder. Talk about a close call. Jin Taekyung clenched his fists, focusing his internal energy to form a divine palm of fire. Jong Rishu just glanced at it. Then, holding his sword in his free hand, he too began gathering internal strength. The two punches collided hard. Boom! The entire arena exploded. Both fighters were knocked back by the sheer pressure of that clash. In the middle of the fighting grounds, where they stood, the brick pavement was shattered, utterly destroyed by the impact. This forceful blow separated Jong Rishu and Jin Taekyung, pushing them apart. Jin Taekyung was pale, sweating coldly. Jong Rishu, with his eyes half closed, gazed at him. "That was not a wise decision on your end," he said, a hint of disdain in his voice. "As you can see now, my chi is quite strong." Jin Taekyung silently cursed. And sure enough, blood spewed out from his mouth. He collapsed, clutching his face, coughing, as blood seeped between his fingers. "I know he's learned the demonic arts," he thought, pain lancing through him, "but how can he possess this level of martial arts at his age?" Jin Taekyung wiped the blood from his lips, glaring fiercely at Jong Rishu. "What are you?" he demanded. Jong Rishu, unnervingly calm, chuckled. "That's what I'd like to ask you, actually. I never expected to meet someone as monstrously good as you in this lifetime." Jin Taekyung scoffed, pointing a finger. "You still dare to talk nonsense?" "I'm telling you honestly," Jong Rishu replied, a slight smile playing on his lips. Taekyung's eyes narrowed. "Honestly, my ass. If I'm a monster, then what exactly are you?" "Me?" Jong Rishu shrugged. "Oh, I'm just a little different from other people." Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Jin Taekyung clenched his fist, rage simmering. "Different? What kind of special? Are we talking about demonic arts here?" Jong Rishu winked. "People always assume it's got something to do with demonic arts, don't they, when they're faced with something out of the ordinary? It's just hard to accept it as is." Jin Taekyung wiped the blood from his chin, confusion etched on his face. "Oh, what? So what exactly have you mastered?" Jong Rishu's playful demeanor finished. He didn't respond. Instead, he seriously picked up his sword, a grim look replacing his smile. "I guess any further explanation would be a waste of time," he declared. With that, Jong Rishu started advancing, clearly ready to end this. But then, something unexpected happened. Jin Taekyung let out a sudden sigh, almost to himself. Master was right, he thought. Sleep really is a luxury for martial artists, and repeat quests, they're truly great. Jong Rishu frowned, a puzzled escaping his lips. But Taekyung, a triumphant smile spreading across his bloodied face, simply said, "That's why all my seniors advised me to be frugal." As he spoke, something incredible was happening. A system interface, visible only to Jin Taekyung, materialized before his eyes. A number 500 rapidly dwindled to 0, and then a surge of stats coursed through him. Jong Rishu, sensing the shift, cautiously asked, What do you mean by that?" "What I'm saying is," Jin Taekyung muttered, his voice deepening. His entire face twisted, blue veins pulsed visibly on his neck, and his muscles bulged abnormally. "I'm saying, this is going to be difficult for you now," he declared, a newfound power radiating from him. Before Jong Rishu could even fully process what was going on, Jin Taekyung moved. He didn't waste another word. With a terrifying surge of speed, he brandished his spear and unleashed a powerful slash. A fierce sword light arced through the air, forcing Jong Rishu to stumble backward. Jong Rishu quickly raised his own sword to block, but to his utter shock, the jagged blade slowly began to smoke. He landed a short distance away, his mind reeling. How, he wondered. Before he could even comprehend, Jin Taekyung slashed down hard with his fiery spear. Jong Rishu, barely reacting in time, immediately dove to the side. But Jin Taekyung didn't let up. He kept his weapon raised, relentlessly pressing the attack, unleashing a flurry of jabs and thrusts. This forced Jong Rishu into a constant, desperate counterattack. "Ha, it's really amazing, truly great." Jong Rishu laughed, a strange, happy smile on his face. He deftly spun his sword, blocking every incoming blow. His speed, surprisingly, was now completely on par with Jin Taekyung's. Jin Taekyung gritted his teeth, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. This wasn't how it was supposed to go, he thought, frustrated. How is he still holding on? What the hell? Jong Rishu, regaining control in a flash, slammed his sword against Jin Taekyung's spear. The spear, losing its grip, plunged deep into the ground. Jong Rishu clicked his tongue. He then jumped, 1 foot atop the impaled spear, spinning high in the air before stretching out a leg and landing a brutal kick right on Jin Taekyung's chin. Jin Taekyung groaned, eyes rolling back, head tilting helplessly. His mouth, we can only imagine, was filled with curses for Jong Rishu. That painful sound echoed to the sky. Slowly, Jin Taekyung crawled up from the ground, groping for his spear. Suddenly, a pair of torn shoes appeared right in front of him. "I should put an end to this," Jong Rishu stated calmly. Jin Taekyung stood straight, his face as red and spicy as a chili pepper. He cursed back. "End it. You don't get to decide." But before he could even finish speaking, Jin Taekyung's eyes locked onto Jong Rishu's sword. Gone was its ordinary look. Now, it was transparent, crackling with many purple lightning rays. Enhanced sword chi, he thought, secretly sweating bullets. Zhang Rishu raised his glowing sword and declared, "But I'll remember your name, Hidden Dragon of Shangxi." Suddenly, a strike of bad premonition flashed through his mind. Zhang Rishu, pausing, turned around in contemplation. Meanwhile, Jin Taekyung was still absent-mindedly analyzing. Enhanced sword chi is a bit dangerous. I hope it'll be fine since I have white flames, he told himself, perhaps a little too optimistically. Just then, Zhang Rishu flew away. What? When Jin Taekyung finally regained consciousness, Zhang Rishu had simply vanished. His eyes widened, staring in the direction his opponent had fled. His entire expression twisted, bitter, his face wrinkling up like a rotten apple. He was so mad, he nearly turned into fish sauce, if you know what I mean. Jin Taekyung didn't even hesitate. He leaped straight into the sky, screaming, "Where are you going, you son of a bitch?" He thought, I don't know what he's planning, but he doesn't get to book it after one-sidedly beating me up. Jin Taekyung followed closely, swinging his spear behind him, ready to whip Zhang Rishu hard. Just when he was sure he had him, Zhang Rishu gently flexed his legs, kicked the air, and dodged the attack. Jin Taekyung missed. And then, Zhang Rishu did it again, jumping a few more times in the same baffling way. Jin Taekyung was absolutely terrified. What the hell? Don't you know Newton's law of universal gravitation? You son of a bitch? He cursed as he began to fall, simply running out of strength to jump. But wait. At this exact moment, a shadowy figure emerged, focusing power into his palm, creating a familiar fireball. It's Jeek Cheongang. He held the fire in his hand, shouting, "You, where do you think you're going?" Jeek Cheongang then abruptly pointed his giant, fiery arm straight at Zhang Rishu. Zhang Rishu, what a showman. He executed a perfect somersault in the air, then stepped hard on that beam of fire. Can you believe it? He actually launched himself away, sending his flames crashing into pieces, exploding like a dazzling fireworks display. The masters, they just gasped in anticipation, totally captivated by his unique performance. Suddenly, Jeek Cheongang cleared his throat, loud enough for everyone to hear. Immediately, everyone snapped their mouths shut and glared at him instead. You could see he was embarrassed, but then he just roared loudly. "What are you all doing? Chase after him right now." Everyone was startled, scrambling in a hurry. You could hear shouts like, "Capture the ever-victorious sword, Zhang Rishu, and get the spy of the demon cult." And just like that, they left Jin Taekyung all alone in the martial arts arena. Jeek Cheongang, still shouting, ordered, "Dead or alive, the one to catch him will be greatly rewarded." Just then, a whole series of notifications from the system suddenly popped up, making Jin Taekyung totally surprised. Automatic loss for Zhang Rishu for leaving the duel grounds. You have successfully completed the quest. Great Celestial Banquet. You have accomplished Great Celestial Banquet victory. Rewards will be calculated based on the level of the contestants and the difficulty of the duels. You have obtained large amounts of experience, fame, and bonus points. Meanwhile, Jeek Cheongang was practically frantic. He hastily ordered, "Chase after Zhang Rishu immediately. Emergency. Everyone, arm yourselves and follow me. Bring the guys that were on standby too." And our hero, Jin Taekyung, he just finished fighting and, let's be honest, probably struggled to even pretend to wait. Looking at that pile of notifications, he just smacked his lips and thought, man, what a boring way to win. Now, morning came, and the city was peaceful, as usual. People were going back and forth, selling their goods, a truly harmonious picture, or so you'd think. But suddenly, a whole crowd of gangsters appeared everywhere, stepping on tiled roofs, gliding past, utterly ruining this calm, harmonious scene. Jeek Cheongang and the others were relentlessly searching for Zhang Rishu. "Which direction did he go?" someone yelled. "Man, he's really fast." Another person cursed loudly. Jeek Cheongang urged them on, clearly exasperated. "At this rate, we'll lose him. The beggar sect will take the west, and the Kunlun sect and the rest of you go everywhere else." All of them, in unison, responded, "Yes, Master Jeek." Jeek Cheongang then pointed at an old man, who had a short sword tucked behind his back, and advised him, "You, go east." The old man nodded, but then added, "Be careful, master. That ever-victorious sword, or whatever, he'll be difficult to face on your own." But Jeek Cheongang just shook his finger, clearly showing his disapproval. His wrinkled face, radiating confidence, told the old man, "You should say those words to your subordinates, not to me. Don't treat me like I'm on your level." The old man, without missing a beat, immediately went in another direction, yelling, "If you're done with your nonsense, then get going. Damn it, how unlucky do we have to be? Where's old man Hongdao when we need him, huh?" So, in the end, only two remained, teacher and student Jin Taekyung and Jeek Cheongang. His master, Jeek Cheongang, glanced at Taekyung concerned. "How's your internal injury?" he asked. "Are you okay?" Jin Taekyung, ever the stubborn one, replied, "It's okay." Jeek Cheongang warned, "Don't act rashly if you do find him, understand?" Taekyung pouted. "I can't really guarantee that, master," he replied. "I have to pay him back for the beating he gave me." As they glided across the rooftops, Jeek Cheongang stopped his student. "Zhang Rishu isn't someone you can win against," he stated firmly. "Don't do anything until I say so." Jin Taekyung naturally complained, but just how strong is Zhang Rishu, after all? The Fire King refused to comment. "I don't know," he admitted. "Even I can't tell what kind of martial arts he's learned, or what realm he's reached." Hearing that, Taekyung's heart suddenly panicked. Think about it. Even Jeek Cheongang, one of the top 5 of the 10 kings, says he's really strong. And even the egotistical Thunderbolt Blade King said he was strong. Just how powerful is this guy? Just as Jeek Cheongang and Jin Taekyung landed on a residential house, a loud explosion echoed from far away. "Old man," Jin Taekyung shouted. "I know," Jeek Cheongang replied, already on the move. Both of them quickly flew towards the commotion. Looking down from above, they clearly saw a massive hole in the ground, taking up most of the yard. It was filled with smoke, dust, and scattered rocks. A crowd of people stood, gathered nervously near the gaping chasm. As Jeek Cheongang and Jin Taekyung approached, they heard frantic voices calling out, "Master, wake up! Quickly, follow him!" Then, Jin Taekyung's face turned pale as he saw who was lying in that crater. Jeek Cheongang was even more terrified, completely pale. He quickly flew down into the crowd. The moment his heel touched the ground, he stepped directly into a pool of blood. And there, amidst the crimson, were wooden beads. Beads that had fallen from a rosary. Jeek Cheonggang's face darkened. He couldn't believe his eyes. He whispered, a pained disbelief in his voice. "Well, you're lying on your ass again, even though your friend's here." Everyone gathered around, trying desperately to help the person lying in pain in the hole. But it was Hongdao motionless. Blood spurted out, drenching his long white beard. And beneath his robe, his legs were gone. Only a vague, horrifying pile of flesh and blood remained. Jeek Cheongang looked at his old friend, and a memory flashed back. Just recently, while they were sitting up high together, Hongdao had spoken up. "I have something to take care of," he'd said. "I'll need to leave for a bit." Jeek Cheongang was surprised. "What, right now?" Hongdao slowly stood up. "I'll be back soon," he'd replied, before leaving right away. At the time, Jeek wasn't too worried. He'd simply asked, "Is it something small or big?" Hongdao had smiled, that gentle, knowing smile. "Ba," he'd replied. "Buddha has said that if I take care of something big first, the small matters will be resolved on their own." And then, Jeek frowns. "You're damn Ba. That's why people always say you're not a good monk." Hongdao just smiles brightly and says, "What does that matter?" But now, those happy memories vanish, and we see Hongdao lying in a pool of blood. Jeek Cheongang rushes over, collapsing beside his friend. Everyone shakes their heads, explaining, "Master Jeek, our sect leader was after Zhang Rishu. But when we got here, it was already too late." Jeek simply replies, "It's okay." He tries to channel his internal force, hoping to inject it into Hongdao's body to somehow heal his wounds. But Jeek feels the extent of his old friend's injuries. It's not his legs that are the problem. He realizes his heart's sinking. No, he has severe internal injuries. He's coughing up pieces of his insides. That's how bad his internal condition truly is. Then, a gentle look comes over Jeek's face as he whispers to his fading friend, "Hey, do you remember the first time we met? When we were fighting all those demon cult bastards in Gansu?" As Jeek speaks, the memories flood back. "My first thought when I saw you was, what a corrupt monk you are." He remembers Jeek Cheongang grilling chicken, and Hongdao, with his usual audacity, snatching a cooked leg and devouring it, making Jeek Cheongang yell in protest. Jeek Cheongang continues, "But I guess you grew on me, because I was rather sad to say goodbye to you." Another memory flickers. A late afternoon, glasses of wine raised, their laughter echoing. Back in the present, Hongdao is barely clinging to life in Jeek Cheonggang's arms. With a strained voice and tears in his eyes, he says, "Do you even know this? You are my best friend." Hearing Jeek's voice, Hongdao's cloudy eyes slowly flutter open. Jeek, desperate, leans in close, pleading, "Say anything. Say anything." The entire group waits, silent and worried, but what awaits them is only silence. Jeek checks his old friend's pulse. Then, as if accepting the cruel hand of fate, he gently lets go of Hongdao's hand. He stands, his eyes now blazing with a terrifying, murderous intent, and declares, "We're going to Shaolin." Suddenly, a voice cries out from a distance, "No, it can't be." Jin Taekyung, taken aback, asks Master, what about Zhang Rishu?" Jeek waves his hand, coldly dismissing the question. Later, Shaolin comes first right now, but the old man next to him can't hold back, rushing forward. "What is this, Hongdao?" "Hongdao!" Jeek Cheongang reaches out, blocking the old man's chest. He says quietly, yet with an iron resolve, "There's no time for shock. Listen to me clearly. I am going to Shaolin Temple. You gather everyone and let them know about this. Don't delay for even a moment." The old man roars, "What? Shaolin? What?" Jeek Cheongang replies, Hongdao's last words. According to them, there will be a bloodbath soon in Shaolin. Perhaps it has already begun. Hearing this, everyone is absolutely stunned. A bloodbath at the Shaolin Temple? Jeek Cheonggang's eyes narrow, filled with intense pressure. Dark heaven, they're on the move. If my prediction is correct, Zhang Rishu will see that son of a bitch in Shaolin too. The old man grits his teeth, his voice a low growl. Dark heaven. Jeek couldn't wait for everyone to process everything. He just left. "Do you understand now that we must hurry?" he called back. "Come immediately to Shaolin once everyone is together." Jeek Cheongang flew far away. Jin Taekyung glanced at Hongdao, lying on the cold ground. His eyes, sparkling with pain, fixed on him for a moment. Then he resolutely ran after Jeek Cheongang. Suddenly, a drop of water fell on Jin's cheek. He instinctively wiped it away. "Is it raining?" he wondered, inexplicably. No, the sky was clear. No gloom at all. It wasn't rain, was it? It must have been Jeek Cheonggang's tears, shed for Hongdao. On the winding green road, the silhouettes of Jin Taekyung and Jeek Cheongang rushed forward like the wind. Jin Taekyung spoke up, breaking the heavy silence. "Zhang Rishu, Dark Heaven, unnamed," he mused. "Is that what Hongdao said?" Jeek Cheongang explained as they walked. That's right, he affirmed. He used every ounce of strength he had, in a state where nothing else was possible. Even as he lay dying, he mustered everything just to pass those words on to this old man. Then, Taekyung Jin turned to Jin. So, what do you think those words mean? Jin Taekyung analyzed. I think, as you said, those first two words must mean John Rishu is the dark heaven. But unnamed Enri, I don't get that part. Jeek suggested. Do you remember Hongdao's disciple? Taekyung was surprised as he recalled a young monk's face, quite kind, smiling and talking. He suddenly remembered. Ah, Jin Taekyung exclaimed, the name of the monk with that bulging muscle. Jeek Cheongang continued. And Rui must be referring to Shaolin's divine artifact, the green jade Rui. The green jade Rui is a symbol of the abbot, and it needs to be carried by the abbot at all times. Taekyung was confused. Why would he have said that, though? Jeek Cheongang replied, not long ago, Hongdao told me he had handed over the green jade Buddha staff to his disciples. When Taekyung heard that, his eyebrows furrowed. He suddenly understood the implication. Then the reason we're going to Shaolin, instead of chasing John Rishu, is... Jeek Cheongang, his face grim, continued. Exactly. The Dark Heaven's real target isn't the death of Hongdao, but the green jade Rui. The two quickly accelerated, urgency fueling their steps. Meanwhile, in the forest, a person was knocked to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Another trembled, holding a sword, hissing, Dark Heaven. A person wearing a blue robe gently said, Oh ho, you already know us. The other person shouted in anger. How could I not? You're a sinner against the heavens and humanity both. After hearing that, the man in blue smiled cunningly. You've got quite the fiery personality for someone so young, he mused. But you're much better than the ones I've met on my way here. They were busy lying to me. After hearing this, the martial artist's whole body stiffened. The ones you met on your way here, you mean? The blue-robed man slowly approached, a chilling smile on his face. Lumberjacks, gatherers, there were lots of them. Ah, the ones pretending to be couples were pretty okay though. I almost fell for it myself. Our hero clutched the sword in his hand, trembling as a terrifying realization dawned. All my colleagues, those who split up to send the urgent messages. The man in blue smile widened. So I just killed them all. I thought that would be the most convenient option, you know? Then he paused, a chilling thought crossing his mind. However, sinning against heavens and humanity? That's quite a harsh accusation, wouldn't you say? What do you think? Our terrified, yet brave, fighter still managed to shout. How dare you do such a thing? But before he could react, a cold hand snaked out, seizing the back of his neck. That poor guy was being strangled by another mysterious figure. The blue-robed man looked annoyed. No, he corrected, a hint of irritation in his voice. I was asking the person behind you. Suddenly, an orange-haired man appeared. A flash of fire erupted from his hand, incinerating the unfortunate fighter on the spot. Hansu, you bastard! What are you doing? Playing around with these lowlifes. The blue-robed man, Hansu, waved a hand, as if to dispel the scent of burning flesh. He smiled. I was just about to finish up. So how are things looking up top, my friend? The orange-haired man grinned. Oh, it's looking real fun, Hansu. As they casually stepped over the fallen martial artist's remains, their conversation continued loudly. All right, let's hurry. That Shaolin disciple is holding the green jade Buddha staff. You know? We can't let him get away. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the darkness, calling out repeatedly. Mr. Chong, get up. At the insistent call, the person lying face down finally stirred. He allowed a soft groan. Seeing a sign of life, the voice became more urgent, almost joyful. Young Master Chong, wake up. Then slap. A sharp crack echoed as Chong Peng received a resounding slap, followed by a much louder, desperate shout. Young Master Chong. Chong Peng finally sputtered. I'm up. I'm awake. He clutched his stinging, red cheek, a surge of indignation joining the ache. A man named Hyuk, leaning over him, quickly asked, You're up? Do you remember who I am? Chong Peng, despite his pain, didn't miss a beat. Long time no see, Hyuk Mujin. But Chong Peng's anger quickly resurfaced. I've never had anyone slap me across the face like that before. Hyuk quickly apologized. I'm so sorry if I made the young knight unhappy. I just suddenly remembered the loss of money. Chong Peng looked utterly bewildered. Hyuk, still agitated, clenched his hands, almost trembling. The situation was just so urgent. I had no choice. So after you passed out, after what felt like an eternity of recounting the grim situation, the sky outside had already bled into the colors of sunset. Chong Peng, eyes wide with panic, finally managed to shout, John Rishu killed the abbot of Shaolin. Hyuk confirmed grimly, Yes, young master. Although John Rishu's true identity isn't fully clear, everyone believes he's an assassin sent by the demonic cult. Chong Peng mutters, the demon cult? He remembers that scary image, and immediately, cold sweat starts beating on his forehead. Then, recalling John Rishu's face, he firmly says, No, that's impossible. Hyuk surprised. What do you mean by no? Chong Peng, with unwavering confidence, declares, That person is my friend. It's simply impossible. Hyuk practically claps a hand over his own mouth, eyes wide with shock. Master Chong, are you out of your mind? John Rishu is practically an enemy of all of Murim. Calling such a man your friend? Don't ever say that again. Do you understand? Chong Peng wants to refute, to argue, but the words just won't come out. Hyuk presses on. He's from the demonic heads. I don't know what kind of tricks he used to buy your affection, but it was all a deception, a ploy to kill Grandmaster Hongdao. Still unconvinced, Chong Peng asks, Are you sure? Did someone actually witness him commit the murder? Hyuk waves his hands dismissively. No one did, but it's certain. There's already a squad formed to chase him down, and thousands of martial artists are preparing to rescue Shaolin. Master Jeek and the young master have already left. In fact, Chong Peng's eyes become thoughtful, and he mutters, Shaolin. Suddenly, he jumps up, resolute. I'll go first. But Hyuk quickly stops him, pointing the other way. Master Chong, the opposite direction. Opposite. Meanwhile, under the cover of a dark night, black smoke rises ominously from the direction of the Shaolin temple. Inside, chaos reigns. A Shaolin martial artist is brutally slashed across the chest. Masked figures, clad in black, are relentlessly slaughtering people throughout the temple grounds. We see a heartbreaking scene. A mother and child clinging to each other, crying out in terror. A figure, presumably their leader, bellows, kill them all. Leave no one alive. Suddenly, drops of blood splatter through the air. The Shaolin martial arts masters aren't standing idly by, watching their people be slaughtered. They bravely use their staffs to fight off the overwhelming numbers of black-clad invaders. They shout, protect the young and the visitors. Don't ever back down. Both sides clash, desperate to tear through the other's defenses. But then, a sudden, blinding beam of light erupts, forcing the black-clad group to freeze. A massive explosion rings out, and that light sends a whole group of them flying backward, leaving them seriously injured. From above, a figure descends, a fist glowing with golden internal energy. This is our defender. He roars, you guys, what do you think you are? Don't you dare. He grits his teeth. It just had to happen when the senior brother Abbott isn't here. Just who are these ominous people? On the ground, those hit by that powerful punch have broken arms and legs. Yet, they don't hesitate. Even with shattered limbs, they try to stand up like puppets devoid of souls. The Heavenly Master has ordered, kill the enemies. Follow the Heavenly Order. Kill them all. Our monk, gritting his teeth, enveloped his body in a searing yellow internal force. He snarled, demonic art. Are you the demonic heads from Heavenly Mountain? Suddenly, two sarcastic voices echoed from right behind him. Heavenly Mountain's demonic heads? You're half correct, I suppose. Another chimed in, the 100 Steps Divine Fist? Do I really have to witness that? Stupid-ass technique again. Our monk spun around, his eyes locking on Yom Ho and Han Su, who had been standing there, completely unnoticed until now. One of them, Yom Ho, a chilling smile playing on his lips, addressed the other. Yom Ho, will you take care of him? And Yom Ho, oozing confidence, chuckled, of course. Let's see if he can truly overcome the 100 Steps Divine Fist. Han Su, ever the cooler head, interjected. You need to calm your anger issues a bit, my friend. But Yom Ho just wave him off. I'll think about that later. You, Han Su, go get the item. The monk stared, a look of incredulity slowly dawning on his face. Yom Ho, Han Su, could it really be? Yom Ho, savoring the moment, spoke first. Are you Hongshin, the youngest disciple of King Dharma? As if struck by lightning, our monk's fists clenched, blue veins bulging on his face in pure fury. I'm certain it's them. You're the two demonic heads, Han Su and Yom Ho, who slaughtered countless Shaolin disciples during the Great War of Good and Evil. The infamous strange Yin-Yang duo. Yom Ho simply pointed a finger. He must be trying to process this, don't you think? Han Su, with a cunning smirk, raised his hand in a mocking gesture. Oh, that's too bad. Then, my very sincere condolences. The monk frowned deeply. Condolences? What do you mean by that? Yom Ho's laughter filled the air, devoid of humor. We heard that a certain someone passed away. Your very senior brother, King Dharma Hongdao. The monk felt those words like a bolt of lightning, utterly shattering. He gritted his teeth, desperately trying to calm his raging emotions, but the muscles on his body tensed, threatening to burst. That cannot be. You should be safe within the Murim alliance. This is just their trick, their pathetic attempt to make me panic. Our monk scolded himself, muttering in a low, furious voice, talking absolute nonsense. Han Su shrugged. It's up to you to decide whether you believe it or not, isn't it? Yom Ho's voice turned deadly. And it's our decision to make, whether all of you monks here live or die. With a surge of power, our monk channeled his internal strength into his fists. His body began to glow with a brilliant golden aura. I never expected to fight the infamous strange Yin-Yang duo at once, he declared, his voice ringing out. Then, with a roar, he challenged them. Come at me, you damned old geezers. But wait. Han Su simply turned his back and began to walk away. Yom Ho stepped forward, a wide, sinister grin spreading across his face. Ho ho ho, it's a shame, isn't it? But Han Su's got other urgent business to tend to. Han Su, now mid-stride, added, very urgent indeed. With that, he leaped away, a faint whisper carried on the wind. I have to get to the meditation cave. Our monk's eyes widened in shock. The meditation cave, that's where the unnamed is, my senior brother's disciple, and the green jade Rui. Understanding their true purpose, the monk immediately flew up, intending to chase after Han Su. But just as quickly, Yom Ho soared into the air, blocking his path. Where do you think you're going, old friend? His hands, now blazing with red internal energy, radiated an intense heat outwards. Below, as heaven and earth seemed to collide, Han Su just laughed out loud with pure joy. Haha, this old man here, he's your opponent. Switching scenes, we find ourselves in a deserted forest. A Shaolin temple disciple, skewered and bleeding profusely, gasped as Han Su withdrew his hand. As the disciple fell, the scene widened, revealing 4 more lifeless bodies. Han Su had killed them all. He also had a wound on his shoulder. That was dangerous, he muttered, more than I'd anticipated. His eyes then landed on a group of formidable foes. I guess you're the 4 heavenly kings, after all. Sick bastards. I heard you lost 90% of your forces back in the Great War of Good and Evil, but you're still better than I expected. Hansu turned around, heading left, a dark thought forming in his mind. But not after today. King Dharma Hongdao is dead, and so are the 4 heavenly kings. Hong Qion will also fall to Yomho. Mount Song will be painted in blood, and will only leave after every secret martial arts text in the scripture pavilion is burned. The Shaolin Temple? It'll crumble, losing all its expert martial artists and, of course, its precious texts. Despite his impatience, he'd still planned ahead. But before that, he remembered the Shadow's chilling words. I'll take Hongdao, you take Shaolin. I'll leave it to your imagination to think of what will happen if you fail to bring back the green jade Rui. As he walked, Hansu was confused. Why does he want a Shaolin relic so badly? He wondered. I don't know, but if it's important enough for him to come along on this mission, then I guess it needs to be done, no matter what. Approaching a massive stone door, he simply broke through it, rushing inside. Small rays of light from outside pierced into the dark cave, illuminating Hansu as he slowly walked in. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within. What brings you here, Elder? Hansu stood, unmoving, and replied, Are you Hongdao's disciple? I've come for something. The voice shot back. I don't have anything to give to someone who reeks of blood. Hansu let out an indifferent, surprised laugh. Ho, is that so? Then let me correct myself. I'll come and take it, with your life too. Yet, the figure on the pedestal remained calm, merely muttering, Amitabha Buddha. It won't be easy. His eyes, however, held a terrifying murderous intent as he stretched the pearl necklace in his hand. Meanwhile, at a ruined house, a monk lunged forward with a powerful knee, aiming for Yomho. But Yomho just leaned back, easily avoiding the strike. He flexed his hands, a sarcastic smirk on his face. Kid, when you were still sucking on your mother's teat, I was dominating the South. You're 30 years too early. The monk just scoffed back. You old monster. Don't you think it's about time you lay in your grave? And with that, the two rushed towards each other, exchanging a rapid flurry of punches. Bang, bang, bang. Both were sent flying back, landing on the ground one after another. The monk's mouth was bleeding, and he clutched his chest, wincing. Yomho, looking down at him, sneered contemptuously. The Orthodox faction bastards, huh? They threw everything they had at us, and for what? To fail. A monk like you is absolutely nothing. The monk, struggling to process his words, could only think, I heard Yomho was already over 60 during the Great War of Good and Evil. How is he still flying around like that? It's honestly mind-boggling, isn't it? But a flicker of resolve ignited in his eyes. He thought, I still have a chance. Unlike before, when it was totally one-sided, the fight's gotten really close since those 108 monks arrived to help us out. He looked at Yomho, a desperate plan forming. If we can just hold on, until backup from the Murim alliance arrives. Yomho, as if reading his mind, scratched his massive, braided beard. Oh, I can tell exactly what you're thinking, he drawled. What a naive bastard. Suddenly, Yomho brought a hand to his mouth and let out a piercing whistle. The monk looked at his actions, a knot of suspicion tightening in his gut. Then a loud explosion rocked the area below the roof. Everyone, including our monk, was thrown into a panic, completely lost like what on earth is happening. In the chaos, a masked figure, dressed entirely in black, materialized right in the middle of the crowd. Their eyes glowed eerily as they spoke in a chilling, unnatural voice. The Heavenly Master has commanded for them all to die. Someone in the crowd shrieked in terror. Demon arts. It's the work of demons. Everyone, quick, get away. The masked figure began their assault. The monk, his heart seizing with dread, screamed, No, the Shaolin Temple is in danger. Yomho, completely unbothered, calmly explained, that's the explosive blood demonic arts. It's a real pain to learn, I'll admit, but it's absolutely brilliant for situations like this, wouldn't you say? Then, our monk witnessed it firsthand. One of his own junior brothers, cut down. He cried out, Junior brother. Yomho, beaming with twisted pride, announced, I actually brought 2 of them. What do you think of that? The monk's entire body trembled, not with fear, but with pure, unadulterated hatred. He roared, How dare you, demon, and lunged forward in a furious attack. Yomho just grinned, a chilling smile, and calmly blocked the furious strike. The monk coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing hard onto the ground right at Yomho's feet. Yomho remained perfectly still, towering over the monk's pathetic form, and let out a cruel laugh. Fool, he sneered. You've been training in the Shaolin martial arts for so long, and you've forgotten about the unbending spirit. The monk, pushing his hands against the ground to steady himself, struggled to stand. He mentally berated himself. This was definitely a mistake. He's a monster, compared to the 10 kings, even during the Great War of Good and Evil. Regardless, I shouldn't have lost my composure. But I can't give up yet. I need to stall for more time, however I can. Talk about a mental battle, right? He managed to pull himself into a shaky defensive stance, calling out tremblingly, Come at me. Yomho, clearly not expecting such defiant side. Ugh, that's exactly why I hate monks. Then, with a casual swing of his hand, he slashed the monk's arm, adding, You're already on the brink of death, yet you still insist on putting up this inspiring facade. Our monk didn't even have a second to react, guys. He just stared, frozen. Then, a silent scream echoed, as Yomho, this total brute, pressed him to the ground, stomping right on his face. Yomho sneered, If you want to die, then may you be reborn in bliss. But wait, suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension, sharp as a blade. Take your hideous leg away from that master before I turn your body into ash. And another person, right beside them, chimes in, Yeah, let's grind him into some pepper. Yom-ho, surprised, quickly glances at the source of these bold voices. Standing there, facing him, are three formidable figures. He frowns, recognizing one, and calls out in a low, dangerous tone, Fire King. Taekyung, clearly confused, turns to Jeek Cheon-gang and asks, "Do you know him?" Fire King, you see, have been staring intensely at Yom-ho this whole time. Jeek Cheon-gang, with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly replies, "He's a notorious demon, one of the yin-yang twin monsters. There's usually another guy with him. Those two always stick together. Listen, we don't need to capture these demons alive. Use all your strength to send them straight to hell." Taekyung, ever the compassionate one, quickly wonders, what about the monk unconscious under him? He's not dead, is he? Just one glance, and Fire King recognizes the person on the ground. That's Hongqin, he says, Hong Dao's youngest disciple. Wow, he's grown quite a bit since I last saw him. Taekyung, surprised, blurts out, "What?" He looks over 60. Yom-ho, now with both hands free, sneers, "You're still arrogant. You haven't changed in the slightest. You're here faster than I was told, but well, this is fine too." He arrogantly adds, "I've always regretted that I didn't get to fight you." Taekyung looks at him, a realization dawning, and thinks to himself, he's a transcendent-level martial artist. He's also trained in the scorching sun divine art. Jeek Cheon-gang steps up, matching Yom-ho's arrogance. "You're lucky," he states. "If we had met back then, you would have died then and there." Yom-ho pretends to be surprised, asking, What did you say?" Then he repeats harshly, "Oh yes, death, right?" He even sticks out his tongue in mockery. I wonder if King Dharma, or whatever his name is crossing the Sanzu River right now. Jeek Cheon-gang, now serious, warns him, Hong Dao was a venerable monk, wiser than anyone. You don't deserve to say his name with that dirty mouth. But Yom-ho just stomps hard, dismissing it. "I don't care whether he was a venerable monk or a vulnerable one," he sneers. "Didn't he ask you to look after his disciple when he died?" He squints his eyes, seeing that Jeek Cheon-gang is quiet, then continues, "Hey, you don't seem to care." Yom-ho then ups the ante, threatening him. "Be careful not to be reckless. I just need to use a little force to kill this guy." But Jeek Cheon-gang, without missing a beat, cuts him off. "I don't care," he says. Yom-ho clearly didn't expect that reply. Jeek Cheon-gang continues, "It's a shame that I can't save him, but what Hong Dao asked of me wasn't to take care of his disciple, but Shaolin itself." You wouldn't believe it, but Jeek Cheon-gang's hands were gathering strength, and the bright light made Yom-ho cover his face with his hands. Meanwhile, down below, one of the monks fell, his stick clattering beside him. The demon, seeing an opening, raised his sword, preparing to slash down. But suddenly, a powerful wave of energy slammed into him. And it wasn't just him. This wave attacked the other ghosts too. Countless magical ghosts were burned, falling lifelessly to the ground. The monks stood still, watching them incinerate. Then the monk shouted, "Get rid of the enemy!" Jeek Cheon-gang, however, wasn't impressed. He scolded them, saying, "If you're gonna kill him, then kill him. Otherwise, step away. Stop pretending to be clever when you're simply a fool." Yom-ho, stuttering, suddenly kicked a monk and rushed forward to attack. "You goddamned old geezer." Clenching his fists, Yom-ho rushed after another monk, cynically using him as a shield. Jeek Cheon-gang and Taekyung, the teacher and student, exchanged a quick glance. Jeek Cheon-gang subtly signaled Taekyung, who nodded understandingly. Taekyung rushed to grab the monk, but Yom-ho completely ignored him being snatched away. Instead, he shouted, "Block this attack for me." Jeek Cheon-gang attacked back, his voice chilling. "So you chose death." A loud, deafening explosion ripped through the air as their hands clashed, power meeting power. But just moments later, Yom-ho seemed weaker. His hands, incredibly, began to lose strength. Yom-ho panicked, thinking, what? How is that possible? Jeek Cheon-gang looked down at him, a cold gaze in his eyes. "You think all the scorching sun divine arts are the same?" he questioned. Realizing he couldn't win, Yom-ho desperately begged. "Wait, I'll tell you everything." "All right, Dark Heaven. I'll tell you everything about Dark Heaven," he stammered. Jeek Cheon-gang, however, just frowned. "I don't need to know," he declared. And then, Jeek Cheon-gang used all his strength, burning Yom-ho. He screamed in agonizing pain as his entire body was incinerated, leaving nothing but a charred skeleton behind. Jeek Cheon-gang simply stared coldly at the fallen, skeletal remains. Taekyung came over, a confused look on his face. "Wouldn't it have been better to get some information out of him?" he asked. Jeek Cheon-gang, ever so dismissive, scolded him. "What does a stupid idiot like him know about them?" Taekyung scratched his nose. "But still," he mumbled. Jeek Cheon-gang didn't want to discuss it further. He abruptly changed the subject. "Now that he's dead," he stated, "we need to go after the other one." He looked up, toward the top of the mountain, and that's when a new figure appeared. An old man, discovered trembling nearby, spoke with a shaky voice. "The Yin Ghost Hansu, he's next." Taekyung looked closer, spotting the jade stick in Hansu's hand. He immediately suspected. It is the green jade Rui. Hansu quickly passed through countless trees, using all his strength to run. But right behind him, our two heroes were quickly giving chase. As he ran, Hansu was complaining to himself, "Damn, I didn't expect the most dangerous of the 10 kings to arrive this quickly. Yom-ho, that stupid bastard. Why did he challenge the Fire King? Can you believe the nerve?" Our protagonist, recalling the intense fight between Jeek Cheon-gang and Yom-ho, couldn't shake off a pang of guilt. "I do feel bad," he thought, "that I didn't help him at that moment. But it's not like we've sworn brotherhood or anything, right? There's no need for me to die along with him." He gritted his teeth, trying to console himself. I've accomplished the mission anyway. I just need to reach the rendezvous point, meet him. I just have to make it out of here alive. Yom-ho is an expert martial artist, someone even the Fire King couldn't defeat. I just need to get a bit further, just a bit further. Suddenly, he stopped cold. Looking back, he saw the Fire King and his disciples hot on his heels. Is it the Orthodox sect? He cursed. Damn it, the Fire King will catch up to me if I hesitate for even a second. Things are definitely not going my way. Just then, he noticed a dark shadow lurking nearby. No, wait, he thought, his eyes narrowing. There's only one person, and I don't feel any special aura coming from him. He prepared to attack. All right, I'll just pass by him as fast as I can. With that, he quickly jumped out. The old man, in the shadows, narrowed his eyes, looking down. When he clearly saw the face, a hint of satisfaction crossed his features. The Blood Lord, he murmured. Just then, Jeek Cheon-gang and Taekyung finally caught up, bringing the chase to a halt. The two sides stood facing each other for a tense moment. And then, the Hansu pointed a finger, accusing them loudly. It's them, over there, that old-ass geezer, the Fire King, and the runt. They killed Yom-ho. Taekyung, watching this unfold, thought to himself, who is that? The fact that he's suddenly so confident after running away in such a hurry. It must mean he's incredibly skilled. But he looked at the Hansu talking nonstop to the man in black. Taekyung was instantly suspicious. I don't feel any energy from him, he mused. It's almost strange. Jeek Cheon-gang, cutting through the tension, demanded, who are you? The man in black, who had been speaking with the Hansu, stopped. He slowly turned towards Jeek Cheon-gang, his fist clenching tensely. Then, with an arrogant flourish, he took off his hood. Your enemy, he declared. Jeek Cheon-gang looked utterly confused. The man in black smirked, continuing, the one that killed your precious friend. Both Jeek Cheon-gang and Taekyung's eyes widened in surprise. What? They gasped. Taekyung immediately remembered the image of Hong Dao and Zhang Rishu. What the hell did he just say? He thought, remembering their words. I never considered you a friend, but before hearing the answer, if something goes wrong, what will you do? Jeek Cheon-gang's face was instantly red with anger. You kill Hong Dao, he roared. The man in black replied, almost too calmly. Indeed. And it was easier than I thought. He recounted his actions, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. He just came with me when I said I was going to set off an explosive in the audience seats. Honestly, there are always idiots who fall for simple lies like that. The Fire King stepped forward, his voice firm. He didn't fall for it, he corrected. He just went along with what you were doing. That's the kind of person Hong Dao is. The man in black countered with a dismissive wave. Is that so? I can believe that. Anyway, I didn't mean to plan something as lousy as this at first. Things went wrong in a place I didn't even expect, so I had to quickly improvise. His eyes flashed with anger. Of course, you, Jin Taekyung, the hidden dragon of Shangxi, did your fair share in screwing things up for me. Taekyung, completely confused, quickly spoke up. What nonsense are you talking about? The other man recounted. I had to rush my plans a full day earlier than intended. All because you jumped into that duel out of nowhere. Though the biggest curveball was definitely the ever-victorious sword, Zhang Rishu. Taekyung's eyes widened. Now I'm certain, he realized, speaking to himself. Zhang Rishu wasn't the culprit. He's not even an accomplice. The man continued, seemingly pleased. In the end, everything was resolved cleanly. Hong Dao then took out a green jade item. This was the Shaolin relic, the green jade rui. Hansu handed it to man in black. Hansu clutched it tightly until the man gently said, now, you can let it go. Hansu, trembling slightly, stammered, my blood master. I have a request. The man replied calmly, please tell me. You've worked very hard, so I must listen. Hansu's face lit up. Really, master? Taekyung, witnessing this bizarre exchange, immediately assessed the scene. This is unimaginably strange, he thought, utterly bewildered. Is this really the same martial artist who just made an ocean of blood in the Shaolin Temple? Meanwhile, Hansu quickly assured his master, it's not a difficult request. The master, not knowing the details, raised an eyebrow. But it's too hard for you to do yourself? Jin Taekyung watched, utterly surprised. He's cowering in fear of someone young enough to be his grandchild? Just who could this person be? Suddenly, the master's eyes lit up with understanding. I probably already know what it is. You're asking me to kill those two, right? Damn, that was unexpected. You and Yomho must have been really close. Hansu's voice grew thick with emotion as he explained. Make them suffer as much as you can. I've been with him for half my life. I at least need them to suffer until their death for it to truly feel like revenge. The master casually waved a hand. Nah, that'll get annoying once the Orthodox faction guys all get here. If you want to get this over with quickly, you need to put in some work too. Hansu hesitated. Then, he asked. The master's smirk widened. You can take the hidden dragon of Shangxi, and I'll take the Fire King. I think we'll need at most half an hour. Hansu burst into loud, mocking laughter. You want me to take on that young one? Ha ha ha. All right, Jin Taekyung, hearing this, was utterly stunned. What the hell? He thought, incredulous. They think they can kill both of us in the time it takes to eat a meal? I don't know how strong they are, but that one must be completely out of their mind to be saying something like that. Taekyung quickly turned to his master. Old man, did you hear what they just said? Jeek Cheon-gang, looking visibly nervous, immediately warned him. If the situation isn't favorable, run away immediately. Taekyung gripped his weapon tightly, a grim realization dawning on him. So this time, it's really dangerous. Just then, Hansu stepped forward, advancing menacingly toward Jin Taekyung, and called out, come here quickly, kid. I'll freeze you alive. Around him, an icy power began radiating, casting a chilling cold over the area. Taekyung just flat out told him, buzz off. But Jeek Cheongang, ever the cautious one, warned Taekyung. His energy, it's extremely dangerous. Then, the Fire King's face contorted in anger. Do you really think, he practically roared, someone like you can lay a hand on my disciple? Just then, Hansu, sensing the rising tension, urged the Blood Master, you're gonna have to step in. And what do you think the Blood Master did? He calmly prepared, not to read, but to retort with a chilling, of course. You'll have your head cut off slowly. And before anyone could react, he swiftly attacked. Hansu's head gone. Both Taekyung and Jeek Cheongang were utterly stunned, folks. Can you believe it? The Blood Master, completely unfazed, then calmly remarked, piece of trash old geezer. This is why you shouldn't take in people with no good origins. The sound of him kicking Hansu's lifeless body was absolutely horrifying. He spat. A subordinate should act like a subordinate. You should have listened to me. How dare you give me so many orders? You're so determined not to understand anything. You're the one who doesn't know who you are, where you are, or when you should open your mouth. He then turned his gaze to Taekyung, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Don't you agree, hidden dragon of Shangxi? But Taekyung, ever bold, just looked at him with pure disdain. No, he retorted. You just seem like a psycho. The Blood Master chuckled. You're rather bold for a child. Taekyung, not missing a beat, fired back. And you're rather insane for a child. The Blood Master, seemingly a little flustered, explained, I appreciate that you think I'm young, but I'm older than you think. I bet I've lived at least twice as long as you. He certainly sounds like it now, doesn't he? A brief silence hung in the air. Then, the Blood Master broke it. Are you surprised? Jin Taekyung, completely unruffled, calmly replied, no, I was just thinking that if that's true, then you're an idiot who can't even act his age. The Blood Master just bellowed with laughter, pulling out his weapon with a flourish. Haha, anyway, today I will put an end to the fire sect. You could practically see the dark power radiating all around his body, folks. It was intense. Jeek Cheongang, his hand now crackling with fiery energy, leaned over to Taekyung. What do you think about what he just said? Taekyung, ever the pragmatist, responded, I think we should stitch his mouth shut. He keeps spouting bullshit. But then, Taekyung suddenly spoke again, his voice echoing, by the way, how long do you intend on hiding, you little rat? Jeek Cheongang and Taekyung looked around, searching, and then, out from behind a large rock, a foot slowly emerged. It was none other than Chongpeng. He sheepishly said, Benefactor, I'm sorry. I've never been this scared in my life before. Taekyung, utterly delighted to see Chongpeng, cheerfully went over to him. Welcome, welcome. You should have let us know you were here. Chongpeng, still looking sullen, just managed, yes, Benefactor. The Blood Master, observing all this, mused, I was wondering who it was. It's the invincible divine sword of the Manhwa sect. Taekyung's mind started racing. Right? He doesn't know Chongpeng's real skills. A look of pure intrigue spread across his face. I'm sure all he's seen of him is during the duels, so if I make him let his guard down. What do you think Taekyung's planning here, folks? This is getting good. Taekyung nudged Chongpeng, whispering, hey, you gotta keep pretending to be scared, okay? Chongpeng looked confused, but then the Blood Master piped up again. Wait, shouldn't he be called a disciple of the Sword Saint? Or even his grandson? Taekyung was stunned. How in the world does this guy know that? He thought, feeling utterly helpless. The Blood Master just smirked. Don't make that face, he said calmly. Having an extra friend won't change a thing, you know. Taekyung tensed up, observing the Blood Master. Chongpeng and I might be at the final stage of the peak level, he mused. And we're still ridiculously strong compared to other peak level martial artists. Plus, we even have the Fire King, arguably the strongest of the 10 kings, on our side. Yet this guy's that confident. The Blood Master simply frowned. If you really wanted to kill me, he scoffed, you should have brought the Sword Saint himself, not just his disciple. Suddenly, Jeek Cheongang moved forward, leaping high into the moonlit sky, divine fire blazing in his arm. He roared, tell the King of Hell, when you see him, the King of Fire sent you there. Just then, a system notification popped up. Sudden quest. Desperately dangerous situation has been created. You are unable to reject this quest. The quest is being forcibly accepted. Taekyung and Chongpeng rushed to support him. Damn it, Taekyung thought furiously. What kind of quest name is that? The Blood Master licked his lips. Then, let's see how good you really are, he taunted. He launched his attack. On one side, the fiery king, radiating divine light. On the other, the dark, gloomy Blood Master, cloaked in shadow. They clashed. Jeek Cheongang roared, die. Taekyung and Chongpeng, the remaining two, rushed in too. But the Blood Master effortlessly blocked Taekyung's spear. It couldn't even penetrate his body. With a flick of his wrist, he pushed both of them back with immense force. They both stumbled backward. Damn, Taekyung gasped, utterly frustrated. He's really that strong? Chongpeng looked terrified. How was that possible? Then, a sudden realization hit Taekyung. Telekinesis, he thought, horrified. He used telekinesis while fighting us all at the same time. The Blood Master, utterly unfazed, simply stated, that's not going to be good enough though, is it? Jeek Cheonggang's mind raced. He remembered the Blood Master's words. You should have brought the Sword Saint. He hadn't just been arrogant, had he? This guy. He could be on par with the 3 saints, the Fire King realized with a jolt. No, maybe he's even more skilled than them. Oh boy, the Fire King held out his hand, eyes narrowed. If that's the case, he muttered to himself, I really have to be careful. Otherwise, this place could very well become my grave. Jeek Cheongang couldn't help but think, if only I were 30 years younger. No, even 20 years younger would make a difference. The Blood Master started talking again, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Old man, he drawled. Do you get what's going on now? Have you finally figured out the dire situation you're in? The Fire King replied, his voice laced with anger. You've got an arrogant mouth for sure, but don't get ahead of yourself. We're just getting started. The Blood Master, however, remained perfectly calm. That's probably the case for you three, he corrected. But I haven't even gotten started yet. Everyone was stunned. What? They gasped. But the Blood Master just chuckled, explaining, Orthodox martial artists, they always talk about etiquette, don't they? How the skilled ones should let the less skilled make 3 moves first. Well, I simply tried to imitate that. He paused, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Now it's my turn to make a move. First, struggle with all your might. And just like that, he lunged, a chaotic whirlwind of motion. Suddenly, the entire area was a mess of smoke and debris from his continuous, relentless assaults. The Blood Master, you guys, was fighting all of them at once. First, he threw Taekyung with a swing of his sword. Then, multiple attacks rained down on Taekyung, who was also sent flying. Next, a brutal kick launched Chongpeng, soaring through the air. Every single attack was incredibly dangerous, packed with such raw power that all 3 martial artists simply couldn't resist. They were utterly blown away. Taekyung struggled to even stay on his feet. He thought, what a monster. I've used up all the points I earned from winning the Great Celestial Banquet, and my attacks still aren't working against him. A desperate realization hit him. We have no chance of defeating him by fighting him head-on. I need to pierce his weakness. Suddenly, an idea sparked. He bolted, running in a completely different direction. He had to try this. He had to see if this method would work. The Blood Master just laughed. Ha ha ha. He immediately started attacking Taekyung with his terrifying blood demon art. But Taekyung wasn't backing down. He quickly created a massive fireball in his hand, trying to stop the Blood Master's onslaught with his fiery palm. Boom! A loud explosion rocked the entire area from that clash. When the dust settled, guess what? The Blood Master was still standing amidst the debris, completely unfazed. But then, a figure emerged from the lingering cloud. It was Jin Taekyung, spear in hand, positioned right behind him, ready to strike. As Taekyung attacked with his spear, the Blood Master, with unnerving speed, simply grabbed the tip. He looked at Taekyung, a confident sneer on his face, and asked, Do you really think this sneak attack will work on me? Taekyung, without missing a beat, simply said, No. And here's where it gets wild. His spear shockingly vanished in a thin air, only to reappear instantly in his other hand. He then shouted, Inventory open. Summon white flames. Wham! The Blood Master took a direct hit and froze, motionless, gasping for breath. He was utterly shocked, sputtering, What on earth? Is this magic? Taekyung, a surge of triumph going through him, thought, Okay, I did it. But the Blood Master quickly recovered, roaring, You little bastard. Taekyung, despite his nervousness, knew this was it. This could be a perfect opportunity that won't come again, he thought. I've already given the other 2 a chance. He then yelled, Old man, hurry up. Taekyung, looking incredibly proud, simply replied, Well done, disciple. Then, surrounded by a roaring inferno, Taekyung's voice boomed. When Hongdao died, I swore to the heavens that even if his murderer was a demon god, I'd avenge him. The Blood Master, however, scoffed, Fire King, do you think it's that simple to defeat me? But he spoke too soon. The Fire King, with an intimidating surge of power, unleashed his secret technique, Sacred Fire Demon Dance. A gigantic cloud of raw, destructive fire erupted from behind the Fire King, surging upwards. Seeing this, the Blood Master was utterly paralyzed, frozen solid on the spot. While countering Fire King's furious attacks, Blood Master retaliated, shouting, Even though I was unintentionally careless, I was hit by that trick. But there won't be a second time like that. He then started screaming, You guys are making me crazy. I'll kill all of you. Blood Master used his hand to stop the wounded spot, spilling his flesh and blood everywhere, before finally collapsing. Suddenly, Fire King moved in close, launching a fiery palm. Blood Master was utterly shocked, and took a direct hit to the chest, spitting blood. That scorching palm penetrated right through his chest, a fire flame erupting from his back. Blood Master collapsed onto the ground, utterly defeated, and Fire King, the great Taekyung, stood victorious before him. Taekyung and Chongpeng were ecstatic. Fire King, however, had a thought. The Sacred Fire Demon Dance. There exist no flames which burn for eternity. And just like that, Fire King collapsed, instantly making Taekyung and Chongpeng worried sick. He continued to think, once the dance is over and the flames burn out, the heat will subside. Old man, Taekyung shouted, fear in his voice. Chongpeng also quickly ran towards Fire King. That's the reason why Taekyung, despite having lived this long, could use that technique only once in his life. Both of them were extremely worried for Fire King. Chongpeng quickly asked, Are you okay? Jin Taekyung also pressed, Old man, can you hear me? What just happened? Fire King, barely able to speak, asked, What do you think? Isn't it just like I told you? Taekyung was confused. What do you mean? He asked. Fire King replied, a hint of pride in his voice. The Sacred Fire Demon Dance, isn't it damn awesome? Taekyung wondered, is this the time to talk about this, old man? That move? But then, a smile spread across his face. Of course, it was the best. What a great move. The very best, no doubt about it. Fire King took a deep, difficult breath and managed a small laugh. Chongpeng quickly chimed in. I agree too. Then Taekyung added, Get better quickly. After you get better, teach me it too. But just as they were celebrating, someone spoke. The Sacred Fire Demon Dance. What a nice sounding name. The three of them looked back in shock, wondering, how could this be possible? Bloodmaster was slowly standing up. Chong Peng gasped in surprise. How is he still alive? Bloodmaster then glared at them, saying, you should have gone for my head and blown it off completely. Chong Peng lets out a feared cry. Oh, but wait, Taekyung thinks, a sudden realization dawning on him. Come to think of it, there was no system alert. I didn't even confirm if that guy was dead, because the Fire King collapsed. Oh no. Amidst the chaos, the severely wounded Jeek Cheon gang struggles to speak. I was certain that. I blasted through your enhanced protection energy and incinerated all of your organs. The Bloodmaster, ever so arrogant, chimes in. Let's just say demonic arts. Doesn't it all look the same to you orthodox martial artists? Anyway. Jeek Cheon gang, barely clinging to life, spits out, you bastard. Seeing Jeek Cheon gang crumbling, unable to stand, Taekyung cries out in alarm and rushes back to his side. Master Jeek Cheon gang, with his last ounce of strength, whispers, run away, quickly. The Bloodmaster grins, clearly pleased with himself. Well. Looks like this is all the great Fire King is capable of. Though I must admit, this was more interesting than I'd imagined. No, to be honest, it actually caused me to shudder for a moment. Taekyung quickly checks Jeek Cheon gang's pulse, a wave of relief washing over him. Phew, he's still alright. For now anyway. The Bloodmaster, his voice dripping with sarcasm, taunts. Honestly, I never thought things would turn out quite like this for you, did you? Taekyung, seething with rage, snatches up his spear and points it directly at the Bloodmaster. It's disgusting. You bastard, shut up. The Bloodmaster just laughs. Do you really think you can stop me alone? That's quite the crazy idea, don't you think? Taekyung shoots back. Are you effing blind? There are two of us. The Bloodmaster scoffs. Nope, it's just you. I don't consider a fear-stricken rat as human. Taekyung glances over at Chong Peng, who's visibly trembling with fear. The Bloodmaster's sneer widens. To think they'd send a tit-sucking brat into the Jianghu? Honestly, the Sword Saint has been far too lax with training his disciple. You know he's a goner as well, don't you? That powerlessness he's experiencing for the very first time in his life. The cold, paralyzing fear of death. It's incredibly hard to escape those feelings once they've got their hooks in you. And that ever-victorious sword. I don't know where he came from, but he certainly did great work, wouldn't you say? Taekyung's mind races. Damn, it had to happen now, of all times. He can see Chong Peng is utterly paralyzed by terror. The Bloodmaster picks up the weapon. Thanks to him, I get to gain the attention of all those orthodox bastards and kill off the Sword Saint's disciple right here. Ha ha! Taekyung shouts, Chong Peng. No response. He tries again, louder this time, Chong Peng. The sound jolts Chong Peng, who finally snaps out his daze. Taekyung points directly at him, his voice firm. I won't say it twice, Chong Peng. Listen carefully, and choose one of these two options. Chong Peng, still bewildered, just stares blankly. What? Taekyung continues. Option 1. Carry him on your back, and run toward Jongrichin as far as you can. Chong Peng begins to speak, his voice trembling, be benefactor. Taekyung cuts him off. I'm not done talking yet. His eyes, a mix of worry and fierce determination, meet Chong Peng's. Secondly, he presses, throw away that fear within you, along with all that trembling, and fight him with everything you've got. Right here alongside me. Chong Peng hesitated. He was still utterly terrified, you know? The Bloodmaster advanced, but Chong Peng was just stuck, replaying everything that happened until now. He clenched his head tightly, starting to tremble all over again. Taekyung thought to himself, I guess, it's just too much for him to overcome his fear right now. He tightened his grip on his spear. Alright, audience, it's come down to this. There's only one thing I can count on. One strike. I'll pour everything I have into a single, decisive attack and pierce his skull. He took a powerful stance, putting all his strength into that one skull-ripping stab. Then a chilling thought crept in. What if even that fails? Damn it, let's not think about that right now. Looking at Chong Peng, Taekyung asked, aren't you scared? Are you alright now? Chong Peng trembled. No, I'm still scared. But I don't really know. I just feel like if I run away now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Taekyung couldn't help but smile. Yes, I knew you'd come through. That's good enough for now, isn't it? The Bloodmaster raised his sword, a cruel glint in his eyes. Regret? Run away? You whelps certainly know how to spew nonsense, don't you? I'm the one who makes decisions here. That's the right of the strong and the fate of the weak. Taekyung shot back. Well, you're right to a certain extent. But I wonder why those words feel like utter nonsense when they're coming out of your mouth. The Bloodmaster laughed, a chilling sound. Ha ha! Hidden Dragon of Shangxi, you just get more and more interesting as time goes by. Not only do you possess strange martial arts of unknown origins, but you've got backbone as well. I like you. Taekyung, ever the master of sarcasm, retorted. So what if you do? The Bloodmaster then offered. Come, join me. I could spare the Fire King's life. But Taekyung had no patience for it. Go fuck yourself, he spat back. I have no intention of working with anyone like you. The Bloodmaster, undeterred, replied. Someone once said this. The first time you meet another person is a coincidence. The second time you meet them, it's a connection. The third time you meet them, it's fate. Jin Taekyung couldn't help but burst out laughing. Huh, are you writing a romance novel or something? The Bloodmaster coolly informed him. This isn't a matter between men and women. But if two people can meet each other even twice in this vast world, wouldn't you say that's fate? Taekyung pondered aloud. When did I meet you twice? Oh, wait, we met at the Great Celestial Banquet, right? You were a guest there? Suddenly, the Bloodmaster cut him off, a chilling smile on his face, surprising Taekyung. The 8 Springs Gorge. Ah, that was such a magnificent sight, wasn't it? Mountains of corpses and a river of blood. He vividly recounted, especially the sight of you killing Jin Baekyang. That made quite the impression on me. He continued, that was probably when your nickname, the Hidden Dragon of Shangxi, truly began. Taekyung's eyes widened. What? You were there? The Blood Master calmly said. Well, the Fire Demon Sword, Jin Baekyang, was quite the idiot. When he started, he'd do anything and everything. But as he got older, he became unnecessarily suspicious and completely messed things up. I wonder which incompetent fool even recruited that idiot. He then continued, asking Taekyung, oh, is that third-rate sect, the Mount Hung Sword sect, or whatever it's called, still even around? He explained, I did hear from one of my subordinates that another of the sect leader's sons was killed. After that, I lost all my interest in the 8 Springs Gorge. Taekyung was seething, his voice sharp. The battle at the 8 Springs Gorge. You were the one behind it. The Blood Master simply asked, what's wrong? Everything went great, thanks to me, didn't it? The Jin family became the best in Shangxi. You became the Fire King's disciple, and even won at the Great Celestial Banquet. Shouldn't you thank me, at least? Jin, Taekyung exclaimed, pure fury in his tone. How many people died? Thousands? 2,000? I don't even know. And you said I have to thank you, you bastard. Taekyung suddenly said, hey, that bullshit you said about the first meeting being a coincidence, the second a connection? Our situation is a different one. Taekyung held up his spear. Let's just get over it, and consider this to be our fate. The Blood Master smiled. Oh, that's what you mean. Jin Taekyung surged forward with his spear, radiating immense power. A fate where one of us must die. He put all his strength into his legs to steady himself, then launched forward with full power, unleashing his ultimate move. One strike, he shouted. One strike. The Blood Master stood there, incredibly calm. What a shame, to think you'd choose to hasten your own death. But the spear, it came at him surprisingly fast. He quickly blocked it with his sword. The sword took the impact, but it was cut into pieces and flew away. He was also thrown back, causing a loud, booming noise. And after the smoke and dust cleared, what do we see? A large crater blasted right into the mountain. Suddenly, there's a sickening sound of breaking bones. It was Chongpeng. He hugged his arm, screaming loudly in pain. Right after that, the Blood Master kicked him, sending him flying towards a rock. Chongpeng collapsed immediately. The Blood Master retracted his leg and sneered, idiot, I feel bad for the Sword Saint, for having such a pathetic disciple like you. Jin Taekyung immediately rushed to fight him. Meanwhile, Chongpeng hugged himself in pain, crying out. He tried to sit up, leaning against the rock, and thought, my body no longer has any strength left. Taekyung lost his footing and was beaten miserably by the Blood Master, who then taunted, are you still going to fight me? Huh. Taekyung still struggled to stand, a furious thought burning in his mind. If only it weren't for your stupid regenerative skill, I would have won, you lizard ass. Our boy Chongpeng, watching from afar, couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply wrong. He remembered the attack Benefactor just used, that move was really powerful. It would have absolutely destroyed any normal person. Yet here was Blood Master, his neck and shoulder completely ravaged, clutching a broken sword, but still standing. Suddenly, BAM! Blood Master flew towards Taekyung, striking him hard. Chongpeng stood there, frozen, unable to react in time. He thought, but his body healed within the blink of an eye. And then he began cornering us both. I fought with all that I had, but he's far too powerful. Chongpeng's mind replayed the brutal fight. He and Taekyung had cooperated, fighting with everything they had, but Blood Master was just relentless. He'd overpowered Taekyung, hitting him on the leg, chest, and chin relentlessly. After what felt like an eternity, Jin Taekyung lost his footing, collapsing to the ground, seriously injured. Blood Master, wiping a fresh wound from his own face, thought to himself, my healing is falling behind. They've made me use attacks that take this much of a toll on my body. Then, with a chilling deliberation, he pulled Taekyung's spear from where it was stuck in the ground. You're more determined than anyone I've seen, he declared, his voice cold. I'll kill you for real this time. He pointed the spear directly at the fallen Jin Taekyung, but then his head snapped back. He turned around, looking behind him. Chongpeng, somehow, was trying to stand. Blood Master saw him, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. What is it? He asked, a menacing glint in his eye. Do you also want to die? Chongpeng ignored him, pushing through the pain. He stumbled towards Taekyung, calling out, Benefactor, Benefactor. Blood Master's gaze snapped to Chongpeng, a snarl on his face. Why isn't he responding? He demanded. Then, without hesitation, Blood Master made a swift, diagonal slash with Taekyung's spear, aiming right at Chongpeng. It was a warning, or perhaps a minor cut, but Chongpeng stumbled back, clutching his chest. Yet, incredibly, he pressed forward again. Seeing this brazen defiance, Blood Master's rage flared. He immediately grabbed Chongpeng by the neck, lifting him, his eyes burning with fury. What exactly are you? He snarled, squeezing tighter. What the F do you want, coward? Did you want to die first? Chongpeng was strangled, finding it agonizingly difficult to breathe. His eyes gradually blurred, and he began to sinking into memories. At this moment, of all moments, he was recalling his childhood, wondering why at this time am I reminded of the days when I used to reside in Mount Hwa's Lotus Flower Peak. Then a sudden shift. He immediately regained consciousness, a strange smile spreading across his lips. So now, he whispered, a light chuckle escaping him. I'm not afraid anymore. Ha ha ha. Blood Master immediately frowned, looking at him in utter disbelief. He wondered, he's smiling in front of me? Immediately, Blood Master raised the spear, holding it menacingly in front of him. "Those will be your last words," he stated, his voice devoid of emotion. But Changpeng wasn't paying attention to his surroundings anymore. His mind was completely filled with the serene scene of his past, when he was still at Mount Hua's Lotus Flower Peak. Blood Master held the spear poised in front of Changpeng's chest when suddenly, a voice had echoed, clear and resonant. "You've broken the shell." The Blood Master immediately stopped. Changpeng glanced toward the voice's source. "This voice," he thought, "now I think I know it." And sure enough, from that direction, Zhang Rishu slowly walked out. The Blood Master looked at Zhang Rishu, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "He's the ever-victorious sword," he mused. "How did I fail to notice someone like him?" As Rishu approached, he saw the Blood Master didn't react. Rishu then said, "I was getting worried." The Blood Master immediately shot back, "What?" Zhang Rishu continued walking towards him, explaining, "Worried about what might happen to a child who didn't know fear, venturing out into the Murim world." Hearing that, the Blood Master shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Rishu ignored him, pressing on, "But it's fine now. You've endured very well." Changpeng, in his heart, smiled happily. But when the Blood Master heard Zhang Rishu's words, he squeezed Changpeng's neck tighter, a chilling smile on his face. "What are you looking at?" he sneered. After a moment of struggling to breathe, Changpeng fainted. Zhang Rishu advised him to stop. The Blood Master, sounding rather proud, then taunted, "You notice me now?" Zhang Rishu immediately replied, "I've been observing you all this time. It seems you're so engrossed in pursuing your goal that you haven't noticed me." The Blood Master's expression immediately turned unpleasant. He realized, or rather, remembered, while he was killing Hongdao, he felt someone watching him from afar. He thought to himself, "It would be bad for even me to be tied up in the Murim Alliance's territory, so I had to get out of there." That presence I felt back then, it was something stronger than the 10 Kings. Was it a mistake? He then looked back at Zhang Rishu. "It was you who tried to stop me." Hearing that, Rishu immediately replied, "I'm afraid I was a bit late." "What a shame." The Blood Master asked, "Who are you?" Zhang Rishu immediately countered, "Is that important?" The Blood Master looked at Zhang Rishu uncomfortably and asked, "What?" Hearing that, Zhang Rishu slowly drew his sword. "If I could stop you with words, I would have answered," he stated calmly. "But you have no intention of stopping. More importantly, I won't let any more people die by your hands. If you don't stop yourself, I'll have to deal with you." Hearing that challenge, the Blood Master proudly scoffed, "Stop me with that scrap that looks like a sword?" Zhang Rishu held the sword, shaking it gently in front of him. "Yes," he replied. "It still works better than you think." The Blood Master pressed, "Have you ever split anyone in half with that sword?" Rishu replied, "I've slashed countless people like you, but it's not a memory to be proud of." Hearing that, the Blood Master immediately retorted, "Don't compare me to some losers you killed. So, tell me, who was the last person you used that sword to defeat? Someone known nobody? A mountain bandit, perhaps? If not," before he could even finish, Zhang Rishu cut him off. "Heavenly Poison Demon King." Hearing Zhang Rishu's words, his face darkened instantly, etched with concern. He thought, the Heavenly Poison Demon Lord, the second most powerful figure in the Heavenly Demonic Divine Cult. This monster wiped out half the population during the Great War of Good and Evil. He was one of the 2 terrifying demon heads who swept across the lands, worshipping the heavenly demon as a god. His evil reputation grew and grew until, one day, he met someone who brought him death. The one who killed him earned a new name. At that very moment, a name escaped his lips. The Sword Saint. He trembled even more, looking at Zhang Rishu, and demanded, "Sword Saint made John hack? How did you get that look?" Zhang Rishu, almost playfully, twirled his sword. He replied, "After the Great War of Good and Evil ended, I asked myself, what now? I didn't have to ponder for long, you know? I truly enjoy martial arts, after all. So, I continue to train, to study. The child I took in later, who was like my grandson, became my disciple, and sometimes even my master. But just when I thought I'd reached the absolute peak of martial arts, I hit another wall." Zhang Rishu poured his internal power into his sword, the blade shimmering. He continued, "I simply wasn't able to foresee this regression in age." Blood Master, still clutching Changpeng's neck, stiffened as he heard Zhang Rishu's words. His mind raced. Regression? Is this, the Sword Saint, reinvigorated? Zhang Rishu continued. "Anyway, after my body became so young, I began to wander the outside world. I was also quite worried about my grandson, who ran off about a year ago, you see." He remembered his journey, a faint smile playing on his lips. "It was fun, until you guys appeared," he stated, the smile vanishing. Zhang Rishu finished speaking, then pointed the sword, now imbued with internal energy and looking impossibly sharper, directly at him. "How is it?" he asked, the glint in his eye. "This sword can still be used, just like I said, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Rishu immediately slashed. After that devastating strike, Changpeng fell to the ground, and on his neck was still Blood Master's arm. Blood Master looked down at his arm, a truly scared expression washing over his face. Zhang Rishu held the sword in a domineering pose. "You've done many unforgivable things," he declared, his voice cold. "Now, you have to pay the price." Blood Master, having just lost his arm, screamed loudly. "Ah!" He immediately stuck his spear into the ground and frantically pressed pressure points on his severed arm to stop the bleeding. When he finally looked up, delicate pink flower petals began to appear, swirling around him. As he raised his face to look at Zhang Rishu, the sword was already pointed straight at his face. He was startled, and just as he stood up straight, those innocent-looking flower petals flying around him transformed into a multitude of razor-sharp swords, all pointing directly at him. The Blood Master trembled, fear gripping him. He stared at the swords aimed directly at him, a chilling thought echoing in his mind. The 36 Plum Blossom sword? When did he? How did he get so strong? I can't block this. I have to avoid this move first. So, he tried to run, didn't he? But just then, Jin Taekyung, who was now fully awake, grabbed his leg tightly. Where are you going, you bastard? Taekyung demanded. The Blood Master, enraged, glared down at Taekyung and screamed, You! And just as he did, the flying swords of the 36 Plum Blossom sword technique also moved, hurtling straight towards him. A scream tore from Jong Rishu's throat as the flying swords skewered straight into the Blood Master. He screamed in agony, his clothes tearing open, revealing the green jade Buddha staff. It slowly began to fall out. Even with his body now covered in wounds, he desperately tried to catch it. He gripped the staff in his hand, trembling, a chilling thought running through his mind. The mission, it's been completed. Even though I couldn't kill them all, as long as I'm alive, I can always come back for them later. He then turned his bloodshot eyes towards Jin Taekyung and slowly, menacingly, managed to say, Just you wait. I will. Make sure you die by my hand. Taekyung, propping himself up despite his injuries, demanded, What? Where are you going? The Blood Master just sneered, replying, You should try to live until then, no matter what, you bastard. Then, with a sudden, desperate surge, he immediately burst out with energy, a dark aura surrounding his body, even as his numerous wounds bled profusely. Jong Rishu, witnessing this, stood rooted and wondered, Is he going to try something else? He summoned his remaining strength, raised his head to the sky, and shouted, Dear Heavenly Master! Immediately, a strange formation appeared under his feet, glowing ominously. Taekyung was startled, eyes wide as he saw it. Jong Rishu, seeing this, seemed to realize something terrible. He sped up instantly, slashing his sword at the Blood Master. Stop right there, he yelled. Rishu's sword slash cleanly severed the Blood Master's remaining arm. But at this exact moment, the formation underfoot also radiated a powerful, dark force that began to envelop him completely. As the formation's energy covered his whole body, he glared at his freshly severed arm with furious, hateful eyes. Immediately after that, enduring immense pain, he did something shocking. He used his mouth to bite onto the arm that was still holding the green jade Buddha staff. Then, with a giant explosion, he just disappeared. Poof! Gone into thin air. Jong Rishu saw this, and completely baffled, muttered worriedly, Damn it! At this crucial moment, Taekyung's system board lit up, displaying a notification. You have successfully completed the quest. Desperately dangerous situation. You have earned a huge amount of EXP. Level up. Level up. And just like that, Taekyung's injuries were immediately healed. Amazing, right? After Jin Taekyung recovered, he stood up, looking into the distance, pondering the bizarre exit of the guy who had just tried to kill him. What the hell kind of situation is this? He wondered. What he did just now was definitely. Jong Rishu, who had just watched Taekyung get up on his own, quickly asked, Are you okay? Taekyung turned back, meeting Jong Rishu's gaze. Their eyes met, and then Taekyung shyly replied, I'm okay. Thanks to you, I can keep my life. Jong Rishu heard that and simply said, That's good. Then, help me with the injured. Wait though. Taekyung suddenly turned back, a different question on his mind. What did you say just now? Taekyung quickly rushed over to Chong Peng, his heart pounding, desperate to stop the bleeding. What? Why? Is there a problem? He kept asking Rishu, who seemed oddly calm. No problem, Rishu replied, almost dismissively. But didn't you hear earlier? Hear what? Taekyung pressed, confused. Gently, Taekyung helped Chong Peng remove the severed arm that had been clamped around his neck. I passed out for a bit, he explained. Then, when I woke up, it was almost all over. I just saw this bastard's ankle, so I grabbed it. Rishu simply responded, Is that so? Hearing Rishu's nonchalant tone, Taekyung, still a bit stunned, actually tossed the Blood Master's severed hand, the very one that had been strangling Chong Peng, towards Rishu. I don't know how you did this, he exclaimed, but good job. Rishu instinctively grabbed the arm, a flicker of surprise finally crossing his face. Old man, Taekyung then called out, rushing off to check on someone else, presumably Fire King. A little while later, with the remaining Jikcheon gang members defeated and laid out, Taekyung turned back to Rishu, concern etched on his face. How's Fire King? He asked, his voice low. Rishu replied, His injury isn't too severe, don't worry. He just used too much chi at once, so he won't wake up for a while though. And Chong Peng. Taekyung pressed. Rishu assured him, same for him. He does have some internal injuries, but he's young. He'll heal quickly, I promise. Taekyung let out a long, audible sigh of relief. At least they're not gravely injured, Rishu added, a rare hint of satisfaction in his tone. Just then, a distinct sound reached their ears from far away. Taekyung's head snapped up, his eyes immediately scanning the horizon. From afar, a group of figures was rapidly approaching, practically flying towards him and Rishu. He instinctively snatched up his spear, his body tensing, instantly alert and ready to fight. Could it be that again? He wondered, a familiar dread creeping in. The group, led by a man named Song Ho, gracefully landed directly in front of Taekyung and Jong Rishu. Taekyung took in their tense, grim faces and immediately realized the gravity of the situation. He whispered to himself, Oh no, they think it was Jong Rishu, Murim's common enemy, who killed King Dharma Hongdao and all those other people. I have to step up and clear up this misunderstanding before a full-blown fight breaks out. But just as Taekyung was about to speak, Rishu, with absolutely no filter, blurted out, Thousand-faced fox Song Ho, how's your leg doing these days? Taekyung's jaw dropped. This crazy guy, he thought absolutely aghast. He immediately spun towards Rishu, hissing. Why would you suddenly speak so disrespectfully to disabled people? Are you crazy, Rishu? Meanwhile, Song-ho, seemingly unfazed, began walking slowly, deliberately, towards Jong Rishu. Seeing Song-ho approach, Taekyung panicked and quickly tried to explain, worriedly. I'm so sorry, he didn't intend to say that. But you all know, don't you? About the real culprit. You do know, right? As he pleaded with Song-ho, he whirled back to Rishu, shouting in a low, furious tone, Apologize right now, you idiot. But then, to Taekyung's utter bewilderment, Song-ho stopped directly in front of Jong Rishu, then bowed deeply, respectfully. It's been a while, hasn't it? He said calmly. Rishu, a smirk playing on his lips, replied, Haha, it's certainly nice to see that you're doing well, Song-ho. I had a feeling you'd be the first to recognize me, you old fox. Song-ho nodded. I was confused for a while, I'll admit, he said. Just a few hours ago, I actually thought it was that damned blood ghost sword demon who had regressed and returned. Jong Rishu, ever the provocateur, immediately shot back. Man, you are old, aren't you? Song-ho just chuckled. It's thanks to you that I was even able to grow this old. Grandmaster made Jong hack, he corrected him warmly. Had you not saved me back then, I would have lost my life. And not just my leg, you know. Our boy, Taekyung, stood aside, listening intently to the conversation. He couldn't help but wonder, Mei Jong hack, not Jong Rishu, right? Remember that night murderer from before? Well, Song-ho, reviewing the past events, dropped a bomb. We found the night murderer a few hours ago. You played a rather cruel trick on him. And Jong Rishu? He just kind of shrugged, saying shyly, that pal. I guess it's about time he woke up. Song-ho then continued, the person who should have died is still alive. Only then did we realize we were going in the wrong direction. Jong Rishu looked up, a hint of regret in his voice. I want to hide it until the great celestial banquet was over, although I never imagined something like this would happen. Song-ho, clearly frustrated, quickly chimed in, I feel the same way. We have been so serious about our defense, but for something like this to happen in Shaolin, of all places, it's just unbelievable. Jong Rishu, changing the subject, asked, seeing as you're here, I assume things at the Shaolin Temple are taken care of. Did the Thunderbolt Blade King come? And Song-ho confirmed, yes. After figuring out the situation, we split ways. Grandmaster Peng should be taking care of things at the Shaolin Temple right now. The casualties are huge, something that shouldn't have happened. I have a lot of things to discuss. But then our quiet hero, Taekyung, piped up, raising his hand, Can I ask something? Jong Rishu, looking a bit surprised, gave him the green light. Well, you can ask anything. Imagine the pressure, folks. Taekyung was now worried, thousands of eyes piercing right through him. He felt a cold dread creep down his spine. Their sharp gazes seemed to be stabbing a knife into his back. But he quickly tried to reassure himself. He thought, there's nothing to be afraid of. There are more people with the same name in this world than I thought. It could also be a fake Mei Jong hack. So, summoning all his courage, Taekyung finally asked, what's your title? And Jong Rishu? He just grinned brightly, replying the Sword Saint. Taekyung, completely shell-shocked, could only whisper to himself, damn, he is the real one. But before Taekyung could even process it, Jong Rishu interrupted. Let's stay close going forward, friend. Our poor protagonist's only thought? I want to die. Meanwhile, let's switch scenes. Far away, in a hidden cave, something intense was brewing. Picture this. Stone statues all around, and 5 figures meticulously maintaining a complex formation. They were chanting ancient incantations, pouring their energy into secret arts. Slowly, the air began to shift. The formation itself materialized, glowing with an eerie light. And then, boom, a deafening noise. The Bloodmaster demon crashed onto the formation floor. The 5 cultivators, visibly shaken, rushed to his side. Bloodmaster, what is this? They cried, their voices laced with worry. Bloodmaster has been seriously injured. He was gasping for air, barely able to breathe, and then, with a final, desperate sigh, he let go of the green jade Buddha staff he was clutching. Suddenly, one of the 5 people saw the green jade Buddha staff. He smiled, too cheerfully, and said, Oh, the green jade Buddha staff. The mission has been completed. Congratulations. Can you believe the nerve? Hearing that, the Bloodmaster looked up. His eyes narrowed as he asked, Congratulations? Immediately, he used a chi to brutally cut off the head of the man who had just spoken. After killing him, he shouted loudly, Throw that bastard to the beasts. Another guy, probably terrified, cautiously came forward to advise, Blood Lord, we should treat you first. After listening, the Bloodmaster sat down, clearly weakened. I'm so dizzy. Get to it, he commanded. The remaining 4 people quickly sat down, using the power of their formation to heal him. After a few spells, his broken arm and wounds healed, and incredibly, his lost arm slowly grew back. But even while healing, his hatred burned bright. He muttered, or perhaps snarled, the Sword Saint, the Fire King, Chong Peng, and the Hidden Dragon of Shangxi, Jin Taekyung. I'll make sure you all die by my hand, no matter what. Talk about a grudge, right? Meanwhile, let's switch scenes and drop into a bustling restaurant. The air is thick with gossip, people absolutely buzzing. One person leans in. Did you all hear the news? About the great celestial banquet. Another quickly chimes in. The martial artists are surrounding Mount Song. Apparently, a lot of blood was spilled in a battle at the Shaolin Temple. A third gasps. The demonic cult appeared. How terrible. But someone else interjects. I heard it wasn't the demonic cult, but some other people. A table over. Another voice confidently states. No way. I heard the leaders of those that ambushed Shaolin were the terrible strange Yin-Yang duo. Someone asks, confused, the strange Yin-Yang duo? And then, the wildest rumor of all. I heard it was the heavenly demon himself. A collective gasp. The heavenly demon? Everyone's got a theory, don't they? At the same time, back in a quiet room at Jin Taekyung's house, Taekyung sat drinking tea with his companion, Hyuk. Hyuk, ever the conversationalist, started, I heard, about Jong Rishu. I mean, the sword saint Mei Jong Hak. Cheer up. Things happen, you know. I'm flat broke now, because of what happened too. Anyway, hearing your news actually raised my spirits. Can you imagine saying that to someone in mourning? When Taekyung heard that, his face instantly creased into an angry frown. He chewed on his tea bowl for a moment, then glared at Hyuk, asking, why did that raise your spirits? Hyuk, completely oblivious, immediately replied, well, it's obvious. As the old wise people said, pain is lessened when shared. Talk about saying the wrong thing at the wrong time. As soon as he finished speaking, Taekyung, with incredible power, spit out a piece of his bowl, sending it shooting right at Hyuk's chest and causing a lot of pain. Right after that, Taekyung stood up and started repeatedly hitting Hyuk's head. That raised your spirits? Huh, he fumed. You're raising my damn blood pressure. I'm already in a bad mood. So why do you keep provoking me, huh? Hyuk cried out in pain. Ah, wait. I can't breathe. Ah, young master. After a while of this one-sided beating, Taekyung finally stopped. He was still absolutely furious. And Hyuk, well, he was pretty bruised, with several swollen lumps on his head. Ah, man. Hyuk mumbled, trying to recover. I was just trying to make you feel better. Taekyung shot him a look. The atmosphere is real tense right now. You watch your mouth? Okay. After a moment, Hyuk looked down at the now broken tea bowl, sighing. That story, I still can't believe it's real. It's only been a day. Taekyung just nodded, his gaze distant. Me too. So, Taekyung was deep in thought, remembering all the people he'd met. He mused, you know, the problem is it's not over at all. In fact, it's just beginning now. But then Hyuk, ever the one to change gears, jumped in with a question. Hey, you were at that executive meeting yesterday, weren't you? So what did they say, huh? Taekyung replied, pretty straightforwardly. They asked about the Great Elder and the Crimson Wind clan. I just told them what I knew. Hyuk was a bit surprised, it seems. The Great Elder asked about the Crimson Wind clan? Really? Taekyung explained, giving a key detail. Yeah, because the Power Burst pill, the one the Crimson Wind clan leader used, it has something to do with the Dark Heaven. Hyuk pressed for more, naturally. Ah, did they mention anything else? Taekyung just glanced at the Fire Lord, still lying there, and sighed. I just left, honestly. My brother will tell me the important news anyway. Plus, I didn't want to leave the old man alone, not after the abbot of Shaolin was just murdered. Hyuk, concerned, quickly changed the subject back to their patient. Hey, who was it? Didn't that famous physician stop by? Did they say when he'll wake up? Taekyung's answer wasn't very reassuring. I don't know, honestly. He said he doesn't have anything he can do either. He just told us to watch over him for a bit, since he's not severely injured. After that, Taekyung turned to Hyuk, a serious look on his face. Hey, while I was away, did anyone suspicious come around here? Hyuk just smiled, completely confident. The Gene Dragon Squad is surrounding the place. Don't you worry. Taekyung, however, wasn't immediately impressed. The Gene Dragon Squad? You mean, the elite force of the Gene family of Taiyuan. Hyuk puffed out his chest, practically beaming with pride. Yes, the family head was very worried about hero Jeek Cheongang's safety, so he entrusted this matter to me. And who am I, you ask? The famous vice-captain of the Gene Dragon team, Hyuk Mujin. After all that, Taekyung just glanced at Hyuk, completely unimpressed, and said, yeah, alright. Hyuk's face immediately contorted in anger. He stood up, pointing an accusing finger at Taekyung. What? What's with that attitude, huh? But Taekyung just turned away, ignoring him. He leaned back in his chair, seemingly unbothered. Nothing. I just thought I shouldn't go anywhere for a while. Hyuk, still fuming, accused him. Could it be, young master, that you don't believe in the power of the Heavenly Dragon team? Our Gene family's most elite army? Taekyung waved a hand dismissively. It's not like that. You're overdoing it. But Hyuk just wasn't buying it. He still felt completely disrespected. Okay, I will definitely make the young master take back what he just said. Taekyung, seeing his reaction, couldn't help but tease. What's wrong with you? Are you going through puberty or something? Oh boy, that was the wrong thing to say. Hyuk was absolutely furious now. His face wrinkled up, and he screamed. It's all because you're looking down on us. It's not just once or twice. I can't just sit and watch as you look down on my subordinates. Suddenly, Taekyung's eyes turned sharp, almost murderous. Keep your voice down. You're going to wake the old man. Hyuk immediately lowered his voice, but still grumbled. If he woke up, then that would be good. That would be great, Taekyung agreed, a hint of genuine worry in his tone. Taekyung then remarks, who doesn't know that the Gene Dragon Squad members are all young and talented? They did great yesterday at the Shaolin Temple, didn't they? And I even heard they were the ones who saved Unnamed. Hearing this, Hyuk replies, that's right. We even fought against those Dark Heaven bastards without any hesitation ourselves. Taekyung nods, continuing, yeah, they seem pretty smart and loyal too. But there's just one problem. Hyuk hears this, a question forming on his lips. What? Taekyung then pulls a mask from his clothes, slamming it onto the table with a thud. His voice is firm as he states, the fact that you're the vice leader. Hyuk stares at the mask, a cold dread washing over him. He quickly covers his mouth, fear etched onto his face. Taekyung's gaze sharpens. I thought it was strange, you know, how you were clinging to me so hard after the first round. That's just not how you typically act, is it? You're actually pretty famous out there, being called a legend for winning 100,000 silver Niang, then losing it right away. Taekyung stands, slowly walking over to where Hyuk Mujin is seated. He continues, his voice low. I thought you treasured your subordinates. But here you are, having them stand guard night and day. He leans closer, his eyes scrutinizing Hyuk's face, then delivers the chilling question. While you go around gambling? At this point, Hyuk is absolutely terrified, sweating profusely as he stammers out an explanation. You only live once, you know. That's why my subordinates took the work. Taekyung listens, then replies, a hint of exasperation in his tone. You still don't get it, huh? Get down, you bastard. Hyuk cries out worriedly. No, young master. There's actually been a bit of a misunderstanding. Taekyung retorts. Misunderstanding? Oh, we'll clear that up, all right. But first, you need a good beating. Hyuk tries desperately to explain. Listen to me, master, please. Meanwhile, Taekyung is already holding a wooden stick, twirling it menacingly as he warns, the more nonsense you spout, the more painful this is going to be. Hyuk immediately lies down on his stomach. Taekyung raises the stick, ready to strike, but then he lowers it. Just then, a figure appears at the window, Jong Rishu. He speaks up, his voice cutting through the tension. Can I talk a bit, friend? Hearing this, Taekyung looks utterly exasperated. He thinks to himself, damn friends. Taekyung and Jong Rishu step outside the G Mansion's grounds. Jong Rishu begins, I should thank you first. I heard you were a lot of help to Chongpong. Taekyung, hearing this, finds it difficult to understand. He asks how so. Jong Rishu explains, I don't know all the details, but you must have helped him a lot considering he calls you savior. Hearing this, Taekyung flashes back, remembering the time he met Chongpong on the street, and how Hyuk gave him dumplings. He thinks to himself, isn't he missing too many details? Jong Rishu, now seemingly relieved, says, I worried a lot about him, but this time, seeing him with you, it made me feel so reassured. I'm also very satisfied with you. Taekyung, still not quite grasping what's going on, thinks to himself, I shouldn't bring up the dumpling thing then. So, Taekyung turns to Jong Rishu, asking, and Chongpong? How's he doing? Jong Rishu just chuckles. Oh, he's recovered enough to move around, right? And guess what? He was whining that he wanted to see you when he woke up. Taekyung's eyes widen a bit. Oh, really? So what did you do about that? Jong Rishu shrugged casually. He shut right up once I gave him some dumplings. Taekyung can just picture Chongpong happily munching on those dumplings. He thinks to himself, he really knows how to handle Chongpong, doesn't he? I guess he did raise him for 20 years. Now it's Jong Rishu's turn to ask Taekyung. So, is Jeek Cheon-gang recovering then? Taekyung sighs. He hasn't woken up yet, actually. And on that note, I have something I need to ask you. Jong Rishu nods. Ask away, whatever you want to know. Taekyung's voice drops a bit. Is there a possibility, a chance, that he might never wake up? Jong Rishu slowly walks up the nearby stairs, stroking his chin thoughtfully. What did the physician I sent say about him? He asks. Taekyung slowly walks closer to Jong Rishu, letting out a frustrated sigh. Ah, that guy who looked like a rat? He was a complete fraud. Jong Rishu looks genuinely startled. Fraud? You mean the strange physician of Luoyang? Taekyung throws his hands up. Strange physician of Luoyang, whatever. He just glanced at him for a second, then left, saying there's nothing he could do. How's that not a fraud? Seriously. He flashes back to the moment. The Luoyang doctor standing by Mr. Jeek's bed, then turning to leave with a dismissive, oh my gosh, so busy, so busy. Jong Rishu quickly interjects, trying to explain. Wait. The strange physician of Luoyang is actually a very famous, highly skilled physician in the Central Plains. He does have quite the personality, sure, but he's incredibly good at his job. Taekyung's eyes widen, a flash of fear in them. Huh, doesn't that mean it's looking really bad for Master then? Jong Rishu offers a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Taekyung. If his life was truly in danger, the strange physician of Luoyang wouldn't have just left. Trust me on that. Soon after, the two of them settle down in the middle of the Jin Palace's grounds, continuing their conversation. Jong Rishu speaks first, getting serious. Anyway, about this Dark Heaven, the meeting we had yesterday was all just assumptions. I still can't get a real grasp on what kind of organization they actually are. I mean, since I saw that strange Inyon duo leading the attackers, it's certain they're somehow related to the demon cult. But the Blood Lord and the explosive blood demonic arts they used. It smells like the demon cult, yes, but something feels different. It's much darker, much stranger, especially that spell I saw at the end. It's something even I have never witnessed before. After listening, our boy Taekyung got real serious. He was reliving that whole Blood Lord escape scene in his head, thinking a spell that looked like some kind of teleportation, didn't it? A magic circle? In Murim? Did I really see that right? Jong Rishu, ever the strategist, chimed in, saying, there are so many opinions about where these people came from, you know? But if they can actually use that kind of magic on a large scale, that means they can move freely, anywhere, anytime. The two of them sat there, deep in thought, faces etched with seriousness. What a heavy atmosphere, right? Taekyung just sighed. Ugh, just thinking about it gives me the creeps. Jong Rishu stroked his chin. But here's the biggest question, Taekyung. Why they have to steal Shaolin's green jade Buddha staff? Any ideas? Taekyung immediately shrugged. I don't know, honestly. Maybe, because it's a divine artifact of Shaolin. Jong Rishu just blinked. Think about it. If they wanted to just erase Shaolin's symbolic object, they'd simply break it, wouldn't they? Hearing that, Taekyung scratched his head. I don't know. Maybe they figured taking it away would be even more humiliating for Shaolin? To be honest, I've no idea what you'd even do with some fancy green staff like that. Jong Rishu nodded. Yes, that could be it. That's what a lot of others thought too, you know? But I just can't shake this feeling that there's something more to it. Something we're missing. After that heavy talk, Jong Rishu suddenly turned to Taekyung. Do you know why I'm telling you all this? Taekyung immediately shook his head. Nope, not a clue. Jong Rishu leaned in. King Dharma, he must have known he was going to die. He left me a message, a really important one. He said you, Taekyung, are the morning star that will chase away the darkness. Hearing that, Taekyung shyly scratched his face. Morning star, he thought, a bit bewildered. Jong Rishu spread his hands wide. Why, you ask? Because you're the most talented genius I've ever had the pleasure of meeting. Seriously, look around you. Is there anyone as talented as you are at your age? Taekyung hesitated, just for a moment, then mumbled Chong Pong. Jong Rishu clapped his hands. Ah, you're right. Chong Pong. He did climb the wall to peak level when he was 18. Though, I feel like you would have done that by then too, if you'd really applied yourself. Taekyung, with a wry grin, replied, At that age, I was climbing walls to brothels. Jong Rishu just paused. I see. Then, for a moment, they just looked at each other awkwardly, a shy silence hanging between them. Jong Rishu, breaking the silence, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then, with a smug smile, declared, As expected of my grandson, of course. Taekyung, probably wanting to escape the awkwardness, stood up. Right then, I'll get going now, he said. As Taekyung walked out into the middle of the street, Jong Rishu waved him back. I'll come visit you soon, he called out, a mischievous glint in his eye. And I'll have some news to surprise you with. Taekyung just kept walking, muttering to himself, Ugh, he just drains my social energy, doesn't he? Why does this feel so familiar? The sun began to set, casting long shadows. Taekyung finally returned to the room, where Jeek was still recovering. And who should greet him but Hyuk, shouting a little too loudly, You're back. Taekyung just pointed outside, a tired look on his face. Yeah, that's exactly how you're supposed to stand guard, he said, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Now get out there. Hearing that, Hyuk, ever the eager beaver, shouted, Yes, sir, and promptly obeyed, rushing out to his post. You guys know Hyuk, right? Always trying to pull a fast one. As soon as he darted out the door, Taekyung's voice cut through the air. Put down that gold mask, he commanded. Hyuk froze instantly, didn't he? Taekyung, without missing a beat, raised a hand. If I count to 3 and you don't drop it, he warned, his voice low and dangerous. Today will be your last day. 1, 2. Before Taekyung could even reach 3, Hyuk spun around, practically tackling him in a desperate hug. Young master, please, he pleaded, his voice cracking. I even borrowed money for this, with my life on the line. But Taekyung, he was having none of it. Ignoring Hyuk's frantic pleas, he reached right into Hyuk's robes, pulling out the stolen mask. You even borrowed from loan sharks for this? Taekyung scoffed, shaking his head. You truly are out of your mind. Holding the mask, he simply said, I'll consider your fate later. Hyuk, hearing that glimmer of hope, immediately dropped to his knees. Then you mean? He stammered, his eyes wide. Taekyung, already turning away, tucked the gold mask securely into his own robes. I need to rest now, he stated flatly. Don't let anyone in, not even my big brother. Hyuk, trying to sound calm despite everything, clarified. You mean, the family head, sir? Yes, Taekyung replied, sounding tired. Just tell him I'm exhausted and went to sleep. Keep everyone out until morning. Can you do that for me? You know Hyuk, always dramatic. Clasping his hands together, he replied with a perfectly serious face. I'll give my life if I have to, young master. Taekyung, a small smirk playing on his lips, simply chuckled. I know you can do it, Hyuk. Just make sure you do exactly as I say. Yes, sir. Hyuk immediately shouted back, probably a little too loud. With the masked incident dealt with, Taekyung finally walked over to the bed. He gazed at the Fire King's sleeping face for a moment, a thoughtful expression crossing his features. Then, he settled onto the recliner, right beside the bed, leaning back. How long has it been? He murmured, almost to himself, his eyes closing slowly. And with that, he simply uttered the words, logged out. Mom and Hyun are just staring intently at Taekyung when bam. He suddenly opens his eyes. Talk about a jump scare, right? Both Mom and Hyun are so startled, they practically tumble back onto the floor. Mom lets out a terrified, Kaya, while Hyun screams, oh my god. Meanwhile, Taekyung, completely oblivious, just sits up, yawns and goes, what's going on? You can almost see the gears turning as his mom and Hyun glare at each other. Then, in an instant, they both angrily jump up and start giving Taekyung a good beating. His mom, clearly worried but also furious, yells, you little bastard, do you even realize you've been asleep for 2 whole days? I almost called an ambulance for you, you know. And Hyun, she's not holding back either, shouting, you slept for exactly 48 hours. Are you even human, you idiot? But let's switch gears for a moment, because things are about to get intense. Over in a gate, we find ourselves face to face with a massive golem. It's rummaging around, looking for something, completely unaware that right behind it, a group of nervous soldiers is waiting, preparing to attack. You can almost hear their whispers of fear. How are we even going to catch this A-rank monster? I mean, even one blow from that thing, and we're probably dead. Perched on a cliff, overseeing the whole scene, is Choi Min-woo. He addresses the anxious soldiers, cool as a cucumber. No need to be afraid. A stone golem has high destructive power and durability, sure, but it's slow. He continues, giving clear instructions. The mages should find the golem's core with detection spells. Tanks, you need to protect the healers. As for the dealers, well, I assume the rest is self-explanatory, right? Now, after hearing that, you'd think the soldiers would be calm, but nope. Right after Min-woo's speech, they turn around in fear and start screaming. One guy quickly shushes the others, shush, shush. But it's too late. The golem, having heard their loud voices, immediately spins around, raises its gigantic foot, stomps the ground, roars, and then it quickly starts walking towards the soldiers. The bewildered soldiers stumble back, completely shocked. What? One exclaims. I thought it was supposed to be slow. It's super fast. Just as panic sets in, Songi raises her staff high, casting a powerful spell. Let the wind be with you, haste. A power strong enough to crush boulders, strength. Energy to the exhausted body. Healing. Immediately, the soldiers feel a surge of additional strength. They all look at Songi, a collective thought running through their minds. Whoa, this feels really different. She's B rank, just like me, but her spell's effects are on a different level. Wow, she really is from the Ares Guild. Songi, seeing their surprise and hesitation, snaps them back to reality. What are you all doing? Do you want to continue this in heaven instead? She's not playing around. Suddenly, the golem pulls up a massive tree, roots and all. It rushes towards the soldiers, roars, and then, with terrifying force, hurls the tree right at them. The soldiers are frantically worried, shouting to each other, shield, block it. Luckily, just in the nick of time, someone appears. They conjure a powerful firewall, burning the tree to ashes and saving the soldiers' lives. And who is this mysterious savior? It's none other than Butler Kim. Floating effortlessly in the air, he sternly warns them, I blocked it for you this time, but don't expect a second chance. You can't grow if you keep receiving help from us. Fight with all you've got. Simultaneously, down on the ground, Taekyung Jin appears, wielding a massive shield. He shouts, galvanizing the troops. What are you doing? Get together. Tanks to the front. The golem, now enraged, screams and charges, launching its attack directly at the shield wall forming in front of him. And then boom, a massive explosion occurred. The golem was finally defeated. Can you imagine the relief? The soldiers, panting, slumped to the ground. Their shields were dented in so many places, and their swords were chipped from the fight. One of them wheezed, I might actually die if I do this workshop one more time. An emotional soldier practically burst into tears, groaning, damn these stone golems. Are you sure we were the ones that defeated it? The other soldiers started cheering too, all pumped up, shouting things like, who kills a stone golem on their first raid? Let's all get a picture later. I'm gonna frame it and hang it up in the living room. Good job, everyone. Just when they thought it was over, bam, a tremor occurred, making them jump and panic. They instantly became alert, like, wait, what? What? Is there another one? Everyone get your weapons. What? Is there another one? Shit, where is it? Then, one trembling soldier raised his hand, pointing back. Over there, he stammered. And what did they see? From that direction, dozens of iron golems were advancing towards them. The soldiers screamed in fear. It's those iron golems. Are those here? And there are so many of them. They're not supposed to group up like this. One desperate soldier looked up at the top of the hill where Kim Hwa-jong, Choi Minwo, and Taekyung Jin were standing, watching the iron golems approach. He shouted loudly, Captain, help us. If we keep this up, we will all die. The soldiers below were literally shaking with fear. But then, Choi Minwo hesitated for a moment, and you won't believe what he said. There's no need to help. The soldier immediately asked again, what? And then whoosh. The lead iron golem was cut in half, right down the middle from its head. The soldiers were instantly surprised. Before anyone could react, a series of slashes flew towards the approaching golems. All the iron golems were disassembled in a flash. And guess who appeared? Spear in hand? Taekyung. And what did he say? The hunt is so boring. Meanwhile, back in the city, we cut to a luxury car. Inside, a person was holding an iPad, scrolling through information about the players of the Star Guild. But then, he saw information about the Peace Guild. When he spotted Choi Minwo's profile, he immediately spoke up. How annoying. Back to the deep forest scene. Debris from the iron golems was scattered on the ground, and hazy dust and smoke filled the air. The domineering Taekyung, spear in hand, walked towards the soldiers. They were now completely surprised and whispering in awe. Wow, you see that? He cut through an A-rank monster like butter. It was so fast, I couldn't even make out what happened. Is he even human? I think he's even stronger than the rumors say. But Taekyung? He didn't pay attention to what the soldiers were talking about. He stared intently at the notice board that had appeared, thinking pretty pettily to himself. What? This big as monster only gave this much XP. When am I going to level up at this rate? Suddenly, Songi steps out from the crowd, her voice cutting through the air. What does that dolt think this workshop is for? She angrily points at Taekyung, shouting, our fresh hires need to get raid experience too. Stop killing them all by yourself on sight. Taekyung, ever so calm, just shrugs. They were more than the newbies could handle anyway. It's all good. Songi storms up to him. Look here, Mr. Jin Taekyung, she begins. He waves a dismissive hand. It's really no big deal, Miss Songi. Songi's eyes widen. And what if it's a big deal? Taekyung immediately replies, a sly grin on his face. Maybe a date would solve the problem? Songi literally gets goosebumps. She flashes back, a disgusted look on her face. You creep. I hope you die in a hole. Taekyung quickly explains. No, I'm just joking. There's no need to hate me so much. But Songi just turns away, muttering, you are absolutely not my type. Just then, Choi Minwo steps forward, calling out to Jin Taekyung. He's got a gloomy face, and he says, we really can't restrain ourselves anymore. Taekyung is startled. He thinks, wait, even team leader Choi is involved? Taekyung scratches his face, a bit sheepish. Well, I might have gone a little overboard, but I had a good reason, I swear. Choi Minwo cuts him off. Where did you buy that spear? Taekyung looks bewildered. But Choi Minwo, with an utterly admiring expression, starts circling Taekyung, his gaze fixed on the spear. He exclaims, it looks like a work of art. The design is classic, but so beautifully Chinese style. Could be made from magic crystal? Taekyung just thinks, oh yeah, I forgot he's like this. After a moment, Choi Minwo stops, trying to catch his breath. He asks Taekyung, practically begging, I apologize if this seems rude, but could I buy it from you? Taekyung, annoyed, replies, I am not selling it. Taekyung sets the spear on the ground, thinking to himself, I can't sell it, guys. This is a bound item. Only I can use it. It's the only thing that can move between the modern and martial worlds, you know? Mr. Kim also approaches, genuinely curious. Anyways, Taekyung, I'm really surprised by how strong you've gotten. What's your secret? Taekyung hears him and replies, his voice dripping with sarcasm. What's the secret? Oh, you just need to learn from a transcendent level master, for a year, suffering from dementia. Kim Hwajong and Hyukjin glance at each other, completely baffled. Kim Hwajong finally asks, confused, dementia what? A transcendent? That sounds like something straight out of those martial arts novels. Taekyung shrugs. Yeah, I'm thinking of becoming a writer when I retire. I'll call it Murim Login, something like that. Meanwhile, Choi Min-woo was busy, giving orders to a group of new recruits. The raid isn't over, he commanded. Even after this battle, make sure you take care of the carcasses and keep your guard up. And you know what? The soldiers immediately replied, yes, sir. After hearing Taekyung speak, Kim Hwajong, ever the critic, immediately chimed in, that title isn't too good. I doubt it'll be a hit. Ouch. Soon after, the soldiers started filing out through a gate. Taekyung thought to himself, the workshop? No, the raid that should have spanned a whole week, it's over. Done in just 3 days. He realized there weren't any monsters left to subjugate, mostly because he'd been hunting them himself. After the last of the soldiers had walked through the gate, Choi Min-woo gathered them all and shouted loudly, everyone check your numbers. And outside, a swarm of reporters had already descended, practically surrounding the gate, forcing security to hold them back. But wait, something was off. At that very moment, Taekyung realized it. He turned his head towards Choi Min-woo and asked, where's Hyukjin? Sanggi, who was also looking around, chimed in, Speaking of, I haven't seen him either. Choi Min-woo responded. He told me he was heading out earlier. Said he had something come up. Sanggi, a bit confused, pressed, what could have gotten him so busy? He's usually the last one to leave. Choi Min-woo just shrugged. Who knows? Well, it must have been an emergency. Taekyung pulled out his phone, thinking something must have happened at home, I guess. I didn't even get a chance to talk much with him this time. He quickly texted Hyukjin. Hey, where are you? I was hoping we could catch a drink together. It's nothing serious, right? Let me know if you need me. I'll run right over LOL. And wouldn't you know it, right after he sent that, Taekyung's phone lit up. An incoming call. The screen vibrated, displaying Park Ji-hoon. Taekyung answered, Park Ji-hoon. The voice on the other end immediately asked, hello, is this Jin Taekyung's number? Taekyung, a bit surprised, replied, oh yeah, I thought I had the wrong number for a second there. Park Ji-hoon playfully questioned, hey, you still haven't saved my number yet? Taekyung laughed, I did save it, but I thought it was someone else's number. Your voice sounded so strange. Park Ji-hoon chuckled, that's right, we haven't seen each other since middle school. Taekyung shot back, well, you couldn't recognize me either. Park Ji-hoon affirmed, good, you know how much money I've spent on plastic surgeries. He continued, well, anyway, I just wanted to ask if you were down for a drink tonight. I completely forgot to ask at the reunion last time. Taekyung didn't respond immediately. So, Park Ji-hoon quickly added, oh, you're probably really busy these days, huh? Maybe next time then. But Taekyung jumped in, nah, I'm free. Where do you want to meet up? Taekyung then hailed a taxi. As he sat in the car, watching the city go by, he couldn't help but think to himself, maybe his ulterior motives? Nah, snap out of it, Taekyung. How could I doubt a friend like that? Have I really developed trust issues? Ah, damn it, this is all one Myung-hoon's fault. I need to level up soon. Well, maybe a break is fine after all. So, after a bit of a drive, guess who's waiting at the door? None other than Park Ji-hoon himself, ready to welcome Taekyung. As soon as he spotted Taekyung, Ji-hoon just beamed, saying, come on in. You got here faster than I thought you would. Taekyung's jaw practically dropped as he looked at Ji-hoon's house. Wow, he exclaimed, you're seriously successful. Living in a place like this. Ji-hoon, ever so humble, just shrugged. My father had a small business, related to hunters. So, partly thanks to that. Taekyung, clearly stunned, couldn't help but ask, wait, what? Are you from a rich family? Your house even has a swimming pool. Still buzzing with surprise, Taekyung stepped inside. Ji-hoon, meanwhile, headed straight for the wine cabinet. Nah, nothing like that, he said, turning to Taekyung. Want something to drink? Taekyung just casually asked, what do you have? Ji-hoon peered into his collection and started listing, let's see. Chateau, Cheval Blanc, Screaming Eagle Cabernet Sauvignon, Royal de Maria. At this, Taekyung literally froze. What the hell is a chateau? He blurted out, totally confused. Ji-hoon calmly replied, Chateau, Cheval Blanc. Taekyung was speechless. After a moment, he just shyly mumbled, got any beer or soju maybe? Ji-hoon burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Well, that settled it. They ended up sitting down, cracking open some beers, and just catching up. Ji-hoon started, hey, remember that kid? Ro Jae-hun. Taekyung, drawing a blank, replied, who was that again? Ji-hoon tried to jog his memory. That tall guy who was always bragging about working out? Anyway, remember when he and our son, Woong Jae, got into a fight? Taekyung, already a bit tipsy, interrupted, whose son Woong Jae again? Ji-hoon just stared, putting down his beer can. Dude, have you lost your memory? He asked. Taekyung just scratched his head and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Hey, he said, I do remember both of us not doing our homework and flunking tests. You might have a better memory, but our brains are pretty much the same. So what? Did you even make it into college? Ji-hoon just smirked. Yeah, he replied. University of Korea, management major. Taekyung was completely startled. You Uni of Korea? He sputtered. You got accepted there? You. Ji-hoon just calmly stated. I really put my mind to it. I haven't graduated yet though, thanks to my sudden awakening. Taekyung just hummed, a realization dawning on him. Okay, so his family's rich, he got into the top university in the country. and he successfully awakened, becoming an A-level hunter, he thought to himself. No wonder our lives are so different. Ji-hoon turned, catching Taekyung's gentle gaze. Huh, he chuckled. Why are you looking at me like that? Taekyung simply replied, no, I'm just jealous. Ji-hoon just laughed. What? He turned back to Taekyung, a wide grin on his face. You aren't in a position to envy anyone, he declared. You're a top star, famous internationally. You might even make it into one of the 5 S-rank hunters in Korea soon. Taekyung just sighed. I mean, it's great, he admitted. I'm just a stingy bastard who regrets giving to charity, though. Park Ji-hoon was mid-sentence, saying, come on, Taekyung, you said it. When suddenly, his phone rang, cutting him off. Taekyung noticed and asked, oh, who's calling at this hour? Park Ji-hoon sighed. It's our team captain. Taekyung's brows furrowed. What? Does the Myeongdong Guild need to be on call 24/7? Park Ji-hoon shook his head. No, but it's important. He then stood up, a regretful look on his face. Sorry, Taekyung. We're gonna have to call it a night now. Taekyung gently put down his beer, a small smile playing on his lips. Don't be sorry, Ji-hoon. We both know what we're dealing with. As Taekyung walked out, he called back. You know, it's been a long time since I was this happy. Park Ji-hoon nodded. Yeah, I get it. See you later, Taekyung. Let me call you a cab. After Taekyung left, Park Ji-hoon remained upstairs, a glass of wine in hand, watching from the window as Taekyung's cab slowly drove away into the night. Back inside, at the dining table, Park Ji-hoon's phone began to ring persistently. Hello, Ji-hoon. Park Ji-hoon. He slowly approached, picking it up. First team leader. The voice on the other end continued. Oh, you finally answered the phone. Why didn't you say anything? Park Ji-hoon's voice was ice cold. I think you might have a few things confused. Next time, wait until I speak. Don't cross the line regarding the workplace act. A tense silence followed. I haven't heard your answer, Park Ji-hoon prompted. The voice on the phone, now much gentler, simply said, I understand. After listening, Park Ji-hoon pulled out a chair and sat down, a knowing look on his face. So, what's the matter that's so important? His team leader began. Do you know team leader Jang Hyun-woo, the person in charge of teammate? Park Ji-hoon scoffed. Of course, the skilled but non-lenient guy. The captain continued. Yes, well, it seems like he smelled something, so I was wondering what to do. Park Ji-hoon took another sip of wine, completely unbothered. There's nothing to worry about. Just schedule the dungeon clearing for the nearest A-rank day. On the other end, Park Ji-hoon's captain practically shouted. You mean? Ji-hoon's face remained utterly cold. Captain, do you know how many portal accidents happen every year? I don't know. Neither does everyone else. Which means no one really cares. After hearing that, Park Ji-hoon's captain was left speechless. Ji-hoon continued, his voice devoid of emotion. And about the Peace Guild, about Jin Taekyung, I finished sorting things out with the superiors. They determined him to be a nuisance. The very next day, the guild hall was buzzing. Jin Taekyung walked in and was immediately swarmed by enthusiastic new recruits. He raised a hand to greet them all, a faint smile on his face. He thought to himself, wow, how noisy. Their enthusiasm is just overflowing. I was exactly like that when I first started my career. So lovely. Just then, a particularly eager recruit shouted, It's an honor to meet you, sir. Taekyung looked at the rookie with a bald head and a cute face and said, Yes, try your best. That rookie felt so happy that he immediately replied, Thank you, thank you. Taekyung thought to himself, okay, maybe they aren't all cute. Just then, Taekyung noticed a girl approaching. She spoke up, greeting, welcome, sir. Taekyung silently assessed her. Oh, she seems pretty good, he thought. The aura she exuded was very similar to that of a martial artist. This rookie seems to have the most potential. He spoke up, what's your name? The girl immediately replied, I'm Kim Ji-won. I finished the B-rank training regiment at the top of my class. I was also the first to destroy a golem's core this raid. Taekyung asked, what? Really? Ji-won proudly said, yes, it was my first time participating in an A-rank portal, but it wasn't as difficult as I thought. Taekyung heard that and secretly thought, she's certainly not underestimating herself. She'll be able to do fine anywhere she goes. Ji-won then spoke up, just talk freely, senior. Hearing that, Taekyung looked back at the new recruits and said, well, it's our first time meeting. Maybe when we know each other better, that goes for all of you. We can skip the massive welcome, all right? All the new recruits replied in unison, yes, we will remember senior. Taekyung listened and just thought to himself, everyone doesn't seem to hear what I said at all, do they? Meanwhile, over in Choi Min-woo's private room, Choi Min-woo sips tea, telling Taekyung, our peaceful guild will continue to grow, you know. We've recruited 20 more B-rank hunters and 30 C-rank hunters or below. At this rate, we're experiencing unprecedented growth in Korea's already saturated hunter market. Taekyung clasped his hands and spoke, and I had a big part in that growth, didn't I? Thank you. Choi Min-woo replied, yes, but there's no reward. Taekyung put on a sullen face and said, you're really observant, aren't you? Choi Min-woo put down the teacup and continued, but if you do me a favor, I'll review it favorably. Taekyung sat up straight and asked, a favor? What is it? Choi Min-woo looked at Taekyung and said, I want you to train these new hunters for a while. I've carefully selected them. They all have talent, but they still have many shortcomings. Taekyung immediately replied, of course, because they're new recruits. But why me? There are many other people here. Choi Min-woo explained, no, this morning I asked Butler Kim and Song-yi to take turns teaching them, and they happily agreed. Taekyung asked, what about Uncle Im Hyuk-jun? Choi Min-woo replied, I haven't talked to him yet. It's past business hours, and I still haven't been able to contact him. Something's definitely wrong. But this is a good idea, isn't it? The new members want your guidance as well. You're the primary reason they chose our guild over others, you know? After listening, Taekyung held his head and thought to himself, 30 days here is only 3 hours in the Murim, so I have time. But teaching newbies when I'd usually be speedrunning A-rank gates? Is this really what I should be doing? After a while, Taekyung finally spoke up. Thanks for the compliments, I guess, but seriously, keep me out of it, please. And for the guild, too. Wouldn't it be way more efficient if I just cleared another gate instead of spending time coaching them? Choi Min-woo just smirked. Efficiency, huh? If that's your top priority, well, I guess it can't be helped. So, thanks for agreeing to take care of them. Taekyung was genuinely shocked, shouting, how does that even work? Min-woo just held up a device, displaying a registration page. A-rank gates are all booked up, Taekyung. We got nothing for you for at least a week. Hearing that, Taekyung's blood boiled. He shot up, pointing at Min-woo, and yelled, don't lie to me. Min-woo immediately shoved the device into Taekyung's hands. If you don't believe it, check it yourself. Taekyung scrolled through with amazing speed, but found nothing. Damn, it's true, he thought, a sense of dread creeping in. Then, an article headline caught his eye. Continued accidents, the deadly space. Even A-rank hunters are not safe. The Myeongdong Guild? He mused. Isn't that Ji-hoon's? Min-woo, ever the opportunist, cut right through Taekyung's thoughts. I'll give you 200% of your performance pay this month. You can run some raids, teach some new members, make some cash. Wholesome, right? Or you could just lay around in your house. After hearing that, Taekyung's first instinct was to smash the device in his hand and scream, no. Immediately, a system notification flashed. The quest, too much money to say no, has been generated. Will you accept? Taekyung froze, utterly stunned. Min-woo, however, wasted no time. He walked over, grabbed the tablet from Taekyung's slackened grip, and declared, I'll take that as a yes. I'll tell them to be at the ready. We've booked a few nearby B-rank gates. Right after that, another notification popped up. You have indirectly accepted. The quest has been accepted. A moment later, the scene shifted dramatically. We're plunged into a dungeon. A fierce wolf monster was attacking the tankers, who were clearly struggling. Not good, one tanker yelled. Where's the mage? At this point, a mage performed a move that hit another rookie instead of the monster. The rookie cried out, what was that? Aim carefully. The new female mage, trembling, stammered, sorry, my hands are shaking. Meanwhile, the monster had broken through the defensive line. A shield bearer was knocked back, right into the new recruits. The person who caught the fallen tanker shouted, healer, come here quickly. And where was Taekyung amidst all this chaos? He was sitting atop a nearby cliff, watching it all unfold. The rookies below were in a complete mess, screaming, panting, desperately trying to block, yelling things like, don't back down. Stab it, stab it. Who just stepped on my foot? What, Taekyung? He was just sitting there, calm as can be, thinking to himself, what should I eat tonight? Ribs? Or maybe duck soup? I want both, though. The rookies are still struggling. And wow, there's a lot of noise coming from below. There's more. What should we do now? Help! A rookie screamed, his voice cutting through the chaos. Senior Jin Taekyung, save us, they pleaded. But where was Taekyung? Oh, he was just sitting there, lazily yawning. Taekyung simply said, I told you if I help you guys, you won't be able to progress. A new recruit shouted back, it's fine if we don't improve. Taekyung just chuckled. I'm not fine with it, haha. You know, ask for help once, and you'll get used to it. Just then, a whole group of monsters appeared. That rookie screamed, but we don't want to die. Taekyung, still perched elegantly on the cliff, responded, but all humans don't want to die. Remember the rookie who warmly greeted Taekyung earlier? Well, he just threw his gear on the ground, furious, and yelled, you bastard, come down here, you little brat. But then, Ji-won sprung into action. With a swift move, she immediately cut off the head of the monster the rookies were struggling with. Everyone, calm down, she shouted loudly. Squad number 3 tankers, return to your positions. Archers, prepare your skills. Finally, Taekyung held his spear and slowly stood up. Ji-won yelled, it's coming. Everyone get ready. Taekyung immediately flashed towards the monsters, attacking from above, swinging his spear, hitting multiple targets. A little while later, both Taekyung and the new recruits emerged from the teleportation gate, their backpacks bulging with magic stones. Taekyung praised Ji-won. Good job. If you keep this up, you'll improve quickly. Ji-won bowed. Thank you, senior. I won't let you down. Taekyung continued. Get some rest. There's still another raid in 2 hours. As the new recruits finally got a moment to breathe, Taekyung thought to himself, Team Leader Choi. Damn you. 3 raids in 1 day. Right on cue, his phone rang. It was Choi Min-woo. What is it, Captain Choi? Taekyung wondered, can you read my mind? He answered, what is it? Min-woo's voice was urgent. Taekyung, it's an emergency. Come to Ilsan Hospital right now. What? What's going? Taekyung started, but Min-woo cut him off. Hunter Im's been severely injured. We cut to him Hyukjin, lying in a hospital bed. A ventilator helped him breathe, and he'd lost both of his arms. Taekyung rushed into the hospital room, shouting, what happened? Songyi replied, I don't really know, but he seems to be bothered by a lot of things lately. Doctors were still providing emergency treatment for Im Hyukjin. Annoyed, Taekyung pressed. What do you mean? Songyi sighed. It's just how things are, you know? Young, skilled recruits are joining as the guild grows. And he's been under fire for being the only E-rank hunter. Lots of bad comments, too. While the doctors continued their urgent work, Taekyung listened, then said, okay, I understand. He then asked, so what? What happened yesterday? Songyi explained, I heard that he went out drinking alone, and then there was a bit of fight while he was drunk. Taekyung's hands were literally showing veins. He was furious. No matter how drunk he was, he growled. Who could have beaten him to such an extent that it hit him? He fought hunters? Songyi simply nodded. Taekyung's anger boiled even higher. He gritted his teeth. Where are those bastards right now? He demanded. Choi Min-woo stepped up from behind them. All 3 guys, he reported. They fled the scene. Taekyung whirled around. What about security cameras? If you're drinking alcohol in a bar, there have to be cameras, right? Choi Min-woo shook his head. Investigation agencies, he explained, were unable to determine their identities. Apparently, they weren't hunters registered here in Korea. Taekyung blinked, utterly bewildered. What? He pressed. Foreigners? Chinese? Or Japanese? But Choi Min-woo countered no. According to witnesses, the other party were Koreans. And get this, they started the fight. Taekyung's worry deepened. So what is going on here? He murmured. That's when Mr. Kim Wajong interrupted. There's a chance, he stated. They might be dark hunters. Dark hunters? Taekyung echoed, completely puzzled. Kim Wajong began to explain. You see, not all awakened are registered in the database. In our society, the awakened are both the bastions that protect us from gates and, well, a weapon to be carefully wielded. Even the lowest ranked hunters are far stronger than the average human, which means the awakened must be handled with extreme care. Even if someone has no intention of becoming a hunter, their name is listed in the database. They're only excluded upon death. If one doesn't self-report within a month of their awakening, they're classified as unlisted and immediately incarcerated in an awakened prison upon discovery. Most sane people simply aren't willing to gamble with that risk. Taekyung clenched his fists. Or so I thought. He mused himself. Are there truly still bastards crazy enough to do that? Taekyung turned to Kim Wajong. So, you mean the people who attacked Hyukjin were unregistered individuals? How can I even find them then? Kim Wajong shook his head. No, dark hunters and unlisted people are 2 different concepts entirely. Think of it like a hunter and an awakened person. They have similarities, but they're distinct. Unlisted individuals who have received strict training, just like regular hunters, become dark hunters. Taekyung practically shouted. How is that possible? People who aren't registered are dangerous criminals. Or they even get weapons and receive proper training. You mean there's some criminal organization that's training dark hunters? Kim Wajong replied, a hint of gravity in his voice. Criminal organization. You're half right and half wrong. Then what is it? Taekyung pressed. Kim Wajong's answer was chillingly simple. It's the guilds. Choi Min-woo stepped forward, looking directly at Taekyung. Taekyung, he began, do you really think guilds exist purely for the purpose of protecting the world from monsters and gates? After a long, grueling period of treatment, Im Hyukjin was finally moved to his own room. Taekyung stood by his side, his gaze fixed on Hyukjin's arm. He couldn't help but think. They say the treatment went well. As for his arms, he might be able to live a normal, everyday life, but he won't be able to continue being a hunter. A pang of guilt hit him. I really should have paid more attention. He chastised himself. What do you think? Was he too late? Taekyung's mind drifted back. He remembered a conversation with Choi Min-woo just outside the operating room. Min-woo had explained, where there are people, there's money. And when that happens, there's conflict. Taekyung, the top 10 richest people in Korea, they all appear to run civilian businesses. But trust me, they're just puppets of massive guilds. It's the same in other countries. Dark hunters, you see, they're like the hidden blade for these powerful guilds. Taekyung, frustrated, had cut him off. All right, I get all that. But then why would they mess with him, Hyukjin? Why go so far as to attack us? Choi Min-woo didn't miss a beat. Jin Taekyung, don't be so naive. This is a world where people can easily erase individuals or even entire guilds. You need to leave your common sense behind. Taekyung curled up, looking down, his thoughts swirling. I wasn't naive, he corrected himself bitterly. I was stupid. I thought this world was different from the Murim, social welfare, common ethics, law, and order, civilization far more advanced. I understood there was squabbling for power, sure, but I never imagined something like this would happen. His expression hardened, his eyes narrowing aggressively. I'll track them down, no matter what. I need to know who sent those black hunters and why. Just then, Taekyung's phone vibrated. A text message. He quickly left the hospital room, pausing only to say, get some rest, man. Back at the Peace Guild, Choi Min-woo had some startling news. These articles? They're from just an hour ago, he announced. The headlines flashed across the screen. The justice system kneels to celebrity fame. Where is equity? Another screamed. United Party head Senator Yoon Hye-seun. A death brought forth by hasty decisions. One Myung-hoon must face charges. Strong backlash. And then, there was an article featuring a photo of Taekyung with Myung-hoon, boldly asking, was it self-defense or murder? Sanggi, standing nearby, gasped in surprise. An hour ago? That's 4 a.m. 100,000 views and 5,000 comments already. Choi Min-woo calmly poured some tea. Internet users seem to be quite the early birds, he commented, or paybots, to be exact. Taekyung gritted his teeth. That's really interesting, he muttered, his voice laced with sarcasm. Choi Min-woo immediately urged him. Scroll down further. There are even more interesting things. Taekyung did. Another article popped up. Former coworker K, exclusive 2-minute interview. Famous hunter J is a vile person. Sanggi, peering over his shoulder, asked, do you know this person? Taekyung scoffed. Yeah, like I could forget him. He hit play on the video. I haven't seen Mr. Kim in a while, he observed, a hint of steel in his tone. What's he gonna find out now, do you think? The interviewer asked, we've heard you want to make a statement on the recent star, Hunter J. Is it true he's a former co-worker of yours? Kim Sang-suk replied, undoubtedly so. I was Jay's direct superior. To be precise, the reporter pressed. He was one of my team members, back at the gate incident 2 years ago, Kim Sang-suk explained. I was the team leader. And actually, I also delivered his termination this summer. What was the reason? The reporter continued. Look, I was chased out from a guild I'd served for 20 years for mismanagement, Kim Sang-suk stated. But I didn't fire Jay for any personal gain of mine. 2 years ago, when that gate incident happened, Jay escaped by feeding his teammates as bait for the monsters. Jay is a vile man who will do anything for his own survival. After hearing this, Taekyung was absolutely red with anger. The reporter went on, "What do you, our audience, think? We'll release a full-length interview soon." Below, the comment section exploded. "I knew this would happen," one person wrote. "I heard the rumors. I knew something would come up." Someone else commented, "I could tell when he used profanity on air. People with anger issues are always potential murderers." Another user chimed in, "Look here, do I seem like the type to run?" Wow. Read another comment. "I guess you can never tell with people." Choi Min-hwa, with a serious face, observed, "They are deliberately creating a very organized wave of criticism. It's clear they planned this in advance and sent dark hunters." Taekyung still angrily scrolled through social networks. "But the story of Taekyung Jin being attacked isn't mentioned in any articles," he exclaimed. Songi asked, "Has there been any news from the police in charge of the case?" Choi Min-hwa shook his head. "Do you think the cops aren't on it too?" Taekyung demanded. Choi Min-hwa replied, "I do believe they're under some pressure. They're also holding onto the security footage. Then we should at least quickly find the witnesses." Taekyung urged, "We've lost contact with all three of them." Choi Min replied grimly. Taekyung scratched his head. "Damn, they're really in on it. Am I going to see all my old co-workers on the news at this rate?" Songi stood next to him. "But I heard that you're rated quite well in the picnic guild," she said. "And normal people would never agree to participate in such an immoral interview." Taekyung was silent for a while, then leaned back. "I would have trusted my old mates a few days ago," he admitted. "But now, I doubt people who can move senators and the police would be unable to convince a few individual hunters. We're people who risk our lives for money. What can we do?" Just then his phone rang. Choi Min-hwa took out his own phone. "You've improved a bit," he said to Taekyung. "You're learning to think like an adult." Taekyung immediately perked up. "What? Are you taking back calling me naive?" Choi Min-hwa smirked. "I'll decide that based on what you do now." So, Choi Min-woo slams the phone down on the table, declaring, "We can't just sit still and take hits." Who was on the other end, you ask? None other than Butler Kim, who had some crucial news for him. "I found a clue," he'd said. Meanwhile, our focus shifts to a quiet field where an old man is jogging. He notices a sleek, black car in the distance. Inside, it's Taekyung's group, observing from afar. Taekyung squints, then asks, "Is it him?" Songi looks outside, a bit skeptical. "He looks so ordinary." "Are you sure it's him?" she questions. Taekyung clears his throat. "He's at least peak level." "What?" Songi asks, bewildered. "I mean an A-rank hunter." Taekyung quickly corrects himself. Songi, clearly not buying it, pushes further. "Didn't you say peak something just now?" Taekyung, quick on his feet, denies it. "Nope, you must be hearing things." Choi Min-woo, who's riding shotgun, chimes in. "I also agree that he's an A-rank hunter." Butler Kim, ever the professional, adds from the driver's seat. "According to my observations, he is one of the strongest hunters among the A-rank hunters. In fact, I figured he'd detect our surveillance magic, so I had no choice but to keep our distance." Taekyung listens intently, a thought brewing in his mind. "Oh, so even the team manager could tell from this far? His skill level isn't something anyone would be able to pinpoint so easily, but that's not what's important right now." He then asks, "But how did you find him?" Butler Kim explains, "We looked at the security camera footage." Jin Taekyung was surprised, asks, "Huh, I thought the investigation team took all of that." Choi Min-woo, with a knowing smirk, makes a money gesture with his hand. "Indeed, this works very well in these kinds of situations. I thought there was external pressure, though," Taekyung mentions. Choi Min-woo just shrugs. "In such cases, you just need to hand them enough money to outweigh the external pressure." Taekyung, impressed, replies, "Wow, that's amazing." Though, Min-woo adds a caveat. "It seems like a pretty influential person is involved. Usually, they fess up everything, so someone must have really scared them. They didn't open their mouths at all. The footage was truly the best we could do." Taekyung double-checks. "And he's the guy from the footage?" Butler Kim confirms, "Exactly. He must have used an artifact cast with illusion magic because there was a slight difference, but we're absolutely sure it's him." Taekyung glances at the jogging man, a chilling thought forming in his mind. It seems like the person behind this is a large guild. Butler Kim, ever cautious, advises, "If we act recklessly, we're likely to be attacked in return. So, we should stop here today." But before he can even finish, what does Taekyung do? He flings open the car door, leaps out, and declares, "Yeah, let's get this started." Butler Kim immediately tries to stop him, yelling, "Hunter Jin Taekyung, I know you're skilled, but there's nothing more dangerous than an enemy we know absolutely nothing about." Taekyung, ever confident, simply replies, "I know." And Song-yi tries to intervene too. "We don't even know how many people are there yet, and you're planning to rush in?" Taekyung suddenly remembered his 3 competitors from the Grand Celestial Banquet. He mused, "It's okay, compared to that uncle, those 3 idiots seem stronger." Song-yi looked bewildered. You know, she really wanted to ask, "Do you really want to go through with this?" Meanwhile, Choi Min-woo sighed. "I want to stop him, but I can't," he admitted. "Every insane thing that Jin Taekyung has done has been a success, hasn't it?" Taekyung just patted the car door, a sly grin playing on his lips. "You're smart," he told them. "You 3, catch up with me in 30 minutes. I think the situation should be taken care of by then." Jolly. Min-woo's warning came next. Dark hunters, they were trained to hunt humans, not monsters. Be careful out there. But Taekyung simply walked toward the other guy, unfazed. "That's good," he replied, a chilling undertone in his voice. "I'm pretty specialized in that area too." After a while, we cut to a secluded house. 2 fierce dogs were guarding the gate, their barks echoing in the stillness. Suddenly, one dog perked up, hearing something, and began to bark furiously at the gate. The other quickly joined in. But Taekyung. He approached that gate radiating an incredibly strong, murderous intent. He simply stated, his voice low and menacing, "If you guys keep barking, you will turn into dog meat." Instantly, those two dogs, terrified, whimpered and ran away. Taekyung actually praised them. Very good. He then walked over, effortlessly broke the lock on the gate, and stepped inside. And just like that, the system kicked in with a series of notifications. Alarm magic has been activated. Soundproof magic has been activated. No noise shall be heard from within the mansion. Invisibility obstruction magic has been activated. Now people outside the boundary will be unable to see what's going on inside. Taekyung observed this magical setup. Well, he mused, a smirk playing on his lips. It seems like they prepared quite carefully for this kind of scenario. Honestly, that's actually better for me. Just then, the guys inside the house quickly ran out, screaming, "Who's there?" One guy, recognizing him, stammered, "You are." Jin Taekyung, with an innocent smile, said, "Hello, I'm from the village's youth association." But another guy, clearly recognizing him, shouted loudly, "Jin Taekyung, how did you find out about this place?" Taekyung thought to himself, damn it, he didn't fall for it. Suddenly, two black hunters rushed out, flanking Taekyung to surround him. Unfazed, Taekyung continued, "We have a young master in the guild with lots of money. He's pretty skilled, you know." The dark hunter standing at the door just smiled, an evil glint in his eyes. "You came here alone? What a friggin' idiot. How stupid can you be?" Taekyung shot back, his voice calm but sharp. "That's what I want to say. You should have been more careful about who you were messing with." The guy just scoffed arrogantly. "Ah, that E-rank loser? You can't even call him a hunter. Did he get his arms reattached?" Taekyung replied, a hint of something dangerous in his tone. "Yes, but apparently there will be side effects. So, I thought I'd come here to collect some compensation." The dark hunter sneered. "Compensation, my ass. You should be grateful it was only his arms. You better F off and stay out of my radar if you don't want to see blood." Taekyung calmly retorted, "I already saw blood, and I don't like living like a coward. I'm not really grateful either. That's why I'm here." Hearing this, the dark hunter scoffed. "Kid, I know you're being praised by everyone, so you feel very confident, but you shouldn't look down on us." But Taekyung simply ignored him, calmly counting 11, 15, 20, a total of 28 in all. "You sure have a lot." The provocative dark hunter, clearly surprised, demanded, "How do you know?" Taekyung simply replied, "Because I'm also not a normal hunter." Without missing a beat, he laid out his terms. "Hand over the 3 people who participated in the attack 2 days ago, including you. The rest of you, put down your weapons and declare everything. I will go easy on you." The dark hunter, of course, didn't obey. He just scoffed, "Crazy bastard." Taekyung, completely unfazed, calmly stated, "That's good. I was worried you guys would agree." Suddenly, the 2 men from earlier ambushed Taekyung from behind. They lunged, aiming for a decisive blow, but to their bewilderment, they missed. Taekyung, nimble as a cat, leaped over them, drawing his spear. With a swift, deadly motion, he slashed them both, declaring, "First, these 2." In a blur of steel, Taekyung's spear found its mark, severing the 2 men's limbs into countless pieces. By now, the rest of the dark hunters had gathered in the villa yard. The leader, witnessing the gruesome display, sneered, "I see where his audacity comes from." Taekyung shot back, his voice unwavering, "Of course. Otherwise, why would I be here? But I don't know where you get your audacity from, though. You should have listened to me when I was still talking nicely. Because of you and those 2 guys, these people can't enjoy a proper good time." The dark hunter growled back, a hint of regret in his tone. "We should have eliminated you from the beginning. From the moment I received the assignment, I felt something was wrong." Taekyung, a playful smirk touching his lips, pretended to cover his mouth, teasing, "Is it okay for you to just reveal you're working for someone else like that? Are you sure you're not going to be killed for yapping like that?" The leader's face twisted in rage, shouting, "Killed? We're the ones that do the killing. And you're not going to make it out of here alive anyway." Absolutely furious, he bellowed at his crew, "What are you doing, you shitheads? I'll shower you in potions if necessary. Stop being afraid and kill that son of a bitch." Spurred on by his rage, the dark hunters finally snapped into action, rushing in to surround Taekyung. Taekyung, calm as ever, stood perfectly still amidst the chaos, remarking, "Potions? You need at least an advanced potion if a limb goes flying off. You guys must have a lot of money." The leader, now donning his bare-knuckle gloves, spat back, "It's not a waste of money when I consider we're getting rid of an interference as annoying as you." Taekyung, with an unnerving gentleness, posed his final, chilling question. "Is that so? Then I have one more question. Can that potion bring back the dead too?" "What? What kind of stupid question is that? How could a potion bring back the dead?" The dark hunter sneered, not even trembling. But Taekyung didn't waste a second. He slashed off ahead, then kicked it straight towards the hunter, yelling, "Try reviving this guy." Suddenly, the dark hunter was trembling, in fear. Taekyung's voice dropped, sounding like a devil. "Oh, that's right, you can't save people whose hearts have ruptured, or those who've been decapitated." The dark hunter was absolutely enraged. He pointed a shaking finger at Taekyung and shrieked, "Kill him!" Just like that, a flurry of arrows rained down on Taekyung. He deftly leaned to dodge them. But before he could even catch his breath, more dark hunters charged with swords. Taekyung swung his spear with full force. It practically glowed. In an instant, all their swords shattered into a million pieces. And just like that, Taekyung stepped forward, slicing the guys in front clean in 2. But wait, there was a stronger opponent here. One who wielded attack magic. Taekyung jumped, narrowly avoiding that magical blast. Then another guy attacked from behind, swinging his knife fast. But Taekyung blocked it, using his spear. Immediately, yet another hunter seized the chance, leaping up to deliver a powerful slash at Taekyung. Without hesitation, Taekyung let go of his spear. In a flash, he unleashed his scorching fire divine palm. The two men were instantly sent flying, utterly defeated. The bystanders watched, utterly stunned. It looked like Taekyung was being overwhelmed, yet nothing happened to him. Instead, every single one of their men just kept falling. From above, more dark hunters fired arrows, trying to support their comrades on the ground. Taekyung, with a casual swing of his spear, blocked 2 arrows simultaneously. He just sighed, "Man, you guys keep getting on my nerves." Then, suddenly, several glowing energy blasts rained down from the sky, striking Taekyung directly. A deafening bang echoed, and thick smoke and dust filled the air. One dark hunter nervously asked, "Is he dead?" The smoke and dust hadn't even dissipated yet, but from inside the cloud, powerful blows started striking the dark hunters upstairs. And get this, each person died with just one strike. The first guy, the leader, stood still, watching. He muttered, "You've managed to deceive us all. I can tell. You've killed more than a few people." As the dust finally cleared, Taekyung simply stated, "I'm not killing people. I'm killing pests." Then, Taekyung flashed toward another group of dark hunters, adding with a chilling smirk, or you could call it pest control. No sooner had he finished speaking than that entire group was also cut apart. The leader stared, a cold sweat breaking out. He thought to himself, "He's way stronger than I expected." At this rate, desperate, he shouted loudly. That E-rank hunter was only a warning. It was an order from the higher-ups. Taekyung just casually replied, still slashing through other hunters. "Well, I didn't like that warning. I hated it, actually." The dark hunter leader, seeing the futility, yelled, "I get it, so stop already." Taekyung completely ignored him, still cutting down others. He just calmly replied, "What if I don't want to?" The dark hunter, now desperate, threatened, "It could be worse than just that E-rank hunter next time." Taekyung just looked at him, asking calmly, "Worse?" The dark hunter, not wasting a moment, immediately threatened, "Aren't you worried about your mother and sibling?" Taekyung stopped dead in his tracks, listening intently. The dark hunter pressed on, "I can try to negotiate with the higher-ups for you. I'll play the middleman. You just need to give up one thing. Live as a civilian instead of hunter. Of course, we'll compensate you handsomely for it." Taekyung was now absolutely furious. His veins popped out, throbbing visibly as he finally spoke. "The middleman, huh? How about I cut you across the middle instead? I can talk to your higher-ups myself." As he said that, Taekyung didn't hesitate. He threw his spear, instantly killing a minion who was still crawling on the ground. Then, in a flash, Taekyung moved. He attacked the dark hunter with his flame-extinguishing divine fist, declaring, "When you're making an offer like that, you should try looking more sincere." The dark hunter, despite the assault, managed to shout back, "Jin Taekyung." Taekyung defeated him with his bare hands. The dark hunter's right arm was completely destroyed, knocked clean off. He flew away, smashed by Jin Taekyung's punch, crashing violently into the side of a nearby building. As the sun gradually rose, casting long shadows, barely conscious, the dark hunter tried to gasp. What are you?" Taekyung answered calmly, "Me? I used to be an exemplary citizen, but I decided, just now, to become a monster, just like you. And on that note, have you ever heard of suppression of vitals and vessels?" Hearing that, the dark hunter immediately froze, fear gripping him. Meanwhile, at a luxurious villa, a new scene unfolds. A person approaches a room, guarded by 2 imposing bodyguards. One opens the door, simply stating he was waiting inside. Park Ji-hoon walked into Park Tae-seob's room. As soon as Ji-hoon stepped in, he addressed the man, "I heard you wanted to see me." Tae-seob turned around in his chair, carefully placed a newspaper on the table, then pointed at Hyun-woo's photo. He questioned sharply, "Why did you kill him?" Ji-hoon replied, coolly, "He had suspicions." Tae-seob squeezed the newspaper in his hand. "Then you should have made sure he didn't talk, not kill him." He growled. Ji-hoon retorted, unfazed, "That's something you guys should do. My job is to twist the necks of bastards who've gotten too close to the truth." Tae-seob leaned forward, his voice low. "Without my permission?" Ji-hoon simply shrugged. "Do I need to get your permission?" Tae-seob slammed his hand onto the table, shattering the calm. The 2 bodyguards at the door immediately pushed it open, concerned. "Guildmaster?" Tae-seob roared back. "All of you, get out of here. Do not come in unless I order you to." The table was literally broken in half. Tae-seob continued, his voice seething. "I put my blood, sweat, and tears into this guild, and you dare to kill a member of my guild without even asking?" Ji-hoon responded with a dismissive shrug. "Geez, Guildmaster, don't you know how annoying things get if someone yaps? And once word gets out, you're totally screwed. I don't care if you want to bring down your own guild, but if that happens, we can't avoid damages either. That's why I stepped in." "But still," Tae-seob roared, his voice booming. Hold on. Ji-hoon replied, a calm, almost mocking tone in his voice. "Let's get your words straight, shall we? A war hero who poured his blood, sweat, and tears into winning the war? Yeah, I can agree with that. But calling the Myeongdong Guild your own, that's a bit of a stretch, don't you think?" Tae-seob's face contorted with rage. He trembled, but he was utterly powerless. Ji-hoon simply turned to leave, dismissing him. "I assume you don't have anything more to say, then? Good, I'll be leaving. And next time, let's just do this over the phone, okay? Honestly, I'm starting to lose whatever respect I had left for you. Everything's about to burn down because of what you've done." Tae-seob shot back, his voice thick with venom. "I guess you didn't know that, did you?" Ji-hoon paused, looking back, a flicker of irritation in his eyes. "What exactly do you mean by that? I already handled the Captain John case neatly, didn't I?" "Those dark hunters," Tae-seob continued, a grim set to his jaw. I heard you put your hands on an E-rank hunter in the Peace Guild. Ji-hoon composure fractured instantly. How did you what? Did something happen? Suddenly, a sharp vibration echoed from Ji-hoon's pocket. It was his phone. Jin Taekyung calling him. Ji-hoon was about to answer the phone. The guild master, Taekyung, seized the moment, killing a captain-level hunter without permission. Why did you guys do that? Ji-hoon hesitated, his thumb hovering, then he pressed decline on Taekyung's call. We already talked about this, Ji-hoon stated, trying to regain control. He said that he talked to you about it too, and apologized. Taekyung scoffed. Apologize? Was that not a threat, Ji-hoon? Ji-hoon's expression hardened. He'd be pretty upset to hear you say that, he replied, sliding his phone back into his pocket. The guild master clenched his fists, frustration boiling over. What problem do you have with Jin Taekyung and the Peace Guild at you? Stop right there. Ji-hoon cut him off, his voice firm. You don't need to pry into my business. What's important is that you accepted the offer. What's important is the result, guild master, not the process. Taekyung's finger shot out, pointing directly at Ji-hoon. So this is what you did, huh? What in the world is wrong with him today? Ji-hoon thought, a ripple of unease going through him. What the hell happened to get him this upset? He looked at Taekyung, sensing a deeper issue. I think that's enough, he said, his tone softening slightly. Did something happen? The guild master's face went grim. Team 11 called in to report an emergency 2 hours ago. An invasion, they said. That was all. We sent people in to check it out, of course, but I don't have a good feeling about it. You see, this is exactly why I said there'd be problems after taking in criminals and training them. Ji-hoon's mind reeled, a cold dread creeping in. Team 11, a black ops team, hidden from the public, made up of black hunters. They're basically the Myeongdong Guild's top elite. But now, they've been unreachable since the invasion? Does that mean they all died? On the other end of the line, Taekyung's phone kept ringing, Ji-hoon's number continuously busy. He took a frantic bite of his burger, desperately trying to get through, but in the end, all he heard was the dreaded automated voice. The subscriber you called is currently unreachable. Please leave a message after the beep. Taekyung had called dozens of times now. He looked at his phone, a question lingering in his mind. Will that be enough? It should be, he thought. Both sound and sight are blocked off here with magic, so people will discover this only much later on, and they'll get rid of any evidence this place even existed too. In the end, we couldn't find any evidence of the crime, nor the person behind it. The guys who lived didn't know anything. When I arrived and the alarm went off, all related information was deleted or burned. All I got was one sentence from Lim Youngjun. When I was questioning him, using suppression of vessels and vitals. Taekyung had questioned him, and in pain, the man had gasped. It was the Myeongdong Guild. It was the Myeongdong Guild. The Myeongdong Guild, you guys. A massive organization, powerful enough to rank in the top 20 nationally. And speaking of that, Taekyung turned to Choi Min-woo and said, could you please leave this to me? I have something I need to check personally. Choi Min-woo turned around. Okay then, in the meantime, we'll try to find more evidence. After eating his burger, Taekyung casually tossed the wrapping paper, but missed the trash can, sending it flying out instead. He looked up at the sky, a question on his mind. Which side are you on, Ji-hoon? He was just taking a swig of cola when, suddenly, two burly security guards approached. They seemed a bit apologetic, but also serious. We're from security, one began. We've received a report about you. Seeing the guard behaving suspiciously, Taekyung replied. Reported for what? The security guard continued. We saw you standing in front of this building for a long time on the security camera. What are you doing here? May I ask your name? Taekyung asked again, what building? Then, spotting an employee card, he realized. Ah, you're from the Myeongdong Guild? Never mind that, sir, the security guard said, a little more insistent. Why don't we go elsewhere? No, Taekyung retorted. I have to drink it all. And I already said I'm not, sir. It only takes a little time, the guard insisted. Ah, you guys dare to put your hands on the sir? Taekyung challenged, a dangerous glint in his eye. The security guard looked surprised. I'll wait. A little while later, with one guard perhaps a bit worse for wear, the remaining security guy sheepishly scratched his head. Ah, I'm so sorry about that. We had no idea you were Hunter Jin Taekyung. Haha. You were just doing your job, Taekyung said calmly. Is your co-worker gonna be okay? Well, I'm sure he'll be alright, huh? The guard stammered. He quickly stepped aside, clearing the path for Taekyung. We have rules not allowing outsiders to come in, you know? Although you're famous enough, and I don't think he's here today, either. Taekyung turned around and asked, why isn't he coming today? The security guard replied, yeah, he doesn't come to work often. Maybe like once a month. Is that how all hunters in this guild are? Taekyung questioned. Oh no, that's not true at all, the security guard quickly clarified. Hunter Park Ji-hoon is the only special case. We don't know the reason, but we just kinda accept it. Taekyung headed for the elevator, his mind racing. I've never heard of a hunter who only shows up once a month, he thought. How is that even allowed? He stepped inside and turned to the security guard who was following close behind. Anyway, he'll definitely come today. Taekyung said, what floor is he on? The guard replied, well, the first team is on the 19th floor. Just as the elevator doors started to close, a loud voice shouted, hey, wait. The security guard quickly hit the open button. An older man walked in, and the guard immediately bowed, greeting him, hello, Team 1 manager. Taekyung's eyes widened slightly. Team 1 manager? He wondered. The manager waved it off. Yes, it's nothing, he said. I just needed the elevator. With all three of them now inside, the elevator began its ascent. The manager, already on his phone, sounded pretty confused. No, the association map has just been updated with details, he mumbled into the receiver. Yes, I looked at it. Taekyung eyed him, thinking, an A-rank hunter, but he doesn't seem strength-focused. A mage, maybe? If he's the team manager, he might know something important. Should I listen in? The manager was still listening intently. Then, from the other end of the line, Taekyung clearly heard a voice say, "What does it make sense that all 28 of them died? Hurry," and before he could finish, Taekyung snapped. He slammed his fist into the manager, pinning him against the elevator gate. The phone flew from the manager's hand, but Taekyung snatched it out of the air with his other. The manager groaned. "Who the hell are you, you bastard?" Taekyung ignored him, bringing the phone to his ear. "Park Ji-hoon," he snarled. "So it was you?" A voice from the other end came back. "Jin Taekyung." "Yeah, it's me," Taekyung growled. "You're the one who sent those bastards, aren't you?" Ji-hoon sounded surprised. "What? How do you know this? Who told you?" "Lim Young-jun." Taekyung tightened his grip on the manager's throat, a cold smile on his face. "Oh, look at you," he scoffed. "You didn't even bother to deny anything." The voice on the other end sighed. "Yes, besides him, who else could it be? I thought he was someone who knew how to keep his mouth shut. Looks like I misunderstood him." Taekyung chuckled darkly. "Listen, you can't blame the crap itself, can you? It's the idiot who squatted down in a public place to make that mess who's at fault. And you. Have you even considered how you're going to clean up your mess? Can you really handle what's coming?" Ji-hoon was silent for a few tense seconds. Then his voice dropped. If you take this one step further, you and the Peace Guild are both done for." "It's not too late, Taekyung. Get out of there instead of making a bigger deal. Let's just end it here." Taekyung scoffed. "What? I can't let you just get away with this. You guys started this, remember? I'll be the one to decide when this ends." Ji-hoon sneered back. "Huh. I knew you were stupid, but you're beyond stupid." Taekyung's voice dripped with menace. "The consequences you'll face are going to be beyond your damn imagination too. Look forward to it, you fuckface." Ji-hoon simply provoked. "All right then, give it a try." The lift announces this is the 19th floor. The security guards, who've been standing in the elevator all this while haven't dared to say a word. They're thinking, this must be a dream. It must be. Just then, someone from outside walks in, takes one look at the scene, and blurts out, "How? Team manager, hey, who are you?" As soon as he finishes speaking, our manager gets thrown out, landing right on 3 people outside. Invader. Invader. The sound echoes down the hallway. "And who is it, you ask?" None other than Taekyung. He steps out, dressed with pure murderous intent, holding 2 knives in his hands. He says, "I'm gonna try right now, you damn shit face." The other person immediately shouts, "Emergency! Emergency! Everyone grab your weapons." And just like that, the entire first team gets into fighting position. Meanwhile, after receiving Taekyung's phone call, the guild master and Ji-hoon immediately rushed to the Myeongdong guild headquarters. The guild master is visibly upset. We don't even know if Team 11 is alive yet. And someone who's been the talk of society just came kicking the door down into our Myeongdong guild headquarters. And you call it a trivial matter? Ji-hoon, ever so calm, replies, "He's just an idiot, sir. That's why he invaded the headquarters like that. He's walked right into the tiger's den. We just need to capture him, then we'll resolve everything. Even if some journalists manage to sniff out that something's happening, I can easily manipulate the media. It'll all be resolved by the end of today." But the guild master still has a bad feeling. I have a bad feeling, especially when it's Jin Taekyung. Suddenly, the guild master's phone rings. Ji-hoon immediately asks, "Who is it?" The guild master replies, "The department head. I told him to look into what happened with Team 11. "That's good." Ji-hoon says, "Tell him to erase all traces of the team." The guild master, annoyed, snaps, "Are you giving me orders?" Ji-hoon, in his head, just thinks, the old man and his temper. The guild master picks up the phone right away. "Okay, tell me what happened." "What? I see. All right." Ji-hoon, growing impatient, asks, "What's going on?" The guild master immediately hands him the phone. "Take it. Hurry up." Ji-hoon doesn't understand anything, but he takes it anyway. He picks up the phone, answers, and asks, "Director Kim, what's going on?" The voice on the other side says, "Hunter Park Jun, first team, Myeongdong Guild." Ji-hoon, who is leaning back in his chair, immediately sits up straight. This isn't Director Kim, he thinks. He replies, "Yes, it's me. Who are you?" The voice says, "I am Choi Min-woo from the Peace Guild." Those idiots, Ji-hoon thinks. Choi Min-woo continues, "I called because I wanted to talk to you." Ji-hoon replies, "Well, the thing is now..." Choi Min-woo on the other side says, "I didn't hear clearly. What did you just say?" Suddenly, Ji-hoon's phone vibrates with a text message. Nice. He must have got him, he thinks. It was a message from the other team leader. Ji-hoon smiled, a chilling thought crossing his mind. It's a good thing that stupid son of a bitch walked into our HQ all on his own. This would have been really annoying otherwise. On the other end of the line, a nervous voice called out, "Team leader Park, Ji-hoon?" Ji-hoon opened the message, his eyes widening in shock. How could this be possible? You see, Taekyung had just snapped a photo with a thoroughly defeated Team 1 manager. Ji-hoon stared at the image, a tremor running through his hand as he clutched the phone. Can no one stop him? He's only one person alone. Suddenly, another text popped up from Taekyung, "Buy me some ice cream." That was it. Ji-hoon's anger boiled over. He crushed the phone in his hand. What the hell? What a bastard. Meanwhile, imagine this scene. The 19th floor of the headquarters was devastated, as if an extremely fierce battle had just raged. Warriors, brutally beaten by Taekyung, lay strewn everywhere, covered in blood. There were serious injuries, dozens of them. Outside the captain's room, even more people were gathering. Inside the room, completely oblivious to the chaos he'd caused, Taekyung sat with his feet propped up on a chair, leisurely texting. Let's peek at his phone for a moment. We got the dispatch team from Myeongdong Guild. Oh nice. We finally have their weakness. How are things going on your end? Taekyung grinned, then sent the photo he'd just taken to his contact, adding a message. They're probably hurrying their asses off to get here right now. He looked at his phone, a frown creasing his brow, before turning around and yelling at the lone security guard, who was practically shaking in his boots. Sheesh, you're so annoying. I'm not gonna eat you. Stay still. The security guard, trembling and tiptoeing, stammered. I'm sorry, sir. Taekyung grumbled. I went easy to make sure no one died. What's wrong with him? You filmed it all, right? The guard, still clutching his phone, nodded vigorously. Yes, it's done. I filmed everything according to your request. Give it, Taekyung demanded. But I just got this phone. The guard protested. Taekyung simply replied, I'll give it back to you later. Classic boss move, right? Outside, cheers erupted. Oh, you're here, Guildmaster. A commanding voice rang out. Everyone, get away from here. Surround the area until I come back out. Yes, Guildmaster. Then, two figures entered the room. The security guard, seeing the new arrivals, practically jumped for joy. Guildmaster, Taekyung, still sitting with his feet up, immediately fixed them with sharp eyes. Ji-hoon, now face to face with him, returned the intense gaze. Taekyung, completely unfazed, simply asked, Where's my ice cream? Park Ji-hoon's temper flared. You bastard. How dare you talk to me in that tone? Taekyung just leaned back. Why did you do that to him, Hyukjin? Did Hyukjin do something wrong? What kind of grudge do you have to treat him like that? Ji-hoon scoffed. A grudge? No, that's not it. If anyone's wrong, it's you for standing out too much. Taekyung frowned. What did you say? Ji-hoon continued. The guild market is already oversaturated. But suddenly, a guild appears with a star hunter like you. The Peace Guild is limited to Buchin as of now, but I'm sure you guys will grow in size and influence with scary speed. But that means others will lose profit, you understand? That's why I just gave you a warning. And I'm sure it's not just us. The other guilds would probably agree with me. Can you believe it? Taekyung gritted his teeth, demanding, So that's it, huh? For such a trivial reason, you ruined a hunter's career? He aggressively tossed his coat aside and slumped into a nearby chair. But Ji-hoon wasn't done. Oh, this is just the beginning, he sneered. I've blocked all high-level portals your guild can join. You'll be isolated by other guilds until death. Taekyung's mind raced, recalling Choi Min-woo's desperate words. There are no free slots for A-rank gates, and there won't be any for the next week either. He gritted his teeth, firing back. Don't lie to me, damn it. Ji-hoon just smirked. Did you really think that was a coincidence? He taunted. I heard you took in a bunch of new guild members too. Oh, well, looks like you're gonna have to fire them all within a year. Taekyung's hands were clenched, trembling, but he took a deep breath, regaining his composure. All right, he said, a slow smile spreading. Good move. I guess your guild didn't grow that large for no reason. Ji-hoon, clearly pleased, replied, Yes, thank you. But then Taekyung leaned forward, his voice dropping, though we have a pretty good card up our sleeve too, you know? And with a truly teasing smirk, he continued, What do you think would happen if I exposed that the Myeongdong Guild took in all sorts of criminals, and all the shady things you did with them? The media would have a field day, wouldn't they? I'm pretty sure you guys would just pay off the cops if I turned this over to them, right? But I think it'd be really fun if I just streamed all this information on YouTube or something. Alright, you probably don't know that we just made a channel for our guild. Huh? Go like and subscribe, comment, and click that notification button too. Ji-hoon's face darkened. You better not do things you can't control, he warned. Taekyung simply shrugged. Oh, I can handle it, he countered confidently. The tension crackled between them. Ji-hoon's voice dropped. Do you want to become an enemy of all the major guilds across the country? Taekyung's eyes narrowed. And if I cause trouble here, can you clean it up? Their gazes locked, for eyes blazing with murderous intent. Finally, Ji-hoon broke the silence. Okay, let's do this, he conceded, a hint of desperation in his tone. If you hand over the people the Peace Guild is holding captive and promise to keep this a secret forever, then I will cede the building, land, and exclusive rights to the high-level teleportation gates that the Myeongdong Guild currently holds. In addition, I'll also compensate a large sum of money and create conditions for the Peace Guild to develop to a certain extent. What do you think? Isn't that more than good enough? Taekyung, however, remained impassive. Not bad, he admitted, but you forgot the most important thing. Ji-hoon immediately bristled. What else do you want? Taekyung's gaze was firm. Apologizing. If you did something wrong, you should apologize. Ji-hoon exploded, his voice laced with pure fury. Are you telling me to apologize to that E-rank garbage right now? Why can't you do it? Taekyung immediately shot back. There's no need for your ego to get hurt, is there? And trust me, I won't let you go alone. The guild master quickly chimed in. Don't worry, I also plan to go there to apologize. Taekyung stood up, a smirk playing on his lips. Indeed, the guild master is a reasonable person, or at least a reasonable bastard. But, you see, the person I want to talk about isn't you, Guild Master Park. It's Ji Hwang, the one who gave the order. Bring him here, and make him apologize, quickly. Ji-hoon was startled. What nonsense are you talking about right now? He blurted. Taekyung replied, I've been thinking, and honestly, I just don't get it. How can someone so strong, someone who could easily take down that line captain with just one hand, be just an ordinary hunter, not even a vice captain? He took a step closer, his eyes narrowing. Okay, whatever. But a normal hunter has his own office, and even decides his own working days. Meanwhile, the actual person in charge does nothing. Yet, you're talking about giving me gates and buildings? How am I supposed to interpret all of that? Guild Master Park Tae-seop. The guild master turned his head away, not daring to look at him or answer the question. Taekyung then looked at Ji-hoon, who was also sitting, staring at the ground. So, Taekyung immediately ordered, his voice sharp, go get him. Bring him here, and make him apologize. Park Ji-hoon stood up, defiance in his eyes. What if I don't want to? He challenged. Taekyung's reply was chilling. Then we will fight until the very end. He was about to raise his hand to strike, but Ji-hoon immediately stopped him, grabbing his arm. You crazy bastard. Yehoon yelled. Do you even know who you're talking about? Taekyung looked at him, a thought crossing his mind. This guy? The collision began. Ji-hoon grabbed one of Taekyung's hands, and Taekyung grabbed Ji-hoon's other hand, holding his grip tightly. Taekyung said, whoever this person is, or that person is, I don't care, and I don't want to know. But then, with a sickening snap, Taekyung broke Ji-hoon's elbow. He grabbed his head and continued speaking. I need to see him kneel and apologize. With a powerful, brutal move, Taekyung smashed Ji-hoon's head hard to the ground. Just like this, he declared. The concept of martial arts has, for the most part, vanished in our modern age. I mean, think about it. Even close-range hunters typically focus on using powerful weapons, right? It just makes sense, considering hand-to-hand combat is pretty useless when you're up against terrifying monsters. However, it was a bit jarring, but that looked exactly like a joint lock grasp. Wait, are you telling me this ancient martial arts technique somehow made its way into modern times? Taekyung stared. Hey, where'd you learn that technique? Ji-hoon, his face smeared with blood, struggled. No, let me go before you regret it. But Taekyung just kept slamming Ji-hoon's head onto the ground, scoffing. Oh, so you're still feeling energetic, huh? Suddenly, the guild master's voice boomed. That's enough. Taekyung barely glanced up. Is this bastard your son? The guild master scoffed. As if. Then your daughter? Taekyung pressed. Of course not. Well, then this is none of your business. Taekyung warned, his eyes narrowing. I can't predict what I'll do if you cross the line again. The guild master chuckled. Haha, you're a scary one, aren't you? Look, I've got some decency. I don't want to fight someone as young as you. However, he's an important business partner, so it'll put me in a bad position if he's severely injured. Just let him go now. Taekyung's grin was cold. You mean he's a worker that your business partner sent, and you let yourself be bossed around by him, too? Is he blackmailing you, or something? The guild master blinked, surprised. You caught on faster than I expected. I was told you were stupid. At that moment, Ji-hoon, still defiant, scrambled up from Taekyung's grip and yelled, You bastard. Big mistake, pal. Taekyung immediately punched him in the stomach. Ji-hoon flew across the room, slamming into and sticking to a bookcase. Taekyung then looked at the guild master. I let him go. Satisfied? The guild master just stared, utterly speechless. You really? Taekyung cut him off. Hey, I'm still better than a psycho cutting off people's arms as a warning, right? As he said this, he noticed a phone fall from Ji-hoon's body. He scooped it up. The guild master sighed. I don't like that kid either, but it's better for you to listen to me. Who was he talking about anyway? Taekyung asked, already fiddling with the phone. I cannot tell you, the guild master replied. Even if I did, you would hate me for it later on. Then I'll find out for myself, Taekyung declared. Are you planning on? The guild master started. Yep, Taekyung said, eyeing the phone. It's this son of a bitch's phone. What the hell? What a secretive bastard. A password screen stared back at him, making it impossible to open. Taekyung glared at Ji-hoon, who was still slumped against the bookcase. Hey, come over here and unlock your phone before I take out both your fingers and eyes. But then, a small, empty potion jar rolled across the floor. Whoa, hold up. Ji-hoon had secretly chugged it and was already regaining his strength. He snatched up his sword, his eyes burning. Do not take your eyes off your enemy until their last dying breath. Don't you learn that? Taekyung scoffed. PSH. That rule only counts when the skill level gap isn't that big. So, it doesn't count for this situation. What? Ji-hoon stammered, completely bewildered. Taekyung just stared him down. I don't know what kind of techniques you've learned. He began, his voice low. Meanwhile, a raw, uncontrolled power started to swirl around him. He gathered it, concentrated it, then released it, and a sudden, incredible boost of energy pulsed from his very core. You and I, Taekyung declared, his voice now booming, are in entirely different worlds, you noob-ass piece of SHD. The sheer force of his power was overwhelming. Ji-hoon stumbled back, his eyes wide with disbelief. No, it's impossible. I can't believe it. How can you have this kind of power? I told you. Taekyung simply replied, we are different. Panic flashed across Ji-hoon's face. He whirled around, desperate. Guild master, you're gonna have to help me. The guild master, looking rather unenthused, asked, can I reject that request? Ji-hoon, visibly sweating, pleaded. Those who make the right choice are rewarded, while those who do not are punished. I'm sure you know very well how he deals with things. Sighing, the guild master put his hands behind his back. It's so annoying, he muttered. Then, in a flash, he drew a sword hilt, and an aura blade immediately shimmered into existence. Don't hate me for this, he warned, looking at Taekyung. Ji-hoon, now feeling confident with backup, burst out laughing. Ha ha, you're done for. Really? Taekyung scoffed, a dangerous glint in his eye. He too drew his own weapon. I'm the one that decides that, you idiot. And just like that, the chaos began. Tables crashed to the floor, items flew everywhere, and all the windows on that entire floor shattered outward. Can you believe it? Taekyung, alone, against two powerful opponents. But honestly, for him, it wasn't going to be difficult. The guild master slashed with his sword, and Taekyung deftly countered. He thought to himself, he was indeed a war hero who accomplished many feats during the Great Cataclysm. His temperament is truly extraordinary. Taekyung dodged all of Ji-hoon's frantic sword attacks with smooth, effortless movements. One quick hit to the stomach, and Ji-hoon went rolling across the floor, out of the fight for a moment. Taekyung then focused back on the guild master, thinking, he seems to have more mana than me too. However, this hunter really doesn't know how to use chi effectively. Even the highest ranker, Partasiab, is the same. In a direct confrontation, His spear was blocked by the guild master, but the sheer force of the attack was so strong that it brought the guild master to his knees. The floor beneath them shattered as Taekyung continued his relentless assault. The guild master was visibly surprised by such raw power. Taekyung unleashed multiple attacks, each one stronger than the last, pushing the guild master further and further. Suddenly, Ji-hoon reappeared from behind, his sword raised high, shouting loudly, "Just die." He lunged directly at Taekyung. Taekyung quickly blocked the attack with his spear, but Ji-hoon's sword, in a slick maneuver, slipped out and moved forward, instantly slashing Taekyung's chest diagonally. Blood splattered, but then we see it was just a small cut. "That's interesting," Taekyung said, looking down at the wound. He glanced back at Ji-hoon, a question in his eyes. "Did that mysterious person teach you this too?" "Shut up," Ji-hoon screamed, enraged. "Someone like you wouldn't even deserve to talk about him." Before he could react further, Taekyung's spear was already pressed right against Ji-hoon's neck. Taekyung kicks his leg straight into Ji-hoon's knee, making the joint buckle. Ji-hoon screams, "Ah, my leg." Taekyung just stares down at him. "Well, looks like I guessed right," he says, almost casually. "Too bad, though. You're not going to be able to use whatever techniques you learn now." Ji-hoon is on the ground, still screaming in pain, as Taekyung lifts his leg, about to crush him completely. But then, a calm, clear voice reaches his ear. "I think that's enough." Taekyung suddenly stiffens, thoughts racing. "Danger. I didn't even feel his presence." Reflexively, he slashes back with a full swing of his spear, but of course there's no one right behind him. This dramatic, empty swing draws 3 stunned looks. The man who had just appeared at the door steps forward, a slight smile on his face. "Nice to meet you," he says. "I'm Lee Jungryong." Now, if you don't know, the Aries Guild is the nation's most powerful guild. In fact, they're one of the top 5 guilds in the entire world. They have extensive influence, not just over hunters, but also on the economy and politics. And who is this guy, you ask? Well, Lee Jungryong is the second in command of that very guild, and one of only 2 S-rank hunters in all of South Korea. He truly stands at the pinnacle of power. As soon as he introduced himself, Taekyung immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Lee Jungryong, a very powerful figure, he thinks. Why is he here now of all times? Damn, it's obvious. This must be the person Park Ji-hoon was referring to this entire time. If he is, and the Aries Guild is behind all of this, then it all makes perfect sense. Man, things are not going well at all. Lee Jungryong, hands casually tucked into his pockets, observes Taekyung. "You don't look too happy to see me, do you?" Taekyung offers a sardonic smile. "How could that be possible? I'm meeting a world-famous S-rank hunter. But before that, why don't you greet these 2 first? I heard you guys are very close." Lee Jungryong's smile widens just a touch. "Close? Us? Well, I guess I'm acquainted with Guild Master Park here, ever since the Great Cataclysm. Isn't that right?" The Guild Master, still struggling to stand, bows as best he can. "Long time no see, Vice Guild Master Lee Jungryong." "Yeah, it's been a while," Lee Jungryong replies, glancing around the chaotic scene. "So what exactly is going on here?" The Guild Master quickly tries to explain. "There's a bit of a bad situation, Vice Guild Master. I'm sorry for letting you see this scene." Lee Jungryong nods slowly. Even if there is a misunderstanding, it should be resolved with words, shouldn't it? "And what about him?" he asks, pointing at Ji-hoon. "He's a member of my guild," the Guild Master quickly clarifies. "He joined us right after graduating from the training school." Ji-hoon, still writhing, manages to stammer out. "Very nice to meet you, sir. I'm Park Ji-hoon from Team 1. Lee Jungryong raises an eyebrow. "Now, did you see that? I've never seen that man before in my life, and I've only seen Guild Master Park on occasion." Taekyung then leans in, almost mockingly, his voice low and pointed. "Does seeing Guild Master Park on occasion also include sending in black hunters to cut off a hunter's arms?" Lee Jungryong waves his hand dismissively. "Hey, what? Black hunter? Stop it, you're imagining too much. Anyway, about the current situation, since I'm acquainted with Guild Master Park, I want to help a little to solve this problem. What do you think?" Taekyung looked at him, thinking, "Help my ass. You mean a warning? You want me to stop here?" "Not a chance, buddy." Then he said, "I don't think that'll be necessary, actually. This is a personal matter." Lee Jungryong smiled. "Haha, you're rather bold for someone so young. You're determined." Taekyung replied. "I often hear that, too." Lee Jungryong continued. "Do you also hear that you're arrogant? Often?" Taekyung quickly said, "Oh, a lot more, actually." Lee Jungryong mused. Determined young men are bound to be misunderstood. Taekyung agreed. "You know, I think so, too." Lee Jungryong said, "Yes, I'm glad you agree. But you're famous now, and you're approaching 30. Wouldn't it be better to avoid such misunderstandings?" Taekyung replied, "Thanks for your concern, but no, because people who say that kind of stuff to me are always, let's just say, idiots who aged backwards. There's no reason to run from a few mutts blocking an alleyway. Don't you agree with me on that?" Lee Jungryong seemed satisfied. He regained his composure, saying, "It wouldn't be good if you were bitten by an aggressive mutt, though." Taekyung replied, "An aggressive mutt is still just a mutt, right? I like to think of myself as a wolf." Lee Jungryong asked, "A wolf, huh? Then what if a tiger is blocking the path instead of dog?" Fries looked at each other nervously. Lee Jungryong quickly added, "You might end up losing your life if that were the case, haha." Taekyung didn't give up. Who knows? A young and strong wolf could win against an old tiger. A tiger's skin isn't invincible against a wolf's teeth. Lee Jungryong just seemed annoyed. At this moment, he declared, "How annoying. You're much more annoying than I had imagined." Taekyung smirked. "Oops, did you just say that out loud, sir?" Lee Jungryong's expression hardened. "What do you want?" Taekyung replied, "An apology, compensation, and a life." Hearing this, Ji-hoon was terrified. He was sweating bullets, trying to escape by crawling. Lee Jungryong frowned. Asking for human life is too much. The first two were enough. Taekyung smirked and said, paybacks always include more than what you borrowed. Let's just call it interest, shall we? Lee Young-ryong could no longer bear it. A murderous aura appeared around him, and Taekyung stood stunned. Then, Lee Young-ryong gathered that aura in his hand, moving toward Taekyung, threatening. You don't know what fear is, huh? Taekyung was also ready, thinking, did I go too far? Unequip. White flames. His spear vanished into thin air. Lee Young-ryong rushed towards Taekyung, aura gathered in one hand, while Taekyung was ready with his palm technique. Both of them moved their hands forward to attack. The power was so great that the upper floors of the Myeongdong Guild headquarters shattered. The whole building began to collapse, and everyone inside started to panic. The glass, doors, walls, and floors were all broken. Literally, that room was nothing but hibiscus sand. So, Lee Young-ryong, looking utterly confused, stared at his own hand. Then at Taekyung. You? Taekyung, meanwhile, met his gaze, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Wow, so this is an S-rank hunter? What a monster. But it's more than just strength, isn't it? He truly knows how to utilize his chi. That was like a supreme peak martial artist palm technique. Lee Young-ryong demanded. Where did a kid like you learn that? Taekyung spat a mouthful of blood, a smirk playing on his lips. He thought, learn what? Is he talking about internalizing chi? As if I'd ever tell you. Suddenly, a wicked idea sparked. Whoosh, 2 knives materialized in his hands. I'll take what I requested, he declared, then lunged straight for Park Ji-hoon. A blur of motion, 2 swift slashes, and blood splattered everywhere. Ji-hoon screamed, ah, master. His arms, they'd been cleanly severed by Taekyung. Lee Young-ryong immediately gritted his teeth, a guttural curse escaping him. Bastard. Taekyung, quick as a flash, pressed a knife to Ji-hoon's neck. He mused aloud, master, huh? Then he shifted his gaze, pointing the blade directly at Lee Young-ryong. You'd better stay absolutely still if you want your cute little disciple to stay alive. He then looked back at Ji-hoon, a cold promise in his voice. I'll let you live, though I can't guarantee you'll continue your life as a hunter. And with that stab, he plunged a knife into Ji-hoon's leg. Ji-hoon erupted into screams, shrill and frantic, like a pissed-off pig, begging incoherently. Please, please stop. Stop. Sorry. Both the guildmaster and Lee Young-ryong watched in horror. The guildmaster, unable to stomach it, actually turned his head away. After dealing with Ji-hoon, Taekyung casually kicked him, right towards Lee Young-ryong. Ji-hoon lay there, groaning in agony. Lee Young-ryong's rage was palpable. You dare? Taekyung then bent down, and calmly picked up Ji-hoon's severed arms. I just made him pay for his actions, he stated, a chilling calm in his voice. Then, he tossed them directly at Lee Young-ryong. That covers the original amount, he continued. Now, you can think about how you'll pay me the interest. Both dismembered hands landed, right on Lee Young-ryong's foot. Lee Young-ryong was beyond furious. His body began to emit a massive, murderous aura. He growled, do you honestly think you can walk out of here alive? Taekyung, however, just summoned his spear, a confident smirk on his face. What's wrong? He challenged. Want to try your luck again? Because if you want this entire building to collapse and turn this into a scandal that'll shock all of Korea, I'm perfectly fine with that. Their eyes locked. One pair, absolutely serious and brimming with rage. The other, well, you could almost say he was joking. Finally, Taekyung retracted his weapon, letting out a sigh. It's really annoying. I'm tired. Lee Young-ryong, seething, swore, I won't ever forget what happened today. With that, the guildmaster quickly scooped up the whimpering Park Ji-hoon and rushed him out of the room. Taekyung, now alone, allowed a deep breath. He thought, well, I sure got myself into some big trouble, didn't I? But at least I got my revenge. And I even got him to promise me more as a reward. So this is good, right? Yeah, I'm sure things will just take care of themselves. What do you think, folks? Will they? Choi Min-woo called Taekyung, and instantly, Taekyung's mind flashed back to Min-woo's words. Just do it. No matter the result, I'll take responsibility. I trust you, perhaps more than myself. He didn't hesitate, picking up the phone right away. The voice on the other end was urgent. Jin Taekyung, are you still alive? Taekyung's reply was quick, direct. I have a lot to talk about. Where should we meet? Just as Taekyung was about to leave the room, the shockwaves from his call spread. Across the phone line, disbelief erupted. Jin Taekyung is still alive? Someone exclaimed. Oh my god, really? Another chimed in, utterly surprised. Really? It could be an imposter, though. Are you sure it's really Jin Taekyung? Inside, Taekyung's thoughts were seething. You said you trusted me more than yourself. You piece of shit. Meanwhile, the room Taekyung had been in was utterly devastated, absolutely nothing left standing. And get this, Team 1's manager, bruised and battered, was still there, crawling weakly, completely bewildered that everyone seemed to have forgotten about him. You know, even though the main fight raged on the 19th floor, the sheer force of it caused cracks to appear on the walls and ceiling all the way down to the first floor of the headquarters. Talk about an intense battle. Downstairs, a figure dressed discreetly, with his face covered, waited patiently for Lee Young-ryong. Greetings, Vice Guildmaster, he said with a bow. Lee Young-ryong eyed his outfit. Your clothes are so flashy. Can't you dress more normally? The man smiled. We do look normal to others, sir, as long as the illusion spell is in effect. That's why magic is so convenient, wouldn't you say? Lee Young-ryong scoffed. Well then, use that convenient magic to solve everything smoothly. If anyone's suspicious, use mental magic to erase their memory. Yes, I understand, the man replied. He then glanced at the injured Park Ji-hoon. But that young man is seriously injured. Should I treat him? Lee Young-ryong dismissed him with a wave. "Ah, that guy? Treat him minimally, then just throw him in some corner. I don't care if he dies. Even if he does recover, he won't be useful to us anymore." The cloaked man simply bowed. "As you wish, master." Lee Young-ryong continued walking, a cold smirk on his face. At least he was useful to us in the end. His bodyguard trotted to catch up. "Vice Guild Master," he began. "What should we do about the Myeongdong Guild Master?" Lee Young-ryong scoffed. "Park Tae-si up?" You can practically read what he's thinking on his face. He was pretty obedient for the first few years, sure, but he's gotten spoiled. He knows too much, and he didn't even do a good job with this mission, forcing us to pay the consequences. He paused. "Leave it be for now, though. It only makes sense that he'll act that way." The bodyguard blinked. "Pardon?" Lee Young-ryong turned to him, a glint in his eye. "I was just testing him, you know? I wanted to see how the Peace Guild guys would react." The bodyguard scratched his head, looking utterly confused. Then, the Vice Guild Master sighed, a hint of annoyance in his voice. "You tend to underestimate me, don't you? Do you really think I would have actually had these losers take on the mission if I truly wanted it done? No. I was just observing how they perform, so I'd know what to do with them later." The bodyguard's eyes widened. "I see. So you predicted all of this? You're amazing, sir." Just as Lee Young-ryong reached for the door handle, ready to open it, he suddenly paused. "That's right." He mused to himself. "I didn't expect a wolf to be hidden amongst the sheep." He flashed back to his recent fight with Taekyung, a memory still sharp in his mind. That heat, that raw power I felt in that moment. He definitely knew how to properly handle mana. Lee Young-ryong narrowed his eyes. I need to look into how he was able to learn that, especially when he was just an F rank a while ago. Suddenly, a bizarre social media post popped up, an immediate announcement for all to see. Social media post. "Everyone, I just had a super strange dream, and I really need your help decoding it. It's long, and honestly, it felt like a horror story. I can't reveal the exact details of my company, but I work in the security team of a large guild. Anyway, that's not important. The thing is, while I was working, I fell asleep, and I dreamed about Jin Taekyung. I dreamed there was a suspicious person wandering around, so my boss and I went to catch him. And guess what? It turned out to be Jin Taekyung. That's all I remember clearly. I told my boss about it, and he said he had the exact same dream. A dream where Jin Taekyung defeated hundreds of our members solo and then faced off with the vice president of the Ares Guild." A comment immediately appeared below the post. "Seriously? I want to punch the guy who posted this. Is there even anything to decode here?" The original poster quickly replied, "No, seriously. I'm not kidding." Then he got mad at me because he couldn't find his phone. I think he was just annoyed it was a new one. But wait, as Taekyung hit refresh on his phone, the post vanished completely. He was still sitting in the hospital, scrolling through his feed, a new thought forming. "Looks like the Ares guys use mind spells on all the Myeongdong crew." He remembered leaving their base. "They searched my body and even my cloud folders. They sure were thorough about this." He flashed back to the search. One of the bodyguards, a big guy, had snarled at him. "Hand it over right now if you're hiding anything. It won't be any fun for you if I find that you were holding back." Taekyung sighed, and they were very skilled too, especially that Roblox dude. I remember his face. They also used something similar to martial arts. Was it real martial arts, or some kind of specialized combat developed by the Ares Guild themselves? Suddenly, the tense atmosphere was broken. A receptionist called out to a doctor, her voice filled with excitement. "Doctor, Mr. Hyuk-jun is conscious." Taekyung immediately stood up. Inside the hospital room, Hyuk-jun was smiling brightly, holding two small children in his arms. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his hand, making everyone in the room pale. Song-yi rushed over to help him, scolding him gently for being so careless. Hyuk-jun carefully got off the bed and bowed deeply in thanks. Choi Min-woo immediately stepped in to help steady him. That's when Hyuk-jun's young son pointed at Taekyung and said something adorable. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Hyuk-jun immediately moved to hug Taekyung. Now, Taekyung was a bit creeped out at first, but when Hyuk-jun's trembling hands wrapped around him, so full of emotion, well, Taekyung couldn't help but hug him back just as tightly. Everyone watched the touching scene unfold, an awe moment for sure. So, a little while later, while listening to Taekyung tell his story, Hyuk-jun immediately asked, "Is it the Ares Guild? And that Lee Young-ryong you mentioned, was he the vice president of the Ares Guild?" Taekyung nodded. "Yeah, I'm certain. We definitely got a lot more than we bargained for." Hyuk-jun looked up at everyone, and Taekyung couldn't help but notice something too. He thought, as soon as I mentioned the Ares Guild, those two, their reaction was totally different from Song-yi's. They were former members, weren't they? Something's definitely shady here. Just as Choi Min-woo was about to speak, Taekyung felt a strange presence. He quickly stood up. "He's here." Everyone else stood, turning towards the door. The sound of footsteps growing closer. Then the door swung open. Lee Young-ryong and his bodyguard walked in. Taekyung thought, wow, I really didn't expect to see him again so soon. Choi Min-woo spoke first. "Long time no see, Vice Guild Master." Lee Young-ryong replied, "Vice Guild Master? My, you've grown up, haven't you? It feels like just yesterday you were calling me Grandpa." Taekyung thought in shock, "Grandpa? Wait, isn't he just an ordinary guild member? Hold on, he's not his biological grandfather, is he?" Outside the hospital, the weather was a little gloomy, almost mirroring the mood inside. Lee Young-ryong turned to Choi Min-woo. "I received the report that you resigned last year. Now that I think about it, I haven't really seen you since you joined the guild. I always thought that was a bit of a shame." Choi Min-woo shot back. "Isn't that exactly what you wanted? If you hadn't constantly sent me abroad and banned me from headquarters, we would have met regularly." Lee Young-ryong just smirked. "So, you found your own way to live, even if you had to borrow someone else's name, huh?" Suddenly, Butler Kim cut in. I apologize for interrupting, but the young master and I were not unacquainted. Lee Young-ryong looked surprised. Huh, is this Kim Hwa-jong? Right? Butler Kim nodded. It's been a while, senior. Lee Young-ryong seemed to ponder. It's good that you came here. Was it 20 years ago that we last met? It's been 18 years, to be exact. Butler Kim corrected him. Taekyung, still observing everything, thought, what? Senior? Just how old is that dude? Butler Kim immediately continued. I always remember that day, 18 years ago. If I hadn't saved my senior that day, things wouldn't have turned out like this. I always regret that. Lee Young-ryong frowned. Hwa-jong, you've gotten rather bold. The bodyguard, clearly angered, interjected. Be careful with your words. He is not someone you can speak to casually like that. Butler Kim just raised an eyebrow. Is that so? You look pretty skilled. What's your name? The bodyguard replied. I'm Suk-jun. I'm in charge of protecting the vice president. Okay, Captain Suk-jun, Butler Kim said calmly, yet with an edge. If you're done talking, shut your mouth and go stand in the corner. This isn't a conversation for you to interrupt. Our bodyguard seemed furious, but Lee Young-ryong just laughed it off, raising his hand to stop him. Haha, you've still got quite the temper, haven't you? Yes, this is the Kim Hwa-jong I know. Butler Kim, ever the diplomat, smoothly shot back. I'm far behind when it comes to temper compared to you. Isn't that right? Choi Min-woo, clearly impatient, cut them off. Skip those meaningless words, all right? Let's get straight to the point. Meanwhile, poor Hyuk-jin and Sangyi. They just stood there, mouths agape, taking it all in. Lee Young-ryong chuckled, seemingly unfazed, and commented, well, one person is impatient because of his young age, and the other just can't seem to throw away his personality from when he was young. Can he? All right, I guess it wouldn't be bad to get to the point, although I do feel a bit upset since I was the one invited to this setting. Choi Min-woo quickly shot back, totally bewildered. I think you're misunderstanding something, sir. There's no one here who would have invited you. But Lee Young-ryong just smirked, throwing the ball back in their court. Think about it. Isn't there someone who would? Naturally, everyone's eyes darted to Taekyung. He immediately scoffed. What nonsense are you talking about? Lee Young-ryong didn't miss a beat. You said that I should apologize to the victim. Our loyal bodyguard, still seething, looked ready to snap. Taekyung, however, was deep in thought. How long did that old geezer eavesdrop on that conversation? He wondered. Then, he finally retorted, I didn't expect you to really come. What are you trying to do? Lee Young-ryong, ever observant, simply stated, you have a tendency to just spit out whatever you're thinking, don't you? Without a word, the bodyguard stepped forward, placing a basket of white lies on the hospital bed. An envelope was tucked inside. Lee Young-ryong coolly explained, it's compensation. Let me know if it's not enough. Taekyung stared at the bizarre gift. Why would he give white lies to visit a sick person? He fumed internally. Unable to hold back, he exploded. You damn old man. Before Taekyung could react, the bodyguard, with an incredible aura-infused punch, slammed him right in the face. Wait, hold on a second. What just happened? Let's rewind for a quick flashback. Back in the car, on their way to the hospital, Lee Young-ryong had an instruction for his bodyguard. Captain Gajun, he began. Yes, master. Gajun replied. Lee Young-ryong continued. I need to check Jin Taekyung's real skill level. Stall as much time as you can, and see how strong he actually is. Gajun's eyes gleamed. I never liked him from the start, master. Finally, I'll be able to teach him a lesson. Oh boy, this explains a lot. All right, back to the present. In the hospital, pure chaos erupted. Everyone panicked, frozen solid for a full second, watching Taekyung get clocked by the bodyguard. But here's the kicker. Taekyung merely twisted his jaw, wincing slightly. Damn it, I bit my tongue. He grumbled. The bodyguard stared, utterly bewildered. How is that possible? I clearly infused mana into that punch. Taekyung smirked, then delivered a shocking revelation. I took it on purpose, he taunted. Yet you couldn't even do it properly. And just like that, Taekyung unleashed his own punch, roaring, you should have given it your all. The bodyguard, now serious, took a deep breath, instantly raising his hand to block Taekyung's oncoming fist. What an intense turn of events. Taekyung noticed something. He thought, this guy knows martial arts too, huh? He quickly switched up his attack, and suddenly they were face to face. Taekyung then stomped on the bodyguard's foot, pressing it down hard into the ground. While the bodyguard was distracted, looking down at his foot, Taekyung seized the moment. He immediately landed a powerful uppercut, right to the bodyguard's chin. The guy flew backward, crashing on the hospital floor. Taekyung adjusted his jaw, a slight smirk playing on his lips. You bastard, he growled. How dare you try to sneak attack me? Lee Young-ryong could only stare at his fallen bodyguard, utterly speechless. You, he stammered, clearly furious. Taekyung pointed right at Lee Young-ryong's face. Hey, that was self-defense, he declared. Totally justified, wouldn't you say? Lee Young-ryong's gaze sharpened. What relationship do you have with him? He demanded. Taekyung just blinked. Oh, what? Who? He asked, genuinely confused. Lee Young-ryong's voice rose in anger. The person who taught you that, he practically shouted. Taekyung shrugged. That move? What move are you talking about, exactly? He countered, playing dumb. Lee Young-ryong then whipped his head towards Choi Min-woo. Did Soyeon have another man? He asked bluntly, his eyes full of accusation. Butler Kim, shocked and enraged, immediately bellowed. Senior, do you want to die? But Lee Young-ryong didn't back down. Still fuming, he snarled, answer me. Choi Min-woo clenched his fist so tightly that veins popped out on his hand. You? Lee Young-ryong, he seethed. Lee Young-ryong wasn't done. Spit out already, he insisted. Choi Min-woo took a deep breath. You know better than me, he said. What kind of relationship they had? Lee Young-ryong glanced at Taekyung, a new realization dawning. Then he is. Choi Min-woo simply nodded. I'm sure you've already looked into his background, haven't you? He replied, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Lee Young-ryong narrowed his eyes. Are you telling me that's all there is to him? Choi Min-woo met his gaze firmly. Yes, he affirmed. There's no false information in there at all. Lee Young-ryong looked at Jin Taekyung indignantly, then at Choi Min-woo, before finally turning away. I'll send someone for him, he stated. After negotiations are complete, release those you're holding captive. A few people quickly rushed in from outside to help the fallen bodyguard. A while later, we find Taekyung and Choi Min-woo sitting together on the hospital rooftop, deep in conversation. Taekyung finally broke the silence. By the way, he asked, who exactly is Soyeon? Choi Min-woo's expression softened. My mother, he replied quietly. She passed away a long time ago. Hearing this, Taekyung immediately spat out his water in utter shock. What? He exclaimed, wiping his mouth. Then, you're telling me that crazy old geezer was asking you, her son, if his dead mother had cheated? That's insane. Choi Min-woo continued. It seemed Vice President Lee Young-ryong was genuinely shocked. I also didn't expect him to ask something so bluntly. Sometimes I just wonder. Taekyung immediately held up a hand, stopping Choi Min-woo mid-sentence. Goodness, he sighed. I shouldn't even have asked. You don't need to talk about it. But Choi Min-woo wasn't easily deterred. I wonder what it would have been like, he mused, if my mother had been born into another family instead of Cheon Taemin's. Taekyung froze, that name hitting him hard. Cheon Taemin? He looked utterly confused. You mean, he began, the greatest hero of all time? The world's best hunter, and also the Ares Guild Master. Choi Min-woo slowly said, he is my grandfather. Taekyung immediately groaned, covering his eyes with his hand. The shock of the revelation hit him like a blinding light. So, what should we call each other now? Taekyung joked, trying to lighten the mood. But Min-woo wasn't having it. Jin Taekyung, this is not the time to joke, he stated, utterly serious. Meanwhile, the weather outside mirrored the mood. It was gloomy, and now it was raining heavily. Shift scenes with me, for a moment. Our bodyguard, who had been knocked out cold, suddenly jolted awake. Lee Young-ryong was right there, sitting next to him. You're awake, Young-ryong said calmly. The bodyguard, still groggy, replied, I'm sorry. I should have stalled longer. Young-ryong wasn't focused on that. After fighting with him, you must have felt it, he mused. Jin Taekyung has learned a mana cultivation method. The bodyguard, still processing, asked, were you suspecting that already? Young-ryong's response was chilling. Yes, but now? Now I'm certain. A garbage F-rank hunter improved this much in just half a year. People were saying he just reawakened, or it was a misevaluation. Honestly, that's what only an idiot would say. Our bodyguard, ever the pragmatist, pressed, but how much has he learned of it? I thought the mana cultivation method was a top secret thing. Do you think it was team manager Choi Min-woo's doing? Young-ryong shook his head. Min-woo hasn't learned the cultivation method. Same for Kim Hwa-jong. And then, the bodyguard made a critical error. He blurted out, who knows, maybe the guild master. He stopped himself, immediately cutting off his words. Too late. Young-ryong's gaze was on him, sharp and dangerous. Oh, he asked, his voice low. The bodyguard was terrified, practically whispering help. Young-ryong slowly stood, his voice like ice. I thought I told you, never to speak of him again. The bodyguard, still on the hospital bed, immediately bowed his head, so low it practically touched his knees. I'm so sorry, I misspoke. Please forgive me, Vice Guild Master. His face was gloomy, trembling with absolute fear. Young-ryong, turning away as if the man wasn't even worth his direct attention, called out, Hey, team manager Suk. Yes, Vice Guild Master. Suk replied, ever present. Young-ryong walked to the window, gazing at the heavy rain. We're going to be very busy soon, he stated, almost to himself. Then, looking back, he added, It'll put me in a difficult position if you keep misspeaking. The bodyguard, still shaken, promised, I will remember carefully. Young-ryong continued, laying out his plan. Intensify the watch we have over the Peace Guild as soon as you're able to work again. See if there are any useful guys in the guild, and keep watch over where the members are going. And don't forget about the branches overseas. The bodyguard snapped to attention. Yes, Vice Guild Master. As Young-ryong stared out, a chilling thought crossed his mind. Yes, it has been peaceful for too long. And then, we're pulled into a vision, or perhaps a memory. A ruined city unfolded before him. Two monstrous figures approaching. He and his teammates were fighting with all their might, pushing themselves to their limits. Someone walked a few steps ahead of them, then turned, their face bearing a striking resemblance to Choi Min-woo. They issued a stern command. Do not move even one step. And Young-ryong. He called this figure brother. The scene faded as Young-ryong whispered, almost to the vision, Brother, the world has changed a lot. Suddenly, an image of the hero appears, and a voice exclaims, You look just like him. Wow, looking at it now, it's exactly the same. Hyuk-jin stared at the phone. The grandson of the hero who saved humanity, he murmured. Songi gasped, Cheon Taemin's sole successor? Wow. Choi Min-woo cleared his throat, a little embarrassed, you know? He said, Look, that's not the real issue here. I've already tried to make my situation clear. You see, Lee Young-ryong, it seems, just couldn't help but see Choi as a rival. Back when they were both in the Ares Guild, Lee Young-ryong made sure Choi was always on overseas missions, right? This kept his achievements from being noticed, and he'd have to change his post every single year. But it didn't stop there. Even after Choi left Ares and formed the Peace Guild, tried to recruit members. What do you think happened? Suddenly, hunters would get better offers from other guilds, or just vanish right before signing their contracts. These were clear sabotages, making it almost impossible to hire even one intermediate hunter. He had no choice but to go through an agency, which is how I met him, and Lim, too. At first, when we were being hired, there weren't any interferences, so he thought maybe Lee Young-ryong had finally lost interest. But honestly, I think it's just because Lee Young-ryong didn't care about low-rank hunters. Then, when I mentioned I was going to see Lee Young-ryong, that's when he finally realized this whole mess was his fault. Taekyung raised his hand. Cheon Taemin, Guild Master, he started. Why didn't you do anything? Choi Min-woo stressed. Like I said, my grandfather isn't. He's not an ordinary person. I'm just going off old memories here. But his way of thinking isn't normal at all. Butler Kim chimed in. I'd served him a long time, but I was never, not once, able to predict what he was thinking. Taekyung scratched his head. I still don't get it, he confessed. What's your point? You've been seriously unclear. Choi Min-woo was silent for a few seconds, and Butler Kim even looked away. It was tense, guys. Choi Min-woo finally spoke. I've been impressed, truly, by what you've all done until now. We even overcame that last incident, thanks to you guys. But I know how incredibly strong the Ares Guild is. If things like this keep happening, well, no one will be able to withstand it, right? So, I've searched for every possible solution, but I haven't come up with anything. We'll nullify your contracts. If you just cut contact with the Peace Guild, then the Ares Guild won't do anything to you. Everyone was absolutely shocked by Choi Min-woo's decision. What was he thinking? Taekyung immediately cried out. No, Captain, what are you talking about? Songi, just as stunned, asked. Are you serious? Choi Min-woo replied. I don't want to do this either, but right now, the power difference between us is just too big. But then Taekyung spoke up. No, there's still a way we can win. Choi Min-woo stood up, his voice sharp. Hunter Jin Taekyung, are you serious? Taekyung simply replied, yes. Choi Min-woo says, Jin Taekyung, it's true you always surprise me. Tell me, what's your plan? Taekyung steps forward, raising a determined hand. It's simple, he declares. If the enemy is strong, then we just need to become stronger too. Min-woo's face flickers, a moment of excitement, then a slump into depression. Everyone else looks just as deflated. There's nothing left to say. Taekyung turns to them, bewildered. What is this? What's with these reactions? I said I'd make you all stronger. Someone grumbles. Jin Taekyung, you're an elementary school student? Damn, this is so annoying. Taekyung throws his hands up. Oh, what the hell? You just wait and see. Later, in the bathroom, he's checking his system info. A skill pops up. Secret technique, text creation. Level none. Limit. Mastery of martial arts. Remark. Needs ingredients to create the secret technique text. The user can create a book of martial arts he has mastered. There might be better results if the user's understanding of martial arts is profound. List of text that can be created currently. None. He thinks, and let's see. When did I even get this? Was it when I mastered the Jin family foot technique? Or maybe the Jin family spear technique? I wasn't going to use this skill. Honestly, he mutters to himself. I figured it'd just cause conflict and chaos, introducing ancient martial arts to modern society. But there are still leftover ideals of martial arts out there. And now that I know those Ares guys are using it, there's no reason to hesitate. A determined glint in his eye, he commands, okay, let's do this. Create secret technique text. But of course, it wasn't that easy. He immediately gets a notification. You need 300 pages of A4 paper in order to create a martial arts book. So, he immediately dashes out to buy paper. I have to make it myself? He sighs, slightly exasperated. Once he's done, the system reports. You have all the ingredients necessary. Activating skill, secret technique, text creation. You can create books using martial techniques you have mastered. List of texts that can be created currently. Jin family's spear technique. Jin family's cultivation technique. Jin family's foot technique. Choose the martial technique you want. He says, choose Jin family's cultivation technique. The system double checks. Will you create a book with the Jin family's cultivation technique? Annoyed, Taekyung snaps, yes. But then, another notification immediately pops up, repeating. You do not have enough intelligence stats. You do not have enough intelligence stats. Teaching is harder than learning. You need at least 100 intelligence stat in order to create a book out of a martial technique of peak level. Taekyung is furious. His veins practically pop out, and he bites his lip hard. He grabs a pen, muttering, open the status panel. Add 100 points to intelligence. His hand immediately starts writing, fast. He gasps. Oh, my hand is moving on its own, but the writing on the paper isn't in Korean. He immediately panics. I can't do this. Language settings. Language settings. Finally, it was finished. Taekyung brought the book over and placed it in front of Choi Min-woo. Choi Min-woo looked at it, confused. What is this? The Jin family's cultivation technique. Taekyung simply said, try reading it. Just then, Songi chimed in. Where did you go? You just came back at this hour? Did you go to the bathroom? Choi Min-woo, ignoring the interruption, read attentively, his eyes scanning the pages quickly. Isn't this mana cultivation? He exclaimed, surprised. Butler Kim was shocked to hear that. Did you just say mana cultivation? He blurted out. Yes, that's exactly it, Choi Min-woo confirmed. Butler Kim looked at the book, utterly baffled. I'm sure this is exactly the secret to controlling mana, he mused, his gaze fixed on the book. But how did Hunter Jin Taekyung get his hands on it? I don't know what mana cultivation is, Taekyung admitted. I never even knew it was mana cultivation. It's just a breathing technique my father taught me when I was young. But I heard your father isn't an awakened person, Choi Min-woo pressed. So how could he know the secret to controlling mana? Perhaps he didn't even know himself until he passed away, Taekyung responded, a hint of sadness in his voice. He just told me it was a generational secret. Something to keep us healthy. Well, if it's called the Jin family's cultivation technique, then it makes sense, Butler Kim said, nodding slowly. A generational secret. For staying healthy. Choi Min-woo repeated deep in thought. You don't have anything to argue against that, do you, Chairman? Taekyung thought, a small smirk playing on his lips. Sorry, father. So, you've trained this mana cultivation technique. I mean the Jin family's cultivation technique. Ever since you were young? Choi Min-woo asked, correcting himself. Yes, Taekyung replied immediately. Well, I'm sorry to say this, but its effectiveness seems a bit questionable. Choi Min-woo admitted, a hesitant look on his face. I mean, if you've trained it for so long, yet you still live for 7 years as an F-rank hunter. Calm down, Taekyung thought, a smirk playing on his lips. I already expected this question. As you know, Taekyung continued, his voice steady. I was pretty skilled for an F-rank hunter. I even got an award in the training facility for being top of my class, and I was even a vice team manager when I was in the picnic guild. A lot of people complained about that, saying I didn't have the experience or the rank. I'm sorry if I offended you. Choi Min-woo quickly interjected. I didn't mean to. But then, Taekyung continued, unfazed. I became a C-rank hunter, and that's when the true value of the Jin family's cultivation technique really showed itself. Even then, my skills were basically A-rank, weren't they? I'm sure you know why. Yes, exactly. Choi Min-woo confirmed, catching on. So, the higher the rank of the user, the better its efficiency, right? Exactly, Jin Taekyung affirmed. He continued, anyway, the Jin family's cultivation technique has two main effects. First, it increases your mana, and second, a different way to control mana. Butler Kim finished, his eyes widening in understanding. Exactly, Taekyung grinned. Just learning this, it should change a lot. As for our new guild members, we'll decide on that later. But for you guys here, right now, please focus on learning the Jin family's cultivation technique. Oh, and of course, you absolutely must do it in secret. Choi Min-woo asked, wait, are you seriously telling us you're going to teach us mana cultivation? Taekyung replied, of course. Why else would I bring it here? Obviously, this is the Jin family's cultivation technique, folks. Did you really think I just brought it here to show off? As you all know, we won't last long in this war at our current level. Lee Young-ryong might not make a move right now because of the recent incident, but let's be real, it's only a matter of time. But imagine, what if we learn the Jin family's cultivation technique? Think about it. Everyone was absolutely stunned, just frozen in place after hearing his proposal. Taekyung clapped his hands, a slight smile playing on his lips. Ah, nice reaction, he chuckled. Anyway, I've thought long and hard about this decision, so I really hope you'll all stick with me. Taekyung walked towards the door. Now,